Hello everyone, I am Tacit and welcome to what should be day 52 of Brighter Shores. One thing that was actually kind of funny, I was checking the playlist for the game, of course, that we have for Brighter Shores. We have a full playlist of every single stream we've ever done up to this point, and I was checking something because I was noticing the number and it seemed a little weird. Because I thought yesterday was 50 and today would be 51, and I was looking at the things, it was like, wait, it says 52. And then I was like thinking, oh yeah, on day one we did a double stream, and then I was thinking back like, wait, have we done another double stream? And the answer is no. Basically where I'm going with this is, as of a week ago, I accidentally double numbered one 43. So the 43rd stream was called 43, and then the 44th stream was also called 43. The main reason for this is whenever you set up a live stream on YouTube, if you're doing it off the same page, but you haven't clicked the refresh button, it'll still have it based on your other previous sets. And it just grabs it from whatever one you click on, not necessarily the previous stream you've done. So just because, of course, if you're doing like a bunch of different stream types, like we do occasionally, you know, it just so you could prioritize the right one. But because I didn't click refresh, I ended up taking it from one of the old ones. So I then numbered it the number above that, obviously, but then that same number above that was the same one as the other one. So that didn't quite work out. Also, thank you already, Tate, for the $2 tip. Greatly, greatly appreciated. Good morning. Hope you've been doing wonderfully. Anyways, as far as what we're doing today, so everything should be numbered correctly now. So if you are watching the playlist or anything, it's now fixed. Not sure there are too many people these days that are, but if you are, they are now numerically accurate. Whereas the last week was slightly off. But anyways, so what are we doing today? We are doing the obligatory dunking stream. We were kind of teasing this the other day. It's one of those streams we kind of have to do. Similar to the eventual 20, or I almost said 24 hour, no way. The eventual 12-hour carpentry stream. But this is one of those things on like the list of things we need to go do. That's not what we're doing today. The thing that we're doing today is dunking every last bone and every last bar we have. We finally cleaned out our stone storage yesterday to have a nice clean stone storage. I ended up getting 200 from it as well. So that was nice. However, I want to do the same thing to my smithing storage as well as to my what's it called, storage, as well as to my bone storage. We have 2,500 iron ore, and we have like 5,000 bones. So yeah, that's gonna be our main priority going at the start here. I don't think this is gonna take the entire stream, but gosh, will it take a while, that's for sure. Are our dailies ready yet? No, they still got a little while. I gotta go remember to do them in like 3.5 hours. But yeah, that's gonna be the main goal of today. The current poll that we have going on is somewhat similar to yesterday, except this time it's focused on the max gold you ever had. The question is, what is the highest gold amount you have ever had at one time in Brighter Shores? The lowest amount we have is 0 to 5. The next one up, which is actually ours, oddly enough, is 6 to 25 gold. Also, yeah, I knew it! You guys are hoarding! Because I see the other number. I didn't read it yet, but I can see it. But the 26 to 100 gold, currently 0 voters because we just voted, so we only have like 8 votes in at the moment since we just started the stream. I don't think everyone's even woken up yet. And of course the notification hasn't gone out fully, but thank you all the data so far. And then yes, there are people with over 101 gold, and honestly most of those people with 101, I wouldn't be surprised if they say like 500 or something. Anyone who has over 100 gold, you're like hoarding. I find it really funny that 26 to 100 is literally 0 right now, but 101 plus is like, yeah, 2 people already. That's crazy. Yeah, some people are like loaded for when trading comes out. I'm not one of them. I'm as poor can be. The highest I ever had was like 24 point something, so I'd be in that 6 to 25 category. But yeah, I've never had more basically than how much you need to max a level 25 tool. I guess the one time I did have a little bit more, I ended up putting into a 30 pickaxe. But every other time I've only been putting into a 25 tool, or even preemptively putting into some tools. Like only like a double 10 over here, which I really need to go get to 25 at some point. But anyways, are we starting the dunkening? I think we might be starting the dunkening already. I guess I'll go grab one pot just for now, just because we're so close. Most of my XP I am going to be putting on the gatherer so we can get to the higher tier bones. I kind of want to skip over a lot of these lower tier bones, but regardless of how inefficient it is, I do feel the need to process every single thing in my bank, regardless of how bad the XP rate is. So that is exactly what we shall do. Yeah, you might think this is somewhat pointless, however, down the line, this will be somewhat useful in the sense that if we ever need to craft something along these lines, we'll still be able to. So it's not like the greatest of greatest XP, but we're still getting the full amount of knowledge. And we will be using these at some point. Of course, when trading comes out, I guess we technically could just trade for it. But I don't know. I still like the self-sufficiency of doing it ourselves, even if it's not the most efficient thing we could be doing. Dunking like super low tier bones where we're at like 93 bone rate. But that is what we're doing. We are dunking every last one. We'll start with the higher ones and work our way down, I think, and go from there. And yeah, it's pretty much our game plan for quite a while. I don't think it's going to take the entire stream. We're going to be timing it to kind of see. But it will take a decent chunk of time, that is for sure. So hello, Lost Gill. Hello, more zombies. Hello, Isabel. Hello, Tate. Hello, everyone else. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Hope you guys have been having a wonderful, wonderful week so far. And hey, finally the weekend, or soon to be weekend, depending on time zone. Alright, so basically what our goal is today, it's to make every single one of our Chapter 3 storages to look like this. Well, I guess not the timber one. Timber one's the exception. But all of the ones that are not related to timber. I want to make them all, and I guess not the material one either, but you know what I mean. The 3 main ones for the production skills. I want to make it look like this. There is no stone left to be processed, and we have stone for every single category that we can currently do up to. Obviously, we won't have all of them for bone, right? But that's because we don't have 200 gather yet, but we will. But this is what I want to do. I want to make every single storage look like this, where there isn't anything left to process, and the only thing we have left is material for every single level tier possible. That is our entire goal right now, except to do that also for all of our bones and for all of our bars. For bars, we only have 2,500 iron left. For bones, it's a bit scarier. It's like more than double that. Barely more than double that, but still more than double that. And that is where we're going to be starting, because we need the bone rate XP a bit more than we need smithing XP, even though I keep AFKing the smithing XP. It's just, the quicker I get smithing up, the quicker I will need 215 mining. And we currently only have 213 mining. I think when I do mining again, I'm going to do basalt flint, though, just so we can get towards 206 smithing. I mean, stonemason, in case we ever do want to go for that. One nice thing upside of this, though, is we don't need gas at any point during all this. You don't need any gas to do bones, so that's one upside of this, I guess, if nothing else. But yes, here are all of our bones. We got, let's see, 694 tier 1s, 1,385 tier 2s, another 1,271 tier 1s, because we did the tier 2s yesterday. I think this is tier 2 for this at 552. Another tier 2 at 1,000. And those I could just sell to the shop. I'm probably going to do later. Actually, you know what I'm going to do right now? It's going to bother me. This is the one you use for the quests, by the way. And I accidentally bought a second one at some point. I'm not sure how or why. But yeah, somehow we got a second one of these. But let me just go sell these real quick. Since they're not worth making into anything at the moment. Just get the junk out of our storage. Alright, nice. We're already doing some spring cleaning in, well, it's not quite spring yet. We're getting there. Still winter. Honestly, it doesn't feel like winter that much these days, though. Like, we have some cold days, but it's not like northern cold. It does not get that cold these days. You know what? Maybe we'll do it from top to bottom so it's easier to get to the bones. I might do it that way. Alright, let's start with the bone spikes. Let it begin. Oh, yeah, I do want to do some timing for about how long it takes to do per thing. But I guess I kind of want to wait until we get to our knowledge threshold first. And just kind of relax a little bit at the beginning of the stream before we start like timing every last thing, because I do want to time 2 things I want to time during the stream is how long a vat cycle takes and how long a non-gas smithing cycle takes, just to see if there's any difference between them, as well as just approximately how many we'd be getting done per hour to even know if what we're trying to do today is realistic. I think it is. I'm pretty sure it is. Does anyone actually know, though? Has anyone actually like pre-tested it to see like about how much are you getting per hour from doing, you know, this or smithing? Because I will be timing it and just kind of breaking it down then. Because we're going to do it like a per 24 timing, like for a full cycle, but then also probably do a full hour time and just see what is actually a realistic hour. Because obviously you'll slow down from a perfect cycle eventually. Even if you do one set of 24 perfectly, obviously you're not going to do one set of 24 perfectly over and over again for hours on end. Even if you do it once in a row. You're sitting on 400 silver? Honestly, that's how it feels like my stack most of the time. I'm at 1.6 right now. 1.6 gold. I feel like I never have a lot. But I also don't really train skills that give me a lot. And if I do, I basically reinvest it almost immediately. Within like a day or a few days. I think the longest I ever held onto any amount of gold was a week. And that was when we were doing leagues for Old School RuneScape every single day. But yeah, that was like the only exception for when we went really, really heavy into like actually accumulating gold. And that was actually when we upgraded to a level 30 pickaxe. That was the only time we ever had enough spare cash to actually do something like that. It's also my only level 30. Personally, it's not really that worth doing after 25. Because of the diminishing return. And it's definitely not worth ever doing beyond 50. because then it starts going to 0.1. Basically at 25, or up until 25, you get 0.4% XP every single time you do a level upgrade. From 26 to 50, you only get 0.2. So these other 5 levels are only 0.2, giving us 1% instead of 2%, which is why we have 11% and not 12%. And then from 500 onwards, or sorry, 50 onwards, ends up doing only 0.1% at an extremely high amount of gold. You should never, ever, ever in the current state of game get a tool above 50. It is just exceedingly not worth it. And even in most situations, for the average person, you probably shouldn't even be getting them above 25. Unless you're like really loaded on cash, like doing a 500 combat into doing like 500 merchant, 500 leatherworker or something. But unless you're really, really loaded, you should pretty much never be getting a tool bill above 25 in the current state of the game. It's just not worth it for the amount of cost. Hey, we got the hat we have the least of. How's our hats doing? Here's our hat collection, by the way. Our lowest hat is currently a tie between the orange pudding that we just got, literally right now, and the green elf. Yeah, we're getting there. Also, our natural Santa hat stack is actually in first place right now at 56. It was on Christmas Day as well. But we're getting there. I'm not sure how much longer they're doing the Christmas event for. Of course, he ends up mentioning that the Christmas event will end, quote-unquote, early January. No official date has been given, but hopefully he'll announce at least a week in advance. Like, hey, we're going to be ending it on, like, January 10th or something. But hopefully I'll have a post on that, like, early in the year, kind of saying, hey, this is, like, the date that will end. Here's, like, a warning, several-day warning on when it's going to end. Because I still need to go finish it on my ults. That might be something we actually do a little bit today. We'll see. Because I still need to go get the rest of the hats on the alts, as well as unlock trading for them. I still have not unlocked them trading. We really need to go get them trading so that they can actually, you know, start trading when trading comes out. We don't know the official date of trading's release, but it is very likely to be sometime next month. Because if it's not sometime next month, that would be 3 months of trading not existing within the game for a feature that was supposed to release on launch. So I assume at some point, he'll end up getting it around that time. What am I working on today? Duncan Bones? Boner. Duncan Bones. And, let's see. I'm just gonna say bars, too. We're dunking both the bars and the bones. I'm just gonna deep fry the bars. They'll be fine. Dunking bones and bars. Makes more sense. I was gonna say dunking bones and smithing bars, but honestly, we're just dunking both. We're just dunking one in a furnace. And one into a deep frying vat. For some deep fried bones. Oh, so these aren't the worst bones we could be doing right now. They're not the best, but they're far, far, far from the worst that we could be doing. And yes, I do plan to do all of them and keep all of them for later. We're just going to be hoarding like an entire bone stack. When the economy comes out and someone's going to be asking for like 1,000 of one tier bone, we will be there. No, I'm not sure if I would even sell. Technically, when trading comes out would probably be the first time to sell because no one's going to know what anything's worth. But I feel like the prices I would want for everything would be too high. Because if I'm selling, I'm selling for like a mega price. Like these bone spikes right now, they're like 5 silver each if I was to sell them. If you buy them from the shop, I think they're only like, what, not even 2 silver? But if I was to sell these, like already vatted and everything, and someone wanted like 1,000 of them, yeah, it would definitely be like, maybe not bone spike though. Bone spike's easier to get. But the other ones that are more annoying, like if this was femur, which I think is like almost like 2 silver or so, like tier 2 femur, I would definitely charge like 5 silver each for them. At least 4 silver each. Just because there's such a lower tier one that a lot of people wouldn't bother collecting. And I think that's one that's like upticked on the price of the shop as well. I know there's one weird bone that was like a little bit higher. I'm pretty sure it was femur. I can't remember if it was femur or something else. There's like one of them that's like slightly weirdly priced. Kind of like how for, well, not to the same degree of Deathstone. Deathstone's like absurdly priced. Like compared to the rest of the stones. It's like an absurd outlier, which reminds me, I still have some blast mining we could be doing. I think we have like 2 or 3 inventories from all the dailies we've been getting. As far as blast mining that we could end up doing. Also, this potion's not going to be staying here, by the way. I just have it here just so we can go get our double knowledge real quick. I do plan to do the full 24s, and then we'll start actually timing it and everything. I just want to get this knowledge out of the way first. And I am dumping all knowledge into Gatherer. Just so we can skip to some of the better bones, particularly the Rake. Because then we get the extra XP bonus as well. At 111 plus, we were in a pretty good state. Technically 112 plus. Because then we'll have the Rake upgrade for another 5%. We'll have the next horn. And then we get all the way to the really nice quality of life bone spike. So this entire stream, most of what we're going to be doing, I am going to be boosting actually into Gatherer, not into Bone Rate. Just so we can start getting to the higher tier bones and start skipping some of these lower tier ones. Because these lower tier ones, not the greatest. Honestly, they're probably better worth on the ground. But, I don't know, I still want to process them. I don't know, something about me is just, whenever I get a bunch of resources like this, I don't care how bad it is to bring them to their final form. I must do it. Especially if they ever add, like, an official Iron Man mode. This would pay out a lot more. I know from a, like, a non-Iron Man perspective, this makes absolutely no sense to be doing this. Like, at all whatsoever. But I'm still thinking in that mindset of, like, self-sufficiency. It's like, oh yeah, I'm gonna need these bones eventually. But obviously, if you're doing it in, like, a macro economy, you would never be bothering with this. Because, you know, if you need a tier 1s, you would just buy the tier 1 from someone else where you're doing, like, tier 5s or tier 6 or something. But, I don't know. It's one of those things where it's like, oh yeah, the only way I can get them is if I get them myself. So we shall, even if it's not that worthwhile at the moment. But if there's any time to do it, it's while we have a lower bone rate level. It's one of the reasons I want to get it done now. Because it's going to make a lot less sense to do it when we're at a higher bone rate level. Because now, it would not be good. That would be even worse value than now. Which is why we're trying to get it done now while it's actually, like, somewhat better value. And of course, as we mentioned, we're putting this all in on Gather. And hopes of getting a pretty high Gather level. And whatever we don't, obviously, will offset by, you know, actually doing some gathering, hopefully, to stream. So, let's go get a timer going. I want to go see how long it takes to go get a perfect set. So, we're going to start the timer at 10. Pin it. And see what the time ends up coming out to. And we'll go from there. There's the game plan. Let's see. Obviously, we'll have to do it inversely since it's counting down and not up. But I'm going to go start a inventory. I'm not sure at what time we should go start it at. I guess banking time? I guess we'll start it from a full inventory until we get back to full inventory. We'll do it that way. I think that's the fairest way of doing the timer. Is, we deposit these. We grab these. And we start the timer, right when we start the timer now. And then, go. Alright. Let's see how long it takes. I think that wastes like 1 second doing it that way, but that's fine. There'll be some amount of human error every time anyways. But I want to see how long one cycle takes of a full inventory. Like, not just one vat, but, you know, a full set of 24 from start to finish. So as soon as we grab another 24 from bank and exit the bank menu is when we can stop the timer. Before you went to ski, you had like 100 on pots. Oh yeah, you mentioned that. You bought like 1 billion AFK pots. I did some so far. I've done like 30 or 40 AFK pots, I think, at this point. I've been trying them out. I haven't been doing them every night, though, because they're so inconvenient to get. That's my biggest concern with doing them. Is if you're already at an AFK activity, but then run out of pots or something, it's like, oh yeah, I need to go all the way back. Unless you're grabbing like a ton. Like literal hundreds at a time. But even then, occasionally you'll need to go and bank, and you'll have to put them away, but then also go grab them back. Unless you're just perpetually keeping like a stack in your inventory. I wonder if they ever will be wieldable in any way. It's one of those weird ones where actually it would be kind of convenient if they were wieldable as well. Because we don't really know when you have like quote-unquote wieldable potions or, you know, tool belt potions. Which ones will or will not be wieldable. Because will all the AFK ones also be wieldable? Because we don't currently know that or not. They might not. We don't really know. Obviously, Fear Potion likely will, the XP Potion likely will, but will the passive ones also be? Something we don't really know as far as how he's going to handle that. Alright, it's looking like it's going to take 2 minutes per cycle. From what I could tell right here. It's looking like a 2-minute cycle right here. Oh no! If I don't misclick, it is. Yeah, it looks like it's about a 2-minute cycle if you don't misclick. Alright, and timer should have stopped like 3 seconds ago. Yeah. It's about a 2-minute cycle. With average human error. Alright, interesting. So we could do 24 every 2 minutes, pretty much guaranteed. Because even with errors, that was basically 2 minutes. And that was also the timer being stopped like a second or two late just because of, you know, having to bring up the menu and everything. So yeah, it does look like it's about 2 minutes per, pretty realistically for 24. So that means, yeah, all we have to do is really multiply that, as it's going to be pretty consistent. 30 times 24, which means we could do about 720 bones per hour. Roughly. Alright, that's not too bad. We got about 5,000, so welcome to the next 7 hours of our life. I wish I was joking. I'm actually not joking at all. We are doing this for 7 hours straight now. Welcome everyone. It's one of those things we have to do. Same as when we do the 12-hour carpentry stream, like a month from now or so, or whenever that gets done. It's one of those things we kind of just have to do. But, yeah. This is not my choice. It's something we need just for the EXP. They made bones give bone rate XP, and I need bone rate XP. So we're dunking bones. I got a lot of bones. I got a bone to pick. Well, if you guys have any conversation topics you want to talk about, now is the stream to do it. Because, gosh, I'm just like glued to seeing anything that chat types this stream. I'm probably going to be like the least distracted of any stream we've ever had. You're good on AFK pots for like a few months now? Nice. Wait, I thought you said you only got 100 pots. How does that last for months? I seen Unbi in game yesterday. I'm not sure if he was playing on Christmas Day, but he was playing yesterday. Though we did see he was doing something slightly inefficient. Because all skill was mentioning he stalled them in the other area. I was mentioning we should do that because it seemed inefficient. And I haven't actually tested that other one to see properly. But I know for sure when we were doing femur shards yesterday, he was doing them inefficiently. Well, I was technically doing it more inefficient because I was banking them. But as far as the actual path he was doing, he was wasting 5 tiles every cycle. He wasn't doing any pre-walking or any east-west priority or anything like that. He wasted about 5 tiles per run. Even people like a third of his level were doing it. But he still kept going for the longer path. I'm not sure if he was just doing that to relax because it was less clicks or something. But, yeah, he was wasting 5 tiles per cycle on femur shards. He was wasting 2 on the the third bone. 1 on the 5th bone. And then, he also lost 1 to go get a second tree, which I guess he just wanted a little bit more woodcutting XP. So I guess that kind of evens out. And he was wasting 1 on every subsequent cycle where you can skip a tile. But you can't do that first cycle, but you can on the every subsequent cycle. And since he was doing drop all, he should be able to make that cycle every time. Because he wasn't banking, he was just simply dropping everything to the ground. He was going for the woodcutting route rather than the more bone route, though. Because he was doing 6 bone 1 tree instead of 6 bone 2 tree. Or sorry, he was doing 6 bone 2 tree instead of 6 bone 1 tree. 6 bone 2 tree makes you get slightly less bone rate XP per hour. I mean, sorry, less gathering XP per hour. So what he was doing was a little bit more of a mix of both. I guess so he doesn't have to do as much woodcutting later. It was next to a woodcutting threshold, I'm not sure. But yeah, he was wasting around 4 to 5 tiles per cycle. Which I found really surprising. I think the biggest one I found surprising was there was like a jump off that you can do. And pretty much everyone always goes to the northern tile of it. But if you simply click on it, you go to the western. And the reason why that one is so detrimental is it's always a 2 tile skip. Which is a, 0.07 seconds loss every single time. Which I was really surprised that he was moving that way. I assume he was just doing it out of chillness, though. Because that's definitely something you would do if you're just kind of relaxing and not, you know, paying attention much. I just find it kind of weird. Because I would think someone who's, like, ranked, you know, top few would be doing, like, the most efficient things. But he actually wasn't, surprisingly. But I assumed he was just doing it that way because of just relaxing some. Because it's less clicks just to click on it directly, but it loses tiles when you do. It's one of the reasons I kind of want to make a whole guide on that. Because I feel like people from old school RuneScape kind of know that instinctually. But I feel like if you've never played like a point and click, or specifically that point and click game, it might not be like a natural thing to know that you need to like pre-move to a certain tile. Or that you're going to be forced to a certain tile when moving for some actions. He was going for rank 1, but then gave up. Because people showed him that they were way more inhuman than he could ever be. So now he's just chilling. Okay, that makes sense then, if he's just chilling that way. That's what I thought. Because that definitely seemed like a chill playstyle, the way he was moving. It wasn't a min-maxy playstyle. It just seemed weird given that he was such a high rank, but that would make a lot of sense. Because he was playing really chill yesterday. He was still dropping everything to the ground, though. I could never do that. I'm not sure how some monsters do that somehow. The inhumanity of dropping just your junk on the ground. I'm way too much of a hoarder to ever do that. I would rather waste 5 hours today dunking these bones than drop them on the ground. These precious bones. Which wasn't that the name of a movie? The Precious Bones or something? I remember seeing that. It was something along those lines. That was like a while ago. I don't remember the premise of that movie. I think it was called The Lovely Bones. There's some movie like that. Really old one. Well, maybe not old. Like over a decade or two ago. Yeah, who is leaderboards right now? Yeah, he gave up on top. That's interesting. Yeah, he's actually given up on leaderboards. So yeah, that would explain why he was playing so casually yesterday then. He's gone down the full casual route. Yeah, Peticio is going crazy on leaderboard. Yip's right behind. I think Meadows in between them still. So technically there's 4 people above him then. Because I'm pretty sure Meadow is also in that range right over there. Yeah, I'm not sure how people do this, to be honest. Like, anytime I see someone with, like, over 3,000, it's like, how on earth have you done that? Obviously, it's just a time thing. Because I have on average, what, like 14 hours a day? And we already saw yesterday we were playing more efficiently than Unbi when on one activity. I was banking them, though, so technically I was playing more inefficiently. But our actual route was more efficient, so, you know, it kind of balances out to some degree. So I'm like, wait, what am I doing wrong then? I guess, you know what my problem is? I just bank too much. I think that's our problem. I need to start just trashing everything on the ground. I'm not going to, but I should be. That's not how I play, though. The Iron Man instincts are like, anytime I ever get anything, regardless how useless it is, I must get it and put it into a bank. I don't care what it is. Like, we are legitimately going to be doing thousands of tier 1 bones today. For no reason other than I have them in my bank and I don't want to drop them on the ground. But hey, if we ever need a tier 1 bone for a level 0, we are going to be so ready. You know how many 0 to 19s we could build to go make 4-star weapons in the future? We are going to be so loaded, we don't even know what to do with them. And I don't even need to do the carpentry component if I don't want to. Because I could simply just, you know, buy them from the shop if we need. But Unbi's been doing super good. I'm not trying to diss Unbi, by the way. No, Unbi's been doing amazing. Don't want to make it sound like I'm, like, dissing him or something. Though I have to say, I haven't really been talking much with, like, anyone in the Brighter Shores community. I think other than Brighter Shores Central, I'm not sure if I've talked to anyone who's actually been making content to, like, any degree. I'm not sure what their opinion is on me. Honestly, I'm pretty sure I'm not even on their radar. Because most of them don't bother doing YouTube. And if they are, they're just like multi-streaming while primarily doing Twitch. So, you know, they're kind of just on YouTube, not in like an actual sense, but just in the sense that, hey, it's free money if you stream to both at once. Yeah, no, I was just observing what he was doing. Like, it was really obvious that he was getting more casual, but I didn't realize. So it was technically right then when I was saying he was doing the casual route then. Because generally if you're playing chiller, you're just going to click on the resource and not bother pathing correctly. But that makes sense if he's not trying for top 3 anymore, or even top 4, or top whatever. It seems like he's giving up and just playing normally now. Not that he's giving up, but you know what I mean. He's not going to be putting in like 20+ hour days probably now. He's probably going back to like what we're doing. Like a normal sane 12 to 16 hour day. Which isn't that much more sane, but you know, more balanced when it comes to sleep. Because I haven't lost any sleep over Brighter Shores yet. It's one of the reasons I never really cared for about going for leaderboard. I still try to maintain some things because it's kind of fun. Like, ooh, let's try to maintain top 20 or something. You know, this is more so for the fun of it. If we drop down, I don't really care. But, oh no, I would never lose sleep on this game or any game. Is why this will probably be like the record of the quickest we ever get 1,000 hours in a game. Because we're on track to get it in 2.5 months. And it's almost as quick as you could do it while still getting a healthy amount of sleep for the most part. Because we're at 681 hours right now. Which means by midway through January, we'll finally be at the 1,000 mark at 2.5 months. But, yeah, I don't think you can do it much quicker than that while still getting, like, an extremely healthy amount of sleep. Maybe a little bit quicker. The only issue is on Mondays, I don't play as much. But it's mostly because it's my catch-up day for the week. You can almost see it as our day off of Brighter Shores, even though I still do it for a few hours normally. Like, we still stream every single day. It's just on Mondays are kind of the, you know, the catch-up day for everything we need to go do. This Monday I shouldn't have that much I need to go do, though. Though I say that as I'm pretty sure I'll have a few things I'm forgetting. I know there's one thing I need to go do at the bank. Beyond that, I don't need to do any food shopping. We have way too much food. Gosh, we have enough Thanksgiving. We have enough Christmas food to last till, like, Sunday. We're still gonna have leftovers till, like, 3 days from now, at least. So we really don't need more food. So, yeah, other than some banking, there isn't really much I need to go do on Monday. Well, that and the normal Gems of War stuff. Then I guess catch up on sleep. Not that I haven't been getting a lot of sleep, but, you know, on Monday's kind of like one of those days where I can get extra sleep compared to normal. Peticio will lose rank 1 soon. Also, soon or later, to the people playing legit 24/7, just them being 2 on the same account. Are there actually people doing that? Oh, no. Is that not against game rules? I know that is for some games. I think it even is for Old School RuneScape, which is kind of funny. You're allowed to multi-box like 20 accounts at once, or even real-world trade like secretly, and they'll never like ban you. But they actually have a ban against playing on multiple people on one account if you're like trying to do it to like cheese leaderboards or something. I think if you're just doing it casually with like a roommate or something for, you know, like a few hours, it's not going to pick up on anything. But if your account's on like 24/7 or, you know, 23, 24 hours a day, they will actually ban you to some degree. Or at least put like a temp ban on your account. If you're playing for like nearly every hour of every day. I think there was something in the rules for Brighter Shores that kind of mentioned that. Where they would like temp ban your account if you do try to do that to cheese leaderboards. I don't think it's being enforced right now because he's away on break. I could have sworn one of the terms of service for Brighter Shores mentioned that. Or I did at one point. I'm not sure if it still does. Could have sworn it did. But yeah, there's no way you can compete with that, though. Like, 2 people doing 12 hours a day on the same account. Like, it's impossible for one person to ever compete with. Especially if they're playing, like, any amount of efficient. Passive training is the only way. Honestly, post 200 passive training is actually insane, but it's still slower than manual training. Like, you'll always be able to get more XP per hour by manual training. Actually, a good example of that is I've been doing the smithing AFK hard. Also, hello, Sonny! Thanks for leaving a like. Greatly appreciated. Hope you have a wonderful, wonderful holiday. And a wonderful new year coming up. Wait, what was I about to go say? I was about to go say something related to something. I already forgot what it was. Wait. Also, we trade a thought. Oh no, I forgot I was gonna go say no. Let's see, something about leaderboard. Let's see. Gosh, I already forget. No! Wasn't too important, whatever it was. What was it? I was about to mention something for something here. Tips on how to beat two-headed beer early. Buy 25% heal pots. And you should be fine. Like, I think you can fight it at level 0. I'm pretty sure I did it at level 0 on the other account. You just need a ranged weapon that's the same element of your character. It doesn't have to be from the same chapter. A melee weapon that's the same element as your chapter. Ideally a quick hitting one. But if you're Hammer Mage, you can't really do that. But you can if you're any other class. Rapier off of Cryo Knights and either your one-hand or your two-hand green off of Guardian. But use a plus 50 pot from the shop. Use 25% heals, and you should be able to kill it at like level 1 or level 0 or whatever level you are by that point. I think you're like level 1 by that point, because you're forced to when you killed like the Dryad and the other little beast thingy. But I believe you'll be level 1 by that point, and you can kill it at level 1. You just need to have your class's weapon with at least 80% of your elemental damage, and have a plus 50 pot and 25% heals. And then just kite it as much as you can. Wait till it slams, heal, and then in between just do damage. And if you're ever taking too much damage compared to how much you're healing, just keep running away. And just keep heal spamming. But you can take it out at level 1, which is the lowest level you could be at when you fight it. I think I did that on both the ults. I don't think I leveled at all before taking on the bear. Oh no! We got purple! Oh no! We got purple elf. That means our purple elf is tied with our Santa. No, it's about to retake the lead. We got 56 purple elf and 56 red Santa hats. It's coming for our lead. The leaderboards I've always seen as just kind of like a fun thing to kind of get if you do happen to get it. Oh yeah, I remember. Smithing. I remember now. So I was talking about smelt. So when I was talking about like passive compared to active, this is what it looks like when you mostly passive compared to if you do it actively. Smelt has been both actively and passively training smithing. And he's at 221. Compared to me, who's only been passively doing it, and we're only at 214. We were both at like 205 at the exact same time when we were doing smithing earlier. And since then, he's gained 7 levels on me. So that's kind of the difference if you have a lot more time to actively do it compared to if you were just doing it fully passively. Which is one way of looking at it if you were doing like, you know, one count that's running for 24 hours compared to one that's running for, I don't know, like 16 hours or 12 hours or however many hours. Or, you know, if you have like 2 people kind of doing them. But, yeah, that's kind of the difference between actively and passively doing it. That's like a bit of an example. Is over the last week, he's been somewhat actively doing it, and I've been just purely passively doing it, and has led to a 7 level difference or so. Though we will catch up a little bit today because we're going to be doing the other thing. I'm not trying to catch up, but I'm just using that as the example. That's what I meant to say earlier and forgot about. But yeah, if you have people playing on an account, like 2 of them or 3 of them, and you're going for like 24/7, it is definitely way stronger than the passives. Like way, way stronger. The passives are strong, especially for some skills, like carpentry, bonewright, smithing, stonemason, for example, are some of the biggest few you can put into. Even alchemy. Like those 5 are some of the biggest because they require so many ingredients to function off of. But beyond that, yeah, it's always better to still, even with those, how much slower they are, it's still better to actively train them than to passively train them. As you would kind of expect. But even those slower ones, it's still the case. Until we get PvP, first to 500 races will be the competitive aspect as episodes come out. Yeah. I am curious how competitive PvP will be. I know I personally wouldn't do it that much if there's no unique reward. If I'm going to be doing PvP, there has to be something unique from it. Even if it's just cosmetic. Even if it's just like PvP armors that are only ever used in PvP. But, oh no, I need some kind of extra reward other than, hey, you're staking money for money. So what exactly it's going to be, I don't know. Because if it's just like a dual arena equivalence, I personally won't care too much about it. Like, I had a little bit of fun with dual arena back in the day, but I would never, like, gamble properly at a dual arena. I would just kind of mess around with it a little bit and be like, yep, that was fun. It exists. But if it was something where you could actually, like, earn various things, other than just ranks, but, you know, like actual armor for PvP, actual, like, cosmetics, a few other things maybe, then I would actually do it. But it needs to have, like, an incentive system beyond, like, staking. At least for me, personally. As staking alone isn't gonna hold me for long. Because I don't really have too much of an interest in it beyond just a little bit of fun duels here and there. Hello, Blaze! Welcome, welcome. How do you do this for 8 hours straight? I don't know. We'll find out. This will be the test. Because we got to do these bones for 7 hours straight, and then dunk bars for probably about 3 hours straight. And in whatever time we have left, we'll try to fill with, I have no clue what, maybe gather. Since we're dumping all of our XP into gather, might as well utilize some of the XP that we've been putting into it. But I'm not sure what about this makes me able to do it for a long period of time, because I know there's some games where I would definitely burn out after a few hours if I tried doing something over and over and over again for a long period of time. Like the other game we've been playing for a decade, Gems of War. I think they currently have a Vault event going on this weekend. And if I play it for more than like 3 hours, I'll probably burn out. Whereas I could do this for easily 10 hours and not burn out. Why that is, I don't know. I think it's because it's still progress. Because in that game, I have so much progress, I'm basically done with the game. I've almost been done with the game for like 5 years. Not in the sense I've been done with it as in not wanting to play, but done with it as in, like, resources mean almost nothing to me in that game because I already have so much of everything. But resources actually mean something in this game. Like, every single resource we're dunking right now, these are all level up material for every single level range for whenever we make a 4-star for various chapters. So it's, you know, everything that we're dunking right now, we will eventually use. We're not going to be using it immediately, but we will eventually be using every single thing we're dunking. It might be a while until we do. And particularly the tier 1 ones. Like, the tier 1 ones will be giving us even less XP, so they're going to seem like they're even more pointless. But if anything, they're actually better than the tier 2s. And the reason for that is they can be used at level 0. They have a weird exception in this game where any tier 1 resource can be made into level 0, even if it requires like 20-something or 30-something in order to make it. You can still make it into a level 0. And this is really relevant as 0 to 19 has absurdly good rarity odds. Because there's 3 rarity odds, 0 to 19, then 20 to 199, which is why we keep doing 199s, and then 200 plus are the 3 rarity categories. So whenever you can make something a 0 to 19, it is absurdly good for getting something quickly. I think it's almost like a 1 in 3 that you'll end up getting a 3-star. It is extremely common. And because of this, all that 1-star material when we need a quick bone rate item is going to be so important going forward, because whenever we need a 4-star weapon or a 4-star shield, or even down the line a 4-star armor, we'll be able to do off of all these bones. And that's pretty much our game plan with them, is using them for 0 to 19s. And in the case of the tier 2s, using them for whatever their range is. They cover a lot of like that middle range before the 199. And tier 3s are kind of in an in-between that we don't really care about as much. So maybe we drop actually a lot of the tier 3s on the ground. I don't know, we'll see. But then tier 4s are going to be really good because a lot of them can go up to 199. And then tier 5s, you know, the low 199 as well as post 199 for the 200 plus. And then the real ones at tier 6 where, you know, does all the end game stuff. Those are a while away. I don't even think we're at tier 3 bone yet. We are getting close though. By some point in the stream, oddly enough, we're going to get so much gathering XP that we might be able to go do it at some point. There's one goal of the stream indirectly through all this dunking, is to get gatherer high enough that we can go do the higher tier bones. So we don't have to focus as much on some of these lower tier ones that we don't really care as much about. Particularly Bone Spike. Bone Spike is really good. The other material that you need in order to go make it is just super easy to go and obtain. It's right next to a bank. It's just so convenient to end up mass getting. It's better than every other bone in the entire game from a if you're not a guardian aspect. And we're not a guardian. So we really want a lot of bone spikes. And we can start doing them again at 115 gatherer. So doing the ram horns for 3 levels isn't going to be too big a deal. I forgot what they're used for, but I know you could definitely use them for a shield. So you at least got that for going for them. I think you could combine them with ash planks to go make shields. Which will probably be their plan down the line, is for shield upgrades. But we're doing it with all these other bones. I have no clue. The spikes are definitely the most important ones, I would say. Just because their accessibility to mass obtaining at a really quick rate. I'm even considering dropping some of the other ones going forward. Just because their banking routes are not ideal. I still want to obviously bank some amount of them. But I do believe when we do some of the other tiers going forward that we might be doing just a drop. Which means if I do, for example, ram horn for 3 levels, I'm probably just going to be dropping them and doing the pick up 6, kill 1, drop, and not bother banking, and just perfect cycle it over and over again. Kind of like what we were doing earlier. We're actually still at the level range where we could do that. And if we do get to any bone, that will be the bone that we get to today. I don't think we will be able to. But if we were to, that would definitely be the one we would do. I still want to bank some amount of every single bone, though. Like, at least a few hundred, if not more, just so we do have, you know, the material for if we ever do need it for anything. But I do believe up until tier 4, we are going to get a little bit more drop heavy at tier 3 for everything except for Bone Spike. Which is good because we can actually skip a bit of it, too, with some really good gathering things we have going on. For example, I can skip most of femur shards, which will probably still be banking, most of them up to that point. But I get to do Dock Leaf at 135, which we need for 7% potions there. Sage for the same reason. Goat Horn we could probably mostly skip. Leeks I could actually go bank because we need them for cooking. I think they save like 2-3 silver each. Chestnuts we could just ignore. Ram Horn we could do just for a little bit until we get to the next Bone Spike, and then we're good to go again. And then we're just good on Bone Spike for a while. Probably till all the way to 184 because a lot of these other ones we don't really need. Femur, I'm not sure what we do about Femur. This is going to be the only weird level range. 184 to max. Both of these 2 bones are not particularly good to bank at all. But they are high enough tier where we probably would want to bank them. So I'm not sure what we're doing once we get to that category. This is probably going to be the deadest zone in foraging. As far as what our current plan is. The 184 to 200 grind. To some degree, I guess we could just mostly just end on the bone spikes then. Oh no, I think we'd still do them. I'm just not sure if it'd be worth it. The banking for both of these is really long. Like, the XP that we would get from them is really nice, though. But they don't have the greatest of banking cycles. And we'd be stuck on both of them all the way till 200. Because there's pretty much nothing in between that's worthwhile taking that isn't them in between that section. And it wouldn't be worth doing the AFK. You could knowledge through it if nothing else. We could try mostly knowledging through that section. Doing like 1,000 femur shards banked, 1,000 goat horns banked. And then whatever's left, you know, knowledge through the rest in that section. And you might be wondering, why are we knowledging so much through Gatherer if we're kind of skipping most of the bones? But it's mostly for future-proofing for when we really want to go down the all-in Gatherer route. 280 in particular is like the golden age of when we'll be able to go do it. As we get 280 into an absurdly good bone, into 288 into the AFK activity for bone right as well. So if we ever plan to do post 200, it'd be a lot easier too. Plus, it's one of the things on the many things where we just need to get to level 200. We are kind of at the point where we're just trying to do the 200 all grind. And, you know, Gatherer is one of those things on that list. And at this point, I'm trying to do somewhat efficient order when it comes to 200 all at this point. Which means we do need to get 222 Merchant so we can go get our 210 Leatherworker at some point. We do need to go do Forager after Gatherer, as well as Mind Fighter, so that we can go get Alchemist up and finally go train Alchemy properly. There's probably going to be a week where we go from like 64 Alchemy all the way to 200. I'm probably going to be doing it all at once we reach it. Every 200 I need before then to feel comfortable doing that, though, is Gatherer. Though, in all fairness, I technically don't need 200 Gatherer. Which, you know what, maybe we do stop it a little bit beforehand. Because, you know what, we really only need to get to this Bone Spike at 166. And then stop at, like, I don't know, whenever we feel like we have enough of them. Oh, nice, a Blue Santa. Oh, and a level of Bone Right. But, yeah, the 166 is the last really, really good bone. Because I don't need anything from foraging after that. And I don't need, what do you call it? Like, anything. Like, 166 is basically the last bone we need, realistically, for a while. And I want to go check something. Pointed Bone Spike. You know why this is the last one we need? There's even more of a reason. I'm willing to make a bet. This goes to 199. If it does, this is it. This is like the material. Pointed Bone Spike. Yep. It does a 199. Okay, new plan. I actually don't need 200 Gatherer. I need like 175-ish Gatherer. I need to get to 166. Yeah, that is like the material. Okay, I found it. I have found the material. That is the material. That is like the iron ore of bone right there. That is the easiest to obtain bone, and it can still make a 199. And the tree that you need for is also one tile from a bank. And this is also one tile from a bank. Yeah, that is the golden age of bone right there. If you're a non-guardian. Honestly, even if you're a guardian, it makes your best two-hand, I believe. But, yeah, that's like the golden age of Gatherer and bone right. Because it makes a 199. It can still go slightly above 200 if you really need to, but it makes a 199. And, it's the easiest bone to mass obtain and mass bank. And you could do it all the way to 200 if you really wanted to. You shouldn't, but you could. But yeah, that's the one. I think that's all we need, actually. We don't actually even need 200. We just need to get to 166 and then just grab as many of those as we want. How many of those it's going to be, I have no clue. But definitely somewhere in the thousands. How many thousands? I don't know, but... yeah, that is the bone right there. Like, the bone of bones. The 166 Bone Spike. As it does everything we would want from it. It makes a 199 for our weapon upgrades, and it's the easiest one to bank by a mile and a half. It's not even close. Hello, Impetus. Welcome, welcome. Let's see. You love having the stream on in the background. Very comfy. Thank you. Glad I could help. If you have any questions, feel free to ask as well. If you want me to go on anything. Otherwise, yeah, we'll be doing a lot of this today. It's going to be a very samey stream if you guys like really repetitive actions. But that's one of those grinds we just need to end up doing. But I do still enjoy it. Also, we're getting pretty close on knowledge. I still haven't really figured out a good solution for figuring out like what we're doing with this knowledge. Oh, also look at that guy's armor. Ooh. Honestly, high tier bone right armor looks so good. I actually really love that aesthetic. Like the lower tier one's kind of meh, but once it starts getting higher, I really like stuff like that. And the way that it actually matches the stonemason cape too, which I find kind of funny, which is rather ironic because he's not actually a stonemason in that sense. You know, it's a guardian, so it's more into bone right than anything. Anyways, let me go finish out these few. We're gonna over encumber slightly, but that's fine. You finally subbed? Thank you, greatly appreciated. Yeah, we've been streaming every single day of Brighter Shores. We have not missed a single day, and we're, what, how many days straight are we right now? We are 52 days straight, with the number actually accurate this time, because I accidentally doubled up on one. But yeah, this is day 52 of streaming it every single day since launch. And I plan to keep doing it this way. Of course, some streams are a little bit shorter, like Monday, and some holidays, like Christmas, obviously. I should be around still for New Year's. I'll probably be ending the stream a little bit early on New Year's Eve, just because I do want to go celebrate, call a bunch of people, you know, text a bunch of people, stuff like that on New Year's Eve. But, or, you know, whatever you call 31st into the 1st. But on that stream on the 31st, we will be ending a little bit earlier, but not that much. It'll still be like a 9-10 hour stream or something. And I guess I'll make the following day stream a little bit later because I'm probably sleeping in after, you know, partying. Not like partying, but, you know, I'll be definitely up pretty late that night. You're newish to the game, but yeah, if you have any questions, you'll put them here. Nice. It's always nice to see new people around as well. We've also been doing on 2 alt accounts as well that are actually still pretty early on. They still haven't even unlocked the trading in Chapter 4 yet either, even though we've been playing them for almost 2 months now, on and off. I think I've only actively played them for about 15 hours, like 10 to 15 hours. The rest has just been all passive AFKs. Right now, they're trying to get the Lost and Found quest done in Chapter 3 without ever actually doing any skill above level 20. So it's taken them a while because they got to AFK for, like, days, almost months, actually, to go get that quest done. And then after that, I'm going to go get them 500 in their skill. So I'm going to get the Hammer Mage to 500 Stonemason, and then the other one to 500 Bone Right, purely through AFK activities. Obviously, I'm not actually training them manually at all. It'll take them a while, but in a little under a year, they would both have 500. Which sounds like a lot of time, but, you know, 9 months to get both of them to there is not that bad. Like, it sounds bad initially. It's like 9 months, that's forever. But, you know, in 9 months, if we have, like, a perfect producer for all 3 things, you know, that covers a lot of ground. What am I doing? I need to go get a potion. I guess I'm just going to teleport back every single time. It was probably a waste, but, I don't know. We're going to be doing it. I'm trying to think if there's anything else I need to be dumping knowledge into that's, like, super worthwhile. I guess maybe Stonemason we could be? The only problem is anything that we put it into is something that we're not gaining XP into. And I'm pretty sure the immediate XP into Bone Right is better right now. I mean, into Gather, I mean. So we can start getting to those better tier bones that we were talking about earlier. Most notably the bone spikes. Gosh, it's still amazing how crowded some of the areas are in this game. Because I know there's a lot less people playing right now just because they're waiting on updates and everything. But it still amazes me every time I walk into a room and it still looks like this game's at like max player base because of how the room system works. There's one thing I really like about the server system in this game. Is it always makes pretty much every room seem pretty populated. You also get to see a lot of the same people that way as well. Because of how the grouping works, especially if you have them added. And like, we got 2 new players in here as well. Alright, anyways, let's see. But yeah, the game is a little bit stagnant right now just because, of course, the main developer is currently on vacation right now. 1 week he went skiing, and then the following week, obviously a bunch of Christmas stuff and New Year's celebrations. But he is going to be back in about a week from now. In which case we'll be back to, like, multi-updates a week, probably. And we already know what some of the bigger features are that are coming in the very near future as well. Like queuable action, so you'll be able to queue multiple gathering and hopefully production at the same time. Which will make a lot of quality of life and also extend how long you can AFK some activities. As well as, As well as, trading. Trading should probably be coming by the end of next month. It was really supposed to launch with trading, but they ended up having to delay it a bit. As obviously they wanted to make sure they get the system correct before implementing it. So it kind of got put on the back burner for a little bit, but they've still been developing it, it's just not released yet. Yeah, it makes the game feel pretty active, because any room you ever go in, it'll always try to serve you into somewheres where, you know, there's people. Even somewheres like here that generally has, like, the least amount of any production. We still got, like, 5 people in here. You can actually see how many people are in your server, too, by clicking, where is it? Right here. Like, right now, we can see that there's 5 nearby. Now there's 6 nearby. And, of course, we can also re-server. The easiest way to re-server, I normally just go to a friend and just click on their server. And be like, hey, Shore Central's on. And then just, like, switch their server kind of thing. Has Shore Central covered a video in a while? I don't feel like he has. I feel like there's a lot of people who are covering a lot of videos and kind of stopped. Because I was catching a few of there, especially in recent times when I've been starting to get a little bit more efficient just to kind of see what other people have been doing. And I noticed some people who were posting videos kind of stopped for the last, like, few weeks to almost a month. I think British Shore Central still did. I think his last one, that was, like, his main series was, like, a week or 2 ago. I guess he's just needing a lot of progress before he can get the next tier done. Because I think he's doing a monument series right now. Or not think, I know he's doing a monument series right now. So unless he's gotten to another tier or two, he's probably not covering a video on it. And gosh, it's going to take forever at that high of a range. Post 200 takes a long time to level for any skill. Like, we were doing Stonemason yesterday, and we gained 0 levels. Like, we did get to 200, but all the post 200 we got 0 levels from it. Like, we did gain 3 because we went from 197 to 200. But all that extra that we didn't even get us a single level. If we were still in this other level curve, we would have gained 2 and almost a third. But at post 200 level curve, we only gained 0. But yeah, it's crazy slow how much slower it is post 200. It's 4 times slower. The main benefit, though, is AFK activities are just as strong, so they're basically 4 times stronger. It's actually something I want to get operational soon, is once I get to 226 smithing, I need to go get 215 mining, as it gives me the material for the 215, or the 226 smithing. I also need to do this all the way to 223 just so we can get to carbonate ore. I'm not sure I'm going to be doing too much carbonate ore, though. I'm probably going a little bit heavier on the AFK activity, just so I don't have to spend as much on smithing, because honestly, that's been starting to cost a lot. I think it's almost like 20 silver an hour or something, which isn't like the worst of worst if you were to go buy it, but it's something like 10, 20 silver an hour, which doesn't sound like a lot, but you know, every single night, that's like 100 silver down, which also doesn't sound like a lot, but you know, it starts adding up over time. Like burning that much every single night, when we already have like 0 gold pretty much. That's one issue we've had a while now. We've been doing polls for gold like the last 2 streams. And one issue we've definitely been having coming up over time is just the issue of getting gold. Because anytime I get any amount, I reinvest it into everything. And then it's like, oh, I have no gold to spend on other things I need to go invest it into. It's like a repeating cycle where I invest it into stuff we need for, you know, quicker XP rates and everything else. And then I go look at my gold stack. It's like, wait, I don't have any more gold to go invest back into XP. Where did it all go after I just invested it back into XP? But because you put it into some things but not others, it's like, oh yeah, I don't have it to spend into other XP now. So hello, Sir Valiant. Welcome, welcome. But yeah, if we do want to fix our gold issue, I think the best thing we could do in the short term is 222 merchant into 210 leatherworker. I've been mentioning those numbers for a while now. Well, technically 205 to 190, but 222 to 200. The reason for this is that gets us to the final hide that we can realistically do before going too deep into post 200 into either of those 2 skills. That's the main reason for them specifically, those weird numbers. As 222 gives us the hide of Superior Black Cow. And guess what the final hide tier here is? It is Superior Black Cow from 196. And the reason why I say 210 is because that's the furthest we can go with that hide before we hit a wall. Technically, we only need to reach 200. But if we wanted to keep doing it post 200 for a little bit of money, we could do it up to 210 before it's worse than the next alternative option. Which is one of the reasons for those 2 numbers. As at 210, we'd have a better option, but can't currently do it. And 222 gets us to that point. And if we were to do the next one over, it would have to be 239, which we're definitely not doing. But I feel like 222 into 210 is a nice middle ground. We're still going to make a ton of money from it, but we're not going to go like too crazy post 200 with it. Kind of like where our current raid and watch person level is. Where I really need to go get more combat XP for those as well. Because I don't really have a good active AFK right now for Brighter Shores, and I really need one. Because instead I've kind of just been AFKing smithing. Or, you know, the passive for smithing. Whereas we could be active AFKing for the raid dens, but the problem is I can't currently AFK them. My OZS said that they were at like level 229 and still weren't able to. And we're 3 levels lower than that, and yeah, we're definitely getting demolished by them here and there. Like, it can definitely kill them to some degree, but it's not consistent. So I'm not sure what we need. Another armor upgrade? Our weapons, I guess, upgrade as it can get. Like, that's not getting any better. So I'm not really sure what we're going to be doing with that, other than just, like, gain more combat levels. Worst comes to worst, I guess I could AFK combat for a few nights just to get it, but oh no, this seems like a waste compared to actually doing, like, the raid dens or something. But the problem is I would have to actively do the raid dens rather than passiving them. One thing I was considering was, which I actually been doing a little bit off stream, is killing the 218 still and hoping just we get like a magical upgrade or something. I haven't gotten it yet, but I'm just hoping for like that magical like 4-star armor upgrade or something that just makes us tanky enough that we instantly get it and it's like, oh yeah, we can AFK these now. That magical drop has not occurred yet. Carpenter is your active AFK? Oh no. Honestly, I might need to at some point, because you know how many logs I still need to process if I do the same philosophy to my logs? So we actually would have to at some point. If I was to go process every log we have to go see where we are in woodcutting to know how much woodcutting I need relative to carpentry. Because a lot of that's low tier stuff too that I'm going to be needing for stuff. With the Suavi definitely being the most relevant ones. But everything else also still being somewhat relevant. Which reminds me, I think I'm really low in tier 1 Suavi. I made so many of them back in the day, but most of them just got sold rather than banked. Because we were just desperate for the XP. But honestly, I kind of need them for those 0 to 19s. They're actually really, really important for that. And I believe I have almost 0 banked. I think I have less than 100. Despite the fact that we did like so many on the 32 grind, I really should have banked some of them. But I might still need to make them in the future. Or just buy them for the shop, honestly, at this point, because they're not going to be worth making. A lot of those lower tier ones at that point, if I don't already have them banked. Hey, Red Santa taking the lead again! If I don't already have them banked, it's not really going to be worthwhile. But I do want to go through every last log I have banked, regardless of how viable or unviable it is. So, yeah, that's the thing we'll be doing at some point. Even the low tier ones. Because, hey, if we're doing it for all these, I might as well go all the way. If we game this far, we might as well go all the way. I am still curious, though, if there's going to be an Iron Man opt-in mode or not. Because I'm really curious which one I click. As much as I want to have trading enabled, if he has a button that says you can permanently keep trading disabled, and this is just like a separate category of people, I am so considering clicking it. Like, there's so many things I want to do with trading, but also so many complications that trading adds. And just the simplicity of not needing to worry about it is like, ooh, that's so enticing. But if there was a choice when trading comes out, and it was like, do you want to permanently enable trading or permanently disable trading? I'm probably clicking the permanently disable for this account. I'll still be able to trade on the other two, and I'm hoping that they eventually add a feature, like the party room that he did in the past or something else, where I could still give items to my other accounts, as well as to other people by proxy of that. But for whenever we do like a drop party or something similar. But I'm really heavily considering that. We'll still be able to give items to people, and people will still be able to like trade them for us, or you know, even just give it out to people for free. Most likely, assuming he adds such a feature. But I'm really heavily considering it. Because after playing this game for like 2 months straight, almost 3 months by the time trading comes out, you know, completely self-sufficiently, I'm not sure if I want to go to non-self-sufficient mode after having done it self-sufficiently for so long. I don't know, we'll see. But if he does force every account to have to do trading, that's also fine. He's got to engage with the trading economy. Hit fishing top 20 last night? Nice! Huge congrats! Nice milestone. Had to take a screenshot before you get pushed out? Yeah. I think I was top 20 smithing earlier, and now I'm already down to like 20-something because I've only been AFKing at night. I haven't been like actively training it, though I will be today. We are dunking 2,500 bars, which should get us about a level or so. I say that, it might not. But I'm pretty sure it gets us at least one smithing level. Like an active smithing level, not just an AFK smithing level. Beyond what we'd already be getting. And our highest rank for total was like 16 at one point, and now we're down to 19. Technically, we're even lower than that because of hidden people, of course. Oh no, I didn't really ever care too much about going for leaderboard thingies. It's just a fun thing to kind of have. It also gives like a good milestone incentive. Like, let's say we get knocked down to like 21 Mines of Matubin. It's like, oh, let's go do the Mines of Matubin grind. Though there's one really easy way to secure Mines of Matubin. All we have to do is do Mine Fighter to 200. And we will secure that for like forever. Maybe not forever. But with just how much we'd be naturally getting all these other skills up, the only thing we'd have to do to go fix our ranking is literally get 200 Mine Fighter over a couple days or something. And it would instantly fix our rank. Because I've been doing very minimal combat. And most people that are like really high here are almost guaranteed like a billion Mine Fighter. If I click on any person here, I'll just randomly, how about this person? Let's check their Mine Fighter level. Mine Fighter level, okay, this is an outlier. Wait, what on earth? Never mind. What? 342 mining. They really want to go get their mining level up, gosh. I think the funnier thing is they're level 200 scout, but not 200 mine fighter. But have what is this level distribution? They're unranked in leatherworker, which means I believe they have level 0. But they still did like 20 plus in every other skill in that area. They got 200 scout as their only 200 combat. What? And then they have like 342 mining, which obviously went into blacksmith and stonemason. What is that level distribution? It really confuses me sometimes, the strategy some people go for. Like, there's no wrong strategy necessarily. But there's some that make me question why. So they haven't done any leatherworker. but still got base 20s in that chapter, which means they haven't unlocked trading for whenever trading comes out. But they went power mining, but still felt the need to get 200 scout? I guess they're maybe a guardian or something? I have no clue. But then why do they have level 63 bone rate? There's so many things I have questions about. Well, that's definitely one strategy, I guess. Of course, I would pick on, like, the one outlier from the point I was trying to make. Oh, no! We're like 21! Well, I guess we gotta go grind now. I just realized we're in, like, a multi-way tie down here. But, let's see. Let me go to someone up here. Let's do, I don't know, Conqueror. We've seen Conqueror quite a bit. I don't know, we kind of already know what his level is. Let's do someone we don't know. How about this one? 500 Mine Fighter. What? Nice. Unranked in Detective and 0 Watch Person, though. But 0 as in they still killed something, though. Because they're not unranked. They're 0 ranked, which means they have more than no EXP. Which means they killed, like, one singular thing, but then we're like, nah, I'm done with this. Yet they went 500 Mine Fighter. That's a funny one. They killed literally 1 unit in Chapter 4, yet killed to max level in Chapter 3. I find that really funny. They went to Chapter 4, killed 1 thing. It's like, yeah, that's enough. And then proceeded to get 500 Mine Fighter. That's pretty funny. 1 singular kill in Chapter 4, but enough kills for max level in Chapter 3. I don't know, seeing stuff like this just makes for a good laugh, though. Like, this isn't wrong, obviously. 500, having a 500 combat is so good. It's one of the things I kind of wish I would still go for, but just have been too lazy to go power grind. Because it takes forever. We're talking like a month-long grind. It's not like a casual grind where we're like, we're going to go get this grind done this weekend. That's like, we're going to get this grind done this month. It's not like a one stream or 2 commitment like what we're doing today for this dunking. Or even like a week-long commitment. That is like a dedicated month of, okay, we're going to go hit 500 watch person this month kind of, you know, grind. We were pulling that earlier, and some people did say that they wanted to see it. Though it wasn't a majority. I think it was like 30-something or 40%. It was the highest one in the poll, but it wasn't even more than half. But there were a lot of people that said we should go do the 500 watch person grind to go get the cape. Because if I'm doing any combat, the 500s could be that one. Oh no, I kind of want to wait for the combat reworks. I think is the biggest thing before I go like too heavy on combat. Beyond just like Ave King and Chronopolis or something. Same as even Mind Fighter 200. Ideally want special attacks and everything in before, you know, we do that grind. It's not required, but, you know, it'd be helpful. You're so dedicated at this game, thank you. There's definitely some people that have been playing way, way more than us, but, I don't know, I've been enjoying it a lot. I'm definitely here for the long haul, that's for sure. We'll still be here a year from now, years from now. As long as Andrew Gower keeps developing and keeps the servers up, we will be here. We were mentioning that even when we were getting, like, hundreds of views each stream. Like, we'd still be streaming this even if we had, like, 5 or 10 people watching. And that's basically where we're at now. Most of the time these days, especially when we're doing something a little bit more boring like this. And it's like, yep, we're still here. We're still going. I wasn't lying. That number could hit, like, 2 people and we'd still be here. Hopefully we'll do something a little bit more interesting most of the time, though. But it's just one of those grinds we kind of have to do. It's really chill and easy to talk to chat while doing this, though, which is the nice thing, though. 500 watch person will tank your total level progress, but, oh yeah, I don't care about total level progress too much. You know how much post 200 we've been doing recently? Almost, other than Gather, and I guess a little bit of Dunking of the Bones, we've been almost exclusively doing post 200 grinds recently. Like mining, smithing, watch person, even a little bit of merchant the other day. I do want to start getting to base 200, though. And after base 200, we can really start thinking macro efficiently. Because at that baseline, we're at a pretty good place to, like, start playing the game. I know the joke in old school RuneScape is you have to max before you can start playing the game, which is 99 all. But I would say the equivalent of that in Brighter Shores is you basically need 200 all before you can, like, really start playing the game. Not really. The game actually starts at 20 all. That's where the actual game starts for the realistic average person, is when you have level 20 in every skill. But it doesn't really start until 200 all. Because that's when all the systems have reached their final point. You also would have a great understanding of every skill by that point. And the intricacies of pretty much everything that there is in any skill. So by that point, you would know how to do any skill to a decently competent degree, as well as having them all decently leveled, while also, not sure where I'm trying to go with this, but you know, you'd finally be at the final XP rates and everything. I think is the big thing. Like, you're finally at the final drop rates, the final XP rates, the final everythings. So at that point, you fully have access to basically every skill. You might not be able to go and get the tier 6 material and stuff like that, but you know, you'd have access to some tier 5s, most of the tier 5s, access to most of the content within a skill by every single one of those points. So that's kind of when the game like truly starts. Though for the realistically, I would say base 20 is when the game truly starts, because 0 to 19 is tutorial level, 20 to 200 is, you know, the like the main game. I would say for most people, 20 to 200 is the furthest you're ever going to go, because anything beyond that is so hard. And 200 all is just when like the game is like fully like you're in the end game. If you have 200 all, you're in like the end game of Brighter Shores at that point, or definitely like the really late game. That's just the final stretch. Like getting to 500 is like a thing, but it's not really that needed for a lot of skills. Like it's definitely helpful, but there's a lot of skills that you could never get to 500 and you'd be perfectly fine living without them. You want to rush 500 combat since you think PvP will be within episodes? Yeah, there's a lot of stuff we don't know about it, though I believe they did mention in the AMA that your combat levels may not matter that much for it. Which is kind of interesting. But it seems like you won't need to get like 200 all in every chapter or even 500 in a single one in order to partake in PvP. I think the main reason they're doing this is not to isolate people. So someone who's at like, let's say like 30 in every combat would still be able to compete with people who are like 300 in everything, or even have like 2 500s or stuff like that. So they're going to be making it a little bit more of an even playing field, but do it in PvP brackets of some kind, called PvP leagues. What exactly this PvP league system is, we don't really know too much about. But it seems like their main way of balancing the game. So they're going to have a bunch of different leagues that you can go in and you can keep ranking up and, you know, going through the system. There'll be a leaderboard for the PvP leagues as well, similar to every other leaderboard that's already in the game. Oh, so that's something I really hope they do. They're better at boss leaderboards, because we are going to be killing so many that we'll easily be top 20 without even trying. Whatever the boss is, the first boss they ever release, we are killing it to the ends of the earth. There's 2 things I'm really hoping from the boss. Obviously, it needs at least 1 unique. Hopefully it's a fun unique, but doesn't actually take away from the whole crafting system. But I really hope that there's a cosmetic for it after like 1,000 kills or a couple thousand kills or something like that. Because, gosh, we're definitely going to hit it. Whatever the kill milestone is or whatever they do for it, we will get it for sure. And if trading's out by then, which I assume it would be, yeah, we'd also be able to trade away all the spears. Maybe like X amount of drops we handed out to everyone in chat. Because by then we'd have access to trading, and gosh, if we ever kill any of the bosses that much, we are going to have so many spears. Are they going to create Castle Wars instead? No, I don't think they're going down that route. Based on what we've heard, it's basically like Duel Arena. Like the old Duel Arena back in the day. Before it got removed due to gambling issues. They're basically adding that to this game. Will there be gambling issues again? Who knows? Hey, blue Christmas tree. That's actually relevant because I think that was my lowest tree. Or it was. Apparently I got 2 trees since then. Because my gap was like 5 before. Now it's 4 again. For whatever reason, my trees have gotten the best consistent RNG. Where the gap between them is only like 4. Yet my gap between my hats, my elf hats, is like 15 right now. I have the best laugh. Thank you. Also, hello, Chino, if I didn't already say hi. Welcome, welcome. Merch will definitely be your first 500. Yeah, honestly, I've been considering it. I've really been considering the 500 merchant grind. The problem with doing the 500 merchant grind is doing the 500 merchant grind. The concept of the 500 merchant grind is definitely the most efficient thing you could do after getting like 200 all. But, oh no, do we want to do it? It's not necessarily, like, I know it's like the best thing that we could be doing. But do we want to do merchant for that long is the thing. I don't know, I need to find a mindset to get into for merchant where I could do it for like 10 hours straight. Because right now, whenever I do merchant, I burn out after like 3 hours. I do find it to be the best skill in the entire game. For so many reasons. But, I don't know, something about it I can never do for more than a few hours. Before my brain just wants to give up. Or starts doing it so inefficiently that it's like, yeah, it's time to stop for now. But yeah, the skill just like prints money. It also gives you discount for leatherworker for the eventual armor making. Some people you've been talking to have been talking about a route finder. Yeah, someone made a tool for it. I personally prefer routing myself, though. I only ever used the tool once when it was brought up on stream a while back. Back when it was first made. I used it once just to see what it would route. but it is generally better to do it manually and just learn the routes manually rather than keep using the tool. It's cool to like kind of use a little bit so you can kind of get an idea of what to route and everything, but it's way quicker to route yourself. It's because you have to input everything and that wastes time. It also doesn't put into account synergies. Like, you still have to figure out the synergies yourself, which works a little bit better if you're already routing yourself as well. Because you have to know what to feed it. You can't just feed it junk data, otherwise it's going to give you a really bad path. Because it's going to try to route everything you give it, but you might be giving it something that's not worth routing. Like, it'll give you the most efficient route, I believe, for anything that you do feed it. But you gotta feed it the right info. So you kind of have to know what to even feed it in the first place. Otherwise, it's going to give you a route that's actually inefficient. Not because the pathing is inefficient, but because the tasks that you're giving it are inefficient. But it is a good tool you could potentially be using to offset it. I only ever used it once. But you have to already know like what good pathing is and everything to be able to utilize it fully. And it also takes time to input, which is time that you could be running to your next objective already. It doesn't just take it from the game. You have to like manually input every single thing you want to put in, which can take a good like 20 seconds. And if you're just standing there doing nothing, that's 20 seconds that you could be running to all your objectives. So you're already starting each run at least like 15 seconds behind. Which means the amount of extra efficiency that you get from it would have to be better than standing still for about 15 seconds or so. Which normally is not the case if you already kind of know generally what you're doing. Like, you know, if you already know most of the routing and everything. It's a really good tool for learning Merchant, though. It's just once you get a certain level of Merchant competency, you should probably stop using it for the most part. Unless you just kind of want to test around and kind of see what you can end up doing with it pathing-wise, or what comes up from it. But no, it is a good tool for sure, though. I just personally haven't been using it, though. It would definitely be less brain power, that's for sure. You just put it into the thing and then just follow the steps one by one. Because it basically removes the whole routing aspect of Merchant. As it basically solves that for you. You still have to manually, you know, move everywhere. But as far as figuring out the path, it does it for you. Alright, so far we've gained 1 bone right level. Still working up slowly. We're getting there. One nice thing about this is we are still getting gatherer levels. It's only like a little less than 1 level an hour, but we are gaining gatherer levels. Not a lot, but hey, more than 0. Hey, that reminds me, before I get to like 135 gatherer, I do need to scrap together like 17 more gold. It might be our merchant leatherworker angle soon again. Maybe that's tomorrow's stream, who knows. Do Cryo Knights naturally get a buff when using ice weapons? Yes and no. The way that each class works, currently, is they all have their primary element have the best weapons in the game. So, Cryo Knights have the best blue weapons in the game, Hammer Mages have the best yellow weapons in the game, and Guardians have the best green weapons in the game. This makes them really good at fighting whatever the weakness is to those elements in any given area, because they just naturally have the best weapons in those categories. For example, generally how this works is there's a different percent chance of elemental damage on every weapon. And most of them, I believe, are, what, 31 to 49? But on the one that is related to your class, you can see it's a way bigger number. Like, this 85 is way bigger than that 43, because we're a Cryo Knight, and this is a Cryo weapon. So our range is like 71 to, I believe, 89%. So we have a way higher percent compared to if we were a Hammer Mage. Whereas a Hammer Mage on a weapon like this would have somewhere from 71 to 89% on their yellow weapon, but I only have 43. Whereas the other way around, I have like 71 to 89. Gosh, I will eventually say the right number. 71 to 89% on my rapier right now, my blue weapon. But if this was a Hammer Mage, theirs would only be around like, you know, like 30 to like 49% or so. So that's the main difference, is whatever their main element is, they do way, way better compared to the other two classes. And they always have a melee, a two-hand, and a ranged weapon for that element as well. For example, my class right now has a range option and a one-handed option for yellow, but does not have a two-handed option for yellow. It also, when it comes to green, only has a range weapon for green, but has no melee weapon at all. So it only has 2 options for yellow and only 1 option for green. And I believe every class is set up like that as well, where they only have 3 for their main one, which they do the best. They have 2 for the one that they are not good against. And then they have they have 2 for the one that they are good against, and then 1 of the one that they're not. So, for example, or did I say that the other way around? So basically, a Cryo Knight, for example, obviously has 3 blues, 1 for every single style, and also has them at the highest percent of any class in the game. But then it also has 2 yellows, because that's the one it's weak to. So it has one hand, for example, and a ranged weapon. But because it's strong against Guardian, it only has 1 Guardian weapon, which is one green weapon, which is a bow. So anything that something is strong against, it only ever gets 1 for. So Guardian, for example, only has a ranged yellow weapon. It does not have any melee yellow. And similarly, Cryo Knight does not have any melee blue. It only has a range blue. So they generally have the least amount of options of the thing that they're good against, but the most amount of options for the color that they are. I hope that didn't make it more confusing. I feel like with a visual, that would be way easier to explain. But it's a 3-2-1 distribution. They have the best for their element, and they have the worst for the thing that they're good against, basically. And the combat triangle is Cryo Knight beats Guardian, Guardian beats Hammer Mage, and Hammer Mage beats Cryo Knight. Not sure exactly how that's going to work in PvP, though, because who on earth is going to fight what they're weak to in PvP? Unless it's like an auto queue system or something. Yep, no problem. Yeah, 500 combat is definitely the best, or, the quickest way to get up to money making. And it's something I'm even considering with Detective, because while Detective at the lower level range isn't, like, absurdly good money, you know what is absurdly good money, though? You know how much you'd make from, like, a 393 investigation, or a 470 investigation? Because that's probably over a gold an hour to 2 gold an hour to almost 3 gold an hour. Like, it's not bad. Like, at the lower level range, it's like, oh gosh, this needs a buff. But by that high of a level, it's like, oh, we could actually, like, primarily do this as a method if we want to. It is actually good enough. Like, it's probably the first one I'm really going to consider going pretty heavy on. It's like the 393 whenever we get, like, that high. Especially because we'll need it for the, 451 push. But that must make some actual, like, pretty good cash. I wonder if the wiki has the full breakdown yet. Of, like, about how much per investigation you're making at that level range. I want to go check. Because I want to know. I know it's definitely going to be worse than, like, Leatherworkers, like, 5 to, like, 7 gold an hour at that level range. But, does it actually have the breakdown of investigation profit per hour? Or even just per task? Let's see. Detective. No, it doesn't. The highest we have is a 197. Does it really scale that badly? That means it's doing less than 100 silver per investigation. No, that's still kind of good, though. Because as long as they don't slow down a ton, isn't that still almost like 2 gold an hour? Because I think you can do every investigation in about 3 to 4 minutes, give or take a little bit. Let's say 4 minutes. Let's be generous and be, like, on the low ball. That's 15 per hour. So that'd be 1.5 gold per hour. That's still awful, though. 1.5 gold per hour at, like, level 393 is pretty bad. That's still kind of horrible. So you'd be mostly doing it for the XP, not the money. But that's still 1.5 gold an hour. That's not, like, a small amount of gold, but for that level range, it's kind of a small amount of gold. Compared to other skills, money making at that, level range. Which profession makes you the most money? There's 2. You can either go into a 500 combat, because 300 to 500 combat makes a ton of money. Honestly, everything post 200 makes a ton of money for any skill, combat-wise. But the other one to do it for is merchant into leatherworker. Those are the 2 biggest ones. Either focus on a 500 combat in any chapter, or doing merchant into leatherworker are the 2 most profitable ones. Merchant, the leatherworker, is more immediately profitable. It's also consistently profitable because leatherworker is pretty much the same amount of money per hour with no variance at all. It's never going to make you more. It's never going to make you less unless you're like AFK in it or something. But it's never going to make you more or less. It's really consistent per hour. Whereas the only slight issue is even though, you know, combat does make you more at the higher level range, the lower level range barely makes you anything at all, especially if you're potting up for it and, you know, like using potions and everything. You actually like pretty much break even at some level ranges if you're trying to just like speed through it. You only start really making the profit at the higher level range, like 200 plus, particularly 300 plus. But Merchant Leatherworker is always consistently profitable, even at the low level range all the way to the super high level range. I think it caps out at about 6 to 7 gold an hour at the absurdly high level range. Like we're talking like 400 plus. More so for Leatherworker. I'm not sure what Merchant caps out at. I want to say a few gold per hour. I'm actually not sure. Does anyone know? Anyone 400 Merchant here? Where's Miles? Yes. He would probably know. I'm actually curious how much gold per hour he's getting. Because whatever he's getting at his level range is probably the realistic amount you'd be getting at 400. I think he's slightly lower than 400. But I'm pretty sure he's playing pretty efficiently at this point. Though, in all fairness, anyone who's like at almost 400 Merchant is probably playing Merchant pretty efficiently by that point. Or sure hope so. Oh, so hello, Zapira. Welcome. How are we doing? We're doing pretty good. Holidays went really well. Right now, we are just dunking a bunch of resources that we've been putting off for forever. And just kind of been chatting with chat since we have a lot of time to be looking at chat. So if you guys have any questions, anyone want me to go over any things, let me know. As definitely going to be a pretty much just chatting stream as we go. And dunk a billion bones. I think we still have like 4,000 something left. It's a scary number. And we're doing all of them, by the way. I'm not stopping until every last bone and every last bar is done. Until I can go to all 3 of these storage bins and see a perfectly clean bank, we are going. So that's pretty much the whole stream. At least like 80% of it. I'll probably still throw something else in between, but this is pretty much the stream for today. It's one of those grinds we just have to do, so I'm just biting the bullet and just going all in at once. Rather than splitting it across a long period of time. We're just doing one mega stream of just getting it all done. So we don't have to worry about it later. Just concentrate it all in one single burst. That's the game plan. But yeah, after we do end up doing these, what is our grind for tomorrow then? We basically have 2 angles. We can either go into gathering or into money. The problem with doing gathering is I'm eventually going to be money locked out of it the second I hit 135. At 135, I require a max sickle. And by max, I mean level 25. The problem with that is I need about 17 more gold. The problem with that is I have 1 gold, so I need about 16 more gold. So, yeah, I need to somehow generate 16 gold. And the main thing that comes to mind is a Merchant Leatherworker stream at some point soon. Or maybe even just Leatherworker. How high can I go with Leatherworker right now? Because I got a bunch of deer hides from drop, so even though I don't have 205 Merchant, I can still do some at 190. So I can probably go to like 191, 192 Leatherworker. Though I wouldn't make any money from these because I plan to bank them. So I can currently go to, yeah, 190 before I get walled. Because I'm pretty sure I have White Cal. Let me just double check. Do I have access to Superior White Cal? I believe I do. Let me just double check. Yes, I do. You get that at level 200. So, yeah, I can currently do to 190 Leatherworker, which is 15 Leatherworker levels. That's a lot of money. If we go to the Leatherworker thing, this is also why I said Merchant Leatherworker so much money. If we go over to Leatherworker real quick, just to see, like, the wiki's number. Keep in mind, from what we just saw right there, if we were to give, like, a rough estimate, like, 393 Merchant, Detective was only, like, almost, like, 1.5 gold an hour. Maybe 2 if you get lucky. And then look at what it is at only, like, 175 Leatherworker. If we go to Leatherwork, with Merchant discount, of course, this does require doing some Merchant beforehand, but you do make money from that as well. But if we just check the money per hour of the other activity here, let's see. So we're at this White Superior Cal right now. And this number right here is the money per hour with Merchant discount. It is 1.7 gold an hour, roughly. Obviously, this could vary if you're doing any AFK. I'm not sure how tick perfect this is, as far as what they're calculating for. But it is roughly 1.7 gold profit per hour. That is a lot of money. But that's how much we'd be getting if we were doing Leatherworker right now, at only level 175. It does require 200 Merchant, though. You do kind of have to do them together. It's not required, but Your profit is substantially higher if you do the merchant grind beforehand. Alright, let me go get my XP pot. I am coming back here every single time to go do this. Also, should I go get some cooking contracts? You know what? I think we will. We've been neglecting on our daily cooking level, mostly because we're about to hit the wall. But we still got access to omelets, so maybe I'll go do it. You know what? Maybe that's even something we do for cooking too, is trying to get past the next threshold so we can kind of skip it as well. I don't know. Let me go just check. Because we're going to be having to come back here every so often to go grab the potion, so might as well get some free value and check the board while we're here. I want to take all of them that are super free. For example, this one is as free gets. Like, mega, ultra, deluxe free. Anything else, like, in the super free category? Jellied eels? I don't know. Is that worth going out of our way for? It's only 3, though. I don't know. I'll take it for now. The other one I probably won't. We actually lose money on that, I'm pretty sure. And for that small of a turn-in, it's just not worth it. Alright, so we're just going to grab those 2, then. Alright. We'll be back. And by the time we come back, the board should be refreshed with how much downtime there will be. Alright, let me just grab our potion then, and go head back. Ah, Zerai Joel's here. Nice, nice. I should be seeing a couple people in the other room too. Let's see. Grab one of these. Honestly, I'm gonna need more of these soon. Oh yeah, I accidentally despawned another stack of these, by the way. I accidentally despawned like 45 of them yesterday. Kind of like those 45 mining pots that died that one day. It happened again, finally. So it's happened twice now. I've killed almost 100 pots due to despawn because you can't wield them. That's why I've been so paranoid about like juggling them on the ground lately. It's happened twice now. And every time it happens, it's like 100 silver. Which I know it's not like a lot, but hey, 200 silver, that's up. 200 silver down the drain of just dropped potions. So I'm so paranoid that I'm going all the way there just for... Oh, wait, I did the wrong pattern. No! I did the right pattern, but I did it on the wrong tile. I failed Tentacle Road. No! I always try to do it tile perfectly. But I accidentally did it tile perfectly in the wrong angle. Oh, I can actually just go through here because he's standing here. Thank you, guy. A little bit of a shortcut. Alright, let's go back to the boning. And this will be 95 bone rate. We should have 100 bone rate this stream, if nothing else. And probably gain at least a smithing level. I don't think we're going to gain 2, but we'll definitely gain at least 1 smithing level. Let's see. Give me those bone spikes. But yeah, let's see how many bones we have left. 1,000, 2,000... Let's say 3,000, 4,000. Yeah, we only got 4,000 left. We're almost there. We're so close. 4,000 left. It's basically like 100 times 40. Okay, but then the gatherer. Hey, gatherer level. No clue if it's a thing, Rico, but your 2 alts, level 0 in all skills except guard. Oh, wait, what was the question? Are there people going for guard only with no classes? I think there are. I know Brighter Shore Central is actually waiting until special attacks come out before he's doing anything related to picking a class. And I'm not sure if he's the highest in the game. I know there's a few other people kind of doing that as well. I'm not sure who's the highest of all of them, though. Let's see. Put that in together again. There we go. Right, let's keep going. Hey, there are some people who literally haven't picked a class because they're waiting until special attacks come out before they choose what class they're going to go for. Just in case special attacks really change things up. The only problem with doing that is I feel like Hammer Mage will look like the best when it comes to special attacks. So if you're doing it based on that, Hammer Mage would gain the biggest beneficiary from it. But Cryo Knights and Guardians are still going to be getting a lot of good stuff when it comes to special attacks. It's just because Hammer Mages have slower hitting weapons in general that they're probably going to be the bigger beneficiary of the mechanic. As every yellow weapon they have is a slow hitting one. Whereas Cryo Knight is a mix of quick and slow. And the Guardian is just all quick. And obviously, this is their primary weapon. They obviously have a bunch of other weapons with different attack speeds and everything. With different viabilities. Like the physical option for Hammer Mage and Cryo Knight are pretty good. But for Guardian isn't as good. But special attack might reflect that some by having a really good special attack physical for Guardian. Like anywhere that where like a weapon is weaker is generally going to have a better special attack, I would assume. That might not always be the case, and if they have a weak special attack into a weak weapon, then they're just going to be like dead content. But I assume most of the worst weapons right now are going to have slightly above average special attacks compared to the average weapon. So I mean that's considered weaker right now is actually probably stronger after special attacks. Whereas the ones that are considered pretty good right now might not be as viable. Unless you're only running like one of them. Like as your DPS weapon. Like the longsword, for example. Might have like a really bad special attack, but is still our best DPS weapon for neutral damage as a Cryonite. You've been keeping them AFK day 1 since combat? Oh gosh. Actually, I have my 2 alts doing AFK combat right now. Though I'm trying to do it so they can get 59 for the Mines of Matubin's 4-star quest. I mean 5-star quest. Because right now I'm trying to work them through that. And then after that I'm putting them all in on the production skill. Which is kind of ironic because one of them actually has level 0 in their production skill right now. And I think the other one has level 7. But yeah, I'm doing that later. Obviously it's not like a first priority kind of thing. But we will be getting around to it on them. But I've kind of been putting them in a little bit of everything. The main reason I stopped doing it in combat only is it was getting really annoying to keeping their weapon. So since I've gotten to chapter 4, it's a lot easier to do now. Because you can just get it from the shop. But yeah, how are you upkeeping their weapon all the time? If you're constantly doing them in combat. Because that's actually the main thing that made me pivot them. Was it became too annoying to keep maintaining their weapon. Like, let's say you're doing guard to 500. It is very RNG based if you're going to keep getting a, you know, weapon upgrade, especially post 200. And if they're actually going to get one that they can, you know, use for the AFK activity. At least until trading comes out anyways. You just buy the green weapon from store. Okay, so you went all the way to chapter 4 and just get them there. Is the green one actually strong enough? I could have sworn I was needing at least blue in order to have enough strength. Yeah, I know you never die during it. But I mean, well, I guess I never did get them to chapter 4, so I wouldn't know if you could do an upscale 1-star. Because I was trying to upkeep it without having chapter 4, I think was the problem. Because after chapter 4, it becomes way easier too. Because it gives you, like, always at least one option every single 4 hours that you can just grab. Yeah, both my alts are currently doing combat, but are doing it purely for Lost and Found quests. Which I highly advise everyone do if you haven't already done it. Lost and Found is very important to have before special attack weapons come out. And the reason I want to have it on the alts is I plan to go really heavy on production on them. One's going to get 500 Stone Mason, the other one's going to get 500 Bone Rate. That way I don't really need to worry about post 200 for either of them too much. So I just realized, at our current rate, we're actually not that far away from 200 all. Like, it seems like we're a while away because we are. But it's actually not that far. Given that Chapter 5's coming out late enough where it's not going to come up before we get 200 all, I think we're only 2 months away from 200 all at our current amount of playtime. Like, by sometime in February, we'll be 200 all. Just from casually starting around wherever. We also got a lot of banked XP on skills that aren't currently maxed. For example, most notably, Alchemy. By the time we get to Alchemy, I'm almost going to have 200 completely banked. Or at least like 70% of it. And whatever isn't banked, you can just buy the profitable ones from the shop. And cooking's decently AFK to get up. I feel like the hardest ones that we still need to get up that we haven't are Carpentry, Bone Rate, obviously, which is one of our main focuses, gathering the Bone Rate. We're literally doing Bone Rate to some degree right now. It's a lower tier bone, but we're still technically doing Bone Rate right now. But Bone Rate, Carpentry, and I think that's it. Those are like the only 2 killer ones that we haven't finished yet. The combats are as free gets. Cooking, if you don't mind doing just only stew and sandwiches, is pretty free. You just gotta alternate between them. That becomes extremely non-viable post-200 though. But pre-200, you can kind of cheese it that way. Especially at some level range, like when we get to 95 for the next sandwich. Or sorry, 94 I think it is. Fishing is gonna be a little bit annoying because I think I'm dropping most of them to the ground. There might be a few that I bank, but I'm probably only banking like 5-10% of all fish we catch. The rest is either being sold or dropped. So that's the only disappointing thing with doing fishing. I do plan to bank most woodcutting, if not all woodcutting, because we need 200 carpentry, so I don't want to have to keep going back and forth, so it's getting it through that. Foraging is going to be mostly banked. I don't want to get too much junk, but any of like the more useful material we will be banking from it. The rest will just get dropped for XP rate. And then, yeah, that's basically all of them then. And of course, alchemy gets fed when we do forager into gatherer into minefighter. It'll get most of the XP it needs just from getting everything else to 200. So yeah, there really isn't any annoying grind left. The most annoying ones left are probably fishing, carpentry, and bonerite. Fishing because we're getting basically no value from it the entire time, compared to many other skills. Carpentry because it's carpentry. And bonerite because it's bonerite. But yeah, those two are like the two scary ones that we have left. Carpentry and bonerite grind. Currently we're working on the gatherer bonerite grind, as well as minefighter. Because whatever I have is gaps when I get 200 gatherer, or whatever gather we're finally getting. Whatever I have is gaps in between. I'm just doing minefighter to offset it. Like our minefighter grind to 200. Every single knowledge we get while doing 200 minefighter is just going only exclusively into bonerite. Every last bit of it. Hello, Justin. Welcome, welcome. Let's see. Been a while. Hope you had a good holiday. Oh, I had a wonderful holiday. Hope you had a good holiday as well. You see, you broke down and bought another profession cape? Yeah. I did end up going for this one. It was kind of a toss-up between 200 smithing and 200 mining. But as I kept seeing the 200 mining cape compared to 200 smithing cape, I don't like the 200 smithing cape because there's axes at the bottom instead of swords. And then I saw like the shimmery effect on this one. It was like, ooh, I gotta have it. It's hard to see in here because it's not really light in, you know, the tunnels. At least not in the same way that the overworld does. But all the things on this cape shimmer in the light. It's really cool. It has like a lot of gold effects, especially on the gold pan, but oh no, some of the other stuff too. It's like a gold reflective surface, which is rather unique to this cape. I'm not sure if any other cape actually does it in such a similar way. But yeah, it has a really, really cool reflective surface on many of the things on it. Actually, does the, oh no, does the, what's it called cape have that? The merchant cape on all the gold on it? Because all the gold on this cape has a really, really cool reflective effect. It's hard to tell in the tunnel though, but when you're outside in the light, when you go from like the shadow into the light, it's like really, really obvious whenever it like gleams in the light. You just don't see it much, oddly enough, in the area that you actually train it in. Because obviously we're in the tunnel, so there's like no light sources pretty much. Or, you know, there's enough light to see, but there's not like much shadow or light difference compared to when you're in the actual sunlight outside. Oh, you can somewhat see it right there, a little shimmer. It does it a lot more in the actual light though. If we go do some gatherer later, you'll see it like pop off like every few seconds. It just keeps like brightening up every single time the sunlight goes on it. Compared to when you go into shade underneath a tree. Yeah, the Minefighter cape looks really, really cool too. The 500 Minefighter cape. I still prefer the Dragon for 500 Watch Person. But the Minefighter 500s actually goes pretty hard as well. It's one of the better looking capes in the entire game. It's definitely in the top 5 of like best looking capes. I would say this one is as well. Honestly, a lot of them in this area are really, really top tier. But the mining and Minefighter ones in particular, I feel like are the two best looking 500 capes in this area. But yeah, what is my favorite cape from every chapter? Let's see. My favorite one from chapter 1 is definitely the 500 Fisher. My favorite one from chapter 2... It's probably... I'm not sure. It's either 500 Scout or 500 Woodcutter. Probably 500 Scout. Then for Mine to Matubin, it's a toss-up between 500 Miner or 500 Minefighter. It really comes down to do you want to do it through combat or through skilling. And then for Chronopolis, it's hands down 500 Watch Person. It's not even close. The 500 Merchant does look good, but not as good as 500 Watch Person does. You can't beat a full dragon on a cape. Yeah, I think that's my verdict for top 5 in the game. Not in that order. No, in no particular order. My favorite 500 capes are fishing, even though it's the most useless skill in the entire game, currently. But fishing in chapter 1, Scout in Chapter 2, Minefighter and Miner in Chapter 3, and obviously Watch Person in Chapter 4, which will probably be our first 500 cape realistically. Not anytime soon, but, you know, down the line is likely to be our first 500 cape. You like the look of the Gathering Cape? I don't know, the Gathering Cape to me always looked really green. Like, really, really, really green. Like, not in the way that this cape looks green. But I mean, like, I look at the cape and I think green. I don't know, let me go look at the Gathering Cape. Let me see. Like, it's just so much green. Profession capes. Profession capes. Like, it's like mega, mega green. Let's see. Yeah, there it is. Oh, it doesn't have the 500 one. Hey, look at how much green. I don't know. I'm looking at it. I don't know. From a distance, it doesn't look as good to me. Close up, it actually does look pretty cool how it's layered and everything. I think the problem with it, from a distance, it just looks like green. I'm not sure how to describe it beyond that. It just looks like a blob of green from a distance. But up close, it does actually look pretty cool. I think it's one of those when you see someone passing by, it doesn't look as good. But if you're like staring at it, it looks a lot better. It's just when you're moving, you can't see all the more intricate details on it, and it just kind of all blends together. Whereas this cape has a lot more contrast with all like the gold and the grays and the browns and everything, and the green. There's the problem with that cape is it has a lot of shades of green, so whenever someone's just walking by and you look at it, it's like, you know, it kind of all blends together. Because it has really low contrast compared to an average cape. Like, it's just green, 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 green. He's basically like all shades of green. Even the browns are like greenish browns. Green's your favorite color? Oh, that would do it then. I would say like that cyan color is my favorite color. Might be why I like the fishing cape so much as well. It's not the exact cyan that's on the dragon cape though. That one's slightly too washed out, but it still works. But more so the bright cyan color, like the cryonite color. Like when you were doing that one like cryonite looking like frosty color. Like that blue is like my favorite color blue. It's one of the reasons we want cryonite as well. Like this is a cool blue, but it's not like my favorite blue. The one that's on the 500 watch person cape. Like it's in the same category of color, but it's a really washed out version of it. The saturation on it's just not high enough. I still love the cape though. Like it's the right category of blue, but it's not the right exact blue. Whereas the Fisher cape actually has that blue a little bit more. Like that really nice like cyan color kind of blue. I also like how the fishing cape goes all the way to the depths. It's one really cool way of using the layering system. Because as you have more and more layers, like this is all above ground, you know, in the fishing cape right now. But as you go deeper and deeper, you keep going underwater deeper and deeper and deeper. It's a really cool concept. I feel like it's one of the few capes that use the layering system the absolute best out of like any cape in the game. Is the 500 fishing cape. Because every single tier you get, you go deeper into the depths of the sea with more sea creatures on it. Which is such a perfect concept for the cape. Out of any cape that uses a layering system, I feel like the fishing cape is like the #1 in the entire game for like best use of the layering system out of any cape. I don't think it's the best overall cape, but it's the best example of using the layering system of how these capes work really, really well for the design of the cape. It's hard to tell in just a 50 though. Well, I wish there was like someone with a 200 here so I could show it. Actually, we can still show it here. Let's see. If we go to the Fisher Cape, this is what I mean. Like, you start all the way at the above ground, and it goes deeper into the water, then deeper into the water, then, like, all the way in deep sea, where you have, like, glowy fish. But I really like that concept of it, where you start, like, above ground, but then go deeper and deeper and deeper. It's a really cool concept for the layering of the cape. Whereas I feel like some capes just do it for the sake of doing it. Whereas that one is actually a really integral part of the design of the cape. And also still looks like a full cape at every single level range, which is nice. That's one issue with that I have with the guard cape. Even though the watch person cape 500 looks good, every variant that isn't the 500 looks kind of bad because all you have is a chopped off dragon. Which is not ideal. But when you have a fully fleshed dragon on it, it's like, ooh. But, I feel like every cape in that one is, like, so bad pre-500. Which is the only bad thing with some of the categories. I feel like the alchemy cape's like that, too. Until you get 200, the cape looks kind of bad. But at 200, it makes sense, and at 500, it's, like, fully finished. There's one of those capes where a partial one just doesn't do it. Like, for now, the one that we have right now, like, this looks like a full cape we're wearing right now. It does get a cool, like, little glowy thing at the bottom once you get, like, all the way max. Actually, does Rita Orr have that on the thing yet? Let me go check. I'm not sure if he would have posted it yet or not. Let me go check. Because I saw Rita Orr in-game with it the other day. But I'm not sure if it got posted on the wiki yet. The 500 mining cape. Let's see. Yeah, there it is, Rita Orr. I assume that's him. But yeah, at the bottom, you get a pickaxe mining, like, some kind of glowstone, which is the AFK activity for it. Which is kind of funny, because this actually has 2 out of 4 AFK activities. I never noticed that. The mining cape. Because it starts with an active minecart system. In the middle, it has... I'm actually not sure what that is in the middle there. Then it has gold panning AFK. Then it has mining AFK. But yeah, it gets like a cool glow effect at the bottom. To go with all of its like shimmeriness. Because I believe it's kind of like slightly glows. Like it's like really bright compared to the rest of the cape. And I think it kind of glows a little bit in the light whenever it gets like reflected on. There's a lot of reflection mechanics for some reason in this cape. Like that cape when you go into the light is just a complete light show. With how much it reacts to the light. Because I'm pretty sure those little shimmery like light things at the bottom, like I'm pretty sure they glow in the light. Instead of glowing in the dark, they glow in the light, I'm pretty sure. Like when light reflects off of it. It's not like a glow in the dark effect, it's like the exact opposite. Or whenever light shimmers on it, it gets even brighter. Yeah, minecarts are great at some level ranges. The only big issue with late game minecarts, though, is your pickaxe is such a good percent that they're actually not that viable. They are in some dead zones. Like, the only time I'm ever going to have to do minecart again is at, where is it? Where's the final minecart? At 317 to 325, and that's it. That's the last time I have to do minecarts. Because you can't cycle 317 minecart into Flint. I wish you could, but you can't. The turn-in point for fossils is north, and you have to have a west or south turn-in point to be able to do Flint afterwards. So you can't do like a Flint into minecart system for that, unfortunately. So yeah, you basically only do this final one for 8 levels. You do it from 317 to 325, and then never not touch a minecart again. So from 325 onwards, you never need a minecart ever. Beyond that point. Because you would do this AFK all the way till Flint. Get whatever Flint you want for perfect Flint. Then you do your 341 AFK till probably your next AFK. And then your next AFK to your next AFK. And then you could finally start doing the Golden Age of Iron at 372. That's where you get the true iron ore. That's the real stuff right there. It's a little bit of a dead zone. You actually gotta do a lot of AFKs in that range. Unless you just want to do a lot of Flint. If you want to just mine like 1.5 billion flints. I guess hammer mages would care about that a bit more. Because Flint is basically the iron ore of hammer mages. But, I'm not sure if I would care about Flint that much. Like, I would definitely grab some. Definitely enough to get at least 341. But, I don't think after I would get that AFK that I would bother keep doing Flint. Because I'd rather have the AFK for Stonemason down the line. And Deathstone doesn't gain any benefit from that. So, yeah, this is a pretty dead zone. Because fossils don't gain any XP bonus from your pickaxe. Ironically, you get your final pickaxe upgrade into getting something that doesn't even gain any benefit from pickaxe. So that's actually a bit of a dead zone. Because you basically have to go from 341 to 356 to 364 to 372 using only AFK. That is like a month of AFK. Like, yeah, you get the final upgrade of your pickaxe around that time and everything. But unless you're power grinding through that, that's a month of AFK realistically. Just to power through there. Unless you really want a ton of flint. Like a ton of flint. Like an absurdly high amount of flint. Like we're talking tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of flint. Like unless that's your goal, yeah, you're stuck there for a while having to do AFKs. How many levels is that total from 341? You'd have to do 31 levels completely AFK. That's like a whole month of nothing but mining AFK. But it's kind of worth it because you're getting a bunch of banked EXP for other AFKs for mostly stonemason, it looks like. I think propadium, actually, are all 3D stonemason? I think they are. I'm pretty sure marble, limestone, and propaldium are all stonemason AFK. I'm pretty sure they are. I don't think any of those are for mining. Or, I mean, smithing, I mean. So it's not too big a deal that you're missing on flint. Because you're still getting stonemason EXP. But yeah, that's really bad for Cryonites. That is such a dry streak for Cryonite. Because I'm skipping gold panning as well. Wow, that is such an absurdly dead zone. Wait, what? How big is this dead zone? We basically have to go from 294 green ores all the way through to, like, there. Well, I guess technically the mine carts. But yeah, that's so much dead zone because we're skipping gold panning as well. Most likely, though at that point maybe I will consider doing it, who knows. But, yeah, that means we'd have to do 294 to at least the 301, AFK that till 309, go back to doing the greens until 317 pretty much. Then we can do minecarts to 325, AFK that, start doing flint to 341. But then just an AFK rally at that point. 341 to 356, 356 to 364, but then we hit the golden age of tier 6 iron ore, and then it'll be all worth it at the end. It's a lot of effort to get there, but once we get there, we are at the perfect iron. And then with queuable actions, we could just live at the iron ore forever. Because honestly, I'm willing to make a bet doing these iron ores is better per hour than carbonies if you were banking the carbonies. If you just wanted to bank everything, I'm pretty sure your XP rate... You could literally camp 372 iron, I'm pretty sure it's a level 500. You probably shouldn't, but you could. Like, you could literally camp this, especially with queuable actions, from 372 all the way till 500. Just because it's the closest ore in the game to a bank, as far as the smithing supplies. The only exception to that is you probably want to pick up platinums at 442. And eventually some amount of the green at 472. But beyond that, you can literally do iron all the way till max if you really want to. Tier 6 iron. It wouldn't hurt. It wouldn't be ideal, but it's definitely doable. Let's see. There we go. Yeah, perfect iron is going to be good for a lot of things. It makes a shield for Cryonite, which also means other classes can upgrade with it. So not only is it the easiest way to get a shield if you're a non-Cryonite, if you need a shield upgrade for level 500 or for 400 or whatever high number. So if you're not a Cryonite, you need it for a shield upgrade. If you're a non-Cryonite, you need it for a weapon upgrade. If you are a Cryonite, it has your best in slot one hand. If you are a Cryonite, it has an okay shield. And if you are a Cryonite, it has your best physical range weapon, or your only physical range weapon, which if that gets a good special attack might actually be viable. So it has multiple layers. At bare minimum, it has best in slot one hand for Cryonite, and for every other class, it has your shield upgrade and your one hand upgrade. Basically meaning your weapon upgrade and your shield upgrade on one single material is just good to go with just iron. Just tier 6 iron. Like, if you need a 350, you're good to go. If you need a 500, you're good to go. If you need, like, a 450, like, all that high-level range could all be done just with the tier 6 iron. That's going to be a really, really good resource, like, way down the line. Because every non-Cryonite's going to need it, and every Cryonite's going to need it. Cryonites need it for their one hand, mostly. And every non-Cryonite needs it because it'll be the cheapest way to make upgrades. Because it'll be cheaper than all the other ore. And it only requires 4 and 5. 4 for a weapon and upgrade, and 5 for a shield upgrade. And it'll be cheaper than the other ore that are in tier 6 category. So if you're just looking for an upgrade, it'd be the cheapest way and quickest way to do it. So yeah, those things are going to be really precious material. It's going to be a really absurdly sought after one. Tier 6 iron ore. Tier 5 iron ore is also good because it makes 199s for the for everyone as well. But tier 6 is going to be like tier 5s are the good for the lower range, but tier 6s are going to be insane for the higher range. Just because it covers all the way to 500. And when it comes to Cryo Knights, it starts covering you at like 341 as well. I think is when you get your rapier. So you get your best in slot weapon pretty much yeah, only 341, which isn't that bad at all. Like obviously that's a ways away, but it's not that bad, 341. Like it's high, but it's not like that high. And then we get a cool looking perfect rapier. That might actually be one of the few times I would actually make it. The only problem with that is I probably will not have a mining level anytime soon. Oh no, we'd really have to pivot into mining smithing to really get that going. Which at some point I will. I think it's actually one of the main things I'm doing post 200. Like I know we should be going for probably the merchant all-in grind or something like that. But one of my things I probably plan to do pretty heavily once I have 200 all, unless there are other mechanics in the game like bosses or other things that would make me pivot into it, my plan is probably to go really heavy into mining smithing. I am actually really considering that 500 mining smithing grind. Mostly for the 500 smithing, obviously, but we need the 400 something mining to go support the 500 smithing. But I'm heavily considering it. We technically don't need 500 mining, though, unless we want the cape. Theoretically, we only need, like, 475 mining or so. Or, you know, 474, just, like, some of that material. Because the biggest two are the tier 6 iron at 372. That's, like, the biggest ones. And then the other one is the platinum at 442. We'd still bank some carbonice, but it's not as important. But the platinum and the, at least in the current balance of the game, the iron ore and the platinum are the biggest two. And regardless of what the balance of the game is, iron ore will always be absurdly viable. As it'll be the cheapest tier 6 ore you could do for upgrading anything for smithing. So every non-Cryo Knight will need like 1 billion of them. And even Cryo Knights still need 1 billion of them as well. Everyone needs 1 billion of them. It's just the cheapest, highest tier ore in the game for smithing. Whereas, of course, the green one would be the most expensive one. And Deathstone would be like... I don't even want to know how much tier 6 Deathstone costs. If I had to guess, it's probably like over 100 silver each. I think the one we're already at, if you buy it from the shop, is like 17 silver each. And we're only at tier 4. There's like 2 tiers above it. But there's no way this isn't at least like 30, if not 50. And I want to believe internally that's going to be like over 100, even though it's probably going to be a bit cheaper than that. I wonder if the wiki actually has it. I highly doubt it. Wait, let me go check. That'd be really funny. Does it actually have it? Like, obviously there's only like 1 or 2 people in the entire game can even see it. So I'm not sure if Rita or gave them the info on it yet. I gotta see something. Deathstone. Please tell me you have an icon for tier 6. Oh. How much does it cost? 64 silver! 0.3. Yeah, 64 silver. That is so much. It's the most expensive stone or honestly any crafting material, I think, in the entire game. I don't think there's a single one more expensive. The only thing I could think of is maybe the final tier of leather, fully processed, if there's ever a shop that sells it, would. Currently, there's no shop that sells fully processed leather, though. But yeah, it is 64.3 silver, which is the single most expensive material in the entire game currently. Is max tier Deathstone. And the worst part is, hammer mages need that to make their best in slot weapon. Another time that hammer mages are getting gypped. Because you need 490 mining to go get it. That is brutal. But, yeah, that's rough. That is absurdly rough. You know how expensive, honestly, it's going to be better to get it through combat than it will to even be crafting it. If you want to get, like, that great mace that Hammer Mage has. Because every single one you make, I think, requires, like, 3 or 4 of them. So if you're buying them from the shop, gosh... Obviously, you basically got to get them yourself. Luckily, it's not too expensive to get them yourself. The explosives, well, for one, you can get 24 for free per day. But, where's the explosives? Perfect Deathstone, craft, blast mining, moderate explosive. No, that's not what we need. Why is it showing moderate when we're on the final one? How do I check, where's the explosive shop? Trying to find the explosive shop to see how much the final explosive costs if you were to mass buy it. There's obviously 64.3 for the ore. I want to see how much the explosive is. Because it might be under like 10 or 20. If you were like manually mining it. Instead of just buying it from the shop. Though of course that requires 490 mining though. It's not showing me anywheres. I would assume it would have been on this page. Blast mining. Explosives. There it is. Wow. They are actually kind of dirt cheap at that level range. That's actually kind of crazy. You're making almost 60 silver per explode. Compared to the price that the shop sells it at. You know how much money that is if you can actually find a buyer for it? That's a lot. Because I believe you could do, what, 10 inventories? I keep forgetting if it's 6 inventories or 10 inventories. I could have sworn it was 10 inventories per hour. If it is 10 inventories per hour, that is 24 times 10, 240. It's 240 times 60. That's actually a lot of profit. And this is the other way around, but I'm pretty sure it is 10 per hour that you could do. But if it is, it's 240 times 60. Or let's say 59. 240 times 59. Just to account for the full cost. It is 14 gold per hour if you can find a buyer. I'm not sure if you're going to be able to. Oh no! Purple elf! Oh good, good. It's tied. Come on, Red Santa. You gotta win. Come on, Red Santa. You're tied with Purple Elf again. But, that is 14 gold an hour. If you were able to sell it to someone for the exact price that the shop sells it at, you'd be making 14 gold per hour. Mining Deathstone at 490 mining. The problem with that is you have to find a buyer for it, though. But I don't know. There might be enough hammer mages where there will be. I'm not sure. There's one of the few that might actually be worth less than the shop. I feel like a lot of them will be worth more. That might be one that's worth less just because the shop wants so much for it. But if you were able to sell it for exactly what the shop sells it for, which obviously we need to find a buyer for it when trading comes out, it would effectively be 14 gold an hour in profit. That's accounting for the cost of the explosives. Like for all the explosives, you would still be making 14 gold an hour. The only problem with that is that's not actually 14 gold. You have to find a buyer for it. But if you do, at the exact same price that the shop sells it for, it's 14 gold. Even if you have to mark down a little bit. If you mark down 10%, 20% or something, you're still making like over 10 gold an hour. Obviously, you would expect a pretty big number from, you know, a high-level skill, but that's actually like insanely high. It really just comes down to what the market for high-level hammer mages are at any given time. Obviously, in the short term, that's not going to happen. But, you know, in like months from now, when there's more level 500 hammer mages, that could be more of a thing. The reason why that's relevant is the best weapon in all of a hammer mage uses that. The two-hand yellow weapon, I believe, uses Deathstone. Which means unless you get absurdly lucky from a combat drop, to be able to get your best in slots 4-star, you know, 500 maxed weapon, you will need Deathstone unless you get absurdly lucky from combat. Which is doable. You would just have to grind combat for a lot longer. Like, you'd have to do a lot of post-500 combat. Like 100 hours, 200 hours. Instead of doing the whole mining and smithing grind. Or sorry, mining and stonemason grind. And technically carpentry, because I believe it does require one carpentry component. And you would need a tier 6 rod for it. I can't remember which one. It's like hickory or something. But I believe you do need at least one of them. Yeah, but the thing is, you can get a good weapon within that time, but will you get the weapon? Because I'm pretty sure Hammer Mage's yellow two-hand is their best weapon. And it requires Deathstone. Like, they have other good weapons, but I believe their absolute best is yellow two-hand. Though I could be wrong, I haven't done much Hammer Mage. From what I've seen, I'm pretty sure their yellow two-hand, which requires Deathstone, is their really best weapon. Especially more so when it has special attacks. Yeah, Hammer Mage in general, level requirement for everything is way higher. It's kind of crazy on some of the things that Hammer Mages need. I was mentioning it the other day, I feel like Hammer Mages got gypped the most. But I do feel like they're going to be the biggest beneficiary of when special attacks come out. Because they have a lot of slow-hitting weapons that would probably benefit most from special attacks. I know, I'll have to wait and see. But yeah, they definitely have the highest requirement when it comes to alchemy, when it comes to the gathering skills to go feed their alchemy for their boost potions, when it comes to what they need to actually make their best in slot gear. You know what I need to go make my best weapon? I need only 300, like we were just talking about Hammer Mage needing like 480, 90 stonemason into like 490 mining. For me to do the same for a good one-hand weapon, like pretty much our best one-hand, basically the same thing but for one hand but for blue, we would only end up needing 372 mining only. That's still really high. But we need, instead of 490, we would need 372 mining. And for smithing, instead of needing, actually I'll show you right here. Instead of 483 stonemason, we would only end up needing, where is it? What am I looking for? 341 smithing. Obviously, if we want to make it a 500, we'd still need 500. But the first instance where you can make it is only 341. And even if you compare two-hand to two-hand, our best two-hand is at 395. And even if you compare exact two-hand to exact two-hand... Sorry, that's a short sword. Our best two-hand is at 429. And if we were to go 1-to-1, like when exactly do we get our best two-hand that's the exact same attack speed, that's the exact same cryo percent and everything? We get it at 449. At 449. We get the exact equivalence of what stonemason gets at 482. Obviously, if you want them to be 500, you still need to, 500 of them and everything. But, what am I doing this? Wait, have we at max? Oh, I need to go bank these. Alright, let me go make a trip real quick. But, yeah, we get it like 40 levels quicker for the exact same thing. Because that two-hand right there, the big broadsword thing, is the exact equivalence of what Hammer Mage has. Like, I think it's almost 1-to-1 the same. And I think that might be different, is I think the Hammer Mage one might have a little bit higher base damage. I'm not sure on that. But they're basically the same equivalence of weapon. Where they both have like absurdly high percent chance to do the elemental and everything. Because it's a class weapon. But yeah, 449, we get the same thing that Hammer Mage gets at 487. It's pretty much the exact 1-to-1 weapon. Just for a different element. We get it like 50 levels earlier. Obviously to craft it up to a certain level, you still need that level though. As far as when you can first make it, it's like 50 levels higher. I mean, it's lower. Alright, let's see. Let's go get our thing. Grab one of you, tele you back over. Oh yeah, let me go see if I can see the shimmery light thing. We were talking about it a bit earlier in the light. See if I can see it. I feel like it's hard to like force it to happen. You can kind of see the shimmering whenever we go like through the light. The extra shimmer that the thingy has. It's hard to get like a good angle for it. Like right there, it kind of almost like glows the gold pan and everything. You can kind of see it as we're like moving. It's almost like moving with us. Like almost like a glowing pulse whenever it's like in the light like that. And I believe the final tier does that too, but with like the green glowy thing that it has. But yeah, it's a really cool feature that this cape has. It's one thing I really like about it. Like all of them are glowy, but particularly that gold pan. And I think the 500 thing at the end does it too. Where it goes in the light and has like the extra glow effect thing. Rather ironically, you almost never get to see it in Mine to Matubin. You know, the area where you get the keep from. Or not directly get the keep from, but you know, where you level it from. Because there's not as much light in this area in the same way that the overworld has with sunlight. Like you still see it here and there, but it's oh, is that Umbi? Hey, I saw Umbi again. Oh, he's currently on the smithing or stonemason grind. Interesting. Because that's the only other thing I could think of why he'd be over there. There we go, perfect tentacles. With all corner skips. Look how much quicker that is. Like Lazy Soft was doing it with corners. Or, you know, doing every single corner. But if you skip every single corner, I think it saves like 5 to 7 tiles or something. It might not sound like a lot, but it saves like 2 seconds compared to not doing it. It's definitely not required. But it's something I always love doing through Tentacle Road is doing tile perfect Tentacle Road. I was doing that for practice for whenever we need to bank Carbonice. And now we're like a pro at banking Carbonice now. Is it worth banking Carbonice? Probably not. But gosh, are we good at it now. We can like tile perfect Tentacle Road at like 95% consistency. Still occasionally misclick though. You also have to look out for when you can take shortcuts if someone's actually fighting something on your pathing. Sometimes you can take a shortcut at times. But yeah, the only reason I learned Perfect Tentacle Road was because of Carbonice banking. Because to bank Carbonice, you got to mine the Carbonice over here, then teleport over here, bank over here, then go through Tentacle Road every single time to get back over there. It is exceedingly annoying. But because we've been banking that so much, we've gotten absurdly good at going through Tentacle Road. Because we've done it already hundreds of times. So I've learned Perfect Tile on it, and yeah, it takes about 2 seconds every time, roughly. It's not a lot, but if you're going through there hundreds of times, it starts that up over time. It's a little bit annoying to learn initially, but once we got it, it was good to go. I'm not sure if anyone's made a guide video on it. Because we had to figure out the pathing ourselves. I didn't look up like a guide video or anything. We were just kind of trying to figure out where every corner cut was. We spent like 10 minutes trying to figure out like every single shortcut you could take. And then we eventually got the pathing down after a couple dozen attempts. What skills don't people have at 500 on? I want to say some of the production skills, but some people were saying that there's some people hidden with them. So it's always hard to tell because currently the leaderboard, this will be fixed probably early next year. But currently the leaderboard doesn't show hidden people. So potentially there could be a 500 in any one of these skills, we just don't know. Like for example, the leaderboard right now says the high smither is 333. But there could be someone hidden who's already at 500, so it's hard to tell if every skill has a 500 yet or not. This will be pretty easy to tell with a patch that's likely coming early next year, where people who are hidden on leaderboard will still be hidden, but it'll show your real rank. So for example, this person, if there's a 500 above them, or anyone above them, it would show as rank 2 or rank 3, based on how many people are above them. So you won't be able to see the other people, but they would show your correct rank on leaderboard. This update has not been implemented yet, but is likely to be implemented sometime early next year, or early next month even. But currently is not implemented. So it's really hard to tell right now, for sure. As for all we know, there could be 100 people with 500 just hiding there. Obviously not, but, you know, there could be one person there with 500 hiding that we just don't know about. So it's hard to tell until the update comes out in hopefully next few weeks or sooner. Because I'll be back to updating probably in about a week from now. He's obviously taken off for the holidays, and probably won't come back until at least like January 1st or 2nd. But hopefully one of the first few days of the year, we'll get a nice big update with stuff in it. Yeah, some people have been grinding this game a lot. We've been doing we've definitely been doing an above average amount. I haven't been doing like absurdly crazy numbers, I don't feel like, though. At least compared to some people on leaderboard. Because my average right now, I think, comes out to 14 hours a day. Which is still, like, absurdly a lot. But, you know, it's still 10 hours to do other things in. Like, you know, sleep, eat, hygiene, other random stuff. Various shopping. Which I shouldn't really need to do for a while. We're stocked up on food for a good while. All holiday shopping is done at this point, obviously. I just want to go spend a bunch of money, but honestly, I don't really plan to spend anything. Oh yeah, speaking of which, remember the other day when I said the water got sent to the wrong place earlier? It actually did, but luckily the neighbor ended up bringing it over to us, so that was good. Because I ended up ordering a bunch of water and a few other things online. Just things that I can't get as easily from stores nearby, because they either don't always sell them or just don't have them in stock at a given time. But yeah, the water that I ordered ended up getting sent to the wrong place, and they actually brought it over to us, which is kind of nice of them. Instead of just taking the water for themselves. They brought it back to us. Yeah, they brought it to the wrong house. It was kind of funny because I ended up getting it through Amazon, and apparently they have like some kind of screenshot thing that shows like the door that you put it at. And I ordered both of them at the exact same time. Like 2 different drinks at the exact same time. And one of them showed the picture of, you know, my actual house, and, you know, it's like, yeah, that one's correct. And then the other picture is like some other random house. And how could that even be possible? They were both sent from like the same order to the same address. And one of them was sent correctly and the other one was not. But yeah, that's the thing that's always annoying. I have a really weird address system where I live. And there's been a lot of packages that have just completely just not gotten here. Just because the address system confuses so many people. Because even the exact same order at the exact same day, at the exact same supposed arrival time, 2 different people that were bringing the items. One brought it to the right location and one brought it to the wrong location. So not ideal. It's one of the reasons I try not to order anything like too big online. It's one of the reasons I almost want to move out of this area. Just the address system of this house is like scary to ever order anything too important. As like 5% of anything I ever ordered gets sent to the wrong location. And sometimes I never get it. Luckily this time around I was able to get it in the end. But it was just water. Sometimes it's like a way higher item. That is very bad if it doesn't get here. Because I actually lost a lot of my flash drives that way. A lot of the flash drives I had while doing school and everything. They actually got lost in shipment when trying to get to this address. I still have no clue what happened to them to this day. Had a lot of other knickknack stuff in it too. Probably a couple $100 worth of stuff. So someone probably saw something in there and just stole all of it. There's like a couple $100 worth of things in there. But it, one of the more important things were like a bunch of flash drives with a bunch of stuff on it, and it's like, oh, all gone now. It was probably the biggest thing that ever got lost in transit to this house. When I was like first moving in here. It was like the start of like the nightmare of just constantly losing things. I think at least one item per year it ends up happening to. It's normally not more than like 3. The problem is whenever the item is something really important is the problem though. Like obviously something like missing out on like a case of water isn't that big a deal. But luckily it still got back to us by the end. But there's definitely other things where if it doesn't get here it's like, oh, that's kind of detrimental. And then you gotta fight with like the refund things and everything else. It's a whole headache. Yeah, United States delivery system, I definitely feel like it's been getting worse over time. Like, it's probably still above average compared to the average country's delivery system, potentially. But I have had so many issues with it, too. I know even a friend who was coming from Europe, I can't remember exactly what country. One of the Europe countries, they ended up coming by for a couple weeks to visit the United States for the first time and everything. Well, technically the second time. They visited Hawaii, but they never hit the mainland. Like, Hawaii doesn't count. Like, Hawaii's United States, but it's not, like, you know, mainland United States. Like, technically it's United States, but also not United States, you know. Like, it is, but it isn't. But it was the first time on, like, mainland United States. And they were stopping by for, like, a few weeks and everything. And, yeah, he ended up trying to ship some things back to, you know, his country. And I don't think they ever made it to him. And it was not cheap trying to ship that stuff over, either. And, yeah, the shipment never got back to him. It never got returned to me. It never got sent to him. I have no clue where it is now, but it's somewheres. It's somewheres that isn't where it should be. Because it had a return address to go back here if it ever got, like, you know, stuck in shipment. But it never returned to me. It never returned to him. I have no clue where it is. It's just lost in transit somewheres. Forever. Probably scrapped somewheres at this point. As more time goes on, more and more people overloading the system, yeah. I'm actually really surprised how quick they got it, too. I ordered something, like, the other day, and I always keep forgetting, like, how quick shipment is from Amazon sometimes. Because I ordered it, and then the very next afternoon, it's like, oh, yeah, it's already here. These end up arriving before the stream even started. Because I think we started around, what, 12:30 yesterday? And arrived around, like, 11-something. And I ordered it literally the previous day. It just surprises me that you can even get things out that quick these days. Like, I don't even need it that quick. I was just ordering it because I was running low, and it was like, I'm not going to bother getting it at the store. These earliest I'd be able to pick it up would be Monday, of course. So I was like, I'll just order it online. And then, yeah, the next day, it's like, oh, it's already here. Like, that must be really hard on the system to get things out that quick. Like, I can wait a few days. I don't mind. Doesn't have to be, like, literally next day. Oh, did they actually go on strike and get more money? Oh, that's kind of funny. So did they actually win that? That's interesting. Yeah, that could be it. Yeah, there's one issue that fast food places have around here. I'm still in an area that has $7.25 minimum wage. The average job around here is like 8 to 10 an hour if you're working at, you know, like a McDonald's or something. Because pay is so low, no one bothers doing anything at any fast food place. They have probably like absurd turnover rate. I don't think I ever see a not hiring sign on them. But it's because they pay like almost 0 an hour. Like, it's so awful. And then if you ever go to a fast food place, the quality is just so bad compared to many other states. Because they're paying like 8, 9 an hour to the average employee there. Even at 40 hours a week, that wouldn't even pay for cost of living in this area. The cost of living in this area is lower than the average place in the country, but it's not low enough that you can live off of just like 8 to 9 an hour. Even if you're working 40 hours a week. You would need to have a second job or even a third job at that point. And for a lot of them, the fast food that they're working is their second job. It's not even their primary job. It's why they pay, like, no attention when they do it. Because it's not even their primary job most of the time. It's just their secondary job to pay for what the first job that they have isn't paying. Or for the hours that their first job isn't covering because they don't want to have to pay for healthcare or anything. Because that's something that happens a lot in this area. Because I think at a certain threshold, you know, they have to cover some other benefits and everything. But a lot of places will try to do, like, right below that threshold. Like, only hire you for, like, 20, 25, 30 hours a week. So it never hits the threshold of, like, true full-time. So you have to get, like, 3 part-time jobs to make up for what even just 1 full-time job would probably properly do with benefits and everything. It's something really common in this area. The other issue with this area is it's a really summer-based economy. Like, it makes a lot less profit during the winter. Like, winter's like the deadest time in this area. Because it's a very vacation-heavy area. So, in the dead of winter, it has, like, almost nothing. Other than, I guess, people coming for Christmas, but you generally wouldn't be coming here for Christmas. Normally, like, summer, spring, or maybe, like, early fall before, like, school starts or something. But, yeah, this area is mostly, like, a almost completely summer-based economy. So the money you make, like, the rest of the year, if you have, like, a normal job in this area, is so bad. Other than, like, during, like, the 3, 4, 5 months that it's, like, really, really busy during the summer and, like, late springtime. Because I know even when my dad used to work in this area, he used to have to work 2 jobs. Like, he used to do during the day, he used to work for one of the hotel companies. And then during night, he used to work as a security guard. Because he needed the extra money to offset the other thing. And both of those paid better than, like, minimum wage as well. Like, decently better. But still needed both of them just to support everything. But yeah, wages are kind of crazy these days. I'm pretty sure that's like a global issue, not just a United States issue, though. It's just some places in the United States are way worse than others. And I'm definitely in one of those areas that is way worse. So I predicted we'd get to about 100 bone rate. We still have at least one more high tier bone to go through. The problem is every other bone, I think, is like tier 1, but we'll eventually need it for crafting, so it'll kind of work out in the end. Also, it's funny whenever you see someone just craft here once, because you know for sure they're doing the Lost and Found quest. In all the bones that we've been dunking between yesterday and today, I think that's like the 3rd person. You can tell because they come here for like, you know, like 10 seconds and then leave. Because they go do the thing they need for the quest, get one of them, and then they're out of here. Whereas this guy's actually training it, of course. Alright, what's the damage so far? What tier is this? That's one of the tier 0-1s. The highest tier of the tier 0. This is the tier 2, which is slightly more XP. This is also a tier 2. Alright, so this is the final tier 0 we have to do. Okay, that's not too bad. Alright, this is the final tier 0. What we're doing right now is the final tier 0, and we're almost done with them. Up. Hello. Yeah, how's did CB do on his base 550 grind? I mean, let me see. Compare CDB. CDB, is that the right order? No, CBD. Let's go check. He was doing base 50s. Nice, he completed base 50. What if he's going for base 100 now? Looks like he's going for base values. Because he did complete base 50, which is a nice milestone. Oddly enough, no level 200s though. But he did get base 50 done. That's pretty good. Yeah, we only just finished that like a week or two ago, base 50. Mostly because it was putting off combat and everything. Because I was kind of waiting for the combat rework, and then obviously he mentioned he's not doing like any update for like 2 weeks. So it's like, okay, well, I guess I'm just doing combat without it. Because otherwise I'd only have like 31 guard and like 33 scout, because that's all I needed to get every quest done. We did level 30, level 30, level 59 for Mind Fighter because I wasn't going to do the alchemy grind. Still haven't done it. And the only reason Watch Person is higher is because it's attached to Detective to some degree. Hey, yellow Christmas tree. We had the worst luck on that at the beginning, and now it's just gotten so lucky. It took 63 to get 1, and now we have 50 of it. We're good to go. And the Christmas, the highest 2 are still the Red Santa versus the Purple Elf. Hopefully Red Santa wins that fight. That'd be a way cooler one to have as our highest. That'd be kind of lame if we end up ending it in like Purple Elf as our highest hat. Doesn't really matter too much. But I am hoping Red Santa wins. But I believe the bone we're doing now is our final tier 0 then. Oh no, there was one other one. But it's mostly tier 2s left, so the EXP rate shouldn't be too bad. But tier 1s are still really good. Tier 1s are still used for, which are all the ones that go down to 0, are still used for making 0 to 19. It's the only problem with tier 2 is you can't actually do 0 to 19. Which means when trading comes out, I think tier 1 material is actually worth more than tier 2. That might not make any sense, but it's because of the rarity disparity. Yeah, that kind of rhymes, the rarity disparity. But the rarity disparity between 0 to 19 and 20 and higher makes it so it's actually better to generally craft something out of a 0 to 19 rather than having to do it for anything higher. And given that bone rate is so annoying to craft, it's even better to be doing the 0 to 19. As it's way cheaper, it's way quicker by like 4 times compared to having to do even like a 25 or a 30 something. So there's a good chance when trading comes out that tier 1 material, like the ones that can go down to 0, are actually going to be more valuable than tier 2. Potentially even more valuable than tier 3. Like, I can honestly legitimately see these things being worth more than a tier 3 material. Not more than tier 4, though, because that's when you can start getting to 199. But tier 1 material is probably worth more than tier 2, almost guaranteed. And potentially even more than tier 3. Because it doesn't get good again until tier 4. Tier 1, tier 4, tier 5, and tier 6 are the big ones. Tier 1 because it can do 0 to 19. Tier 4 because a lot of them can start getting to 199. Tier 5 because they can also do that for the most part, but can also go deeper to the next level range. And tier 6 obviously because it's best in slot way down the line. A lot of people can't use it yet, but you know, way down the line it's going to be like the best stuff in the game. Its immediate value is a bit lower, but its potential value way down the line is absurdly high. But of all the lower tier stuff between 1 and 3, tier 1 is probably going to be the most expensive of all 3. Especially if it's already dunked and ready to go. Like if it's already dunked and smithed and etched. Obviously it's way less XP, but it's one of the reasons why they're worth more. Is you get almost no XP while making them. You still get the full amount of knowledge though, which is nice. Our knowledge rate is actually consistent regardless of what we're putting in here. Hey, how are we doing on gathering? What's our next milestone? Oh, that's the fun part. There isn't one. Our next milestone isn't until... I guess I could do one inventory of those. But our next big milestone, because I needed to offset the other 23 I grabbed. But our next big milestone isn't until 112. Oh gosh, we are in like the deadest of dead zone. I see why I'm boosting Gatherer right now. I was wondering earlier, is Gatherer really worth the best thing to be, you know, throwing into right now? And then I look at this dead zone and I'm like, yeah, that's probably is. That's a lot of dead zone. Unless we want to go pick apples or something for 5 levels, which we definitely don't. If we do, we're definitely dropping them on the ground. If we do resort to apple at 107 or tangle fruit at 102. If we were to do either, they're being completely dropped on the ground and nothing else. Until we can get back to the bone zone. And at 115 we get the really good bone. Well, maybe not the really good. That's the tier 3 bone spike. But the really, really good one is the 166. We technically don't even need to go any higher than that. Like, we literally camp that to 200 if we really want to. And we honestly probably would, because Catkin I don't need. Tangle Fruit I don't need. Actually, do I need that? That might be the XP pot. I need to go double check. That might be the weaker XP pot or something. Can't remember. But God Plant I don't need. Femur Shard is too far from a bank, so maybe we'll bank some, but not all. And Goat Horn has the same issue. But at that point, we'd probably just do it for the 3 levels just to get it max. It's not that bad. These 3 levels is like nothing at that point. Plus, it'd probably be less than 1,000 for only 3 levels there. Even at that level range, it should still move pretty quickly. It's just banking there's a little bit annoying. Honestly, most banking for any bone that isn't Bone Spike is kind of annoying. It's not that it's like really far away, necessarily. Like, it's just far enough that it's not efficient to bank. It's in like that weird category. Where it's like so close where it's like, ah, I feel like I should bank it. But not close enough that it's like efficient to do it compared to dropping. But I still feel the need to do it because it's like teasing you like, hey, there's a bank right here, you know you want to. But then you go there, it's like, ah, I just wasted so many tiles just going to that bank. But that's one thing that's really absurdly good about Bone Spike. Is basically 0-time banking. Not exactly, but it's as close as you get for almost any resource in the game to 0-time banking. Same as the material you need to upgrade it, which is probably the huge part of why they're so important. Because if the tree was annoying, that'd be a different story. But both the spike and the tree are 1 tile away from a bank. Which is so absurdly good. If it was just one or the other, it wouldn't be as good, but both of them are. So whenever we need a weapon upgrade, that's what we use. They're the quickest to obtain, they're the quickest to bank. They're good XP at their level range and even beyond. And, yeah, this is good all around. I think the only bad thing about them is I don't think you can use them for a shield, can you? Let me go check something real quick. Can you make a shield out of this? That's, I think, the only big, absurdly big downside of Bone Spike. Yeah, you can't make a shield. That's the only absurdly problematic thing about a Bone Spike. Is it is a shieldless mechanic. You cannot make a shield out of it. I believe the best... What is the best one to make a shield out of now that I'm thinking about it? I think it might be Goat Horn. I'm trying to think. I'm gonna go to get a little bit of all of them. I just want to see something real quick. If we were to go and, I'll just grab, like, one. I just need to bring up the page. Bring, like, one of those. What is the best material to make a shield out of? Hopefully one's enough. I'm not sure. 1, 2, 3, 4. Wait, is there only 4 bone types? I always thought there was more. Well, I guess it makes sense because there's also 4 stone and the other thing, isn't there? I'm gonna go check something real quick. 3, 3. 3, 3. Are they all 3, 3? Well, that's awful. I wish I knew what the secondary was. It doesn't say just by clicking on it. If I do it on the shield rack. Alright, let me go get more of the bone and it'll probably tell me what I need for the other thing. Let me go get 3 of all these and just check real quick. Let's see. I can check the wiki, but I'm just gonna check manually. We're already here, might as well. But yeah, that's the biggest downside of Bone Spike. No shield out of it, which is not ideal. That was the other one. That's the only big downside of Bone Spike. Where's the little claw-looking thing? There it is. Alright, let me go check. I want to see which one of these trees is the least nightmarish to go get. Rugged ash plank. Wait, are they all ash? I forgot about that. They're all ash plank, aren't they? Rugged ash plank. I see a theme going on here. Rugged average ash plank, but it's because it's a different tier. Yeah, it's all ash plank. Okay, wasn't sure if it used anything else. So ash plank is used exclusively for shields. Then interesting. Those are pretty easy to get a lot of. It's actually not horrible. I'm just not sure which one of those bones is the quickest to bank then. So it really comes down to, we only need 2 bones then. I need Bone Spike, obviously. That will make our weapons. But then for a shield, I need whichever one of them is closest to a bank. Which begs the question, which one of them is closest to a bank? Let's see. I think we can get Ram Horn off the table. You have to go over there, go all the way through there, go through the bramble. It's a big mess. It's probably not that one. It could be the one in top left. I'm not a fan of collecting them, but their bank is pretty close. And then, of course, we have Femur over here, which is not that far, but you do have to go and do some aggro skipping. Those were the ones we were doing yesterday. Honestly, those might be the best bet. I don't know, I guess it just comes down to if we're doing it at our level range for XP, it's fine. But they're all kind of pretty inconveniently banked. Over here, you have to go over 3 rooms and backtrack 3 rooms. Over here, you have to go 3 rooms and backtrack 3 rooms. And go through a double aggro room. But the amount of distance you have to go through the 3 rooms is less if you skip all aggro. And over here, you have to go and teleport away. Bank over here. And then go 1, 2, 3 through a bramble, 4, 5 rooms. So you're going like 7 rooms through 3 combat rooms. So that makes Ram Horn definitely the worst then. So it really comes down to, do we want to deal with aggro skipping or not? The thing with, it really comes down to then, do we want to do mostly Goat Horn or mostly the Femur that we're doing earlier? Unless we're just getting it for our level range for XP. The benefit of Goat Horn is, the upside is there's no combat you have to dodge. The downside is the actual collecting of them is really clunky. The upside of Femur Shard is basically the opposite. It's really easy to go collect, and I actually really like its gameplay loop for collecting. We were doing it yesterday. It even gets a free tree inside of it too, because it has enough downtime. So this one's way better for XP and everything. But you do have to double aggro skip and everything. I do think this is the way, though, Femur Shard. So let me go relook at the page, assuming that we only do Femur Shard and Bone Spike. I just want to see what our path is to 200 Gatherer. If we hypothetically only went for Femur Shard and Bone Spike and nothing else, or very minimally anything else, I would still get some, just not a lot. And the rest I would, like, drop on the ground. Are we still playing RuneScape on the side? Yep. We've still been going through leagues. Have you finished leagues yet? Because I still need to find people to go do Theater of Blood with. And I'd prefer to do it with people from the stream than, you know, randoms if I can help it. But I don't know anyone who plays the game these days. Because I play pretty solo. But I need to go finish out leagues. But yeah, we're still going. We're still in the hardcore, max hardcore and everything. Yeah, he's still chilling. He's doing Redwoods right now. He's not doing leagues. He's doing Redwoods in the main game. Like he has been for most of the Brighter Shores. Also, that whole entire stack of arrow shafts is all from Brighter Shores, by the way. We're at 4 million right now. I'm trying to hit a green stack. We would hit it a lot quicker if it wasn't for leagues. We'd probably already be at a green stack. But I'm still trying to hit a green stack. I'm also trying to get the pet, by the way. We are at 30 or 60 million woodcutting XP in that game. And I still don't have the beaver pet, which I think is almost 3 times over drop rate or something. It's definitely 2 times over drop rate. Yeah, we're getting absurdly unlucky on it. That's why he's still woodcutting. And I still want to get a green stack of arrow shafts just for the fun of it. Via only Brighter Shores AFK. Oh, you quit RuneScape ages ago? Yeah, I still need to find some Theater of Blood people for it. I might just go into the world for it and just get into randoms. Because I still got to go finish out the league. I think we still need like 24,000 more league points. It's going for like another like 25 more days. So technically if I do like 1,000 a day, we'll be good to go. But I do kind of want to do a couple days where I just burst a couple thousand points and speed it up a little. I'm not sure if we're going to stream at all between now and then. If we do, it's going to be while we do like watch person AFK once we can finally get it set up and everything. Because I do kind of want to have like one last hurrah stream for it just to kind of finish it out. The league currently. Because I do want to get Dragon Rank. Which is I'm pretty much only halfway there. I just haven't had time to play. I've only been playing like an hour or 2 a day. The other problem is I'm getting dry on some things. Like I'm trying to get full, the full Barrow's equipment right now. And one of the most useful ones, the Derek one that makes you do more damage the lower your HP is. I am like 20 drops in and I still don't have the full set. I have like 20 Derek pieces and I still don't have the full set. Technically you could get it as early as 4. And I'm at 20 without it. It keeps giving me the 3 pieces but not the 4th piece I did. Which is really unlucky. Because I'm a melee build on it so it would just absolutely obliterate everything. But it keeps not giving me the drop. Yeah, that's a big issue with games like that. Is one of the things I really like about Brighter Shores is all the armor and everything you make is not that RNG based. It is a little bit obviously because of the whole rarity thing. But it's a lot less RNG based than other games. If you want to go get like a 4-star or something similar. I really hope when Boston comes out they have some kind of like pity system or something on it. So you can never go like too dry. Because I really hate that in any game, going like 5 times over drop rate and still having to do it for another like 3 times over drop rate beyond that. Where by the end you're like 8, 9 times over drop rate. But it's like some item that you like absolutely need to have that you can't live without. Because there's no other alternative to go get it. That's something I hope Brighter Shores doesn't end up going down the path of. Where it's like you must absolutely fight this boss before you can go do other content kind of boss kind of thing. Or if you don't have the singular drop from the singular boss, you can't go fight this other boss because you really need that to fight the other boss efficiently. So if you go like 6 times over drop rate, you're just stuck at that boss forever. Alright, put all that in there. You remember the old days of DH bombing? Yeah. It's kind of crazy during the league because they have like a revive relic. So you can camp 1 HP for like 10 seconds straight. And you can actually get over 100 as well. Because it gives you like a bunch of extra damage during it on top of the damage you were already doing. Yeah, I haven't been able to do it yet because it doesn't give me the drop. But I think you can hit like a 200, 300 something. It's like insane how high you can hit with it during leagues. Obviously not in the main game. I forget what's main max hit is in the main game. Though, oddly enough, I think he can one-shot you in main game. There's actually enough power creep, but I'm pretty sure I can hit a 99. So unless you're overhealed, you can actually be one-shotted with Derek's in that game. Can quite literally get one-shotted. That's a big issue that game has had too. Obviously, Brighter Shores hasn't experienced that yet. But every game has that issue. Power creep. I said hello, Picker, by the way. As well as Isabel Fidin said hello earlier. Welcome, welcome. Let's see. Go Horn is 4 minute per inventory banking in the mine. The Ram Horn. Oh, I've normally been teleporting to the other location. My strategy for it has been... I'll probably be dropping it the next time we do it. But my synergy or my strategy so far for that horn has been grab all 8 of them, kill 1 mine crawler, grab all 8 of them, kill 1 mine crawler, grab all 8 of them, teleport over to here, bank here, walk back, and repeat. That's how I've been banking them currently. I end up double checking the tiles, and it seems like, well, not tile perfectly. But from what I could tell, it is quicker than going all the way over here and then walking all the way back. Because of how many rooms and tiles you have to go through. And the reason I do that 1 kill in between is just there's enough downtime between the bone spawn that I just get some Minefighter XP in between. After this one, I gotta go remember to go bank. Go get our precious XP pot going. Oh yeah, we probably should go check the cooking contracts, dude. They should be reset right now. Let's go get those cooking contracts, see what we get. Hopefully something good. Because we gotta keep still poking that a little bit here and there. Even though we're in a bit of a dead zone right now, you know, we gotta still get it up a little bit. Take the ones that aren't as egregiously bad. Ideally, all the ones that are like make 1 to 4 or less, while also being an item that isn't annoying. While also ideally being a good turn. And I just realized I got double hairdresser. I didn't even try doing that earlier. We actually got double hairdresser, which is also good synergy if you can get them all in a nice proximity. So ideally, we want to be getting as many as we can to the really far location, all the way in the top northwest area. As the further they are away, the more you get for them, and those are really good to do. Too many. Actually, that one's not. He's not going to give us enough, though. Forge our warehouse is pretty good. Ellis energy, though. I guess we take it just for the XP. It's not that many. It's a little bit annoying ingredient-wise. That one's not worth it, though. Alright, anyways, let's go get what we actually came here for, which is our XP pot. Alright, back we go. Hey, we're almost 1/3 the way there, though. We're getting there. And then we gotta go do all of our bars after we dunk all the bones. For a little bit of change of pace. We're gonna go from a very diverse amount of content today. From going from dunking bones to dunking bars. Alright, there we go. Let's keep dunking. Oh, so we never did get the Dunkin' Donuts today, by the way. We were kind of joking about that yesterday. But no, I didn't bother picking up Dunkin' Donuts. Actually, I haven't had anything this morning to eat. Just been sipping on water and, what is this? Poppy, what flavor is this again? Poppy raspberry, whatever the one soda thing is. I always keep forgetting the flavor of this. It's like raspberry rose or something. Do you know what I tried the other day, just for the sake of trying it? It actually wasn't that bad. I never had anything Liquid Death related. That one, like, water company. But, I tried their iced tea, because I didn't realize they had, like, iced tea and sparkling water. I didn't bother with sparkling water, though. I had a little bit of a sparkling water phase, but I'm kind of out of it at this point. Or I just drank normal water. But, yeah, I tried their iced tea. The raspberry, something. It has a weird name. But whatever the raspberry one is called. And, yeah, it was pretty good. It's definitely on the lighter side, but obviously it makes sense because it's really low sugar and everything. It's actually pretty good. Also, if you don't know, I've like on a raspberry kick, like always. I'm a big fan of raspberries. Anything raspberry flavored is definitely like my favorite flavor of flavoring for anything. We're almost done with the bone spike. The only problem is we're gonna have to start scrolling down after the next bone. The first 3 bones we didn't. You know, that's another advantage of bone spike too. Wait. That's actually meta. Wait, what is this? Wait, what is the alphabetically second bone? Wait, I just thought of something. Obviously, bone spike has even more advantage, but it's femur. Oh. Okay, that solves it. I was wondering earlier, like, what should my shield one be? It's femur. It's femur. It's 100% femur. You know why? Because after all the bone spikes are gone, guess what bone is shown? All the way at the top without having to scroll at all. It is femur. Oh, okay, that's the meta. That's the meta then. We're going femurs. Not only do I like doing femurs, because I feel like they have the most engaging gameplay of any bone. This was the one we were doing yesterday. But not only do they have the most engaging gameplay of any bone, they are also the alphabetically next one in line. Which might not seem like much, but this makes it so after you've dunked every single bone spike you have, the next one in line is going to be femur without scrolling at all. Yeah, that's the meta then. We go bone spike, femur. Bone spike because they bank so easily, femur because they're fun and they are not horrible to bank. The only big issue is the aggro in between, but once we can do fear potions or just keep aggro skipping them, it's not that big a deal. I wouldn't do fear potions until we can equip them though. But aggro skipping them isn't that big a deal. We were doing that yesterday. That was the bone we were doing yesterday primarily. Yeah, those are going to be the main 2 then. Because the one in the top left I hate gathering, and the one in the top right is too annoying to bank. And the femur shard would be our next best then. That isn't bone spike. Obviously none of them are better than bone spike, just because how absurdly good the bank is. But, yeah, I think femur is going to be our main one then. So yeah, I was saying this earlier, but didn't do that. What is our path if we only do femur and bone spike then? And if we do the others, we're basically just dropping them on the ground. Well, luckily, I only have to do Ram Horn for like 3 levels, so I'll probably bank some of them, but we don't have to do that many of them, so that's good. Then we get to our really good Bone Spike. We then keep Bone Spiking until we get to Femur at 130. Then from 130, we only have to do it for 5 levels, oddly enough. And then we're at the Dock Leaf. Then from Dock Leaf, and the reason why we do Dock Leaf and Sage is because of 7% XP pots. I don't care how bad it is to bank, I want the 7% XP pots. I will go bank them. I'm pretty sure those are like the worst things ever to go bank. Maybe not the Dock Leaf, but I think the Sage is. We could always do the strategy of only doing Dock Leaf the whole time. And just ignore Sage and just buy them from the shop. Let me go double check something. How much is Sage? Like tier 1 normal Sage. Yeah, that's a bad location. That is horrendous. That is so bad. That is so bad. Okay, anyways, how much do you cost? They're like 5 silver each though. How much is Dock Leaf? Dock Leaf's easy to get. Dock Leaf. Dock Leaf's not nearly as bad. Okay, but it's still like the same cost, oddly enough. Oh no, do you just go all in dock leaf and buy the other? Is that worth it for a 7% pot? It's more than just buying like the 5% from the shop. Also, what on earth is this color scheme? It's got like yellow with the red. But the problem with okay, so the problem with Sage is you can get it here, you can get it here, and if you want to go bank it, this is where trading really comes in. When trading comes out, if you want to go bank it, you have to teleport here, go to storage rift, and let's not even count those 2 rooms. Let's pretend that's free. Let's just assume you're gonna have to bank anyways. To get from here to there, you're gonna have to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 rooms. Technically 9 if you count the other one. You have to go 8 rooms. It's basically the same as doing Carbonice. Except it's way more valuable than Carbonice, though. And you only have to do it for 5 levels. Oh, no. Maybe we still do it. It's basically like Carbonice, but worse. If you could even think of such. But it's basically slightly worse Carbonice. At least you don't have any combat along. Actually, you do have one, because you have to go bank. That one really annoying corner. But aside from that, you don't have any combat. So those would catch you out more than the tentacles would. But you'd have to do that for 5 levels all the way till the Goat Horn. I don't know, is that worth it? It's hard to tell. You're getting 7% XP pots for it. Which are good. But not that good. I don't know, it feels like it's just going to be quite a while. Like, Dock Leaf's not that bad because you get to teleport for it. Because you teleport here, grab everything, teleport away, bank, teleport back, repeat. Do that forever. It's a little annoying that you have to teleport away to bank, but teleporting back there is like free. It's like 2 tiles away, or 2 rooms away. It's technically a 4-room cycle because you have to go 2 rooms to bank and then 2 rooms to get back there. But it's not that bad. There's a lot of teleporting back and forth. It's the Sage that's the problem. It's just in the middle of absolute nowhere of nowhere. So I hope there's not a cutscene when you go across the ferry. I can't remember if there is or not. I'm not sure if I've ever even used that post-quest, so I'm not even sure. I hope you just talk to him and you just like insta-travel across the river or something. But we won't need that many. It's only 5 levels. What's the worst that can happen in 5 levels? It's not that bad. I think it'll be worth it for how much carpentry it saves us. Like, that's the whole reason we'd be doing it. Literally, no, I don't care about the alchemy XP. I don't care about, like, the actual material. It's just the final product saves us 2% off of any time we do carpentry. And that sounds worth it to me. But anyways, yeah, our path. So we'd go do the Femur Shard for 5, the Dock Leaf for 5, for 8, the Glade Sage for 5, hopefully, we'll see. Though honestly, I'm considering just the Dock Leaf, get 1 inventory of this, and then I'll be like, nope, I'm not doing that, and just buy the rest from the shop. Because that is just a nightmare. I'd rather pay 4.5 per potion than go do those Sage. We could even do Dock Leaf all the way till, if we don't want to go as heavy on Femur. We'll see what the XP difference is, because with Sickle, this should be better, Dock Leaf. But I might just do 1 inventory Sage just to see what it's like, see that's horrible, and be like, just go to Dock Leaf until we get to, like, 148. Because the benefit of that is I would only have to buy the Sage then. Because this fills quite a bit of a gap in alchemy as well. Because we're going to need a handful of them if we want to go all the way with it. As we need to go from 116 till, like 122 at least. Potentially even to 131. Off of just 7% Hope Forest pots. So it's not awful. Actually, what do you even need for 6% mining potion? I'm trying to think what material that even uses. I know which ones the 7% use. I completely forget what the other one uses, though. Some kind of weird one. Where's the alchemy menu? Alchemist. What is the ingredient for this potion? No, not alchemist cape. I just want alchemist. Just normal alchemist. There we go. Why is alchemist not the first one? Why is when you type in the word alchemist not the first option there? Where is the mining potion? It is the material of... Oh, yeah, I remember that one. Yeah, those are the next tier up on them. Yeah, we'd get that while getting Mind Fighter. Alright, that's fine. And then the better one is obtained from the other thing. Also, why on earth are they so expensive from the shop? That's weird. You should be able to get them pretty free while doing combat. Why are they so expensive from the shop, though? That's weird. And this one you get pretty easily from the other material. See, I wouldn't have to do them for that long, but I would have to do enough to get like 6 levels if you don't want to like knowledge through it. Plus that's a really good EXP pot for skipping some carpentry grind. But yeah, I'm pretty sure I'm only going to be doing the dock leaf and not the sage then. Let's go a little dock leaf crazy. As sage is just too annoying to bank without trading or without a quicker teleport or a quicker storage stone or remote storage or anything. When trading comes out, having a runner for that could be worth it though. For like a 30% cut or whatever it is. Each one's like 4.5. So if you had a constant runner, it would be, if you did a full inventory, how much would that be? You would get 3 silver each, times 24. So every inventory you do would be almost, it'd be 72 silver per inventory. Currently you have to go and bank it over the course of like 12 rooms. But you'd be able to have a runner. And you would still be profiting quite a bit from each. And that means every time you pay them out would have to be what? I don't know, they would pay you out actually. Because you'd be giving them the 24th thing and they'd be handing you. The only problem is you don't actually get to bank it though. You'd only be getting the money from it. There's the only problem with the like, runners as well. Because in that case you would actually only be getting silver, not the actual resource itself. I say trade it back to you after or something. And just hold it for you until after. It'd be a lot more complicated as a runner though. Unless it was like a friend that was running for you. That'd be annoying to do as a running service though. So I wonder if there actually will be a running service server for this game when it comes out. I feel like there might be. I'm curious to see what he's going to do to balance it. You mentioned it a couple times. It wouldn't take that much. The only things you would really need to just nerf runners from ever being used is mostly just being able to use Storage Rift Anywheres without needing the stones. What the requirement for doing that is, who knows? But, yeah, you need to be able to Storage Rift literally anywhere to make it so runners aren't needed. That way also drop all would never be needed either. And just add like an extra delay to it if there's not like a portal nearby. Make it take like 10 seconds to cast or something. But make it castable anywheres after doing like a quest or some upgrade or something. Even less than 10 seconds, like 5 seconds, because the other one's like 0 time when you do it. So even a 5 seconds, almost like how long a Meanly spell is. Like as long as a Meanly spell is like how long it should take to be able to cast Storage Rift anywhere if there's not a Storage Rift nearby. But it'll be instant if there is one nearby. So they would still be used. Especially if they're en route. Or if you can do them quicker within 5 seconds. Which quite a few things are. Like the iron we were doing earlier, it'd be way quicker to bank it at the actual bank than it would be to use a 5-second thing for it. Unless you were doing it like ultra AFK. Yeah, Wyvern runners were a very big thing back in the day. And rune crafting runners. But it can be used for like anything. It's normally used for really remote areas that are in the middle of nowhere. And this is very much a really remote area in the middle of nowhere. This is like one of the premier... Actually, this is probably the premier middle of nowhere area in the entire game. It is so far in the middle of absolute nowhere. To more of a degree than I think any other resource in the entire game. It is about a 12-room full cycle to get there. As well as whatever delay doing the rafting has to actually get across the river. But it is the furthest resource in the entire game from a bank by a very large margin. I think the next second highest is like Carbonice, which is like 9 or 10 rooms depending on which way you go. But Sage is about 12, plus a river crossing where you have to talk to a guy or do something to get across. I'm not sure even what you have to do. I never bothered doing it post-quest, because there's no reason to ever go there other than Sage. Like, Sage is the only reason you even cross that river. Or go back there for any reason post-quest. Because there's a better place to do Junipers. You shouldn't even be doing Junipers, but if you were doing Junipers, you would do it at the Rainbow Water River. Because there's a storage rift in the room. They're actually not worth doing, oddly enough, though. The main problem with them is, unless you're doing them for carpentry or for the material, the big issue that they have is their distance. A lot of them are a double jump to get up to, and they're really far apart from each other. It's actually really slow woodcutting XP. If you're doing it for the carpentry supplies, it's probably fine. But if you're doing it purely for woodcutting XP, they're actually worth skipping. Yeah, Gennards are pretty far too, but as long as you have storage rift, they're not that bad. Let me double check. Because you get Gennards over there. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's only 6 rooms. That's way closer than Carbonice, and it's way closer than what's it called? Than Sage. Sage is like 11 or 12, depending on how you look at it. And Carbonice is 9. But it's only a 6 room, and the mana rays next to them are only 5 room. That's still very far, but it's not as far. The main thing that makes it seem extra delay is getting out of the water. There's like almost 1 room of delay. But you have that when you do any fishing activity. Like if you're catching a fish finally like over here and then have to get out of the water. Like that's almost like a whole extra room where you almost have to like do the room over again in distance. Between the get out of water delay and the, you know, actually crossing the rest of the room. Well, Sage already costs 4.5 from the shop. So it can't ever really cost like too much more than that. Like the most it could ever really sell for in player trading is like 5 each. And there's already way easier to obtain things that will go for 5 each. Because it can't ever go too high because it's limited by the shop price. So the absolute maximum is like 5 silver each, and you're mostly just paying for the people buying it from the shop. It's why I plan to mostly just do Dock Leaf. Just bank all the Dock Leaf and buy the Sage from the shop. They're a little bit more expensive than buying the 5% potions, but they're less expensive than buying the 6% potions, while we get the benefit of a 7% potion, as well as free alchemy XP. So I'll probably do 1 inventory of them just to see how horrendously bad they are. But then I'm just going to keep sticking to Dock Leaf through that entire range. And then we'll have like several hundred 7% pots to go use on carpentry down the line. Which will be used exclusively only on carpentry, I assure you. They will not be used on any skill other than carpentry. The 7% forest pots. Same as the 10% way down the line, if we ever get there. Hey, we're almost done with Bone Spike. Time to go get those femurs rolling. And then we'll go do the other 2 categories and finish out whatever we have for them. This will be 1 bone completed out of 4. And then we have 3 more left, and then after that we'll go run our like 2,500 iron. And then after that, and that, I guess we do Gatherer again. At that point, we might be up to apples, I'm not sure. If I do apples, it's definitely going to be dropping all of them on the ground. Let me double check. What is apple used for again? Someone mentioned it yesterday. I already forgot. Control fine apple. Oh, it's used for 6%. With blue howberries. Wait, when do you do blue howberries? Wait, maybe I'll collect those too. The problem is banking apples is not ideal though. But let me just double check. What level is blue howberries? Howberry, howberry, howberry. Chestnut. Bone spike, tangle fruit. Where on earth is this blue howberry? Sage. Where on earth is this blue? Oh, blue howberries? 120. We wouldn't want to do that. That's in the bone zone. I guess I could still bank the apple though. But the howberries are going to be more expensive. I don't know. How much is a blue howberry? Like, what's the ratio of apple cost to howberry cost? We should break it down for each. Oh, it's not worth it. The howberry is like a 3-something. I don't know. I guess at that level range, it wouldn't be awful. I think I just dropped my apples, though. Wait, the apple is more? Really? Maybe we do bank the apple, then. Really? Why is the one that gives work... what? I'm confused, but maybe we do bank them. Huh. I don't know. Is that really worth it for how much we'd save, though? It costs more than a 5% to make a 6%. I don't know. How much would I have to do that in alchemy, though? Like, you don't need that many. If we were to do that, hypothetically. Yeah, I'd have to do it for 6 levels or so. But I'm pretty sure the fears at 104 is going to cover us easily all the way to 116. I'm not too concerned with filling out that gap. I don't know, maybe I'll bank like 1 or 2 inventories, but I don't plan to do that many of them. If I do the apple. The rest are just going to get dropped on the ground. The biggest issue with apple is the distance to the bank. Like, it's not that far, but it's far enough to not be worth it. Oh, let me go double check. Oh, let's see. Maybe we do bank them. Because it's not that far. Not sure if I'd even be up to that point, though, this stream. Unless I go grind some tangle fruit and just drop them on the ground. But, yeah, you get the apples here and here. Not sure what the route is, but the problem is you have to bank them all the way over there. And you're going to be all the way in, like, the middle of this room. You have to go 1, 2, 3, 4 rooms over there and then backtrack all the way over. Well, technically 5 rooms if you count that a little bit, but, it's like 4-ish rooms. 4 or 5. I think that's worth banking. For a pot that's that useless. Especially because of how cheap the fare is. I think is the big problem. Because this is the one that's like literally free. Like free. Not only do I have a ton of it banked. but it's also like free. Like literally 1 silver each. So you just completely ignore this potion. And then we can start at 116s after the 104s aren't as good anymore. So it's way better for us to have a lot of dock leaf and sage. Whereas we don't really need the 6%. Maybe I'll get like 1 or 2 inventories just for the sake of it. For the one-time bonus or something. For both of them. For both Gatherer. Like I'll probably do 1 set. That's what I did for the other thing. I did like 1 set of them. Just so we could get the first-time bonus for cheap. I just did 1 inventory. So we get the Gatherer first-time bonus and the Alchemy first-time bonus. But beyond that, yeah, we're probably not doing them. I'll do like 1 inventory, see how bad the banking is, and just drop them all on the ground. And then we can actually start doing the 116s. And the 116s get us really nicely into the Mind Fighter section. And that's when we're actually going to have to do 200 Mind Fighter, by the way. It's at 122 Alchemy. Is when we're forced to basically do 200 Mind Fighter. It's not required, but if we're going like macro efficient on it, we kind of would want to do that. Just so we can get all the supplies we need. And we could even be using the 6% and 7% as we're doing the Mind Fighter grind too. And put it into bone rate. Just to speed up bone rate a little bit. And then post 200, actually what did we dump into? When we have 200 all in Mind of Matubin and we were to boost something in Mind of Matubin. Because honestly, I kind of want to say smithing. I'm pretty sure I dump it all into smithing. Like smithing and mining. Depending on which one we're trying to do at a given time. Which might seem weird, but it's because I prioritize them way more than the other two. At least until we have like 500 mining, 500 smithing. Or at least close to it. Like 470-ish mining, 480-ish mining. combined with, you know, like basically 500 smithing. Because then after that, we can worry about like bone rate, stonemason, and everything. If we even bother at all, I'm not sure. There's the only weird thing with the alt accounts, if we do try getting them to stonemason and 500 stonemason, 500 bone rate, is they'll get there in like 9 months from now or so. But where is this account going to be in 9 months? Because honestly, we'd probably already have 500 smithing by then and 500 mining. And be like, oh, let's go start the stonemason bone rate grind. And I'll be like, wait, I already have 2 alts that can do that. Which might make me like never get them that much higher than post 200. It's the only problem I can kind of see happening. Because it'll feel a lot less valuable in this account to go get 500 in them. If we already have them on the other two. It's the only really big downside that can happen from AFKing them all the way to 500, 500. Because I'll never feel the need to do it on this account. But then whenever we need to do it, we're going to have the inconvenience of having to like switch a billion different accounts. And then trade them all into the same one. It's just going to be a nightmare. Especially with however the trading system works, probably being a little clunky at first. Because I have a feeling account-to-account trading is going to be not good when trading first comes out. I could be proven wrong. But I feel like it'll either be non-existent or implemented in a way that is extremely inconvenient. If we were to do like player-to-player trading with our own account. Alright, we're almost done with 1 bone. We're almost done with 1 out of 5 categories that we gotta go do today. We are currently 3.5 hours in, and we're 1/5 the way done. Yay! Though in all fairness, this was one of the bigger categories. The other ones are quite a bit smaller. A lot of the other bones. Every other bone category is smaller than the bone category we just did. The only category that's bigger is the smithing one, though I didn't even intend to necessarily do all of them today, but, you know, if we're already doing this, we might as well. The only goal is to do all the bones, which we can easily do this stream. But, you know, if we have time, we'll do all the bars, too. If we're already doing everything, we might as well do everything. If we're committing a stream to it, we're definitely just going to go all out. No reason to do it halfway when we're already going this far in. Anyways, what's the rest of our path after that? So we were talking about the apple. We'll do 1. We'll drop the rest. That gets us to 112. Do that to 115. Probably bank them all just because it's not that many levels. It's only 3. In case we ever need a few. Halberries I'll probably skip. I'll do like 1 inventory maybe. But beyond that, I'm not sure if they're worth doing. Where are they? Ooh. Okay, howberries are interesting. Wait. Howberries are better to do than, apple. No wonder why they actually cost less. They're actually better than apple. I didn't think about that. That's interesting. I was wondering why their price was different even though they're more XP. It's because their bank route is actually quicker due to if you have Chapter 5 quests completed. It does require... Oh, what am I teleporting to? It does require you to have the 5-star quest in Chapter 2 completed, though. But if you do, yeah, it's like 1 tile off from the teleport spot. It's right there. You teleport here, and then 1 room down, you're already at the halberries. Obviously, it'll be a higher tier than what it is right now. And this room doesn't aggro you. So you just grab that, boom, boom, good to go. Keep going back and forth. But it's actually better than apple, from a gathering standpoint. Which means it's also better XP per hour than apple. And you can actually bank it quicker. The problem is they're not worth as much, so you'd have to spend a lot more on apple if you were to do it, so probably still not worth it. I would do it a little bit. But I'd rather just be doing bone spike at that point. I would do 1 inventory and that's it. So the same as we do 1 inventory to apple probably. And drop the rest. But these aren't even worth doing just to drop. Because I'd rather be doing bone spike at that level. So those are pretty skippable beyond the 1 inventory. Bitter fruit we skip. Femur shard we do. Then obviously we're doing the hairy dock leaf, which honestly I'd probably just do all the way till 148. and just buy the Sage because it's too far from a bank. I'll do like one inventory just for the sake of it, but then realize it's going to be way too bad to ever do and just keep doing the dock leaf. Then at 148, I would... this is basically our dead zone then. I'd bank some of these, but I'd probably want to drop most of them. Then the leeks get no XP bonus. But I'd probably still want to bank them if we want to go get them for cooking. The banking isn't too bad for them. Chestnuts is definitely a skip. Ramhorn is probably due, bank some, and then drop. And then we hit the golden age at 166, and we're pretty much good to go to 200 then. Because we could do 166 all the way till 184 femur, and then do 184 femur, pretty much the max. Unless we want to get a little bit of goat horn just to speed up a little bit there. Or one inventory of some of the things. But, okay, so it's really just that one dead zone then. I would say the biggest issue is probably 148 to... Actually, what would this area be that's dead? Oh no, it really... The problem is don't plan to bank that many of them. It's mostly like this area until we get to that bone spike again at 166. Like, honestly, everything prior to 166. Like, everything from almost like 140 to 166 is going to be a little dead. Because eventually our XP rate off dock leaf is not going to be the greatest. And then it really comes down to all the other things in between. We do get the better sickle there, but it's barely anything. I don't know, we'll just have to wait and see. It's going to be one of the like other dead zones that we're going to hit, for sure. Oh, speaking of dead zones, though, one bone is now completed. And as soon as we go back, look back, we should see the femur shards. So this is the reason why I want to do femurs and bone spikes. Like, out of any secondary bone, femur is going to be our next best. And the reason for that is they're going to show all the way at the top here. They're also the second least annoying one to bank, with bone spike being the least annoying. I also like the gameplay of actually collecting them. I feel like it has the most engaging as far as current gameplay loop. Has a little bit of aggro skipping, has a little bit of correct pathing kind of things going on with it. And you get a free wood cutting tree every single route for free. Without wasting any time at all. Which the other routes don't actually have. Because the cycle for it is actually really short. But these are going to be the main two we focus on then. Femurs and bone spike. But there they are. Look at that. All the bone spikes are completed. And now look what's ready to go. The femurs, I don't even need to move the screen at all. They're just ready to go. Unfortunately for the other two, we are going to have to move down. But so good, so good. Anyways, let's go start doing them. Anyways, 1,300 femurs now. These are tier 2, so these are a bit best. No, these are still tier 1. Though they're a higher tier 1 than what we were doing earlier, though. These are still the really good ones because we'll be needing these to make a bunch of 0 to 19s. These are going to be our shields. If we ever need a shield upgrade, if we're making like any shield at any level, let's say a 100 shield, a 150 shield, even way down the line like a 200-300 shield or something, and we still want to use this like low tier material and we have higher of the other two, this is what we're going to be using at a 0 to 19. This is actually going to be a really important material down the line. Because this is going to be our main shield making material going forward. 3 of these with 3 ash planks. And that will end up making the 0 to 19 shield we need. Which is really good for getting 4 stars in the entire range of basically anything pre-200. You can still use it post-200 as well. Especially these, because I think the shield for this goes up to like 50, 60 something, even 70 something. Even 80 something. It's hard to tell because the high number there isn't necessarily for the shield, it's for one of the items. It's not necessarily for the shield item. And then after this, I believe we only have tier 2 bones left. This is our last tier 1 category. Which means everything after this one should be more XP. Actually, technically everything should be higher XP than Bone Spike. Because these are slightly higher than Bone Spike, then the next thing we're doing is higher than that. And I think that the thing after that is then higher than that as well. So we just get to keep improving the XP rate slightly. Until we get to about 100 bone rate or so. Or however far it gets us. Hey, a green elf hat. Nice, another one for the pile. Nice, don't even need to move the screen at all. Unfortunately, once we get past femur, we will need to move the screen. It's only bone spikes and femurs that are screenless at the moment. But eventually we're going to have to scroll down every time for the other two. Which doesn't waste that much time, but definitely takes longer than not having to move at all. So I can't wait till queuable actions come out. If you can do a whole inventory like this with like a few clicks, it's gonna be so nice. Can't wait till that day. It needs it so badly. I just realized smithing is the only one of these activities where you have to claim it at a different location than where you put them in. I never noticed that till just now. For both smithing activities, the output of your bars is in a different location than where you insert them. For both Bonewright and Stonemason, the place where you insert them is also the location where you pick them up. Because you dunk them in the vat in one location, or, you know, you put them in there, and then you pick them back up, and they're still the same location. Same as stones. You put them in the stone thing, they're still exactly where they are. It's only smithing where they change location. Because I always thought of these as like a 3-input thing, because they are a 3-input thing. But 2 of the inputs are actually the same input when doing it for Bonewright and Stonemason. The reason I bring this up is I'm not sure if queuable actions will work for them, unless you code these a little bit differently. Because if you double queue the middle action, it's a different action when you're queuing it compared to later. Whereas for smithing, it's actually 3 independent actions, so it wouldn't get like bugged from a queuable action thing. So depending on how he implements it, it might only work on smithing. Because if we currently queue like a double on the vat, like let's say we queue up the vat, then the lever, then the vat. The problem with that is the vat is in a different state later than it is now. Whereas for smithing, if you do all 3 of them, it'll still work because you're not doubling on the same one that's in a different state compared to when you started. Like, it technically is, but by the time your guy moves there, it'd be in the state that it needs to be. Oh no, maybe it would work that way for this too, we don't really know. It's one of those things where we just kind of have to wait and see what on earth he does with it. Out of anything coming next month, it's definitely the one I'm probably looking forward to the most. That and if special attacks can make it by then. Though I have a feeling that'll be more of a February thing. I think the main thing he's trying to get next month is going to be queuable actions, more quality of life, and probably try to push out trading already. Because the game has gone quite a while now without trading. Thank you, Sir Valiant. I tried to get as much as I could possibly say here and there. I feel like I'm really bad at holding a conversation, though. I normally just talk about whatever we're doing at a given time because it tends to be the easiest things to do. But thank you for that. Greatly, greatly appreciated. And thank you as well, Impetus. Alright, right now let's just go. Hey, someone just said Tazipog. Hello. Oh no, I got deservered from him. Oh no, we lost them. We lost them. Alright, let's go get our potion. Some guy was saying thank you to us in game. Let's see. Alright, let's go get our potion and everything. Let's go head back over. Mine southwest. That's the only problem with the server system sometimes, especially if a room has like max capacity. But you could be in a server with someone in one room and in the next room you're not. Like sometimes you are, like this guy obviously right now we are. But sometimes you'll move one room over and it's like, oh, you're not servered with them anymore. I hope they'll do some kind of fix that in the future. It's one of the slight annoying things with the auto server feature. Oh, we get to do Tentacle Road here. Hey, Lazy Sloth is back. Has he learned the ways of the perfect tile? That's definitely something we're covering in the mining guide whenever we get around to it. A perfect tile tentacle pit, or whatever you want to call it. I keep calling it tentacle road. Not sure what the proper term is, if he even has one. Which, what is the two rooms called? It's called Gassy Cave and Moderate Mineshaft. Those aren't fun names. We need something better than that. Tentacle Road. Yeah, I still call it Tentacle Road. To me, that area is officially called Tentacle Road. I don't view it by any other term. Alright, there we go. Almost level 100 Gatherer. With the last several levels purely from just knowledge alone. Which is kind of crazy. There's one thing I really like about the knowledge system. You can literally train anything while doing anything. Still keep liking to peek at the Gatherer. Looking at the levels move ever so slowly. There's just so much dead content in Gatherer, though. Like, the Tango Fruit, I'm pretty sure are just always worth not doing unless you're just dropping them. Apple's like a middle, weird in between. See, we gotta boost all the way to 112 until we're at, like, an actual real, like, training method again. Which means we still need 14 more levels. Technically 13, because one more knowledge will push us over. It's still a lot to knowledge up to, if we were to go the whole way. But honestly, we might be at this point. I'll probably do a little bit at the 94 bone that we kind of skipped on, because I didn't really bank that many of them. So we'll have to revisit this for a little bit. Get at least like a few hundred. Don't need like a lot, but definitely some. There's another thing to consider too, is getting the carpentry components for some of these. I don't really think I would, though, for most of them. I'd rather just save it for crafting material down the line. Either for Armor Maker in Chapter 5, assuming these can be used for that. As well as, you know, whenever we need a shield or a weapon. Bone Spike's covering the weapons, everything else covering the shields. With the main two being Bone Spike and Femur. The only weird thing with prioritizing Femur, though, is they're technically worth the most out of any of them. I'm pretty sure they're the most expensive thing you can make a shield out of. But they're the easiest to bank, ironically, of the three. It could change in the future, though. That means their XP rate is generally the best, but also their banking is also the best for some reason. Well, other than Bone Spike, of course. Which is kind of weird, because the tier, the tier 2 and the tier 4 are the easiest to bank. Or sorry, is it tier 3? Actually, is Bone Spike tier 3 or tier 4? I'm not even sure. Let me go check out the other thing. Let's see, you first get Goat Horns. That's the lowest tier. Yeah, it's actually tier 3 and 4. That's weird. The highest tier bones are actually the easiest to bank. With Bone Spike being the easiest, which is the third of the 4. And not necessarily tier, that's kind of confusing. But, you know, of the 4 categories, like, you know how you go, like, Iron, Carbonese, then the blue one, then the, like, the green one. The same thing for bones is, what does that come out to? It would be the, they have too many weird names. We got the Goat Horn, then the Ram Horn, then the Bone Spike, then the Femur. With the Bone Spike and Femur being the highest two. But they're also the easiest to get. Bone Spike is the absolute easiest. And then the second easiest is Femur at the highest tier of the 4. Or, you know, the highest of the 4 level range. Which means you get better XP for them, and that means if you mass craft with them, you'd also make better money. Like, if we were trying for a 199 and had a bunch of reject shields, the shields that we'd be getting from them would be selling more than the reject shields than if we were using, like, you know, a Goat Horn for it. Like, for example, at 197, if we were using, like, the Goat Horn, compared to if we eventually had, you know, the, I know it's very far down there, but if we eventually had the Femur all the way at, like, 304, compared to the Goat Horn at 197, you would definitely be getting all your rejects to be way, way better. Or if we did a more realistic one, like the 184 at Femur Shard, all the reject shields we'd be getting from that would be way better than the 148 goat horn ones that we'd be getting. Which actually that brings up the question: can a 148 goat horn make a 199 shield? I'm actually not sure. Let me see. Actually, there's an easy way to check. The answer is no. You know how I know? Because 197 right here for the other goat horn. So it almost guarantee can't then. So that means the lowest we would need, yeah, would have to be at least the tier 2 thing, which is the ram horn. But ram horns is like really annoying to get. Not that ram horn, the other ram horn. The 161 ram horn, I think, is the lowest material you can use to get a 199 shield. But realistically, we'd mostly be making out of 184 femurs. Let me go double check just in case. But I'm pretty sure that is the case. Let me go double check. Smooth goat horn. Let's go do some math real quick. Not really math, mostly just checking number. Smooth goat horn. 205. Is it the shield though? A final pole. Wooden round shield strong. What is the highest level you can go? Does it not say? Yep, it stops at 197. That's exactly what I thought. Aha! So that's some interesting intel then. So the lowest tier bone that can make a 199 shield is a 161 ram horn, with the realistic one that we'd be using being the 184 femur. But the lowest you can do is 161 ram horn to make a 199 shield once you do get 199 bone rate. You cannot do it with a goat horn, because it gets outclassed by the 197 and doesn't make it up to 199 in time. Yeah, that's interesting. But yeah, we mostly be using the femurs though. Just because they're better XP and they cover a really wide range. Which realistically, we're femuring pretty much almost 200 if we were to do that. Like, that's pretty much our stopping point, is once we get to that femur. Like, bone spike almost entirely to femur, and then femur to, like, 190-ish. Or I guess eventually to 200, maybe. Because one makes our 199 weapons, the other one makes our 199 shields. Then we go get the other little bit of material, and then boom. We got infinite upgrades for bone rate for the rest of the time. And the best part is you can 0 time them while doing Suave. Or when you're doing Bone Spike. Bone Spike can get all the Suave at once while, you know, doing that area. Or just need to go get the woodcutting level. Oh gosh, does that mean we're going on the woodcutting carpentry pivot? Is this still happening? Is that still a thing that's happening? Oh no. It might be. I still kind of want to do alchemy first though. You know what I want to do alchemy up to? If we're going to be doing all this gathering. Bare minimum for alchemy. I gotta go get 116. I need a 7% for when we do carpentry grind. I am not touching carpentry if I have the material banked, but don't have the potion. I gotta go make the potion out of it and go use it on carpentry. So now begs the question, what woodcutting and carpentry level do I need? If we're going fully down this rabbit hole, let's go all the way. So I would need tier 4 of both. I would need tier 4 Suave and tier 4 of whatever on earth the other plank is that we need for the other thing. Which is Ash, so we actually already know. So I need tier 4 Suave and tier 4 Ash. Let me go do this based on name. So first they're rugged, then they're coarse, which is tier 2. Then they're average. What's after average? That's the term I really need. And then after average, they're called, fine. Okay, so I need fine ash, which is 125 woodcutting. This is for the shield, or should be for the shield. So I need 125 woodcutting, and then also, ooh, that's a little deep. 170 woodcutting. Ah, that's not a small number. Wait, do I not need sturdy ash? Huh. I'm not sure if I need fine or sturdy. Now that I'm looking at it, I don't think I need sturdy. I think it's just leveled weirdly. I'm almost guaranteed I only need fine. Maybe I should number check it. But I'm pretty sure I don't need sturdy. Sturdy would be for the other goat horn thingy. So yeah, I don't think I need sturdy. Fine should be enough. We'll go double check it though. And then let me go check the carpentry level. Let's say hypothetically we want to do a Suave. Please be under 150. Please be under 150. Let's see. If I was to do a fine Suave, What level can you do Fine Suave at? No, it's also 170. Oh, I need 170 wood cutting and 170 carpentry. Which obviously is basically 200, 200 at that point. That's not good. Let me just double check that it is fine. It should be. What am I even looking for? Wooden round shield. Yeah, fine. It is fine. Yep, it is fine. Okay. So that's 170 wood cutting and 170 carpentry. In order to make the shield and the weapon. The shield is way lower requirement, though. But to be able to also do the weapon, yeah, it'd have to be 170 of both. That is not a small number. I would want to do the alchemy midway through the midway grind. I'm trying to see, what is our potion route right now? How much of it do we have banked? 77 I have some banked. Everything prior to then I don't think I do. So currently I have to basically spam this potion by buying it from the shop in order to get any EXP right now and or put knowledge into it. Then from there I'm skipping the Tempest Day potions. So we're basically stuck doing the 77s, which I do need a lot of though. But I'm stuck doing that all the way till, gosh, really? 104. At 104 we could easily do Fear until 116. 116 is the main thing I want because I need it for the carpentry XP. And we're already gonna have some of it banked. And then from there, the 116 needs to get us to at least 112. So 6 levels. That shouldn't be that hard at all at that point. Then at this point, I need the Mind Fighter grind so that I can then go actually do, you know, 122, 131 properly. Then those two get us all the way to, I'm skipping Chronopolis so that we can get to skipping that. Oh gosh, we got to do that for a while. Because I can't do that again until we need Forager at 170. So that answers my question. I don't need Forager for a while. I don't think I need Forager until 164 because 170 is actually Mind Fighter. 164 is when it's not Mind Fighter. And technically, we do even need Forager? When on earth do you use Forager? Wait, when does Forager feed Alchemy at? Other than 185. When on earth are we using Forager? Plus, you probably need like something absurd for that where we can't even go get them. Hey, when does Forager come into play? Because a lot of these aren't Forager. There's almost all my grind up to 200's not even Forager at all. Because let's break it down. Right now, I'm buying it from the shop. We'd buy this from the shop until 77. Then I use what I have banked and then buy it from the shop until 104. Then I use what I have banked and then buy it from the shop until 116. I then use everything I have banked and buy the other half from the shop until I have 122. We then have all these from Mind Fighter, and whatever we need to offset it, we buy from the shop for 122 and 131. Though it's not worth doing it for 122, though. But it is worth buying it from the shop for 131. 122, we'd have to only use what we have banked from our Mind Fighter grind. Then from there, we skip Chronopolis, so we keep doing the Mind Fighter potions, which we'll need a ton of for when we go boost smithing and mining down the line. So we'll be using those a ton in the future. We're going to have thousands of these, probably, to be honest. The 131 potion, I will be getting literal thousands of. Like, maybe even over 10,000 of them. And then that feeds into what? We skip Chronopolis, I believe. We definitely skip Stone Mall Hill. It's not even going to be out by then. Yeah, and then the next thing we need is then foraging. So that's the only thing I think we need foraging for. Technically the 185, but the problem with the 185 is I believe that's an absurd foraging level. If I go check this right now, it's going to say like 300 something foraging, which obviously we're not doing. So let me just double check. What do you need for a 10% Hope Port potion? Because there is no shot that this is a small number. 10% Hope Port. No, not those. Let's see. 209 Forager, scary. And a 197. Okay, it's not that bad, but it does mean we'd have to do the whole 200 grind. Is that worth it? Is that worth it? I think we have to, actually, now that I'm looking at it. That'll be the main reason why we have to do Gatherer. Because that'd be the biggest dead zone otherwise. I'd basically have to knowledge it for 15 levels. Actually, even more than that. But we got a major dead zone after 170. And I just want to make the best heal pot in the game all the way from 170 to 200. Because otherwise I would need the 185 to go do that to 200. Because I'm skipping the Arboray pots most likely. It either has to be one or the other. I can make either the 10% pots to 200 or 1.5 billion healing pots to 200. Being offset by knowledge, of course, the whole time. And we get this from Mindfighter. Oh no, I think we do skip the Forager grind. Because the only benefit Forager gives us is at 164 to go make the 62s. And at 185 to make the 10% potents. But we actually technically don't need them to properly get to 200. If we just get 200 Mindfighter, that covers most of what we need. As Mindfighter covers the middle gap, because we'll have the 121, or sorry, the 122 and the 131, and the 131 covers us for a while. And then it also covers us all the way from the final stretch, because the way that you get the 35% heals is entirely Mindfighter material. It's the tongues and the dust, the final tier of them from Mindfighter. So that might be the play. 200 or even some slightly post 200 Mindfighter. Actually, what would you be killing at that level range? The problem is I don't actually know by looking at my list. I guess I can kind of know by this, though. If I scroll a little bit further. Like, if we were like 180 Mindfighter or 190, 200, what are we killing at a given time? Alright, the blobs, that gives some material. I forget which, though. I can't remember if that's for the XP pot or not. I know it's for something, obviously. Alright, the other one that drops a lot of tongues is at 197. Oh, yeah, we gotta do post 200. I think these drop 4 at a time. Or definitely more at a time. I think they drop the correct tier, but they drop more of it at a time. That's probably the play, then. And one of them's a 197 Mindfighter. And the other one's a 207 Mindfighter, as far as the level that they are. And obviously, you could be taking a 207 to potentially 200, depending on your gear setup at the time. And they're both weak to physical. Or not weak to physical, but one's immune to blue and the other one's weak to yellow, so probably just physicaling both of them with like a two-hand. Yeah, that's probably the play. Because the final two that you get are the ones you need for the 170. And you just farm those for like forever. It's not forever, but you know. Like, that's going to give you a lot of potion supplies. So much so that I think we can get alchemy from 170 to 200 with it. It's probably going to be our play. Also, you know how many of those potions we're going to need in the future? That is best in slot healing potion. This isn't like some wimpy, like, you know, like 28% or 25% or 20%. This is literal best in slot healing potion. These things are worth their weight in gold if you were to trade them. As well as if we want to use them ourselves for any bossing or anything in the future. As there's no way to heal higher than 35% currently. So I think that's the play. We skip Forager. I just don't do 200 Forager. Like, obviously we will eventually. But I don't need to do 200 Forager to go do 200 Alchemy. I thought we did, but based on what we have left, there's only 2 gaps. The 164, which we could just ignore for the 6 levels, even just, you know, acknowledge it if we really had to. And then the only other gap is 185 to the end. But it just gives us more time to go make even more heal pots. It'd be slightly worse, but, not by much. Not by much. I think that's the play, then. That doesn't mean I do have to do some post-200 Mindfighter, but it shouldn't be too bad. Like, maybe 210, 220, 230 at most. Because the only big downside of it is we might have to do Mindfighter to, like, 226 or something. But the upside of it is, it's either do Mindfighter for 26 more levels, or do Forager to 200 from 55. One of those is slightly quicker than the other. Even without the combat rework. Obviously, I do eventually need to get Forager to 200, though. But I don't think it's as high of a priority as I thought for 200 Alchemy. Because honestly, we don't really need it at all. Like, it's not that we don't need it at all, but the immediacy of it is less relevant than I thought it would be. As it's basically for 2 potions. The weaker heal pot and the 10% hope hope port. Obviously, 10% hope port is pretty huge, though. Like, that's not a small potion. That is actually, like, insanely good. But you need 209 Forager, which means we have to not only do 200 Forager, but also post 200 Forager. And I'd rather skip that grind for now. Obviously, we'll eventually do it, though. But I think that is a current skip for our current plan, then. Which means we only need 200 Gather, 200 plus a little bit Mindfighter. And obviously we get our 200 Bone Right, and work on then the Alchemy to 200 as well. Because I wouldn't actually need the Forge or 200 to go do so. I just have to do Mind Fighter a little bit more than we otherwise would have been. I think that's the game plan then. Oh, that's good to know. Yeah, we're doing the Forager skip then. I'll still come back to do Forager, obviously, at some point. But we can actually skip it for a couple months. Let's say I had a quest that says like 60-something or something. But yeah, we can skip it for a couple months then. As I shouldn't really need it until I do post 200 alchemy. In which case I'll be needing it for, you know, boosting it. But even then, I can kind of just do the boost potions, which are the AFK ones, so maybe even not even then. I'm actually not sure what I even need the 10% pots for now that I think about it. Like, what am I even using 10% Hope Port pot on? Obviously, you're not using it on guard. Cooking feels like a waste. Fishing seems like a waste, though it is pretty slow. Actually, out of all of them, I feel like it's the slowest one, not counting alchemy if you don't have the supplies. Like, if you know, if you're from scratching the supplies for alchemy. But, Forager's pretty quick. Say, well, it's mostly just be alchemy, but post 200, you can just be AFKing it. Not to mention the really absurdly good potion you can start doing at 200. That's the other reason I kind of want the alchemy too, the +4 boost potion. And that gets us all the way to 229. So that's like 29 alchemy levels right there, boom. Or sorry, 19 alchemy levels right there. Yeah, you would definitely use it for alchemy, but if I'm going to 200 without using Forager, and then can get to 219 without using Forager, what am I using Forager for? Like, obviously, eventually I'll need the XP pots at that point. But we'd be able to get to 219 without using Forager at all. Until we kind of hit the Forager wall. But we'd get to around 219 without barely even touching it, if even at all. Because the only things that really come up between then is the 32% heal at 164. The 10% at 185, which are good, but we could kind of live without for a little bit. And then, I guess the 219 AFK, though I'm pretty sure you can still buy that from the shop. Just not sure what the price comes out to be. But I'm pretty sure it's still worthwhile to go do it. And one really ironic thing about an 8% Hope Port potion is I would actually be using it while making potions. I think that's going to be something really ironic when we go do this. Is, let's say I'm hypothetically doing post 200 alchemy. When I get to the 219 8% Hope Port pots, I would be drinking the 8% Hope Port pots while making 8% Hope Port pots. I know there's a way to make it not do that if you don't drink it. But I would actively be drinking the potions as I'm making them. That's a funny sight to think about. Like, he'll just be there brewing AFK for, you know, like 8 hours, 10 hours. As he's chugging the potions that he's currently making. He's just going to keep drinking the product that he's making the whole time. And it's basically going to break even. I can literally just drink like one potion. And he'll just keep re-drinking the potion that he makes. So every hour, the potion that he makes, he'll just immediately drink. That's going to be so funny. Like, you don't even need more potions than one. You just drink one and he just perpetually goes forever. Because it'll keep recycling the one. Or I assume that's how that will work. I've never actually tried it for one activity like that. But I assume if you drink one potion while drinking that, or, you know, making that exact potion, you should be in an infinite loop because you keep making one potion per hour while also drinking one potion per hour. Or just put you in an infinite loop of drinking the potion that you're making. That'd be really funny. Obviously, that won't be the same when we go to 248, obviously, for the other one for the next area. Which we would definitely use on Carpentry, by the way. The 8% AFK for Hope Forest. If we even make it at all, I'm not even sure if it's worth it, but it probably is, to be honest. That's something that's actually kind of interesting about post 200 alchemy. I think every single one of these potions are amazing. The one at 200 is one of the most broken in the entire game. The one at 219, you could just chug and make alchemy go even quicker as you're doing alchemy. The 248 you can use on Carpentry AFK. The 8% for the mine is probably cheaper than buying it from the shop. Or, you know, buying the supplies from the shop and then making it is probably cheaper than even buying the 6% from the other shop. You know, that is like a finished potion. So you're getting them cheaper than the 6%, but getting 8% in return, while also getting alchemy XP. And this feeds you into whatever you want to get up, probably smithing realistically. You can also use it on Bonewright, Stonemason, mostly those. Probably wouldn't want to do it on mining, but probably want to do it on like the heavier ones, like smithing and everything. Or, you know, the harder ones, smithing, Bonewright, Stonemason, those three. But then after that, you then get 8% for Chronopolis, which I'm not sure what I would use that on. I guess finishing whatever 500 grind we're doing, potentially. Stonewall Hill, then, which of course could be useful for preemptively getting them. So whenever you're doing a post 200 AFK immediately in that area, we could put it onto Armor Maker and just start making Armor Maker go crazy quick. And then after that, you get the best wealth potion in the game, or second to best, I'm not even sure, which we can use in, Watch Person, and go get even more money out of that. Even buying all the supplies, you should still be profit. Then we get an annoying potion that actually might not be so annoying. Forensic Potion? It might be the first time we ever bother doing one. Because this is the first post 200 Forensic Potion, and I think that's in a dead zone. Something that I otherwise would have considered a dead zone in Detective. But if you make the potion, it's actually not a dead zone anymore. It becomes a you definitely want to go do it zone. Because I believe that's the 364 Detective activity. Which, actually that's not a dead zone though. The other one is. The 441 one is. But that's not the 441 one though. Alright, never mind, that one's still useless. I'm not sure what we do then. What's the potion around then? Because that AFK is actually not worth doing. The one after that for Forensic is? This one isn't though. Ooh, you do not have any good potion to make around this range. It's gonna be rough. There's gonna be the dead zone of alchemy right there. Because it's not worth making the 354 Forensic. The one above it, yes. That one, no. I don't know, maybe we'd still be forced to just have to make it. I'm not sure if you make money back if you actually do it that way or how much you're burning. I'll figure that out later. We're far from that, though. But yeah, I think that's the main dead zone, then. Like, what on earth do you make in this range? Because, oh! Oh, you may want to do it a little bit, then, to get to the 364. Because then we can go do the higher tier for Gather. But you know how much Gather we would need for that, though? It's like a 300-something Gather requirement. It's probably not worth it. Yeah, it's probably not worth it. Yeah, that's going to be the super dead zone, then. I really don't know how we go from 335, or more so from 354 till, like basically 383. I don't know how you do that. That's like the deadest of dead zones in Alchemy, I would have to say. Yeah, that's going to be really rough, because every potion you have is just horrific in that area, compared to many of the other areas where you're just printing money or something else. But yeah, that is definitely like the dead of dead zones right there. Not sure what we do about that. Until you get to 373, and then you get to a really good one. But going from 354 to 373 is kind of complicated. Because it really comes down to, does doing that potion for the AFK activity actually make you money or not? Or are you just, like, burning money? If you make, like, this forensic potion and then do the AFK for forensic. I'm not sure what kind of money that comes out to. We'll figure that out later. I'm pretty sure it's not even on the wiki at the moment. Very few people have probably bothered getting both 354 alchemy and also simultaneously the, other activity. Well, I guess technically you can buy them from the shop now, but they're way too expensive to do it that way. But anyways, and then we eventually get the +5 boost potion, which is basically like +4, but different. It's more expensive. Honestly, the +4s are actually better. But at this XP range, you would definitely utilize it. Then we would use whatever we have banked. Yeah, so when do you need foraging, by the way? When on earth do you need foraging to do alchemy? Because every single thing I mentioned so far is not foraging at all. You just buy it from the shop. Like, when do you use foraging? Like, at all. Like, other than for 10% hope port potions. Because you make a weaker healing potion, so you wouldn't even want that. I guess if you want to make them on mass or something. Because you buy these from the shop. You buy these from the shop. You, need Mind Fighter for that, I'm pretty sure. Actually, does anyone know? I think you need Mind Fighter for that. I should probably go double check it. But, I know for sure it's not anything in Zone 1. And then you buy this from the shop. You buy this from the shop. You gather this through Gatherer, not through Forager. You buy this from the shop. You ignore these, unless you're a Hammer Mage. You buy this from the shop, because you can't even get them if it's not Chapter 5 yet. Plus, even if you did, you're probably not going to have the Gatherer level in Chapter 5 to go do it. You ignore this if you're anything that isn't a Cryo Knight. I mean, a Hammer Mage, I mean. You buy this from the shop and literally just print money. You buy this from the shop. These you can pretty much just ignore. You buy that from the shop. You get this from Mind Fighter. You buy that from the shop. You get that through Mind Fighter. So yeah, when do you use Forager? I never actually realized how little you use Forager to get any level of an alchemy. Assuming you're doing the shop to offset the AFK thingies. But yeah, the only two that we'd really need it for, if we were to, is 164 and 185. That's it. I can't see anywhere else where you actually use Forager at all the way to 500. Because most of them are just better to get from their shop than they are from Forager. So yeah, this is like a mega Forager skip then. Unless you're like a Hammer Mage. Hammer Mages would care a lot more about Forager. Because you need it to make all your yellow potions, I believe. But all the blue potions actually come from Gatherer, oddly enough, for the most part, except the really low tier ones. Oh, you know what? The other high tier one might be Forager, actually, now that I think about it. Let me double check. What is the final level Starfish called? Let me go check something. Because I forgot, that is one that is actually cryo locked. That is actually Forager locked. It's the breaded Starfish. I think does this make a 70 or 80 though? Is the question. Breaded, let me just type in Starfish. 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 There it is, breaded. It is used to make plus 70. That's why I thought it's useless. Okay. It makes a 70, not the 80. So yeah, when do you use Forager then? I guess if you're a Hammer Mage, you care about it a little bit. Because if you're a Guardian or a, oddly enough, even a Cryo Knight, Gatherer is better than Forager. It's basically just better Forager for your class. Because you get your best Arborate potions from doing Gatherer, and you get your, actually I think all of them are, but you get your better, it's split half and half when it comes to Cryo Knight. Half of them come from Forager, and half of them come from Gatherer. However, the ones that are a bigger number are from Gatherer. And since we only care about bigger number, yeah, we care about Gatherer more. I didn't realize that, but yeah. That's another split that the classes have that I didn't realize until just now. Because they all have like a different split where Cryo Knight is basically the balanced one in between. But for, when it comes to potions for all three of them, you get every single potion you ever need for Guardian by doing Gatherer. You get every potion you ever need for combat for Hammer Mage by doing Forager. And Cryo Knight is split half and half, where the weaker potion is from Forager and the better potion is from Gatherer. But since we care about the better potion more than the weaker one, we just need Gatherer then. So yeah, unless you're a Hammer Mage, you could basically just ignore Forager. What is the point of Forager? Like, everything is just either weaker or just not needed. But yeah, time for the Forager skip arc until we do the 490 monument, I guess. After all that data. After collecting all the data, I have concluded. Forager might be one of our last level 200s at this point. Fishing might get to 200 before Forager at this rate. But yeah, I think we're doing the Forager skip. Well, mini skip. We're just putting it off for a couple months. But yeah, Gatherer is way better for us. As well as if you're a Guardian. The Guardians already probably know that. But I never noticed that we had a double split like that. And then Hammer Mage is all in on Forager then. That's weird. I never paid much attention to it, but yeah. Hammer Mage is double Forager. Guardian's double Gatherer. And obviously, like many things, Cryo Knight is right in the middle. But the better potion you get is from Gatherer. You wonder if they made the monument a thing because of that? Well, I don't know. If you're a Hammer Mage, it matters a lot more to do Forager. But from what I can see, there isn't really that much you need from it. Like, every dead zone is fixed by just buying it from the shop. Especially once you get post 200. The only thing pre-200 you ever really need it for is obviously the low-level range. But beyond the low-level range, the only thing you ever really need is, I guess the quicker to make heal pots. Like, you can make way more than 32% per hour. But anyone who really wants best in slot for PvP or best in slot for PvM, they won't settle probably for the 32s. They want the 35s. It's also cheaper to make the 35 than it is to make the 32, oddly enough. Due to all the foraging material you need. So unless you gather it yourself, which takes time, obviously, they almost come out to the exact same amount per hour. Like, if you're foraging everything you need to make a 32% heal, and then also counting the time to go make it, compared to just buying the supplies from the 170, yeah, it's pretty much better just do 170 then. And then the only other really good pot is the 10% Hope Port. But a lot of post-200 alchemy, you're actually doing AFK. You're not actually doing actively. There are a few that you're doing actively, like the 277 cryo that we'll definitely be doing and stuff like that. But there isn't too much that you actively have to do for alchemy. Just because of how absurdly good the AFK potions are. So you almost always want to be going from AFK to AFK potion post 200. The only one that's a little bit weaker is the forensic one. But beyond that, pretty much every single potion post 200, aside from the tier 5 rather than the tier 6 forensic, is really good. Actually, wait, is that the top tier forensic? Maybe that is. Hold up. Maybe that's not as bad as I think it is. Wait, maybe that is the highest tier forensic. Okay, maybe that actually is good. Hold up. Oh, that actually isn't bad then. Never mind, that is the highest tier forensic. The one that I'm thinking of that's the dead content one is at 194, which you just ignore anyways. But never mind, that actually is the good forensic potion. So there is no dead zone then. You can literally do all of alchemy post 200 with just AFK. That's kind of funny. The entirety of the alchemy skill post 200 is just AFK it to 500. I know I joke about that with a lot of skills, but it's actually the meta pretty much. Unless you want to speed it up a little. Because let's see. Let's say if a potion is good or bad. +4 level boost potion. One of the strongest in the whole game. 8% hope port. You can literally do it as you're doing the activity. 8% for hope forest. It makes carpentry quicker and you can AFK it. 8% for mines and matubin. Really good. You could do it on bone right or smithing or stonemason depending on which one you need the most. Probably not worth doing on mining. But on the 3 that are more annoying. 8% Chronopolis. You could do this on... This one's probably the weakest one. But, you know, you can still speed something up if you want. Like, if you really want to get high leatherworker or something similar, you could end up doing on that. That's probably the weakest of all of them so far. 8% Stone Maul. You use this on Armor Maker. 450% Wealth. You do this to print infinite money. Superior Potion. This is for the best forensic activity in the game. Or possibly even the best 2 or the best 1. I have no clue. But it's used for one of the better forensic activities, which you'll need on your way to 500 Detective, which we actually are doing, oddly enough. So that's actually relevant to us. The +5 boost potion, kind of like +4, but more expensive, but ever so slightly better, but technically worse because it's more expensive, but still good. Though, oddly enough, ironically worse than the +4, just because the cost of making it is probably way higher, but you need it for the XP. Then 10% Hope Port, you can literally chug it as you're doing the activity. 10% to Hope Forest, again, I just don't need to go over these again. Obviously, it's the same thing, but, you know, for the skill. Obviously, you just do it on the most annoying skill in each chapter. So yeah, there's no bad potion, all the way. The worst one is probably Forensic if you don't plan on getting 500 Watch Person Detective, but we are. So it actually is good. That's like the only like somewhat dead potion in every single thing we listed. The other one that's slightly dead is, oddly enough, despite how good the +4 is, the +5 is probably bad. Just because of how much more it costs per potion while doing almost the exact same thing. The only real benefit of this potion is you can do it one level earlier than you otherwise would have on a +4. The reason why a +4 is so good compared to a +3 is you need, every single thing post 200 is a 4 interval. So having a +4 for that is really good because it actually gives you enough knowledge to be able to do a better post 200 AFK activity. This does that too, but the only benefit that it gives beyond that is you could do it one extra level earlier, which is not that big of a benefit for the fact that this thing probably costs like 2-3 times as much if you buy it from the shop. So you're paying like 2 times, 3 times as much to do it one level earlier, which makes it really bad value actually. Let me go check. What is the price difference between making a +4 boost and a +5 boost? I'm going to make a bet it's like double. Let's go see. Boost potion. Let's see. Boost potion. Because whatever this number is, it is a big difference. Like at least double. I want to say double. So if you were to buy everything for a boost potion, it costs you... Of course, it doesn't have the price. You're going to have to go and click on every menu. Let's see. It has it broken down in a really weird way. So it's 20 plus 17.6. So it is 37.6 for a +4. For almost no benefit extra, though you would need it for the XP range at the other range. A +5 is the following. So let's say 38. Let's round it up. Let's say it costs 38 for all that material to go make it. How much is a +5? There's no way this isn't like more than double. Let's see. It costs 24.6. Wow, why are they so cheap? And 20. Which means it's only a 44.6, basically a 45? Wait, what? Why are they so free? Wait, why do they cost like 0 money? It's only 45 silver per potion. That is so dirt cheap. Anyways, back to Alchemy Pivot. Why is every potion so cheap there? Gosh, how much is the greed potion? What's best in slot greed? Or wealth. I keep calling it greed potion. But how much is the wealth potion? To make it from scratch. What am I even looking for right now? Go back. What am I looking for? Wealth. Let's type in wealth. How much is the highest tier wealth potion? Because whatever it is like printing money on top of money on top of money. Assuming you have like a 400 something combat. Let's see. To make this, you need 12.6. Of course. And, what? Wow. Why? It's under 28 gold each. I mean, silver, I mean. You know how much extra money that prints per hour compared to like a 300%? I don't know, but I know it's a lot. It's probably more than the cost of the potion, that's for sure. Plus all the extra that you're getting on top of it. Yeah, I think that's the game plan then. We just ignore Forager existence. At least in the current balance in the game. Until we're like forced to go do the 490 monument grind. Or 200 just for the sake of doing it. I'm probably going to drop almost everything we do when we do Forager. Just start dropping everything on the ground. Because what on earth is the good material you're supposed to be using? There's almost none of it. Unless you're a Hammer Mage. Let's see. Maybe I'll keep some of the Hammer Mage higher tier material just because it will be worth a lot. Because there's a lot of Hammer Mages out there that will want it. So I'll probably still make them, but I would always just sell them rather than use them myself. Anyways, what am I doing? We are doing teleport to go get XP while also checking the board. Actually, is the board ready yet? I think it is. It's been enough time. The board should be ready. And it should bring us to 99 Gatherer. And hey, we're almost at 97 Bone Rate. I said this would bring us to probably around level 100. We're getting there slowly. One bone at a time. Hey, level 2. We got a new player. They're doing the tutorial right now. Hey, another new player. I just still see so many people, new people around. Oh, another new player. Well, newish. Alright, what are we doing? Potion. One of these. Alright, where are we going? Teleport back. And then go get our 99 Gatherer. What's kind of funny is I'm going to get 100 Bone Rate and 100 Gatherer at around the same time. Actually, I think 100 Gatherer will actually get there quicker. If we were doing the highest tier bone we could be doing right now, Bone Rate would definitely get there quicker. But given that we're dunking just everything we have left in our bank, I don't know, it's going to be kind of close. It's hard to tell. Some of the bones we're going to be doing after this bone is... Actually, every bone we're doing after this bone is more XP per hour than what we're doing now. It's actually the lowest XP bone we still have to go do. Every single one after this is actually higher XP per hour than what we're doing right now. But yeah, after all that deliberation, I think we have come to the conclusion that I'm ignoring Forager until like one of my last 200s. It is actually a lot less required than I ever anticipated for getting 200 alchemy, or even post 200. Like, you can have level 0 Forager and still have 500 alchemy pretty comfortably. Alright, let's go put this into Gatherer. And then, of course, put it into Gatherer again. There we go. Alright, so let's keep going. How many bones do we have left? Let's look on the bright side. We only have 2,500 more bones or so to go. Which means, what time are we at right now? How many have we done? The problem is I'm not sure how many we've done so far to compare it to the other number. All I know is this is the entire stream. Because once we finish the bones, we're doing the same thing, but for 2,500 tier 5 iron ore. At least then we'll gain a lot of levels, though. Because that's actually the best thing I could do for smithing right now. Whereas these bones are generally a bit lower than what we could be doing for our level range. But quite literally, the highest bar I could even be doing right now is iron. It's hard to tell, but all this is iron. But if you're a Cryo Knight, you probably know that that is iron. But Rapier is iron, Throwing Blade is iron, Metal Kite is iron, Flanged Mace is iron, I think. Question mark. I think it's iron. But, and then I know for sure that the next one is Carbonese. I actually completely forget. Mostly because Flanged Mace you never need to actually make. So I actually completely forget if it's iron or Carbonese. It might actually be Carbonese. I just go checked. I actually completely forget. I should probably know this. Flanged Mace. It is, doesn't matter which one I click on. It is, oh, I see it. I was right. It was iron. Okay. I was just going crazy for a second, thinking it was like 3 instead of 4. I mean, 4 instead of 3. I mean, 3 instead of 4. Yeah, I was right the first time. But, yeah, it's what I thought it was. Yeah. Anyways. It is indeed iron. It's just one of those that you never make as a Cryo Knight, or honestly any class for that matter. It's one of those pieces of dead content unless you absolutely need it as a Cryo Knight, which is very rare until it gets a special attack. Then it might be viable, but right now it's pretty mid compared to like any other weapon. You'd be better off just using Rapier as long as it's not immune to blue, or even just using the two-hand. Which has a special attack that'd be a little bit different though, because then it's probably worth actually running against yellow enemies. The open new episode will let us be a lord of a kingdom. Oh yeah, they did that with Kingdom of Miscellanea back in the day in RuneScape. I think they added that in like 2005 or 2006. I would love to have a system like that to make it so you can gather like resources based on your level. Almost like another passive gatherer. Because one thing that's kind of annoying is you may have noticed when I mentioned all the alchemy grind that I mentioned buying it. I mentioned buying it from the shop, buying it from the shop, buying it from the shop, buying it from the shop. The main reason for this is you have to do the AFK activity to then go and do it. Like if I wanted to not buy it from the shop, I would have to do an AFK activity to go do an AFK activity. One thing I would love to see from a Kingdom of Miscellanea kind of concept for this game, if they do the same thing again, like they did for their last MMO, I hope that you can do it on passive activities. So you probably won't get that much XP for, or if any at all, but you'll be able to go gather for a passive activity that you have the level to go do. For example, let's say, for example, mining right now. I need gold. I need this gold right here to be making all the stuff I'm using for smithing. It is not worth me doing this AFK mining activity at all, whatsoever. But if there's like a kingdom system, and you know, we could have a bunch of the kingdom people doing up to whatever our level is for an activity, we could be gaining that activity's material without having to, you know, go and gather it ourselves. We'd probably still have some kind of fee for silver and upkeep and everything for them. But it'd be cheaper than buying it from the shop, basically. But it would make it so you wouldn't have to mine it yourself. And same as other things. Like, if you had the Forager level, Forager would become a lot more relevant. Because a lot of those ingredients we were mentioning for some of those potions, you actually do gather through Forager. It's just, it's kind of a waste of time, because you have to do an AFK activity to then do an AFK activity. Whereas you could just buy from the shop and immediately be doing the AFK activity you need. Because it's already, that's the biggest issue that a lot of the XP pots have right now. Is to be able to effectively use them, you got to do an AFK activity into an AFK activity into an AFK activity. But you skip one of those three by buying it from the shop. But if we had like a kingdom system where that kingdom could passively get you like one of the ones or even a multiple of the ones that you have without giving you any XP or a very small amount of XP if it does give you XP, but give you like the materials that you'd be able to gather while AFK essentially. So you wouldn't have to go and do it yourself. Because that way you could focus doing your AFKs mostly on the you know, on the EXP side of things rather than on the material side. Where the main AFK that your main guy would be doing would be the main one you'd do for EXP. But when you need one for material, you'd be able to have like a secondary system that can kind of help you get it. Because that's one of the big issues right now with a lot of these various materials. Like, I'm going to need so much of this 215, more than I would even be able to do through the mining grind. Like, even if I did this from 215 to 239, I will still not have enough Shenarium to go do the AFK for smithing, if I only did the smithing AFK. So if they had a feature like that, where they had like a kingdom where you could passively get it up to whatever your level range is, where they would get you some of that amount of material and everything else, that'd be so nice. Yeah, that's the main way I would love to see if they implement Kingdom of Miscellanea into this game. Because in that game, basically what it did is it basically gave you raw material. I don't think it scaled on your level, though. It just gave you a flat amount. But it would give you things like, you know, like smithing supplies, cooking supplies, stuff like that. Like alchemy supplies. But it didn't actually do it based on your level. But if it does it for Brighter Shores, I hope you could basically do it as like a secondary passive, almost. Where your kingdom goes and gets you material for whatever passive you have the level range for. And it could also process things too, like with our smithing level. Let's say, hypothetically, I don't want to go get smithing XP for some reason, I have no clue why. But if I had a bunch of gold ore, they could then also smith it down if I have the level range or something like that. So you could still get the byproduct of a thing, you just wouldn't get all the XP from it, if any XP at all. But it would allow you to get byproducts without having to go buy it from the shop. Because that's the biggest thing that kind of holds alchemy back, or even a forager in that sake, or even gather AFKs, is there's just too many layers of AFK you have to do in order to make it work. Like for this 8% Hope Port potion, in order to fully end up utilizing this, well, I guess you can use this immediately though, but to be able to do this, you have to do one or two other AFK activities, I'm not sure which, but at least one or two other ones, that then feed you material, that then allow you to do this, whereas you could skip all of that and just go to the final step by just buying it from the shop. You'd buy one material from the shop, buy the other material from the shop. They're pretty cheap. And then, boom, you're doing the one that you actually want, the alchemy one. It's one of the main reasons why Forager is kind of dead for a couple of things here. But, yeah, I hope they fix that in the future. It's one thing I definitely do hope they add. It really comes down to how they're going to implement it. I do feel like they will eventually do such a system again. I hope it's a little bit better than Kingdom of Miscellanea, though. Kingdom of Miscellanea in, like, modern-day RuneScape is kind of like a joke in how bad it is. But, I don't know, I hope it's a little bit better in Brighter Shores, and I feel like the best way to make it better in Brighter Shores is to have it scale on your level. So you can do activities all the way up to, you know, whatever you have unlocked. So let's say we had, like, I don't know, 400-something mining. We could have our kingdom doing something like, you know, go mine soapstone, for example. And we could be getting the 395 soapstone. And we could still be mining the basalt ourselves, but, you know, we wouldn't have to depend on doing the AFK activity to go get our other supplies. So we could still be actively getting our basalt that we need, if we want to do, like, you know, 500 plus stonemason, while also still getting the other material we need, without having to go and AFK in this. I don't know. It's something that would be cool if they bring at some point. I wonder if that's... never mind. Let's see. You feel like the same thing could be achieved with more ventures. More ventures could be nice, too. I don't think more ventures will ever be able to do what your AFK thingies can do, though. And I don't think they'll ever let you do 2 AFK activities in any way other than just a resource, because the XP rate would just be too broken if you could get, like, the XP for 2 AFKs at once. Like, you know, your main guy and, like, one other. But if it was just the material from an AFK activity with no money being made, no, that's a different story. That would also allow you to make potions that are lower tier, which is huge as well, without worrying about the XP penalty. Like, let's say we're like 300-something alchemy. Like, let's say we're all the way up here, 373. And we're like, you know what, I still want to make, like, the +4 boost. Or let's say even over here. Like, we're not at the +5 boost yet, but we still want, like, more +4s. We could be like, oh, we could go have our kingdom go do the +4. And we'd still need all the material for it, but, you know, they'd be able to make it for us, as long as we have the level range. We don't have to worry about the reduced XP rate, because it's not giving us any XP. So we don't have to worry about, like, the whole reduced for doing a lower level kind of thing. Because there's a lot of potions and gathering stuff that would benefit a lot from that. Where you kind of need the material, but not necessarily the XP, and it would be perfect for, like, a kingdom system. But yeah, I would definitely love more ventures. Oh, speaking of ventures, it's venture time! Thank you for mentioning ventures, by the way. Let me go do a venture run real quick. Off to the venture! Alright, let me go do this real quick. That's kind of funny. I know you were mentioning the ventures in a different context. But I don't know. How do I feel about... Oh, I definitely want 6 venture slots eventually, obviously. I don't think ventures would fix the exact problem I mentioned, though. Because ventures give a different type of material compared to what passive activities do. They're 2 different type of materials compared to each other. I definitely want to see 6 venture slots eventually, which obviously we'll have. But these are more like dailies, whereas the passives are a bit of a different system compared to that. They're more so a system to kind of give you loot while you're not playing. Which is exactly what Kingdom was back in the day when you added it back in like 2005, 2006. It was essentially a system that gave you loot while you weren't logged in. It's basically what, not ventures, but what passive activities are now. The only difference with passive activities is they also give you XP, obviously, on top of loot. Whereas the Kingdom of Miscellanea only gave you loot. The other problem with Kingdom of Miscellanea is it doesn't scale to your level at all. So in like early game it's really good, but later in the game it's kind of trash. Whereas in Brighter Shores they could easily make it scale off of what your skill is. Like if you're having them do mining, you could easily, you know, set it to whatever mining activity you want. Like right now I can have them go do marble if I wanted. And so on and so forth. Whereas the system they originally made doesn't scale at all to your level. But in Brighter Shores they could easily make it scale. Because they already have a system in place to pretty much do exactly that. Alright, what am I doing? Over to the other thing. Yeah, I'm curious to see what they do with it in the future. It's something I haven't even thought about, but it would definitely be really nice. Yeah, that's another one too. Yeah, there's a lot of them where it's just not worth doing. Like, for example, if you want to go do the cooking AFK, it is actually absurdly bad value. Because you have to do the fishing AFK and then do the cooking AFK. And if you do just the cooking AFK, you're just burning so much money. It's burning as much as if you go do like stonemason or blacksmith or something. Like you might as well be doing those at that point. Like it just burns so much. Like alchemy burns money too when you do the AFK, but you're getting an absurdly good potion from it in return. Whereas the only thing you're getting from cooking is just XP. Because I'm pretty sure it makes negative money, assuming you're buying it from the shop. Let's see, what am I doing? We're going back to the mines. Back to the mines. Oh yeah, you also need to get the bait from episode 5. That's kind of funny. I'm not sure if I'm going to be bothering with the gathering skill in chapter 5. For the same reason why we're not bothering forging. Because we don't need it to get 500 alchemy. So what's the point of doing it? The only reason I would ever do gather in this game is if it is, or you know, chapter 5 gather, I mean. The only way I would do it is if it is so absurdly important for builder skill that is required. That is the only reason I would get it up. So far, the only material that we know of is you can make AFK cement here, right over there. I was doing that some. But you can do that for one of the passive activities. What we don't know is, like, what is all the tie-ins that Chapter 5 Gatherer has to Builder. Because depending on how many tie-ins that is dependent on how valuable it is. The only thing we know for sure is cement. So you get something from doing the Gatherer that then feeds you, you know, Chapter 5 Gatherer. That gives you material that you can make cement out of, and then that cement is used for a bone rate AFK. Or sorry, a what's it called, AFK. Use it for, gosh, words. Use it for a builder AFK. So it's basically a triple AFK system. Where you probably AFK it while doing Worm Wrangler, or, you know, the Chapter 5 Gathering skill. You then AFK it for Bone Rite EXP, and then you AFK it for Cement EXP. I mean, for Builder EXP, with the Cement. So it's like a triple layer AFK. Unless you gather them non-AFK, but I'm pretty sure it's a triple layer AFK. Where you AFK Chapter 5 Gatherer into Bone Rite into Builder. The main thing we don't know is, like, what percent of the Worm Wrangler gathering skill in Chapter 5 is builder material. If the answer is, like, not even 10%, or, like, even less than that, it's probably not worth it. But if you need to do, like, 30, 40, 50% of all your material from it, then, yeah, that's a different story. Because we know we can get bricks and stuff from Merchant. We know we can get cement just by buying it from the shop and doing the Bone Rite AFK. But what we don't know is, like, what's the main primary training method? Like, how are you gaining most of the material you need for doing Builder? Is the biggest thing we don't currently know. And it really comes down to what percent of the gathering skill is required from Chapter 5 to go do it. Because if it's not a lot, then it's probably not needed. If it is a lot, then yeah, you're going to need to get it really high. I know, we'll have to wait and see. That's something we just don't currently know. But yeah, that one gathering skill does a lot. I think you get bait for fishing. You get bones that get made into cement, which gives you Bone Rite XP and Builder XP for 2 different AFKs. It gives you a use case for all those bricks and everything that you get from Merchant. You can't currently do them at the moment, but you will eventually be able to go do all these bricks, like this 194 venture, for example, and stuff like that. You'll be able to go do that to go get a bunch of bricks that you use for Builder in some way, shape, or form. But it's all the other things in between that we don't really know. Because there's definitely more material than just bricks, tiles, and cement. I think there has to be something else that we're not aware of currently. Because otherwise that skill would have almost no purpose when it comes to Builder. And if that's the case, then it's probably going to be dead content. Because you're not really going to need it for fishing. You're not really going to need it for the cement necessarily. You could probably just buy it from the shop and it might be a little pricey, but, you know, it skips a lot of steps. Like, what are you going to use it for? There's a lot of unknowns with it. But that's the only thing that really determines if Chapter 5 Gatherer is, like, even worth getting up at all. Beyond, like, level 20 in the short term. Is quest tie-ins, as well as, like, what's the highest level? Are we going to need, like, 50 in it, 40 in it, 60 in it? As well as, how much of that skill is attached to Builder XP. Because the bigger that number, the more important it is. I don't know, we'll just have to wait and see. You wonder if Carpenter will tie into Builder? I'm not sure. If it does, it's probably going to be the ash planks only. Because I'm pretty sure all the poles and everything are only for weapons. So if it was to have a tie-in, it would have to be an ash plank tie-in. Which might explain that one enemy that drops ash planks for seemingly no reason. I mean, logs, I mean. But that's the only material they make from carpentry that could have any builder tie-in. But it doesn't currently have a symbol on it, so I'm pretty sure it won't be. Unless they add it down the line. It's the only one I could see carpentry actually being used for it, though. But currently, it doesn't seem like it will, though. But you never know. They could always change it. If that does happen, that does give carpentry a newfound purpose, though. Also, we're getting so close to 100 Gatherer. It's a cool number, but it doesn't really do anything for us. I do need to go back at some point and get a couple more goat horns, though. I want to get a couple hundred banked. And then go to one inventory daffodils. Go over to the tangle fruit and just drop them on the ground. Maybe do that till apples. Do one inventory, then drop them on the ground. And then we can get to the real stuff. Because, gosh, there's so much real stuff within like a 4-level range. We get a 5% EXP bonus to every bone we ever collect. A bone for 3 levels, and then the best bone we could ever do. Well, not ever, but the best bone type we can do at this level range. And in these, we probably just do for one inventory to offset the other one inventory we did. Bitter fruit we ignore. Femurs we go heavy on until we get to 135 and do these all the way until, honestly, probably 148. Maybe even longer. But at least 148. Then we do a little bit of goat horn, a little bit of leeks. Probably banking them just so we can save some money when we do go do cooking down the line. Chestnuts, but I think we can ignore. Ram horn we'll do a little bit, but drop most of them. And then bone spike is the real true one. 166 is basically when we're done with Gatherer. I'm even considering that as well. Just getting Gatherer to only about like 180 off of just bone spike there. And same as the woodcutting and carpentry. You just get them all to about 180-ish. Because we need 170 woodcutting, 170 carpentry, and 166, actually, do I need the femur? Never mind, I do need the femur, so I actually need 184. So I need 184 carpentry. Well, oh no, I can still do it over the lower bone. Oh no, we'd probably go all the way to higher. So yeah, we need 184, not carpentry, 184 gatherer, 170 woodcutting, and 170 carpentry. And that allows us to make a 199 for any bone rate item. Once we get, 200 bone rate or 199 bone rate. And then from there, everything else would just be like extra XP if we ever wanted it for bone rate. But that'd be the requirement to get to what our goal is. Because the whole reason we're doing any of this grind, like gather and everything, it's not necessarily to get to 200. Though, of course, if we're that close, we might as well. But it's not necessarily to try to get these to 200. I'm just trying to get bone rate to the point where we can make infinite 199s down the line. Same as what we did for stonemason. So whenever we need an upgrade for, our cryonite stuff, we're good to go. And in the long term, I'll have my alt accounts go get 500 on both. So we'll have everything we ever need. The only exception to that being if he adds Iron Man mode, in which case, watch, you have to train them beyond 200. But that's a later issue to be determined. I'm still curious what he's going to do with that, because that kind of changes our trajectory for the rest of the time for this game, depending on what he does at that point in time. I'm actually curious what he even thinks on it. Because I don't think he mentioned it in the AMA, and I don't think anyone asked. Or if they did, I didn't see the reply. It's like, is he adding an official Iron Man mode when trading comes out or not? I don't mind if we get forced into trade, because currently my plan is assuming such. But if we have the option for permanent no trade, I'm probably clicking it. I won't think longer than like 10 seconds on that decision. On permanently disabled trading. If I had to choose one or the other. But if we're forced into trading, I'm already planning for that with everything that we're doing. I'm just assuming that we're going to be forced into trading in like a month. But our playstyle would definitely be substantially different depending on which one happens. Like, those are like 2 different games at that point. I don't know, I'll have to wait and see. I'm kind of hoping that he forces everyone into trading, but then adds like a separate mode down the line in like a year or 2 from now, where he gives us more slots and you can kind of make like self-sufficient profiles that never get access to trading ever. But I don't know, we'll have to wait and see. But if there is a choice between permanent no trade or permanent trade, I am probably picking permanent no trade, if the choice is there. But if we do have to trade, then we are very well prepared for it, for when it does come out in about a month. Oh yeah, there's a 500 watch person keep here. He's been here for like an hour or 2. He's actually been here for a while. It's just hard to see because everyone's collapsed on each other. Yeah, someone was here with 500 watch person for like an hour or 2. I'm not sure if they're still here. Are they here? But they've been here for quite a while. There's quite a big handful of them. I think it's the most populated 500 because the cape is so good. It's the most populated 500 combat in the game right now. Actually, I think there's more 500 watch persons than there are 500 of every other combat combined. Like, it's actually absurdly high how many there are. I can go check right now. I'm just going to do it based on what's on leaderboard. Currently, there are 14 people that have 500 watch person, not counting any hidden people. I'm not going to be counting any hiddens in these. For guard, there is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's mostly because it's free to play. So it's 8 versus 14. So it's still the highest. Let's do the other ones. 8, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So between the 2 of them, 13. So it does look like it's going to be slightly more, but barely. And then the other area, which is Mind Fighter. Which is only 3. So yeah, not by much. There are 14 people with Watch Person 500 compared to 16 people with every other 500 combined. That's a lot of people with 500 Watch Person. It's only 2 less than every other 500 combat combined in every other chapter. And if you take out free-to-play people, it is actually more people with a 500 Watch Person than people who are non-free-to-play getting a 500 combat. Because there's a lot of free-to-play on 500 Scout. I mean, 500 Guard, I mean. I think Scout might have 1, but most of them are on Guard. Like, there's only 1 person in Scout that's a free-to-play. But when you look at Guard, I think it's like 3, 4? 1, 2, 2 of them. So between 3 of them, yeah, so if you exclude free-to-play people, who are obviously going to get 500 Guard or Scout, if you exclude them and only count member accounts, there are more member accounts with 500 watch person than every other member account with a 500 combat in the entire game. That's kind of funny. But yeah, not counting free-to-play. There's more watch persons than every other one combined. It's a really good cape. It's one of the reasons why we're slowly working to 500 watch persons as well. People want that cape. And a lot of them don't even do 500 detective along the way. I think there's only 2 people or 3 people in the game who have 500 watch person and 500 detective. Like, if I type in Ozzy right now, I'm going to make a bet he doesn't have 500 detective. I'm pretty sure it's not even above 200. Or if it is, like, barely. Like, it's definitely not over 300. Yep, 134 detective. But has 500 watch person. Like, a lot of people going for it. They're not even doing it for the detective XP. They're doing it just for the cape. Because that's definitely a cape route person. But I believe there's only 2 people in the game, or 3, that have 500 detective and watch person. Which means you did it through raids. These include these 3 people. Casey ended up doing both. And I'm pretty sure both these other 2 did both, though I think one of them only did detective, which is kind of weird. Let me go double check. So we go back to that. Detective, top players. Let's see. Where's the other one? This one did not do 500 watch person. They're working on it, but they didn't do it. And then, so there's only 2 then. I think the other person did, didn't they? I think Old School did. Yeah, they pretty much did. They're almost there. Yeah, only like 1 or 2 people in the game have both 500 watch person and detective simultaneously. Every other person that did it did watch person only, which means about 10 people out of like the 13 or 14 or whatever we just mentioned earlier all went into just doing watch person without the detective component. They did some amount of detective, but not a lot of it. Although level 50 capes are ugly, I wouldn't say all of them, but they're definitely pretty wimpy compared to like 100+ capes. I think the biggest issue with the 50 capes is they're a little too short. 100 capes are just right. 200 capes are like a little overextending, but generally just right for a lot of other ones as well. Depends on what cape type it is. And the 500 look really cool, but I feel like they go a little too far to the ground currently. Like you're pretty much dragging a cape on the ground by the time you have a 500. Yeah, we were calling them napkins at the beginning of the game. The level 50 napkins. Those little handkerchief things that you put on your back. But yeah, the 50s are really, really short. Like 100 is normal length, 200 is long, and 500 is extra long. But yeah, 50 is pretty short though. They still have a pretty cool design, but their length is leaves a little bit to be desired. Yeah, some keeps are longer than others at different level ranges. They're not all exactly equal. Like, look at his level 50 cape. Look at how long the merchant 50 cape is. It's almost as long as up to the 100 level. Unless that is the 100 level cape. I don't think it is though. I'm pretty sure it's the 50. It's almost as long as the mining cape at 100. Alright, I think we're officially about 1/3 the way through, by the way. The only problem with that is we're about 5 hours into the stream. I guess we might not be able to finish all the iron ore today. That's fine, because I still gotta go mine more anyways. Unless I'm gonna be doing stonemason. I still haven't decided if I'm doing basalt flint or just keep doing iron. The benefit of basalt flint is if I ever do plan on doing post 200 stonemason, I eventually need 206. And I have no clue how we're scrapping it other than if I do flint basalt now. So I should probably do it now while it's not like horrible mining XP. Because I have no other way to get 206 other than like knowledge spam it. So whenever I do any amount of mining until like level 223, if I'm offsetting the AFK activity at all, I gotta be doing basalt flint just so we can get to 206. Because I'm not sure what we do otherwise other than put a billion knowledge points into it. It's going to be a later issue because I don't plan on getting it above 206 anytime soon. But I kind of want to preemptively get it a little bit closer because if I ever want to do the grind, it's going to be like a multi-day grind to get it to 206 if I'm doing knowledge only. But once we get it there, it's pretty much in the clear forever. I just don't plan on doing post 200 anytime soon, though. But I want to have it set up so whenever we do, it's kind of, you know, ready to go. Rather than having to do, like, a multi-day grind just to go get it set up when we want to go train it. We still will have to. Because even if I do that all the way until, like, 215, 216, somewhere around there. 215 is when we get our next AFK activity. But even if I do it to 215, that doesn't even bank us 202 stonemason. It'll bank us a level. It will not bank us 2 levels, though. It will definitely bank us the rest of 201. But if I had to, hypothetically, go from 201 to 206 with just knowledge, it is, what, 16 points each time? I'm not even going to account for the 5% or the 7% that we might have by then, because by then we'll probably have 7% pots. But ignoring the 7% XP bonus... Actually, let's not ignore it. Okay, let's say it takes 15 per level then, assuming you're using a 7% for all the other ones. So let's say it's taking about 15 per level, because we're 7%ing most of them instead of 5%ing. So it'll take us 15 per, which means I would need to go get from 201... We would have to do, 575. We'd have to do 75 knowledge points. On average, that would take us, like, 2 days to grind. It could technically be done in 1 day if we really power grind, like, you know, merchant for, like, 12 hours straight or something. But realistically, that would take us 2 days of grinding knowledge to go from 201 stonemason to 206. So it's definitely not an immediate thing. So from 213 to 215 mining, I'm definitely doing basalt flint. And then, whatever that gets us to, we'll just have to do that knowledge down the line. It'll be like a day and a half, 2 day grind to just get the knowledge for it, whenever we do it. I don't plan to do that anytime soon, though. I don't actually need post 200 bone right or stonemason. But I want to have them set up where I can. Luckily, bone right doesn't need it. It gets this AFK activity at, Oh! I only need 202. Because we can use the +4 pots by then. Oh, wait. Ooh. Ooh, that's shiny. Yeah, never mind. I forgot. That means I would almost be covered entirely from that. I'm also only have to put a little bit of knowledge into it. Ooh, gosh, I love these potions so much. I wish, when trading comes out, assuming this account has trading, any of you guys making these, you gotta let me know what you want for them. And or donations, because I am going to need like hundreds to thousands of these things. And I'm only going to be making them up to level 219. I am going to need so many of these. I wonder what the market will sell them at. I hope it's not too much, because there is a price where it becomes not worth it. But yeah, we will need like literal thousands. That's not even an exaggeration. It might even be tens of thousands over the course of the account. It's probably the most useful potion in probably like the whole game. I need so many of them. I almost just want to get my alts doing alchemy instead of what's it called? Instead of doing like the 500. Honestly, that might be their pivot. We'll have to see. I'll make that determination after trading comes out. But if trading comes out, I think I will actually literally just camp them to 200 alchemy and just keep making those potions for the rest of the time. Instead of them grinding anything else, I think they're just going to do this from 200 alchemy to 500 alchemy, ignoring everything else in between. It would take them several years to get to 500 alchemy that way. That would be super inefficient. However, I need that potion so badly. Like a lot of it. I wonder if they're ever going to do anything in the future where you can just buy it from the shop. I wonder how much that would cost. It'd probably be like over 100 something silver. The sad part is that might be worth it. If it's a number under 100 silver, I think buying infinite of it is actually worth. Because not only does it give you new material earlier than you normally would be able to, I think on average, it's like bare minimum 10% more XP than whatever you're currently AFKing, assuming the +4 gets you to your next category. And they should also be cheaper than +5s, though oddly enough, not much cheaper. And +5s only let you do 1 level earlier. The reason why the +4 is so big is it needs to be 4 or higher in order to be able to skip the whole knowledge threshold, at least in the current state of the game. I don't know, I'll have to wait and see. I think I'm still going with the plan I'm doing with them right now, which is I'm trying to AFK them to complete out Lost and Found. And then assumably after that, I'm going to go get them AFKing to 500 Stonemason and 500 Bone Rate. Or, you know, one doing one doing the other. But plan B might be, hey, alchemy! All in on alchemy! I don't have to wait and see, though. But the alchemy pivot might be very strong. Potentially. I'll have to wait and see. Hey, a black Santa hat. The biggest issue with keeping them on alchemy, though, is the amount of time that they can AFK is way worse. The only absurdly big downside of alchemy AFK is, it requires a lot of material. And the amount of time that you can AFK for is really bad compared to the average AFK. Which is probably the main reason for not doing that. Because you'd have to check them so much more often. Like, I think you have to check them like 2-3 times a day. Probably close to 3 just to make sure they're always doing it. Whereas other ones, you can AFK for like 23 hours straight and not need to worry about it. So you can just check it once a day, pretty much whenever. But you can't do that with alchemy. That's the biggest issue. I think I just convinced myself to not do that, actually. But yeah, that's the only super big downside. Because you have to check it like 2-3 times as many times as a normal AFK activity. Also, I can't believe we're spending a whole stream doing this. Just because I'm too paranoid to drop these things. But here we are. Hey, Beat's doing carpentry. But just imagine how clean the banks will look after this. You're going to see some of the cleanest banks you've ever seen in this game after we finish this grind today. No unprocessed material, just always fully done material for every single category. Or that we currently have gathering for, of course. And done for all 3 categories as well, bone rate, smithing, and stonemason. Which I say that, I'm actually not sure if I can get it done in time. It's gonna be close though. Because we're doing about 720 an hour, give or take a little bit. Counting grabbing the XP pots is probably closer to like 650 an hour. Like 650 to 700 an hour is about how many we're doing. Counting any amount of downtime or lag or anything else that we're just like not clicking immediately on. As well as getting the XP pots every single time. So bare minimum like 650 an hour. And we got a few thousand more bones to go. And then we got like 2,500 ore to go do. But hey, that's why we're doing it all in one stream. Because otherwise I would have had to divide this up like every day for like a few hours. But if we do it all at once, we just never need to worry about it again. Until I gather even more material that I need to go dunk, but that's a different situation. At least that would be pretty good XP at that point. Alright, grab all that. Bank all this. Let's see, what's the damage? How many more bones do we have? I think I'm over-exaggerating how many more I have left. Let's see, that's not even 1,000. Yeah, look at that. That's less than 2,000. We're more than halfway done, at least with bones. But yeah, we got less than 2,000 left. That's barely anything at all. Alright, anyways, let's go back. It's less than 3 hours of bones. Actually, about exactly 3,000 hours of bones. I mean, 3 hours, I mean. Which means that would give us 4 hours to go do 2,500 iron. Which means I think that is doable. It's gonna take all day, like literally all day. But it is doable. I still can't believe this is what we're doing today. Good old endless grind MMOs. I've definitely done far worse, though. This is like nothing compared to some grinds we've done in the past for other games. Like, the fact that you can even finish this grind in one day makes it, like, almost nothing. The dog's barking at the other dog, oh no. The dogs are going to war. A bark war. Oh, is he doing carbony spanking? Ooh. Fancy. I'm pretty sure I'm going to be doing the same thing at 223. I only plan to do a couple thousand, though. I don't plan to go too crazy on it. I don't think that's enough for a level. It's just gonna tease us. No, you can't do that. I'm about to go over there and go get an XP drop real quick. What have I not done for first time bonus? Don't make me go over there and go pick a whole inventory of dandelions. I'll do it. Don't make me go telly over there. I'm gonna do that before our next double XP drop. I'm gonna go do one set of dandelion. I need 23 of them to match my other 23 from earlier. Technically, I'll have room to get 24, but I kind of want to get 23 just so it's even. But, yeah, we're going to go do the one inventory, I guess. But we need to go get our knowledge bar up first, though. Because I want to wait till we get the level before we put knowledge into it, just so we get a little bit better XP. It's not that much, but might as well cash in the first time. Honestly, I might as well cash in, like, all the first time bonuses. I think there's a few others I skipped. I didn't bother doing 58 tangle fruit, the flat scale, because it's so annoying with the snakes. Never sure what's used for. The other bitter fruit I didn't bother doing. And obviously the dandelion, which is our most recent unlock. As far as like active ones that we can go touch. And then another tangle fruit. Gosh, I might just wait for the tangle fruit and just triple tangle. We're definitely only going for the dandelions on the next trip. Just to force the level over. And I'll definitely give the best XP of any of them. And we'll get the first time bonus with the XP pile active as well. And then double dump a full knowledge bar into it. Yeah, I gotta remember to do that around like 180% knowledge or 190. Probably 190-ish. Because I need to grab a few until the level pushes over, but it shouldn't take that much at all. We need like 2000 XP. First time bonus alone will probably push it over with the base XP of the actual object. Hey, what's the poll currently at? After 44 votes, what is the highest gold amount you have ever had at one time in Brighter Shores? We're at 50% for 0 to 5. We're at 39% for the category I'm actually in, oddly enough, which is the 6 to 25, because the highest we ever had was slightly under 25. Then, oddly enough, a very small amount at 26 to 100, only at 2%. But a surprisingly high amount, 9% at 101 plus gold, which are the people that are going like super all out with saving gold for when trading comes out. Oh, so hello, Kush. Welcome, welcome. Hope all's been well. Hope the holiday's been going good as well. We are currently dunking about 2,000 more bones. The funny part is it's not a joke. I think we have 1,800 something bones to go. We've so far dunked probably over 2,000. Honestly, kind of losing track. Actually, we can kind of figure it out. We've done about 3,000 something so far. I don't know the exact number, but we've done about 3,000-ish bones so far. With a little under 2,000 to go. And anytime we have left, we're going to do 2,500 iron bars with. I don't think we'll be able to finish the iron bars, though. That should take a lot longer than I thought it would. But, we'll dedicate a day to it. Just to have it done and not need to worry about it ever again. You don't have the patience for dunking bones? Oh, I do. I could do this for a week straight and not burn out on it. Not sure if that's a good thing or a bad thing. Though no worries, we're only doing it for one day. That's kind of the whole reason why we're doing it like this. So we don't have to do it again for a very long time. After today, I don't have to do this for quite a while. And if we do, it's going to be only the ones we gather on a given day. Just so we don't have to go backtrack and do like 7,000 in one day like today. Because we did around 5,000 bones and going to do about 2,500 ore. In total, doing over 7,000 total product in one singular day. But if we start processing just what we get per day, we won't need to worry about it like this. So if we get like 1,000 bones, let's say, hypothetically tomorrow, we don't need to do 1,000. I don't know, we'll see. I don't think I'm going that heavy on Gatherer, though, tomorrow. I kind of want to pivot a little bit, just so we have a little bit of change of pace. After doing so much Gatherer recently. As well as, you know, dunking these all day long. I'm not sure what the mini pivot is, though, if we do something like that. To some degree, I'm considering woodcutting. But I kind of want to have access to the bones if I do that. Which I need 115 Gatherer for. The thing is, we're not really getting that many more bones between then and there, though. Like, goat horns, I do want to get a couple hundred, but we're not going to go crazy with them. And I think I'm just going to do apples and drop them on the ground. We were talking about a bunch of math with a bunch of the other things, and I think that was our final verdict. So we actually are going to do the apples, but just drop them instead of bank them. Also, every bone that we get to do after this bone is more XP per hour than what we're doing now. I know it looks like our bar is barely moving, because that is the case. It's barely moving. But, this is the highest tier, lowest tier bone, if that makes sense. Out of the 4 that you can have, this is the highest of the 4, but it's tier 1. But this means you can make a 0 out of 19 with it, so these will be used so much later on. Like, if you're wondering, like, what we're using to make our shields, this is basically it. These with some basic ash planks and we're good to go. I was going to buy the ash planks from the carpentry place, of course, whenever we need them. I just realized the soul looks like a CD from a distance. Dude, that's the 50 carpentry cape right there. But it definitely looks like a CD rather than a soul. Because you can't see all the spikes and everything on it from that far away. But we were doing some math earlier too. We need 184 gatherer, 170 wood cutting, and 170 carpentry. This would allow us to make every 199 for bone rate that we would need ever. Oh yeah, one other thing we discovered earlier today too. We actually don't need a level forging. We can get to every goal we pretty much want for alchemy without ever doing forging. You think you'll have 385 merchants tonight? Nice. How much gold are you up to? What's your highest amount of gold? Because we have the current highest amount of gold poll going right now. He's about to guess. Gosh, it's probably over 500 if you're hoarding. Like, probably even more than that. I asked you yesterday. I already forget the number. I forget very quickly. I think you said 600 something. I want to say you said 600, like 67 or something. Which by this point would be almost like 690. Oh, it's 757 yesterday. I know it was somewhere around there. That was only about 100 off. Every number that high starts to blend together. Until it becomes one platinum. It's still kind of crazy, though. Because I think there's a double-digit number of people these days that actually have one platinum now. That's a lot of money in this game. You don't even know what you're going to spend the gold on when trading releases? Honestly, I don't even think there's anything I would want to spend gold on when trading releases. There's some things I would want to sell, so it can go upgrade tools and everything. But I can't think of a single thing I would want to buy that isn't going to be like so outrageously overpriced, like the +4 boost potions or something. I definitely want to wait till like the market stabilizes a bit. I would definitely sell while it's unstabilized, but I don't think I would buy while it's unstabilized. Because honestly, anything can go for anything, pretty much. Obviously, we know like the general price range of what some things will go for. But anything can nearly go for anything. You just got your first 100k? Nice, Stefan! Huge congrats! And you just upgrade a bunch of tools that you're all broke now. Yeah, same thing happened to us. I think the next tool I'm upgrading is a level 25 sickle, which I need like 18 or actually 17 more gold for, so. We're gonna need that actually somewhat soon as well. We're at level 10 right now and we still need the other upgrade. I just realized that I never get the rake upgrade. No, never mind, we don't have it yet. I forgot. You don't get it until 111. For a second I thought I forgot to buy it, but no, we're just not there yet. It's so deep. 111 just for a 5%. We're getting there, though. And the second one comes in when we go do Sage. It might not do Sage, I mean ignore Sage and go keep doing Dockleaf. You're gonna get 83 Detective and 100 Merchant next to make some money back. Nice. Yeah, I've still been meaning to get the 222 Merchant and 210 Leatherworker grind done. Maybe that's something we'll do tomorrow then. Just for a bit of a change of pace so we're not doing Gather or dunking something. I might do Merchant Leatherworker. Probably not simultaneously because I'm not a big fan of combining the two, but maybe we'll do it simultaneously. We'll see. The problem with doing it simultaneously is we have to keep our floor clean. There's the only big downside of doing both now that we have the drop ball buff. Unless you want to go pick it up every single time you go back to the board. You're going to have to keep your floor completely empty. Which makes quite a few merchant items a lot worse than they otherwise would be. I don't know, maybe we'll try it tomorrow. Do Merchant Leatherworker. Rather than just Merchant or only Leatherworker. Do both of them together. Because I really need that sickle money pretty soon. We need it by level, what, 135 gather? And it might sound like it's far away, but if we do like 2 streams of gather, we're basically there. So I'd kind of want to do that 1 stream of money making before we do the 2 streams of gather. Plus, not to mention, a lot of the XP I'd be getting from it, I'll probably be dumping onto gather. Because anything I get while doing merchant and leatherworker is just going straight to gather. So even when we're doing merchant leatherworker, I'm still getting gather XP. You're only playing about an hour a day? Nice. There's still a lot you can get done on that. I play that less on the alts, and they're still making pretty good progress. As long as you're keeping up with like your dailies and AFK activities, or even more so the AFK activities. So if you have time to do the dailies as well. The only daily I tend to do on them right now, well, for one, they only have 1 unlocked. But whenever they teleport to go to their smithing AFK, they can get the mining daily done for free, pretty much. Because it's already on route. There's a couple of other also like that. Like, for example, whenever you do anything in, like, Chronopolis, you can get the detective daily done for free. As it paths you through the main road constantly whenever you do anything there. So it's not that far away to go and just tap it real quick. But yeah, we've still been going strong at like 14-ish hours a day. Like literally today, all we're doing is just dunking a bunch of bones. and ore. It's not just bars. I mean, not just bones. Also doing bars. Eventually, once we finish all the bones. It's probably one of the weirdest streams we've done yet, though. From a what is our objective category. It was mostly something from last night that triggered it. Because I saw 1 clean bank and it was like, ooh, I gotta do it to all of them. The problem is I did 200 stonemason. I shouldn't have done that. Because seeing the clean bank and 200 stonemason is like, okay, I gotta make every bank I have look like this. The worst part about that is, you know what my dirtiest bank is? It's my log bank. And you know what log bank getting clean means? It means, carpentry. So, yeah, it's not ideal. We're not doing the carpenter grind anytime soon, no worries. It's... Well, I shouldn't say the term no time soon, but I will keep ignoring it for as long as we physically can. Until it's not ignorable any longer. But I am considering the pivot of actually getting 170 before 199 bone rate. Just so I can fully, from scratch, anything I would need for the bone rate items. Because that's the whole point of even doing 200 bone rate. Just so that we can make the items. So what better way than having the full, from scratch method for it? Which requires 184 gatherer, 170 woodcutter, and 170 carpenter. Those levels combined let us make any 199 shield or weapon for bone rate. That way when special attacks come out, I'm already going to be up to... I just did the math right now. If I do... Let's say I have 230 smithing by then, because that seems realistic. Let's say, hypothetically, we have 230 smithing by then. 230 plus 199 plus 199 divided by 3. We'd be able to make a level 209 4-star from scratch of anything we ever want. It's not bad. I was mentioning earlier, too, for Mindfighter, I'm probably going to have to go a little bit post 200, and that'd be perfect. Because we can make our weapon that we need. A 209 4-star for it. Because we were doing some math on all the alchemy grind, and we figured out that we don't really need Forager at all. I just have to go a little bit deeper on Mindfighter. That's hello, Genki! Welcome, welcome. Hope all's been well. Hope your holiday ended up going amazingly. Are you gonna get 200 Mindfighter for all the 200s? Yes. We need 220 something Mindfighter to go get 200 alchemy. Because I'm skipping Forager, so I need some way to fill the gap. So we're gonna be doing a lot of the 170 heal pots, or you know, this 35%, the best in slot heal in the game right now. We're gonna be making a lot of these to offset the fact that I can't do the 185 potion or the 176 potion. There's the only bad side of skipping Forager. But beyond that, yeah, we're pretty much good to go. I'm just gonna have to do the 170 potion all the way to 200, which is not ideal, but that's what knowledge is for. If we need to offset it some with knowledge. But otherwise, I'm gonna just make the 170 heal pots all the way to 200. It's not ideal, but we'll need extra Mind Fighter so we can get the supplies for free. That way we're just banking free best in slot heal pots for when bossing and everything else comes out. Yep, we finally got all the new emotes in. Yeah, we got a lot of them now. Some people are really, really generous in the Brighter Shores community. There's a handful of people that actually gave us like 50 or 100 at a time, which is greatly, greatly appreciated. So we're able to add like 1 billion emotes. And the cool thing with YouTube is you actually get to keep them as well. I'm not sure if you could change them though. Do you actually know, Genki? I know you have them as well. I'm not sure if your number went down at all. But can you actually change out any of like the ones that you don't have up to the threshold for? If you know what I mean. Not sure if that makes sense. Because obviously the number eventually moves back down. Because I know I could still use them. But I'm not sure if I can change them or not. I haven't actually tried. Mostly out of concern that they might like delete themselves or something. But yeah, I do plan to get 200 base level in Mind of Matubin. Mind Fighter because I need the Alchemy XP, and Bone Rate because Bone Rate. We just needed to finish out the trifecta of the crafting skills. Merchant dailies feel bad, only because after 149, you don't unlock a new one for... Yeah, the biggest issue with merchant dailies right now, or ventures, is the ones for Chapter 5 don't work right now. So for example, the 194 glossy stones that I otherwise would be doing, I can't currently do because they don't exist at the moment. Otherwise, that would definitely be one of our 2 ventures. I'd probably drop, honestly, the mining one in favor of that, so we could just do a double mines. I mean, a double Chronopolis one. But yeah, I can't currently because it doesn't let you. Obviously, once Chapter 5 comes out and or Quest comes out or something, you'll be able to. But in the current state of the game, you can't do any of the tile or brick ventures at the moment. So yeah, there's a big gap in between them. Because I can't do the one at 197, I can't do the one at 250. Obviously, down the line you'll be able to when Chapter 5 comes out, but that's like months from now at this point. Unless they add it before the hand, but I don't think they will. You never know. You can currently earn bricks in the game right now, which is really inconsistent from chess. I wonder how much they'll go for when trading comes out. They can't possibly go for that much, though. They can't possibly be more than a few silver. I'm just hoarding all mine for low-level builder. It's 389 until you can do a new one until then? Oh, gosh. Yeah, that'll get fixed when Chapter 5 comes out. So we still got a good ways until then. Honestly, trading, PvP, special attacks, and the combat will be out before combat rework. Will all be out before we get Chapter 5, most likely. Not confirmed, but exceedingly likely. Like, Chapter 5 is probably, like, the last thing we're getting in, like, the whole list of things before launch. It's likely to be one of the last few things we get. I would assume they want to try to launch with it. Because even during the AMA, the times that they said around when they want to launch, and the times when they said about when the next chapter is happening, were roughly the exact same numbers. Which means they might be wanting to try to launch around the same time, if not the exact same time when Chapter 5 comes out. Either launching with it, or launching really, really soon after. But there's a chance they actually launch with Chapter 5. Like when 1.0 officially comes out. That will be like a week beforehand. Just so we can kind of like beta test it before launch, I guess, technically. Just to make sure it's stable for when the actual launch happens. But that'd be a pretty big thing to do for launch, though. A whole new chapter. Yeah, 500 Merchant and Leatherworker is going to be so good for Armor Maker. I don't plan to get Armor Maker too much beyond like 200, 300 something, though. Like, super long term I do. But it's still way better to get 500 Smithing before I get 500 Armor Maker. And I don't think I'm going to have 500 Smithing before Chapter 5. Yeah, we really need special attacks at least. It makes tier 4 weapons feel so bad right now. Knowing that they should have a special attack, but don't. Because I really need that extra power that I don't currently have. Alright, it's almost time for our Gatherer break. Because I need to go do that before this bar goes all the way. Because I want to get one single XP real quick. And I need to go offset the dandelions from earlier. Because I got a bunch of glob plants, I believe, go with them. I got like 23 of them earlier, so now I need to get 23 dandelions to offset it. I also need it because I need the XP to go to 100. And then, hey, 100 Gatherer achieved. I still need like 184 plus, though. And honestly, by the time I get 184 Gatherer, 170 Woodcutter, and 170 Carpenter, at that point, honestly, might as well just go to 200. If we're going that far with them, what's a few extra levels at that point? The difference is almost like 3 streams, though. Compared to going 184, 170, 170, compared to all 3 200. Obviously, all 3 200 looks way cleaner. Scout will be ignored, though. Poor Scout. Minefighter's not going to be ignored long term, but Scout is. Same as Guard. Just no need for me to get them up in the current state of game at the moment. Which means every skill that we're pretty much full ignoring is Scout, Guard, Chef, Fisherman, and Forger. Those are the only skills we're pretty much full ignoring. Those 5. 2 of which are combat. Because Merchant we need for money to feed Leatherworker. Leatherworker we need for money and for Armor Maker in Chapter 5. Detective we need to go feed XP to Watch Person AFK. Vice versa for Watch Person to Detective. Obviously we needed Stonemason, Smithing, and Bonewright in order to go do our 199 4 stars. As well as apparently, by the time it gets released, probably around 209 4 star. If we do a 199, 199 with whatever our high smithing level is by that point. Which is about 230. Or if he's even higher than that, we could make a 210 or even higher than that. But whatever we can, around like the 200 range of a 4 star weapon. Using those 3. Mining, obviously, to go feed the material. Minefighter to go get 200 alchemy, as well as 1 billion heal pots for best in slot healing for whenever bossing or anything comes out. Carpentry and woodcutting, we need to go feed all 3 of the other skills in order to make products out of them, particularly Bonewright, but also all 3. Gatherer we need for Bonewright, as well as to feed into the rest that we need for alchemy. And then alchemy I just need for like 1.5 billion potions. So those other 5 we can just ignore almost entirely. Fishing, cooking does almost nothing. Forger, we don't need to actually do our 200 alchemy goal and beyond. And the 2 combats just don't do anything unique enough to bother doing them at the moment, compared to the other 2. Whereas Minefighter feeds you a lot of alchemy, and Watch Person is literally just walk into center of room and AFK for 3 minutes. But, yeah, so we just ignore the other 2 combats then. And that's our game plan. Which means, how far away are we from 200ing every skill I just mentioned? I want to say a month and a half? I think we could definitely do it. We're 100% going to get it before 100 days. That's without question. Because we're on what right now? Oh, so I fixed the day number, by the way. It was actually off. I think it was the 43rd day. On the 44th, I accidentally, like, double 43'd it. But we had, like, a double 43 or double 42 or something. But anyways. Yeah, today's 52. Day 52. That should be accurate now. So today's level, day 52, which means, what does that come out to then? I think by day 90, we can have 200 in every relevant skill for us. But the only ones not being 200 by then being Scout, Guard, Cooking, Fishing, and Forager. But every other thing would be by then. By day 90. Honestly, we could probably even do it within day 80-ish? No, that'd be a month. I don't know. Can we do it in a month? Can we do it by the end of January? Because what's left? Like, how many skills are left? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Probably not. Because that assumes 1/200 every, like, what, 6 days? No, pretty much every 5 days. Well, if we're counting to the end of January, yeah, like about 1 every 6 days. Almost 1 every week. It's like slightly more than 1 every week, though. But, I don't know, is that doable? That might be doable. If we try to do 6 in 6 weeks, I think we could do it. Which is pretty much end of January, technically start of February. I think we could do 6 of them in 6 weeks. Most of them are starting from a pretty low number, though. How many levels is that per day, though? If you're doing 6 per 6 weeks. 200 divided by 7. What does that come out to? Well, let's say 20 divided by 7. I mean, 180 divided by 7, I mean. Actually, let's even say 50, because they're all base 50. 150 divided by 7. We, on average, would have to do about 21 to 22 levels a day. So we'd actively have to train about 20 levels a day, and then find where the rest is coming from knowledge. So if we simply trained about 20 levels a day, technically 22, if you're counting knowledge and everything. I'd just say 22. No, purple elf! It just passed my Santa. No, red Santa, come back. Purple elf's back in the lead again. Anyways, what was I tangenting about? But yeah, we'd have to gain about 22 levels a day for 6 weeks. Which is pretty doable. We generally gain more than that every single stream we ever do. You would just have to be focusing that on, you know, the skills that are within that category. That's very doable. Alright, we officially did it. We have finished all of these. Look at how clean that looks. Ooh. So nice, so shiny. Alright, anyways. We still got 2 left. One with 552 and the other one with 976. Alright, let me just do 1 set of these and then we'll go do... Actually, no. Should I go there now? Yeah, I think we got enough knowledge. Let me go there now. I need to go get 1 EXP pot and go do our dandelions real quick. I need to get 23 of them. The whole reason I'm doing this is to go get our 99 to 100 before I go knowledge it. But also because I need 23 to offset the other 23 I have banked. I'm probably going to double check my bank just in case, but I'm pretty sure it's 23, so I'll grab another 23. Don't want to have a weird number. I want to have it to be exactly enough. Yeah, let's go check. Alright, 2 things I need to go check. The first is, do I have 23 of that one weird one? Yes. So I need 23. Alright, easy as that. Alright, give me that. Thank you. Let's go head over there. Alright, what am I even picking up right now? The dandelions. Oh yeah, I know where that is, I think. We'll find out. I haven't needed to do this since like level 2. But, I think I know where they are. There they are. I just realized this potion is not going to last long enough, is it? Because I wanted to use it for the first time bonus as well. I should have brought 2 with me. I was just not used on the first time bonus, which barely gives anything anyways. Yeah, I think we're going to get enough knowledge in time. That's fine, I can just double later. Not too big a deal. I need to make sure to grab 23 of these. I really should have grabbed the double pot, though. Oh, so this room's kind of cool. You basically never need to come back here for anything. The only thing in here is dandelions. It's a pretty cool room for just something you only have to come here for dandelions for, never again. Thank you, Tate. No problem. Yeah, I almost forgot that room even exists. It's a pretty cozy room. It's kind of weird how decorated it is relative to how little time you ever spend in that room ever. The tangle fruit room? I don't think I've actually been in that tangle fruit room. I've mostly been ignoring tangle fruits because they have like no value other than dropping them to the ground. By a certain level ranges, they're definitely going to be worth picking up for XP rate. Yeah, there's a couple really cool rooms in this forest, I do have to say. It's just you basically never need to come to almost any of them, is the problem. Wait, is that Kale's other account? You mentioned something about that yesterday. I didn't realize that till just now. So I'm skipping a flower deliberately here. I want to get exactly 23 to match the 23 we had earlier. And we're out of here. I'm gonna have to backtrack all the way over here to go bank this, but I'm pretty sure this is quicker than teleporting to the other thing. It's not ideal, but I think this is our quickest way to go about it. And just backtrack back to the place. Alright, that should be enough to... no, don't drop all. There we go. Alright, that should be enough to make 3 9-minute fears or whatever it comes out to. I don't really need them, I just want it for the first time bonus for everything. So we don't have to buy it and worry about it later. Okay, so we only have 2 bones left. 552 of one and about 1,000 of the other. So in total, we only have about 1,500 left to go. Let's keep going. And after that, we have 2,500 iron if we have some extra time for the bonus round. I'm not sure if we'll finish all the iron, though. Let's see, what we have left here is, like, what, a little over 2 hours. That brings us to, let's say, like, really over. That brings us to 8 hours total. That means the other ones I'd have to finish in about 3.5. Depends on what you could do per hour. If it's, like, similar to this or slightly different. But it seems like we're going to get almost exactly on time. If we go for almost the full 12 hours, I believe we will be able to finish everything. By about, like, the 11.5 hour mark or so. So, hey, we're halfway there. The stream's halfway over. What level spike is this? Is that level 38 goes up to 99? Yeah, this is one of those weird in-between ones that probably isn't too useful. There's the only problem with a lot of these other ones that aren't tier 1 or tier 4. Tier 2 and 3 is really weird when it comes to stonemason smithing and bone rate. We're only the tier 1 and tier 4 are like the big ones. Tier 1, 4, 5, and 6. 2 and 3 are kind of in a weird dead area. Where they're not useless, but their usability is not as high. You would still use them, they're just in a weird in-between category. Like, you'll still need some of them, just not like an absurd amount. It's why on the tier 3s that we're moving up to, I only plan to get a couple hundred of all the ones that aren't like their 2 biggest ones that we want to do. Bone Spike and Femurs. Because every single other one, we're really not going to need more than a few hundred for anything. Especially as a non-guardian. It's only when we start getting to tier 4 and up is it really going to matter again. Tier 2 and 3 are a little dead. It's one of the reasons why we're also putting so much knowledge into our gatherer right now. Just to kind of get past that dead zone of tier 2 and 3. Until we can actually get to the good tier 4 stuff. Which will be able to make 199s and everything. If you wonder why we're going so heavy on putting Gatherer XP into that thing. It's mostly to skip the dead zone of bones. Which we are still kind of stuck in. As well as even the potion supplies. We get the much better ones at 135. It'll actually be the first time we really get to properly use that quest as well. Dockleaf is actually hidden behind the 5-star quest. You cannot collect it without the 5-star quest. Kind of like you can't do Death Stone mining without doing the 3-star quests in Chapter 3. The Chapter 2 is actually similar in that you can't get Dockleaf and the better Dockleaf until you've completed the 5-star quest in Chapter 2 of Forgotten Things. It's one of the few big rewards that you end up getting from it. This makes a 7% HP pop for the area. It's not worth doing the Sage, though. But it's going to be expensive making those potions. I think it's like 4.5 silver each at a complete loss. So I'm not sure if it's even worth it, to be honest. Might even still just skip them and just get like one inventory of both. Hypothetically, if we were to. We would definitely want the 10% later, but hypothetically. The problem with that is we're going to have to be in the bone zone for quite a while. The big issue with that is we'd be stuck on Femurs for like forever and a half. The biggest issue is, I believe buying Sage, if you were to buy it, and it's definitely not worth gathering. But if you were to buy Sage, it is like 4.5 silver each. Which means even if we collect all the Dockleaf, we're still paying 4.5 silver per potion. For just a 7% boost. Which is basically double that we'd be paying for 5%. It really comes down to, is that worth it? And honestly, I think it still is. Just because the alchemy XP. It fills a nice gap between alchemy. That we don't really have a fill for currently. That doesn't fill that far though. It fills like 6 levels. And depending on how much Mind Fighter, if we don't do those as much, it fills up to 131 a little bit more. Yeah, it doesn't fill that much. It would if it did the 6%, because Fear go all the way to there. Easily. Honestly, Fear you could easily do all the way to 122 or 131 if you really had to. I don't know, it's still in a weird in-between. I definitely want to do some of them. I'm just not sure if I want to do that all the way there. Or just keep doing the Fears or not. I should probably double check what the XP difference is between a Fear and a the other one. I think that would be the main thing that would kind of determine it or not. Is this actually worth doing the Fear all the way to that level? Even if we have access to these. Or, you know, is it worth going out of our way for the extra access to them? Because I don't think it is. The 4.5 silver each is just like the main thing keeping me from doing it. Since we won't be able to get every component ourselves. So I might just do one inventory of both. Let's say that is what we do. I guess we don't need the sickle as much anymore. I would need it for post 200, but not pre. Because if I'm just grabbing one inventory of both, I really don't need a max tool for that. So that makes it so we don't really need 25 sickle for way later. Yeah, it's not bad though. We kind of ignore that. Do like one inventory. I guess, you know what we could do? Actually, no, we would still need to upgrade sickle then. I could collect them and drop them on the ground. They might still be worth that at that level range because they still get boosted. Ah, that's gonna be so painful though. But it would be better XP than the bones. You know how painful that is? Because they're 4.5 silver each. I don't think I can bring myself to do that. You know what? Maybe I'll just do the dock leaf, bank them, but don't use them. I just sell them when player trading comes out or something. Because those things are still going to be worth at least few silver each, if not more. I think that might be the play. Still do what we were going to do and just do the dock leaf the whole way. I just bank them, but don't do anything with them. Problem with that is we're getting less XP and we get no immediate value from it. I don't know, there's just a lot of dead zone in there that I'm not a fan of. It doesn't start to get really good again until like 166. And then we're in like the golden era. But getting to 166 from where we're at right now is kind of annoying. There's a lot of dead space in between. Actually, not from 115. Like everything from like like basically this area onwards, basically, is gonna be the hard part. Like 30 something levels until we get there. I'm really just not sure how I want to tackle it yet. It just feels like such a waste to do a bunch of dock leaf and just have them sitting there doing nothing. But it's also not worth buying a sage, but it's also not worth collecting the sage. So close to 100 bone rate. What's nice is I believe the final bone we have is a little bit better XP. And it should hopefully be enough to get us to 99, if not 100. Especially with the higher number that we have. These should be enough to get us at least 98, and the rest to 100. And then our gather and bone rate will finally be caught up to each other. Took a while, but gosh, they will be there. Hey, did I ever check the cooking contract earlier? I don't think I did the last time I was down there. Still trying to get it up, poking it like ever so slightly. I don't plan to like power grind cooking, just because it's so useless in the current state of the game until they buff it like crazy. But I don't know, we will eventually get it up. I just figured I'd keep poking it occasionally and be like, okay, if we get like super free tasks from it, we'll do it. I just gotta make sure I clear them all by tomorrow if we do merchant leatherworker tomorrow. Because I think that's gonna be the play. I need to go make money. We're like dirt poor right now. And I think I still want that sickle upgrade. Any way you look at it, I still want to get to level 25 sickle. The only problem is, do we value the 25 woodcutting axe and other thing a little bit more in the short term? Because the only big downside to the sickle is I only need it for like 18 level range, not even. We need from 135 till 148. We need it for 13 levels. Is it worth getting it, spending 17 gold on it just for 13 levels? Because the answer is probably no. So even if we do a little bit of those grinds, The biggest problem is the alternative is sticking to Femur Shard for, like, forever. I think that's only a tier 3, not a tier 4, which is the problem. It's, like, the biggest, like, dead zone by far. Because I don't need a ton of this Femur Shard. The Dock Leaf is good, but the component is too expensive and annoying to go get. It's too expensive to buy, and it's too far away to bank. So I'm not sure what we do about it. Until player trading comes out, where you have a bank like one tile away from you at any given second. I'm not sure what we do about that. It's just really awkward in the current state of the game without trading. Yeah, the fact you can't use the Tangle Fruit for anything is kind of weird. I'm not sure if this is an oversight or what. It seems kind of pointless. Like, I don't understand the point of the Tangle Fruit. Because I'm pretty sure there's no potion that even uses them. There's a fruit that does nothing. You can't cook them, you can't make them into potion. They just kind of just sell to a shop. It definitely feels like there's supposed to be some kind of other mechanic they were supposed to be tied to, but then never were. And the worst part is you can't even put them in a storage rift, because there's no bank that stores them. It's almost like there's some kind of feature in like chapter 6, like all the way forward, that it might get used for that we just don't know about. I just didn't want to put the icon next to it, just to not tease chapter 6 when chapter 5 is not even out yet. I'll check something on Leatherworker real quick. Let's see. I want to check how many hides we're cycling through. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 on the way to 200. We have a lot of 190s banked, but I'm probably going to be banking them. I think 190 onwards I'm going to be banking quite a bit more than I normally would. Especially post 200. My sell bank ratio is going to turn to like a 1-to-1. And one of the main reasons I want to bank a lot of the 190s is I already have a lot of them banked already because of combat. And the pathing that you do to banking is actually better if you already have them stored in your bank. This isn't viable until trading comes out, unless you get them from combat. And I think we have over 100, if not multiple hundreds, of the deer thing. So if we went out 205 merchant, we could still go like super heavy in the leatherworker. Where we do 175, selling out like 90-80% of it. Do the 181, selling out like 90-80% of it, which is the highest one I can currently discount for. But then go cycle through every single one of these and bank them. And see where that brings us. But we really do need to go get to 205 merchant though. So we can actually go mass buy them. The only problem with 205 merchant from where we're at is if we manually full train it, it will take a while. Like even at the super high merchant rates, it's like 5-6 hours of merchant. You get to 205 from where we're at. And that's not like leatherworker merchant, that's just like merchant only. Like if you're just doing a merchant run, then doing a merchant run, then doing a merchant run. It would take like 5 to 6 hours to get to 205 from where we're at, roughly. Because we're getting about 4 levels per hour. Oh, wait, then that shouldn't be like, what, 3.5 then? Wait, never mind. I mean, it's not as bad then. Wait, how did I do the other math then? Yeah, it should only take 3.5 hours now. Because we're getting about 4 an hour, roughly. Which, of course, every 4 levels is like 1 level post 200. Wrong. Oh, that's not right. Wrong location. Not the right one. Pathfinder. As well as the unarmed wizard. Which is kind of funny because there's no magic weapons in the game currently. It's a very melee heavy game. All this just for a potion. What a waste. When we could easily have equipable ones and everything. Gosh, I can't wait to the day that this game gets equipable potions. We were gonna have like an entire celebration stream. The day we finally get equipable potions. I think we calculated out earlier. We're going to be able to get about 25 to 30 more levels through collecting bones. Like on our way to 200 Gatherer, assuming we go all the way to 200 Gatherer, we would get roughly the bones for 25 to 30 more bone rate levels, not counting any knowledge. Which means after all the bones we're doing now, which will bring us to at least 100 hopefully, and then combined with that, we should only need to get about 70 levels through knowledge. But only. Only 70. Like 60 to 70, somewhere's in that frame. Which is upwards of 250 knowledge points. Which does sound like a lot, but we're going to be offsetting with combat a lot. Chronopolis combat going into bone rate. 200 something Mind Freighter combat going into bone rate. If we're doing a little bit of merchant, going into bone rate. If we're doing leather worker, going into bone rate. The new ones that aren't are all the chapter 2 ones. If we're doing gatherer, we're likely putting it to gatherer. If we're doing woodcutting, it's going into woodcutting or carpenter. And if we're doing carpenter, we're putting into carpenter. I said, hello, what's below? Welcome, welcome. This looks unbelievably boring. Welcome to the endless grind game. No, this is one of those grinds we just have to get done. This is actually supposed to be boring, I'm pretty sure. Because, yeah, it's one of those grinds we've been just putting off and I've been needing to do. Where we just need to go process, like, every single thing we have in our bank. It's a grind we've just been putting off and, you know, we just gotta do it. It's really chill, though. There is better parts of this game, I assure you. It'll just look bad whenever you do carpentry or something like this. As it gets absurdly repetitive compared to most other content in the game. It's just one of the grinds we've been putting off and we just need to go get done, though. So we just decided to do it all at once rather than spread it out. Just do it all in one stream rather than spreading it across like an entire week, just a few hours each day. Because we're going to do this for like 12 hours today. We've already done it for 6 hours straight. We're going to do it for like another 6 hours straight. And then we'll finally be done. We'll still have to do it more in the future, obviously, just not in the near future. Or not to this degree. Good luck. Thank you, thank you. There, we get in there. Oh no, I love grinds like this though. I mentioned it earlier, I could do this for like a whole week straight and not burn out on it. Why, I don't know. But I could. I won't. Don't worry. This is a one-off thing just so we don't have to spread it off over a course of a long period of time. Just so we're done with it and don't need to worry about it later. Yeah, get ready for the 12-hour carpentry stream if you want to see some really exhilarating content. Gosh, I'm not sure if I could even survive through that, to be honest. Like, this I could. I'm not sure about carpentry. Hopefully queuable actions are in the game by then. I'm gonna get like 200 gather, 200 woodcutter, and just kind of ignore carpentry a little bit, hopefully. And then be like, please, queuable actions, please be the day. Every day in January is going to be like, oh, is this the day queuable actions come out? Please. Because I don't think I want to do carpentry without it, assuming you can double click it or even triple click it. Because you might be able to do first step, then second step, then queue to sell. You won't be able to actually sell, you'll be stuck in that menu probably. But you might be able to queue up the move to go trade to go sell. Or at least to queue up to go walk outside if you want to go bank them. So in like 3 clicks, you might be able to do like all of carpentry. The 3-click carpenter. Yeah, I can't wait for that. I really hope that's the thing. 3-click carpentry would be so, so nice. It would also make banking so much easier. Because your walk to go afterwards is already queued up. It's actually pretty long AFK as well. Counting the full walk time, I think that's like a 2-3 minute AFK. If you can queue up the splitting of the logs, then the queuing up of, you know, sharpening them, and then queuing up of the walking. It's at least a 2-minute AFK, if not 3. Oh, so when we do carpentry, any tier 1s get banked. Or I'll go buy it from the bank if we end up needing them. Tier 2s, I'm going to bank a couple hundred and scrap the rest. Tier 3, I'll do a couple hundred and scrap the rest, or you bank a couple hundred. And it won't be until tier 4 where we really bank everything. Where we don't sell literally a single thing and just bank all of them. Oh yeah, well, given how slow we're getting XP today, has anyone passed this yet? Surprisingly, no. Oh, LT Grindis is. He's catching up. He was saying earlier, too. I think he still had the comment from him. Let's see, I'm near you. Remember, I said a month ago, you're now my rival. He's going for it. He's going to take our rank. He's going to take our 19th spot. I think he will, honestly. Especially if he's doing combat right now. Though, he might have already finished all combat. He did 200 guard already, 200 scout, 200 mind fighter, 200 watch person. He did quite a bit of post 200 on it, though. Still a lot of merchant he can gain. He hasn't done post 200 merchant yet. I don't know, where else is like the big XP grind? Wood cutting, I guess, if you do like the bramble thingy. Or forge, or if you do the wide stretch thing. What are we currently grinding? It's hard to tell based on this level distribution. Could be anything. We really wasn't combat heavy initially. The only other combat we're really doing other than AFK Chronopolis is Mind Fighter. And it's purely for alchemy, and almost no other reason than alchemy. I have the 500 keep guys back. I'm actually surprised. He's doing a lot of bone rate. The thing that's surprising is I think it was a Cryo Knight or Hammer Mage, wasn't he? He has a Cryo Knight. But he's doing like 1 billion bone rate today. Like, obviously so are we, but... The weirder part is he's been here about as long as we have. It's mostly just his level range is confusing me. Like, the fact he's doing so much bone rate today was like 1,000 something. What is his name? Ozzy? OZZI. See if he's on leaderboard. Did I check him today? He's not really curious. What is he focusing on? Let's see. Compare Ozzy. Oh, I wonder if he's doing Lost and Found quest. I just realized that as I'm about to find where it's not. He is. Okay. Never mind. I know what he's working on. He hasn't done Lost and Found yet. Alright, that makes a lot of sense then. I was gonna say. Alright, never mind. It all makes sense. Because I was wondering, why at this level range would he be focusing so heavily on bone rate? That would explain it. He's getting all the requirements for Lost and Found. Alright, anyways, that explains everything. Alright, everything makes sense now. Yeah, he'll be stuck here a while. Yeah, that explains everything. He's manually training without using any knowledge or anything. Oh, maybe he might be using knowledge. But he's actually manually training bone rate to 40. Or at least closer to 40. Bold move to not use knowledge. Or maybe he is, but he's offsetting it by actually doing the activity. Because honestly, I think I AFK'd like 10 of my levels for bone rate. Up to the 38 requirement we needed. And then another 1/3 was knowledge. And then the other 1/3 was actually training the skill. It was like 1/3 AFK passive, 1/3 actually training it, and 1/3 knowledge. You did 20 to 80 with all knowledge? It's definitely the best knowledge target pretty much in the game. As far as, like, what should you be dumping knowledge into. Even when I did the math after 200 Gatherer, we were still going to have to do, like, 70 knowledge levels. Like, 60 to 7 knowledge levels just into bone rate. Even after doing 200 Gatherer. Obviously, I'm not making any product out of them, though. That's deliberately because I want to be able to make them down the line. Oh, another white one. I think we got it back-to-back. Oh, it's taking the lead, too. The Snowy Pudding Cup is taking the lead. On the Pudding Cup. But my favorite two in that category is definitely the blue and white one. The white one looks nice because it looks extra snowy. Because it's already snowy and then extra snowy on top. Which that guy's wearing it right there. Up until he disappeared. Oh no, he's gone. He opened the cabinet and then walked inside. He went into the closet. He went into the rift. There he goes. Same with smithing, mining, and stonemason? That's kind of crazy. I assume he did that all for merchant. All your skills post 20 are purely merchant? That's kind of crazy. Kind of makes me want to go do the merchant grind. Just to skip past like the dead zone of woodcutting. And to skip past the entirety of carpentry. You know, the entire dead zone of carpentry, which is the entire skill until like tier 4. Because you buy to tier 1, you don't really need tier 2, you don't really need tier 3. I'm just not sure if I can commit myself to like a 1-month merchant grind. That would just be kind of crazy to do. Even afterwards, we'd still only be like 300-400 merchant. We wouldn't even be 500. Or would we? Actually, would we? Let's say hypothetically we're getting about 4 levels an hour. I mean, 1 level every hour, I mean. Post 200. It's like a 300-hour grind. How much are we playing in an average 2-week period? 168. That means it is technically possible. If we did nothing but merchant for an entire month, we would hit 500. Should we do that though? Probably not. Could we do that though? Yes. I'm sure we should though. That we could. We really shouldn't though. It is the most efficient thing to do. It's both tempting and exceedingly not tempting at the same time. Yeah, the knowledge rate is insane. I'm just not sure if I can handle even doing that for 1 day, let alone an entire month. Like, I don't mind doing it occasionally. Like, we're going to do it tomorrow. But we're doing it more so to offset our gold and to offset some levels. AKA Gatherer to go get to 112. But, that's one goal we kind of have tomorrow. Get 112 Gatherer through doing Merchant. But, I don't know. I don't mind offsetting with it. I definitely wouldn't commit a whole month to it, though. Like, tomorrow is definitely going to be a Merchant Leatherworker day. Probably a little bit heavier on the Merchant than the Leatherworker. Leatherworker's mostly when we need a break from Merchant. Because I will definitely need it. We're just going to be doing like merchant only until I burn out, and then it's like, okay, let's do leather worker until we collect ourselves, and then we'll do merchant again. That's my plan for tomorrow. Ideally, we can get to like 18 gold within that time as well. Because I think I'm still committing to the sickle. Which, getting to 25 sickle is like 17 more gold or something. Plus I'll need the upgrade for it eventually. At like 144. So we need almost 20 gold then. I'll make it a little less because I need the rank upgrade at 111. I assume these are about 1 gold each. I actually have no clue. Let's just assume they're 1 gold. It might be less than that. They're definitely not more than that though. But we need the rank at 111. We need the sickle at 144. And then we need to go and upgrade the sickle to 25 from where it's at, which is like another 17 or so gold. So in together, that should be a little under 19. Probably a little under 18. But that should get us what we need. As long as we have at least 19 gold, we should be in the clear. You went 12 hours a day for the last 2 weeks and you already went from 150 to 380? That's kind of crazy. Wow. That's a lot of levels. Are you doing any amount of drop method? And or using the plugin thing? Or not the plugin, whatever you call it. Like the third party thing? Because I've only used the third party thing once. Doesn't seem that worth it once you kind of know the routing. But I feel like I still over drop whenever I do the activity. Or I get like 13 to 15 stacks on the ground. Yeah, sometimes even with the full pickup, with how much quicker it is, you still end up wasting time refreshing them. And I never know the right balance of like stuff on ground relative to not on ground. I don't know, if we poked it a little bit here and there, it would get up pretty quickly. It's about a level an hour. Yeah, it's only good to learn the routes. Yeah, I only ever used it once just to try it, and that never really seemed worth it. We did it on stream once when it first came out. And I haven't touched it since. Oh, wait, oranges are good? Wait, are oranges really good? Because I unlock oranges in soon. I mostly need them for the higher XP rate, but I didn't realize orange themselves are good. Ooh. Yeah, they're kind of like watch in that you buy them from the same location. Well, you know, not the same market guy, but, you know, they're right next to each other. Where does orange get turned into, by the way? I know where you buy it. Do you know where it gets turned in? Well, you definitely know where it turns in, but where does it get turned in? Does it have a good turn-in location? Because that value makes me assume its turn-in location is awful. The textile stall? Wait, textile? Wait, which one? That's a hide stall. Oh, no. Isn't the textile stall over here? Oh, no. Well, time to start adding cloth to the menu. Actually, that's not too bad to go to. For just going to there. I always feel like that area is a lot more out of place than it actually is. It's actually not that far. If you go all the way to, like, the wine textile area. It's not that far. If I'm already going to candle, it's like a few steps extra. Like, if I'm going to here, it's not that big a deal to go over there. Like, it is further, but barely. I'm not sure why. My brain processes like the candles are like so close. Something like a few steps away feels like a mile away. Like the toy stall or the other one. Not sure why. I always perceive them as way further away than they actually are. Same as pizza. I always perceive pizza as like absurdly far away. Like the chef guy. But it's actually basically the same distance as candle. Depending on your route, even less distance than candle. Depending on where you're coming in from. But for whatever reason, my perception of candle is that it's not far away. Even though it very much is, depending on your route. Yet everything like slightly further than that, I keep perceiving as much, much further away, even though there are barely any at all. Yeah, wine's the main pickup there. That and a snow globe in the other direction. The wine is way closer though. For the middle turn-in. Alright, we're almost done with our third to last bone. Or I mean our third, whatever it is, third bone. Second to last. We're almost on our final bone. Few more inventories and we're already there. And then we get to start our bonus rounds. So for anyone who didn't get enough bone content, we can do bars for like 3 hours to wind down. We still got to do this for like, what, another hour, hour and a half? And then we get to switch over the bars, which is the same thing, but smithing XP. The only good thing about bars, though, is we're actually going to get insane XP. It's still going to look slow because it's post 200. But it's actually the best XP I can even be getting for my skill at the moment. It's quite literally the quickest we can even get. Because the production, you're going to have to keep banking to go and sell everything. But with this, you never need to sell, so there's actually no downtime other than when you go get a potion, I guess. Actually, maybe we'll even combine the two and make some product out of it. I just kind of wanted to keep a lot of it. Because I'm not sure how much more iron I'm doing. So all the iron I currently have banked is probably all I'm keeping. So I might just bring some potions with me and start juggling them for like 2 hours straight. Which sounds really annoying. But, I just kind of want to camp the area and just never leave. Just so we don't have the downtime like we have been in this area. Just to make sure we can get them all in time before the end of stream. Because I'm not sure how many bars we could do per hour. We haven't actually timed it compared to this. I think this one was like 720 an hour or something around there. We need to go time it for the bars and see if they're similar. I assume they're pretty similar. Just never really broke it down. Unicorn here, you bought it from the far left Cyclops. Drops off at Watch Seller. But it's 105k a turn in. So you just buy 24 and drop and juggle. Yeah, who else was doing that? I think Miles ES was doing that. When we were training combat, I was wondering what they were doing, and they said that they were doing Unicorn here. Do you bother doing Unicorn Dust at all? Because with my current floor setup, I've actually been getting it sometimes. I have no other reason to go there for the most part, other than to buy dust, unless I have like a few that are just really, really bad, and I just need to go there for some reason. But, I've been doing some Unicorn Dust in order to turn in at that one area. It doesn't turn in, like, exceptionally high, but it's such a free turn-in. Because it's right inside of the, you know, the merchant building. The later you go into merchant, the less variety you can have on the ground. Or not less variety, but, you know. Like, the less, like, semi-junk items you can have on the ground. Yeah, used to, but it's not great turn-in anymore. Yeah, I assumed at higher level. Like, at my level range, it's worth it, but at higher level range, it isn't. That's what I thought. That's the biggest issue with a merchant guide as well. Is every level range is definitely different. Because at my level range, it's definitely worth. But later on, I could definitely see it being super not worth. Because it's just going to take up too much floor space. Compared to other items that should be there. Yeah, that seems to happen a lot with Merchant. Where you initially get an item and it's really dead, but then you get another item like 100 levels later and it's like, oh, this item's not dead anymore. I think my most recent one is I stopped doing Pumpkin and Doll for like the longest time. But now that I can do that one Radish thing, whatever that thing is called, it's actually became really good again. You start incorporating something like Pumpkin. Doll's still a little dead though, because I'd rather buy Snow Globe there. But Pumpkin got a lot more valuable. Yeah, the Rhubarb, yeah. Because I was dropping Pumpkin for the longest time, and just not even doing Doll. But now Pumpkin's kind of good again. And by dropping Doll, I mean not even bothering with it. I always use dropping in a weird way when I'm talking about Merchant. Because sometimes I mean drop as in not do, rather than drop on ground, which gets really confusing. But yeah, the pumpkin into rhubarb's pretty good since you double buy at same location and normally turn into middle whenever you're routing that anyways, especially if you're doing banana or something. As soap turns in on middle, banana turns in on middle, pumpkin turns in on middle, and they're all in that same area. And as Isabel mentions, definitely feel free to leave a like on the stream. Helps a lot and is greatly appreciated. Helps people find the channel so they can watch whatever on earth this is. The Bone Zone stream. We're deep frying some bones. And then we'll finally do some bars. This is the whole stream. Nothing more, nothing less. And just chatting through it all. That's a grind we gotta get done. Yeah, it really depends on the rotation. Also, something that's kind of been happening at the higher level range, you actually have like some middle turn-in routes. And by middle, I mean like vertically middle. That's something you didn't have to do at the lower level range that starts popping up at the higher level range. Where it's almost like an extra angle that wasn't there before. Because there's like 3 main categories, at least for like most of the level range. Oh, so we're finally at the final bone, by the way. We're here! We finally arrived! And this one should be a little bit better XP, though. Not the greatest, but still better than most of what we've been dunking today. As far as getting bone right up. And we got about 1,000 of these to go, so we're almost there. The final 1,000! So close, yet so far. But anyways, what was I talking about? Yeah, merchant's really dependent on what you end up getting on the board. Sometimes you just get nothing good on one board and you just kind of have to wait for a double board. Actually, do you do that, Kush? Do you actually wait for a double board, or do you just run with whatever you have? Like, if all 6 tasks are horrible, do you do, like, a double turn-in then come back? Because I feel like sometimes I do. Sometimes I just see what the options are, and it's like, I can't be bothered. Because that's the only big downside the deeper you go in Merchant. Is sometimes the options that are there are just too bad. Like, you can start setting up for, like, the next cycle, but you might not be able to turn in much. Where, like, a few of those tasks are good, but are not worth going all the way out for. A few of them you can just quickly turn in and then come back. Yeah, if it's a small amount of time, it's worth waiting. That's why I normally have the timer going, so you can kind of get that synergy. Because ideally you want to be returning at around the 20-second mark. Like the, 20, 15 seconds, somewhere around there. So that by the time you get up there and everything, you're good to go. I'm not sure why. I don't like this bone as much. I'm not sure what it is that's bothering me about this bone when I'm dunking it. But something about it feels off compared to the other 3. I can't put it on, like, finger on what exactly it is. I think they look more like worms to me than bones, the more I look at it. Especially when they're deep fried and they look like a maggot. I can't really unsee that. Yeah, these look off to me. I don't like these. We need to stop getting, what are these? He's not picking up ram horns. Not a fan of ram horn. If I hate this, get ready for the worm wrangler skill. When it comes out in chapter 5. Gonna get super girthy worms, but at least those are meant to look like worms. These are not supposed to look like worms, I'm pretty sure. Oh wait, before we do, maybe we get the rest of the XP real quick. It's not gonna take that long. Oh, but I can't. Oh, never mind. I made a mistake. Mistakes have been made. Oh yeah, just go back. I was gonna say, let me go push that over to 101. But I can't because I got too much knowledge. I'm just gonna have to use the point on this, not that big a deal. There's like a double first time bonus, but it's probably not worth walking all the way there. I don't know, is it? What do I still have for first time bonus in my level range? Tango fruit into a bitter fruit. Are those different locations? I guess so. Yeah, they are. I'm not sure if one of those would be enough, is the problem. Yeah, I guess we could try. Tango fruit, where are you? Is this not where I checked? Oh, it's the room next to me. Makes sense. Oh, that didn't give me nearly enough. That's not gonna cut it. No, it's not gonna be enough. Alright, fine. I'll just use the knowledge then. Alright, come on, get your next point. There we go. Alright, we're out of here. Is this even used for anything? This is one of those dead ones that don't do anything either. Alright, anyways. We're out of here. Got our little bit of gather XP. Wasn't enough to push it over though. That's fine. It's not that much XP wasted. Hey, what have we still not claimed one-time bonus for? I believe there's fruit in the top left, but I was waiting for the next tier. And the flat scale. So I could double tier that, do one pass action on it when I go there. And the flat scale is just because the snakes are there, which is annoying. But there should be a tangle fruit and a tangle fruit. Yeah, they're both in the same place, so I can just pass action it whenever I go there. And double dip the pass action. Or not double dip, but you know, double dip the first action with pass action. Alright, what do we need? Oh, we're down to our final bone. We're almost there. Got about 900 left. I just realized we hit level 800 Mind Matubin. Where's that place on leaderboard? Let's see. I know everyone's kind of like huddled on top of each other, so technically it's a relevant rank. But yeah, we are 18th with it though. I didn't realize my Aussie S is that high in this area. Let's see. I was gonna say their bone rate's kind of low, but it's higher than ours. Oh, they never did any Mind Fighter. Like none. I never noticed that. They did 123 guard though, oddly enough. But it did like bare minimum Mind Fighter. I was kind of surprised because some of the cycles in this area you can actually get a free kill in. Though I think with the cycle that they did, they were doing like a wide farm. Where they were getting like bones, while also getting iron, while also getting basalt, while also getting flint. Just kind of going up and down that cycle. So they probably weren't throwing any combat in between anything. But just more resource nodes. Because I think I'm doing that the next time I had to do that one like purplish rock. I'm gonna probably kill one tentacle between each cycle. There's just too much downtime to not do it. And by that level range would be perfect Mind Fighter to go do it. You're going back and forth with Miles right now? Nice. Yeah, I know. He's been doing a lot of the merchant grind. He's been doing it over a longer period of time, though. Mostly because he's been doing other levels and everything. Like, we both did the 200 mining grind around the same time. He was mostly doing it manually. Like, I'm pretty sure he used some knowledge on it, but, the 200 mining he did was mostly manual. Because I've seen him a lot while also doing the 200 mining grind with him. He's slightly ahead of us, but we're doing it roughly the same time. Like, as soon as I would get to a spot, he'd basically be leaving it. I believe he's Hammer Mage, so he did it for probably 200 Stonemason, or, you know, to offset it. Hey, Kush, what class were you again? I actually don't remember. Oh, is he doing all merchant without doing, that's interesting. Oh, Cryo Knight? Nice. Oh, so do I have you added? I feel like I don't have you added for some reason. Oh, in all fairness, there's a lot of people I can't add. Due to the 200 limit, but still. Oh, do I have you added? Why do I feel like I never see you? Oh, Dr. Kush. Oh, okay, never mind. I've seen you a lot. I didn't realize you were Dr. Kush. Oh, never mind. I see you a lot. I just didn't realize that was you. I guess it makes sense because your name is Kush here. I think the doctor threw me off. Yeah, that makes sense. Was Kush taken, or did you want Dr. Kush? Or was Kush taken when you went for her name? Oh, it was taken? Ah, that makes sense. Yeah, that's why I went straight for Tacit the second I got on. We were the third person to get Dragon, but we were able to secure Tacit. I'm pretty sure it wasn't like super sought after, but I just wanted to make sure. It's like one of those names where it's not going to be like super high priority to get sniped. But, you know, it definitely could if you wait long enough. But yeah, the only two really good names we got were Tacit and Bird. Tacit because we want to secure this, and Bird because I want at least one animal. And we got a bird. Oh, you didn't play for sub right away? Oh yeah, that would do it too. Yeah, all like the absurdly good names were taken by the first day, pretty much. Obviously, there's still plenty of names afterwards, but you know. Like all like the really good short ones that were taken by day one. Which is annoying because you actually weren't able to delete a character until like the day after launch. So my middle character was never able to get a good name. Instead, I just named it Tacit Bird. Just to combine the two other profile names because it's in the middle. So it kind of works. We got Tacit on the left, Bird on the right. And then in the middle, the Guardian Tacit Bird. I'm not sure which one between Tacit Bird and Bird I would make as my secondary. I guess it really depends which one gets cooler special attacks, which I feel like could be Hammer Mage. Which means we'll probably be playing on Bird more. If Hammer Mage gets like insanely cool specials compared to Guardian. I'll definitely be playing on all three here and there. Obviously this will always be our main, the Cryo Knight though. I wonder if anyone else on leaderboard's bothering to do that. There's one leaderboard statistic that I wish was been added here, but isn't here. I wish there was a total level, but for all three your profiles combined. Not just for an individual account, but for, you know, all three of the slots you have combined together. There's one thing, since this is a purely individual leaderboard, there's not one for, like, the group collective of your three. Because that would have been a cool number to see. Would also been a nice inspiration to actually go and train them a bit more than we have been. Because I think my other two are still, like, level 280, 290 around there. Almost purely from AFK since launch. Which honestly isn't that bad. At current rate, they'd be over level 1000, I think, by year 1. Between all the level 20s they'll have, plus all the AFK activities. By year 1, playing them for like 10 minutes a day on average would end up coming out to still over 1000 level by year 1. As well as having their first 500. So they would have base 20 and their first 500 within a year. Playing only like 5 to 10 minutes a day, if even that. Like some days it's 1 minute, some other days it's like, you know, 20, 30. It's not like consistent in the amount per day. Yeah, the leaderboard update is really needed. I'm surprised they didn't do it before break. That and queuable actions were two things I thought would make it before the holiday, but they didn't. The leaderboard getting updated and the, or you know, being fixed based on what the community wanted, as well as queuable actions. Queuable actions I can kind of understand. I'm kind of surprised the leaderboard didn't make it though. These queuable actions he probably needs a bit more work on before it's ready. I don't know, I personally don't care about a top 5. I do feel like it would be cool to eventually go for a top 20 at one point. Like, you know, a permanent one with a 500. I'm just not sure what skill I'd even bother doing it with, or just do it on a new one in a new chapter. If I was to do it with an existing one, I feel like my best chance is mining. Not to make top 5, but to make, like, you know, top 20. I feel like it'd be one of our best bets. That or smithing. Because I plan to get them both up pretty evenly together. And currently smithing is way lower than mining. But it's just because all the miners haven't done their smithing grind yet. They will eventually. Assuming they're banking and not just dropping it all on the ground. Which a lot of people who are power rushing are probably dropping most of it. Or at least the ones further from bank, like Carbonese and such. But so far, I've probably banked about 80% of every Carbonese I mined. Whereas I'm pretty sure the average person with 500 miner or near it is like 100% drop. Not like bank literally 0. Yeah, the biggest issue with mining right now is mostly banking Carbonese. I don't think any other ones are too bad. Carbonese is the only one that just feels awful. You have either 9 rooms away, or 10 rooms away. Iron is by far the best. If you saw the method we were doing yesterday, I'm pretty sure that's the best way you can do it. I can't think of any way more efficient than what we were doing yesterday. Like, we min-maxed that to the possible, like, tile. As far as how min-maxed that can get. The problem is the other ones aren't as good. Carbonese is in the middle of nowhere, and the other two are a bit of a walk. It's not like the worst walk ever, and normally I cycle granite while doing it, just have more granite for the stonemason grind. You can cycle 6 granite while doing it. Or 4 granite if you just want to fill up your inventory, or 3 if you're holding a potion. Because both the blue ore and the green ore for smithing XP have to walk past granite if you want to bank them. Iron is pretty free to bank, and carbonate is like a nightmare to bank to the point where it's not even worth doing. I still do it though. But I still dropped a couple thousand. Or maybe not a couple thousand. I think I've dropped about 1,000 carbonates. Like, if I go check my ore stacks right now, like, they still look pretty big. But they're not, like, as big as the other ores. Yeah, the ladder's very slow. You don't have to do the ladder when you're doing green, but you do have to do it when doing blue. The Flatniums. Also, I just realized something. Wait. I just thought of some really funny tech. Because we learned yesterday, you can pick up an item through a corner. Can you pick up an item through a ladder? Wait, I must test the science. Wait. Hold up. So we learned yesterday when one thing we were doing, when making like the optimal route, that you can grab things through a corner here. Like you can grab from here. I want to go test something else though real quick. This is going to waste a lot of time, but I must test this while I'm thinking about it, because I must know. Can you grab through a ladder so you don't have to multi-ladder if you want to go do the same thing we did with iron? I feel like the answer is no, because the elevation probably makes it so you can't. But I've never tried it. Because this makes banking blue so much easier. You could technically even do... no, actually you can't do this on carbonates. Also, wow, he's still going. I noticed that he was pretty high when I was going on the other leaderboard. I didn't make any mention of it, but yeah, he's still going on the mining smithing grind. Good job, Conqueror. Alright, let me go test something. I feel like this won't work due to elevation, but if this does work, this is like some crazy tech right here. I feel like the elevation will ruin it, though. Alright, let me see something. Can you grab this from here? If so, that's huge. No! Wait, what about the other one, though? No! You can't grab through elevation. Oh, that would have been so good. Yeah, you can't go through an elevation shift that's that high. Sad. Alright, let me just tell you back, I guess. But yeah, you can't. That's sad. Unfortunate. That would have been some huge tech if so. Because then you could multi-skip the ladder. But no, it doesn't let you. I wish it did. It doesn't, though. It's kind of what I thought would happen, but I was kind of hoping it wouldn't be that. Anyways, back to the bones. Science has been done. The answer is no, you cannot grab things through elevation. You have to be on the same level as it. Even if it is an adjacent tile. Yeah, we're almost at 100 bone rare. I'm not sure if we're going to make it all the way. We have like 700 something left. And then we move on to the bars, which we're definitely going to gain at least 1 level 4, hopefully 2. I don't plan to actually make them into any product, though. So we'll bring XP pots with me just so we don't have to leave the area. I know we have been for this. Oh, no. Do we still keep leaving it? Oh, no. I might just keep leaving still. It's just really annoying having to keep juggling them, and I really don't want to bother keep juggling them. Oh, I just realized. You know what we're going to hit tomorrow? No, we won't. Never mind. I was going to say we're going to hit 2277. But no, we're actually not. We're going to be a little short. Oh, no. Maybe we will. We gain a lot of merchant level. Oh, but it's post 200 merchant. Never mind. Pre 200 it would be. Yeah, post 200 now. We're not gaining 2277 tomorrow. That's the max level in his other MMO originally. I mean, not originally, but by 2006 it was. And for a while, it's generally considered the max. But yeah, it's we won't be hitting that until Monday then. Or maybe that'll be a goal of Monday stream. We need something small to do that stream, anyways. I think we finished the 2277 grind then by doing a skill that isn't a post 200 level skill. Or dunking bones for like 1 XP an hour. Hey, Blue Santa hat. Alright, what's the total amount left? We have 736. So close. It's so far. It's still about an hour. So in about an hour from now, by like the 8-hour mark of this stream, we should be almost done or completely done with bones. Probably slightly less. It would probably take a little bit more than that. Just because of the banking whenever we need a potion. We wasted just a little bit of time. By a little bit, I mean a lot. Honestly, I should just start juggling a potion here. Just so we don't have to keep leaving for it. I just really can't be bothered to keep juggling it for an hour straight. So we'll probably just keep teleporting still. So when's those equipable potions coming in? I need them so badly. Come on, look at all these empty circles. He's probably got to completely redo how this page is in the down the line. There's a couple of interfaces that I definitely feel like could use an overhaul. And the toll belt's definitely one of them. You need like a key item. You basically need like 3 sections here then. Like a key item section. Or like general stuff section where you have, you know, your money and your other things. But then also like your potion section and maybe like one other 4th section that he adds in the future. But this page definitely needs to be divided a bit differently than how it is now. How exactly, I have no clue. But this page definitely needs a rework. Out of any of the main menus in the game, I would say that one needs the most amount of work. Obviously, the most amount is probably the storage. Like, the way the storage system currently works, particularly for items. Like, you know, combat items. Your actual gear. But I feel like for now, most of these other ones kind of work. Like, the spellbook's fine for now. This one could use the most work. This one's fine for now. All the gear and everything's fine for now. Like, obviously, all these other menus perfectly fine to do exactly what they need to do. And obviously, the leaderboard's getting reworked, so that's going to get reworked on its own. Or not on its own, but you know what I mean. Like, it's already on the list of things. But, if there was any one other menu, I would definitely say it's the toll belt one. Not sure exactly what needs to change is the problem, though. But it definitely needs some amount of change when they add the potions and everything else here. Because this is basically your key item tab. As well as just all the overflow of resources that just don't fit well in a different category. Like your money, the AFK items, stuff like that. It just feels weird that the key items are also there. Like, they handle so many of the key items for quest items under here. Yet for whatever reason, your toll belt still has a few. I don't really understand why. Though I think I somewhat understand why. Because these replaces the items that you needed like a billion of in his other game. Like rope, you probably needed like 20, 30 something for various quests. Quill and ink is the equivalent of charcoal in the other game where you had to do charcoal on a bunch of stuff. Which you probably need about 20 times across quests. Like about 20 of them. The paper replaces papyrus. So I think he did that just so you wouldn't need like a billion other small items. Due to the mechanics that he was already doing in the other game. And obviously buckets were used quite a bit for some quests as well. But now they're just stackable up to like 999. And a few other things like that. Is there any quest that uses a bucket though? And there's one that technically uses a jar because of the honey. I guess technically the rainbow warder you could consider as needing a bucket. It's more of like an extra thing for the quest, but I guess it's technically part of the quest. Where you need a bucket for it. Equipable potions will probably make you finally train alchemy instead of knowledge pointing it. Yeah, I do plan to get it all the way up. We were actually doing the math on it earlier, and we actually don't need Forager at all in order to go get 200 alchemy by actually training it manually. And whatever holds there are, we can just throw knowledge on it like per usual. I just gotta go get 200 Mind Fighter and 200 Gatherer. It'll be good to go. Even Gatherer I barely even need for it. Or we're already going to have it when we do the bone grind. But yeah, tomorrow's definitely going to be a pretty heavy merchant stream. Merchant's a leatherworker. I still want to get that leatherworker to 200 for base 200 in that area. But to properly fully do that, we need 222 merchant. And between the two of them, we'll have more gold than we ever know what to do with for our tools. Because I should be able to enough to get the last few that we need. Not on one day, obviously, but, you know, spread out across like a week or two, here and there. Also, all knowledge that I get tomorrow from merchants going into Gatherer. We want to have 112 Gatherer by tomorrow. So we can actually do some Gatherer. Which means it might take a little bit of a Gatherer break at some point. So we're going from like 112 to 115. Which means we technically moved up one bone tier. Because the bone tier is so low. But I'll probably do 112 to 115 manually tomorrow. And knowledge up to 112 using merchant. As well as a little bit of leatherworker if I do any tomorrow. Leatherworker's mostly just going to be when we're taking a break from merchant though. Yeah, it definitely makes sense to go all in on 500 merchant and 500 leatherworker. How many hides do you think you're going to save though? Because post 200, I actually plan to increase the amount that I save, not decrease. I started selling a lot in like the tier 2, tier 3 category. And maybe even slightly into tier 4. But now that we're getting to like the later tier 4 and tier 5 category, I'm going to start banking a lot more. From like 190 till like forever beyond that. Like, I almost want to go to like a 50-50 ratio. It cuts in our profit in half, but it also makes us bank half. Because I feel like we're already going to get enough money from merchant that the extra money's not going to be as important as the hides for armor maker. And worst comes to worst, you can always knowledge to 200 armor maker. Making every hide below, like, you know, that 200 threshold not as useful. The only problem is we don't know if some of these higher ones are used for post 200. Like this 190 might be used for 200 something armor. Or this 196 might be used for 200 something armor. I just have to keep in mind what is going to be the 199s as well for armor. Because the 199 applies to them as well. And like everything in this kind of range is in the 199 category. Honestly, everything that pretty much has the weird strong or superior. Actually, wait. We can actually tell. Wait. Well, your strong can go to 199 then. Some of the strongs. Maybe not all the strongs. But we need some amount of strongs with some amount of the other thing. I didn't even think about that. I might need as high as like buffalo. Or as low as buffalo. And as high as probably deer. I'm not sure if black a cow high would be or not. It's hard to tell because the skill's not out. But anything like 240 and above, like this one, is definitely like post 200 for sure. And post 200 you're definitely going to need because you can't just like knowledge push a skill from 200 to 500. Yeah, I kept some supplies for leather maker post pre 200. I mostly plan to do all like the one-time bonus and everything, as well as anything else that we can do to kind of offset it a little. Like I think I kept a few hundred of each one because we don't really know like what exactly we need. Other than the ones that are post 200 are going to be the more useful ones. Just because of how much harder it's just start training things post 200. Like even just with blacksmithing, like even with all the mining we've done, it barely even moves it. Most of the smithing XP is from AFK activity. It's not even from mining. But obviously you can't be doing AFK activity for like every skill simultaneously. Currently I'm doing into smithing, then eventually into mining once we get to 215 mining. Then back into smithing again. But I'm not sure what I'm prioritizing beyond that. I guess armor maker? Because right now I'm trying to get mining smithing up passively, for the most part. I do need to go manually train to 215 though. But then after that, it's probably going to be armor maker in chapter 5. It's going to be like our main AFK target. Unless builder in chapter 5 is like absurdly good for something. Because I eventually need to go catch up armor maker to whatever my smithing level is. Which by the time it comes out is going to be at least level 250 if not 300. Which means I need to get armor maker like 300 plus. Also, I might buy the 200 armor maker cape. I feel like it's going to go really good with cryonite armor. We don't know what it looks like, but we do know what the icon looks like. And if the rest of the cape is anything like the icon, it's going to go so well with full cryonite gear. It'll probably be the main cape we rock until 500 watch person, which is no time soon at our current rate. I'll still keep poking it up. One thing I really do need to get set up though is those AFK dens though. I really need to get to the point where we can AFK them. Because I haven't really had a proper AFK activity off stream that's like as good as watch person detective thing. The problem with a lot of the other ones is they only last for like a minute or two. And I need that higher like 3-ish minute that the raid den has. Because normally I'm away even longer than that. So I need that like higher amount to work for it. There's a biggest issue I have with doing like AFK leatherworker. Is at least until queuable actions come out, the most AFK you get is like a minute and a half. Which is decent, but not a lot. Same issue carpentry has. Like it's like pseudo AFK. Where it's like almost like a minute and a half of AFK, but then you have to click again. Which is a slightly too often. The only one that does that perfectly right now are raid dens, where it's like 3 clicks to full reset. It's infinitely repeatable as long as you are tanky enough to not die. And that feeds a lot of knowledge and other skills as well. Not at the same rate as Merchant, but the clicks per knowledge is still the best in the entire game for raid dens. Which is the main thing that matters. Though the best click per knowledge will be leather maker if you can queue it with queuable actions. It'll be, what, like 31 knowledge per 3 click. As well as generate you like 1 billion money. As well as armor maker supplies. Honestly, if queuable actions work exactly how I think they will for leatherworker, we're going like 500 merchant. Because I'm going to need like every bit of merchant to go support leatherworker at that point. Hey, we're almost 99 bone rate. This may be slow, but numbers still go up. Yeah, we got about 600 left. Yeah, we should be able to finish this by about an hour from now. I said around the 8-hour mark of the stream, and I think we'll actually be able to make it. And then hopefully in the other 3.5 hours we can go do smithing all the way. We should get at least 215 smithing. I'm not sure about 216, but we'll find out. 215 is guaranteed. 216 is probably not happening. Obviously we'll AFK to like 216, 217 tonight though. But actually getting it on stream, I don't think we're getting higher than 215.5 or something. Like maybe 215 and 3/4. It's definitely not going to get all the way. Or I don't think it will. We'll find out. If I made some product out of it, it would. But I plan to just make the bars and save the lot of the bars for later. Because at this point, I don't think I'm mining any more iron. I might here and there. Just because it's pretty chill, the method for it. Well, I wouldn't say chill, but it's really efficient. The way of getting iron is super, super efficient. But, especially compared to carbonese, gosh. But, yeah, I plan to almost do 215 all the way to 239. It's like AFK to AFK to AFK. The problem is a lot of the stones we get afterwards just aren't good. And the other one I can't even use for a while anyways. So our smithing's way higher. I probably plan to get only like a few thousand carbonese banked. And then, just go all in with the AFK the rest of the way. To like 239. The only problem with the other ones is they start to become AFKs that don't give stonemason anymore. I mean, smithing. Something I never really paid much attention to, but a lot of the AFKs are actually stonemason XP, not smithing XP. Especially if you skip gold panning, which we have been. Just because it gives way less XP. At a certain level range, I was actually trying to look earlier. Like I thought there would be a level range where gold panning would be required. But from what I can tell, there's not a single level range where you're 100% forced to have to do gold panning. There's definitely areas where you're highly encouraged to, but at no point are you ever forced. Because at 308 or 309, you could still be doing the Adathra ore. So you could just be doing that instead if you want your smithing XP. And then, or even just mining XP in general. And then you get mine cards, so you don't need to worry about it then. And then, so you'd have no dead zone there. There's basically no dead zone at all. So that one's pretty free. You don't need to worry about that gold. And then the only other time gold comes up is at 450. And once again, you can do Flatniums instead. You just do Flatniums till granite, till, you know, whatever. Till the next AFK that's better. So there's not really a single dead zone that has to be filled with gold. So yeah, we're just going to skip them. Ah, here we go. Is this the bone rate level? Is this the one? We're almost at 100 as well. Nope, one more. Until it says one more again. Hopefully it's this one, though. And I said we'd get to about 100, so we'll see if the final one actually gets us there. I think it will. There we go, 99 bone right. One more level to go, if we even get it. Though, honestly, I might just put one knowledge onto it if we somehow don't hit it with 544 bones. That does literally nothing until next level. Oh, yeah, that's the thing I haven't seen. I haven't seen anyone with a 200 or a 500 bone rate keep, I don't feel like. Or maybe a 200 I have. But definitely not a 500. I don't feel like that many people have been wearing it, though. In all fairness, I don't think that many people are bothering to get it. And even if they are, I don't think they're wearing that keep with pride. Because most people just acknowledge it. It's not like one of those keeps where it's like, I definitely grinded for this. Anyone who has 200 bone rate, well, not anyone. But, most people who get a 200 bone rate have probably done it through knowledge. Like, more than half. Have knowledge probably like 80% of it, if not more. Oh, excuse me. Big ol' sneeze. That's what you're doing? I was, hello, Left Kiss. Welcome, welcome. All points in the bone, right? Yeah. Especially if you're a guardian, but you don't want to just have to deal with like the gatherer and the wood cutting and the carpentry grind. I do think I am going for it though. I've been putting it off for so long, but after doing the gathering grind, it's like, why stop midway? Might as well go all the way. Get the 200 gatherer, get the 170 wood cutting and carpentry, which eventually would become 200 and 200. As we're talking about our path as far as what we're leveling. And at this point, we only have 6 skills to go. Until we have basically 200 all of anything that's relevant in the current state of the game. We don't need Scout, we don't need Watch Person. Fisherman and Chef are like the 2 worst skills in the game right now. Forager, we can actually get 200 Alchemy without ever touching it. And yeah, so we can ignore those 4 and just have to do the other 6. And we should be able to do that before Evolution or Combat comes out, hopefully. Or at least whatever big change will happen to Combat that will actually make us have to do Combat again. Whatever they're going to be calling it. Oops, I'm about to waste some knowledge here, but it's fine. Alright, let's go do our double boost. And together we go! Let's go walk all the way to the XP pot. So not worth it. But I still feel the need to keep doing it. I'm not sure why. But let's go walk all the way over there. Or not walk, but you know, tele over and then walk. What's kind of interesting is you actually can walk between every chapter. You definitely shouldn't. But I can actually walk from here all the way to chapter 4. You shouldn't do that, but you can. The same as to chapter 5, though in all fairness, chapter 5 is actually pretty close. Well, not close, but it's not that far. Chapter 4 is pretty far walk from here, though. Hey, I keep forgetting to check the cooking bounties. We will do one cooking run this stream, I assure you. At some point, I will remember to keep checking the bounty board and actually go do a cooking run. At least I get some value while we're going back to the city. I keep forgetting to check it. It's not one of the things on my list, though. Hey, Ips is over here. Oh, he's getting gas. Now, see, Yips is the kind of person who would definitely buy the gas, though. Like, when trading comes out, that's the person who's buying a full inventory of gas for, like, 1 or 2 gold each. Instead of having to get it themselves. Because that is so inefficient. Gas is like one of the worst mechanics from an XP perspective. Because you get no knowledge, no XP, no nothing. Like if you could click a buy now button, you would. If you were like later in the game. Or had more money than you know what to do with. You would click anything for a buy now button. Because you're just wasting time whenever you grab them. I am curious to see if everyone gets forced to have to do trading when trading comes out. What the meta will be that develops around it. Because there's going to be so many weird text in this game that you can end up doing with it. Just because some locations are in the absolute middle of nowhere. Or things that are just not worth doing that, you know, a low-level player you probably would want to do. Like, we estimated the amount of money you would make. And if you could immediately sell a gas leech every single time, a full inventory for 1 gold, even with 10 minutes of downtime of having to sell and everything, you would still be making 10 gold an hour. That is absurdly high for the requirement of something that you could do in like a day. Like getting to chapter 3. Maybe 2 days. Like a single weekend. You can get to chapter 3 if that was your only goal, was just to get into chapter 3. And that's all you need to be able to do the eels and sell them and everything. You just physically need to get to chapter 3. And you can start making 10 gold an hour. The bigger concern with that would be the bots that are going to be running it. It's not too bad for like a player entering chapter 3 for the first time to instantly be able to make 10 gold an hour. Obviously they wouldn't do it forever, but you know, for at least a few hours. You could technically make up to 12 for 1 gold per inventory. But you'd have to insta-sell every time, which is probably unlikely. Yeah, we still don't know. I don't think they mentioned it during the AMA. If we're going to be having the Iron Man mode or forced trading. Because I feel like that might divide the community a little bit if it is forced trading. I personally don't mind either way. But if I had the choice, I'd probably keep this one as an Iron Man. Because that's how we've been playing for the whole first 2 months. And honestly, by the time trading comes out, the first 3 months. So it's going to feel weird when we finally get access to trading if we are forced to have it. It's a picking flax type moneymaker, pretty much. But hey, if it pays enough. Because 10 gold an hour would still be high even for this account standards. The max I can make right now is like 1.5 off a leatherworker or something. It's like the max I can make with any skill we have currently after like 2 months or a little under 2 months. But that does assume they're like 1 gold each. It could be closer to like 500 silver per inventory. I don't know, there's a lot of things we just don't know yet. There's so many things when trading comes out that we just don't know where the market's going to be. Like how much are the 60 boost potion going to be? How much is the 80 boost potion going to be? How much is a 35% heal going to be, which is the best in slot heal at the moment? There's a lot of categories where we just don't know where it's going to be priced. Like how much are these bones going to be worth? Are the tier 1s going to be worth like double the price of the tier 2s that I'm currently doing right now? Because the tier 1s are so much more important. I'm still doing these because we have them. And because the number go up. Because tier 1 crafting material is going to go more than like tier 3 probably. Due to how much XP waste you have to do to make them. Yeah, I feel like one thing that's going to be really funny, that I feel like is a really cool mechanic with trading, is imagine you're, I don't know, let's just say a Cryo Knight since we are one. Imagine you're a Cryo Knight, and the only thing you trained is Blacksmith. Your Stonemason's like level 50, your Bone Wright's like level 40, because you were just doing the one quest and then didn't bother getting it further. So you have like 50 Bone Wright, 50 Stonemason, and, you know, you have like 200 Blacksmith. But you want to go make like a 199 4-star or something. Well, instead of actually trading people at the marketplace, one thing that you can do is just walk into the Bone Wright place and be like, go into this room and literally be like, hey, I want to order a 199 weapon, any, it'd be like 199, any Bone Wright, whatever, and then you do like whatever you want for it, like 1 gold, 2 gold, whatever the mark is at for it. You just walk into this room, be like, I want to place an order, and then someone will say, I'll take that order, and then you wait for them to go make it, and maybe you even train Bone Wright while you're waiting or something. And then they trade it to you, and then boom, you get it. And then you're off with your 4-star for like a gold or whatever it is. Like, that's going to be probably the meta for it. You're not actually going to buy a lot of those at the marketplace. You're just going to go into the main crafting room and be like, hey, I want to place an order. Honestly, I'll probably be one of the people that sit in one of the smithing rooms for that as well. The main people that are going to buy from the smithing room is going to be in this one, though, I'm pretty sure. That's also where you do the cheaper one with the irons and everything. So even though there's 2 rooms for it compared to the other 2, the main one people will go to is that one. This is actually the best for Guardians because you don't even have to go that far. Like you could place an order for the smither, you could place an order for the stonemason, and then just chill. It's a little bit more annoying for anything that isn't a guardian, because you're gonna have to walk a little bit further to place your order. Whereas smithing and stonemason order are pretty close to the teleport and right next to each other. But that's likely how it's gonna work. If you need like a really particular item, like let's say you need like a 168 cryonite item. Like you just go to the smithing room and say, hey, I needed like a 168. The only thing we don't really know about is the pricing. But it's likely how the mechanic will work. Which is actually a pretty cool mechanic. It's going to be way easier to do it there than it will be in the marketplace. Because you can't just make one out of nowhere in the marketplace. You're also XP wasting when you're in the marketplace, whereas you could easily be taking orders while gaining smithing XP or bonewright XP or stonemason XP. So you don't have to waste time just standing around in the market square. The only reason that the market square will be used is if you want to trade a bulk item. You can only trade from your bank in the market square when they add it. They mentioned that during the AMA. But if you just want to trade what's in your inventory, you can. So anything I have in my inventory, I could trade person to person. Like with this person right here, I could just trade them. But only if you want to trade from your storage, you have to be in the market square. Like if I wanted to go sell, I don't know, 2,000 dunked bones that we just did. We'd have to do that in the market square rather than here. I could sell full inventory here, but I wouldn't be able to... Like, I could sell what I have right now on me to someone. But I couldn't sell, like, you know, a whole stack of, like, 1,000 bone spikes or something. That would have to be done in the market square. So all bulk purchases will be done in market square, and everything else will pretty much just be done in here. Same as the alchemy. I don't think it will be done as much with alchemy, because that can also be done in market square, in, like, the bulk category. But you could literally go to the potion place and be like, hey, does anyone have like 200 whatever pots? Or can anyone make them for you? Or even if you just need like a small amount, like 100 or something. Though it would take a while for them to make that compared to, you know, the other production skills though. Actually, some would also take a while too. Like if you needed a full 4-star from scratch. Like that would take like over an hour, especially if you're doing it post 200. That would take even longer than that. I don't know, we'll have to see what happens with it. There's a lot of cool tech that can be done with it, though. I'm really curious to see what all the strategies are going to be that people end up utilizing. Or what the norms become with trading. But no, if I had an option, I would disable it. I'd rather do it all myself. I'd still be able to hopefully do drop parties and stuff eventually, though. I hope he brings it back, that mechanic. Especially the clan-related one, so we can make it so it's not the entire world. Because I hope there's still a way that Iron Man players can, you know, give their stuff away. Which also means we could technically trade it. In the sense that if we can give it away to our other account and then have it trade it, it'd still work. But I don't know, we'll have to wait and see. But I will be keeping trading enabled on the other two for sure, 100%. Our Guardian and Hammer Mage will never disable trading. But if this account could, it would. But I'll just do all my trading through the other two when that does happen. If that does happen. So it's not like we won't be able to trade. It's just a specific one would still be going solo. Like, you know, the entire game is currently. It's the only thing I'm concerned with when trading comes out more so than anything. I've had like a laundry list of concerns in the past. But I think my only biggest concern is just going to feel so weird if trading does get forced on everyone. After going like 2 or 3 months without it. It's a different story if the game launched for trading compared to if it comes in, you know, months later. When you didn't have it at all. Which are two very different scenarios. Because obviously if the game launched with it, it's like, okay, yeah, it doesn't really matter. Because it was already there from day one. But by the time it comes in, it could be like 3 months since launch. Definitely at least 2. Unless he's releasing it like the first day of next year. Which is most likely towards late January. Do skills get slower at level 200? Yes. Like, very, very much so. They're 4 times slower. The only thing that doesn't get slower is the AFK activity. It stays the exact same speed, which basically means it gets buffed by 4 times. But everything else gets nerfed by 4 times. It's the only thing that stays consistent is the AFK activities. They actually become viable post 200. Even if you haven't touched them at all pre 200, you actually have to engage with them post 200. Like, they actually become a part of the game rather than something you could just completely ignore. I guess you don't ignore it depending on how much time you have to play. Because my alt accounts, literally everything post 20 has been just AFKs. And they don't even have a single 200 plus yet. Yeah, every level from 200 to 500 is basically the same. Like, going from 200 to 201 is about the same as going from 499 to 500. Same as from 20 to 200. Basically, every level is the same. Like, the amount of time it'll take you to go from 21 to 22 is about the same as 199 to 200. Obviously, it depends what kind of method you have at that given range. Like, there's some dead zones in every skill where your XP rate is a bit slower, both pre-200 and post-200. But aside from those exceptions, it's about the same for every single level once you're in those thresholds. There's basically 3 thresholds in the game. 0 to 19, which is like the tutorial section. 20 to 199, which is like, you know, the main bulk of the game. Especially for the average player if you're playing like a realistic amount of time. And then like the true end game or late game, which is 200 plus. And within the 20 to 199 and the 200 plus are basically all the same within the level range. It's just a little bit different depending on where you're at. Like right now, our levels are really slow on Merchant until we get to like 216. But going from 216 to 217 is actually quicker than like 200 to 201. Because we'll finally have not only a good turn-in option, but also all of our things scale to the next item. Same thing happens with cooking. Like, for example, pretty notoriously, getting to 61 cooking for the Grenard soup is pretty annoying. Because a lot of people tend to do vegetable stew the whole time. So a really huge dead zone is all the way up until, like, you know, like 60. Like, going from 60 to 61, or even like 62 to 63, is actually harder to do than going from, like, I don't know, what's an example? I don't know, just any random one. Like, going from level... Oh, no. Where's a good one? Why can't I find a good one? Why is it so hard to find a good one? But, why is there so few good ones? Wow, why can I not find a good example? This is a bad example, but anyways. It's a really big dead zone because you're using, like, a level 25 to try to get up all the way to, like, 61. If you're doing it, like, super AFK. Whereas as soon as you go from like 63 to 64, even though it's a higher level, it's actually substantially easier to do, just because it's it has a good item like right before it that has a good XP rate. There's a lot of various areas and various skills that are like that. Like right now, if we go to Detective XP, it's actually pretty good right now because we just got a new raid den. But then we're gonna hit a pretty big dead area when that raid den starts falling off, and it's going from something like 266 to 267 will be one of our hardest levels to do. We have almost no good method to go do because the AFK activity is bad. The spotting thieves is still not viable at that point. Our detective thing, doing raid dens, is going to be really diminishing return by then. So it'll be one of the harder levels to do in the near future for detective. Yet something like 267 to 268 is going to be pretty free because we have, you know, a good activity again. There's a lot of dead zones and skills. Every single one has it, both before 200 and after 200. It's just the ones after 200 are a lot more brutal because they're a lot harder to push through compared to pre-200 where you just knowledge through it pretty easily. Like, any dead zone you can just completely knowledge through before 200. Doesn't matter how big the dead zone is, you'll be fine. But you can't quite do the same post 200. You can, it just takes way longer, like 4 times longer to push through a dead zone. Whereas pre-200, it's, you know, you just throw like 20 knowledge at it, 30, 40, 50, and you're past whatever grind you had to do without doing it at all. Hey, Blue Santa hat. How we doing on Santas? Actually, no! Purple still overtook our red Santa. And blue still our lowest at 44. Tied with not Pink Santa, but Fuchsia Santa. They end up name changing it last minute. Yeah, everything in the game can be solved with knowledge. Knowledge is such a interesting mechanic in this game, as you can skip literally any grind whenever you feel like it. If you're in like a dead zone, or just don't feel like doing something, or just want to get a skill up quicker, or just really hate a skill and just want to train it still. Like, you want the benefits of having a skill be higher, but don't actually want to train it. There's a lot of things you can do with it. It's one of the few best mechanics that's in this entire game. I wish more games had, where you could do anything to train anything. Might be worse than training it directly, but you'd still get up eventually. Like, every single level that I've done during all this Bone Right to stream, I've dumped into Gatherer. 100% of it has gone into Gatherer. I have not touched a single actually, I should say that. I've touched a few gathering resources today. But I've barely touched any gathering resources today. I think we touched like less than 30. That have gained like 10 levels or something. Somewhere around there. And tomorrow's definitely going to be a merchant leatherworker focus, I think. When you start making money again. Then when Armor Maker does come out, I need to make sure I have a pretty good merchant leatherworker. And the more we just chip at it over time, the better our money situation is going to be. And the better our being able to do Armor Maker situation is going to be. Is I eventually need to go catch Armor Maker to whatever my smithing level is, whatever that might be at the time. Which could be like 250, 300, something like that. Because Chapter 5 is still like 3 months away, if not longer. Like the earliest it would be is like April. The latest is by the end of summer. Probably earlier than that, though. We're so close. 280 bones left. That's what, 20 more inventories after this one. 21 more. 20 after this one. We're so close, yet so far. We're getting there, though. And then we get to do round 2, where we go do it for smithing. Except we don't need to do it nearly as long. The smithing grind takes, we only have 2,500, only. Quotation marks only. Only 2,500 bars. After we go finish, like 300 more bones, or 280. Yeah, we're almost there. And then we get to start our bonus round. Oh, we're not going to be able to reach 100 bone rate. I might use 1 knowledge on bone rate. Just for the sake of it. Because I don't think we're reaching it. We don't really need it, though. We're going to get plenty more bones later, so never mind, I won't. It's going to feel weird leaving at 99. That'll just give us more incentive to go do more Gatherer. And then let those bones get it there. Because I don't want to use knowledge until we hit a dead space. And by that, I mean our Gatherer is high enough that we reach a bone that we can't process with bone rate. It hasn't happened yet, but I think it does when we hit 115. Which, let me go check. What is a Bistry Bone Spike? A Bistry Bone Spike. Gosh, why must it be weirdly named? I'm just going to type in Bone Spike. Uh, 116. Oh yeah, we definitely can't do that. Wait, can we not do the one below it as well? Oh no. Yeah, the 116 we definitely can't do. Let me go check the other one. The other one's a sturdy ram horn. Really, it's ram's horn? There we go. Wait, it's not ram's horn? What do you want from me? It's, ram's horn. What? It still didn't come up, though. Alright, it's level 102. Oh, wait, I actually am in a dead area then. But not quite. If I do the other one that's below us, which I did want to bank a couple hundred, the goat horn. But yeah, I guess I do have to knowledge some, because that's 102 before I can use the 112. And then we're also going to have another knowledge gap after that. Interesting. But yeah, we're already going to be out of pace by Ramhorn. You need 102 and we're going to have 99.5. Which means the rest would have to be goat horn if we want to go get them. I only plan to get a few hundred. That would get us to at least 100 or 101, and then we knowledge the other one. And then we can do the horn, and then we have to knowledge from the horn to the bone spike. And then the knowledging begins, because we're going to need to start knowledging a ton after that point. Because those knowledge goals will be small, but then it's going to go to a huge leap after that. Like every single time is going to be moving like more than 10. Or exactly 10. Probably more than 10, slightly more than 10. Because that's around nearing the end of tier 3. And then the tier 4s come in, and then eventually tier 5 at like 197, I think. Or somewhere's around there. That's when you gather. I'm not sure what level you need to process it in bone rate. But somewhere's around there. And then for iron, I think it was like 192 you could start using it, but you needed like 197 to mine it. So maybe you can start using it at like low 190 something for bone rate. But you can't gather it until 197, which is the same level, oddly enough. Which makes sense. They're the same tier of the exact same type of material. I still can't believe we did all these bones in one stream. This kind of started as a joke, but then wasn't a joke. And here we are, almost 8 hours later. Getting very close to finishing this. And then we're also going to do the iron ore, because why not? We came this far, might as well go all the way. If we came this far. Why stop halfway there? Technically 3/4 of the way there. Because we did 5,000 something bones. And then we have like 2,500 iron. I don't think we'll be able to finish the iron this stream, though. Yes, this is all gathered. I didn't buy any of these. 100% of these bones were gathered off the ground and banked. Was it worth it? Probably not. But I like hoarding every resource, so I just can't drop them on the ground. There are some I don't mind doing, but I don't know. I just felt the need to do all of them. A lot of the tier 1s were actually worth it, though. A lot of these tier 2s I don't think were worth banking, though. Compared to just skipping to tier 3. I should have just banked all the tier 1s, skipped tier 2, and then, you know, drop them on the ground. And then started banking at tier 3 again. But that's why we're knowledging through a lot of the gatherer right now. So that we can get to all those tier 3s and tier 4s. Where the tier 4s start to really matter again. Tier 3s only really matter for the XP, but tier 4s will matter for the actual product they make. Also, one thing that's crazy is this Aussie guy has been here for like 7 hours. I know we have been as well. I just find it crazy that someone else is also doing this. He's trying to get 40 bone right manually for Lost and Found quest. And he's been here for basically every second we've been here. It kind of reminds me just how long the Lost and Found quest takes to grind. Like, I rushed it immediately, so I kind of forget, because I did it by, like, the, almost the end of the first week. Like, the second week was already, like, way done. Like, we're moving on to other grinds by then. But, I always keep forgetting. Like, Lost and Found is a grind. Like, obviously I'm AFKing it through the other account, so I don't even notice it that much the second time around either. But it is a grind and a half to get Lost and Found completed. It's the hardest quest in the game right now. Not because you have to fight anything. It actually has no battle at all. I believe it's the only 5-star quest currently in the game where there's no fight that you have to do. However, it is the highest requirement of any quest by a long shot right now. Like, it's the exact grind of, like, 2 5-star quests. Like, you can do the Branolf Inheritance. Like, you can do every free-to-play 5-star quest of the Branolf Inheritance plus Forgotten Things before you would complete Lost and Found. It is actually that long of a grind to go do Lost and Found. That you can do 2 5-star quests in the time it would take to do that 1 5-star quest. Yeah, after trading, technically Lost and Found, if you're allowed to trade everything, Lost and Found is a 0 requirement quest. The only thing it requires is full completion of the Chapter 3 storyline. But then you just turn in everything, go grab the dagger, because you need to have the quest done to go get the dagger. But you just go turn in all the items that you bought, grab the dagger, come back, turn in the rest, and boom, you're done. It is actually a 0 requirement quest when trading comes out. Unless they do something to limit how you can trade with some things or something. But with trading enabled, it is a 0 requirement quest other than just have the main storyline mission. Like, if you can get to Chapter 4, there's no requirement at that point. If you have Chapter 4 unlocked and you go and do Lost and Found, it has no requirement at all when trading exists. Assuming you can trade for everything. You should be able to, though. It's gonna be kind of crazy to think about how much XP that would drop. Unless he changes how the quest works when trading comes out or something. But it becomes a no requirement quest when trading is enabled. The only way around that would be if he adds like a hard requirement on the quest. Where it's like, hey, you can't like finish this last part. Because there's a guy you talk to at the end who teaches you how to craft a bunch of stuff. And it might be that he puts a level requirement on it. 5 lower than all the levels. Assuming it's like a boost. Like, you know, assuming you have like a +5 boost potion. Because that might be his play. If he did end up doing that, that means you would need 56 Mind Fighter, 35 Bone Right, 55 Smithing, and 41 Stonemason to complete the quest if it assumes a +5 boost. Because you'll probably have to talk to the NPC at the end and they'll be like, oh, I'll only teach you if you have like these requirements kind of thing. Or you'll be able to do the rest of the quest with trading, but then you get to the end and it's like, oh, nope, you still need the levels. Because the quest doesn't get completed until he teaches you how to fuse items, which is also how you unlock fusing items. So they could just lock that dialogue box and, you know, progression from there to being based on some amount of level. Either the current requirements or a +2 boost or a +5 boost level. But they could just put a hard requirement there and be like, nope, you need these levels before I'll teach you. Or it could say, oh yeah, I'll teach you the ways of infusing, but only if you have the proper levels and everything. Kind of thing. I can see that happening. Because otherwise you complete the entire quest with no requirements at all. It would actually be the lowest requirement quest in the entire game. Even the Obelisk would have a higher requirement. Which is currently the easiest quest in the game right now. Because you actually have to kill an enemy. You wouldn't have to kill an enemy for that quest. So it'd be even lower requirement than a 1-star quest despite being a 5-star. So they're probably going to put a hard requirement at the end at some point. When trading comes out. Because I can't think of any other way. Otherwise, it's literally just easier Obelisk. Yeah, a way better reward than Obelisk. Because Obelisk just unlocks 1 Obelisk. Whereas, Lost and Found unlocks fusing at any Obelisk in any chapter. As well as a ton of XP. Like, you'd be able to go from level 0 to level, like, almost like 25 Stonemason or something? In like one single quest. Like you would literally just skip every single level possible. Which would be so funny. Because you would just need to have 65 total and 20 mining. And that thing gives you a ton of Mind Fighter, a ton of Bone Right, a ton of Blacksmith, a ton of Stonemason. But I don't know, we'll have to wait and see. But yeah, that quest is really broken with trading. They definitely got to restructure something about it before trading comes out. Because if with trading, if it was left exactly as is, but add trading in the game, it would have the best reward of any quest with the lowest requirement of any quest, which is going to be really, really weird. So yeah, we'll see what they do. We'll just have to wait and see. It's one of those weird shenanigans that happen when trading is enabled. Also, this is going to be so annoying. I'm going to be like 1 knowledge point short. But I know it's not worth putting a knowledge point into it at the moment. Not that any of this was worth it. Not that any of this was worth it. It's just something we had to do. For my own sanity, we had to take a day to go do this. Even if it would have been more efficient just dropping everything on the ground. This had to be done. Yeah, one more set. We'll go get our XP pot, put that together, of course, and then, yeah, we can do a Tangle Fruit Tree now. It wouldn't be worth training manually until we could do Apple, though. We just drop all the apples on the ground. Alright, where are we right now? We're at 1... Okay, we're almost there. So close. 112 left after this inventory. Then we'll go grab our XP pot, finish the rest, and then we get to start the bonus round! So technically our main objective would be completed within the next, like, 10-15 minutes or so. But then we start the bonus round of 2,500 iron ore. Which I'm not sure if we could even finish this stream, but we'll see how close we can get. These iron ore is probably going to take close to like 3.5 to 4 hours. I'm probably only going for about another 3.5. So if we don't get it done in that time, then I guess just finish the rest off stream or something. But hopefully we can get them all done today so we can see the nice clean banks. And if not, I'll show all the nice clean banks going in tomorrow. Might even do some off-stream carpentry just to make sure I have one of each in the carpentry thing. So we could truly do a full sweep on clean banks. With every single thing being fully processed. The thing about Timber Bank, though, is I would just need to have one of each. In a sense, because Timber Bank doesn't actually show your unprocessed logs. Which is actually kind of weird. But it's not like the other ones where it shows both. Your processed and unprocessed. Timber Bank only shows your processed. It's kind of like the weird divide with the leather. Like in the armor maker thing in chapter 5, there's going to be a, you know, processed leather thing. But you're not going to have the one that has all your, like, default leather. It's not going to have the one that has all your default leather. Like, you know, all the ones that haven't been processed. It's only going to have the fully completed leather storage. And that's the same way that this one works. Is it has all the finished product, but doesn't have the unfinished product of the logs. And chapter 5 is going to be the same way. Or it's going to have your finished leather, but you won't be able to check your unfinished leather. You can in the other chapter, you just won't be able to do it, you know, at the place where you make your armor. Alright, there we go. 112 to go. So close. Actually, we did over 1,000 of them. Technically, we only did 900 something now, but we already had some of them processed. I didn't realize earlier. Because they're going into that stack, not the other one. Anyways, I'm going to tell you over. Let's go get our XP pot. Let's actually remember to go get the cooking bounty, too, so we can actually get some value for teleporting here and not just a complete waste of time. Gotta remember to get the cooking bounty. You know, I almost feel like doing it first, but it's actually a waste of time to go for the first, so go the other way around. Oh, is someone doing a chunk account already? Gosh. I couldn't even imagine what a chunk series would be like for this game. Because the second you get to the keep shop, you have to 500 grind every skill you ever have. Like, you auto just def chunk the second you get it. Let's see. What am I doing? Let me go grab the thing over here. Not to mention, this starting chunk already has 2 500 grinds. Like, if you have to get to cooking thing, you have to go do 490 cooking. I'm not sure how people would bother doing that. Basically, you'd have to start the game by getting 490 cooking and 490 alchemy or something. Yeah, you'd have to start the game by doing 490 cooking and 490 alchemy. I'm not sure if anyone even has that completed yet. Like, even an unrestricted account. So what did I come here for? Oh, yeah, the message board. Wow, these are awful. Actually, this one might not be as bad. We already have to go to hairdresser as well. Oh, I just realized the next bounty's in 23 seconds. How perfect is that? Wow, that is so perfectly timed. All right, next set, please. Show me things that aren't awful. But we'll do at least one cooking run this stream. Yeah, let's see what we get here. Alright, we got one other one that isn't awful. And they both go to Little Lucy. Well, we got a triple... I don't think I've ever seen this. A triple hairdresser and a double Lucy. And an Ella just chilling. I almost feel like dropping that for something else, but there's no way you could fit that in your inventory. Alright, well, we'll do that run later. Not right now, though. Alright, back to the grind. Back we go. And there's hopefully enough to get a cooking level when we go do that later. I think it is. Probably end some, but barely. Well, obviously end some. Anytime you gain a level, it'd be end some. It's not like it's going to be exact XP. Alright, we're almost there. About 100 to go. Oh, and then we're done with every bone. Which means our main objective would be completed. And then we can start our side mission. Finishing every last iron ore we have as well. Not before admiring our perfectly stored bank, though. Of all of our precious bones. I gotta remember to actually use the other knowledge point. Should probably go do that. That's kind of the whole point of waiting for a double. There we go. Alright, now we're good to go. Alright, less than 100 bones to go. Oh, we're definitely going to be a little short. One knowledge point will to get us there at the end, though. But I'm not going to bother. Because we could easily get it through the gather bones we already need. We're going to need to start acknowledging the 102 after, though. I guess I'm going to collect that many bones. I'm not sure. The best bone we can collect right now is level 94. Which you can start dunking, I think, at 90. The one afterwards is a 102, which we can't currently dunk. And we get the access to it at 112 Gatherer. I just realized, though, if we do a merchant grind tomorrow, I'm actually going to gain too many gatherer levels because I can't go above 115. Because I gotta actually be doing the activity at that point. Because we need those bone spikes. I don't know. It's tier 3 bone spike, though. Maybe we won't go super crazy on it. Like, it is bone spike, but it's like the worst one out of all of them. And that ends the tier 3 right there. So when do we start tier 4? Tier 4 starts at 148. But that's like the wimpy tier 4. The real tier 4 starts at 161. Because that one can actually go to a 199. The first tier 4 in every category is a fake tier 4. Like iron in ore or flint in stonemason. The equivalence of that in bone is the goat horn. This is tier 4 but not a real one. Because you need to get the tier 5 to get to 199. It still hurts me that it doesn't go to 100, though. I want to put a knowledge point on it so badly. So badly. Maybe we do. It's so tempting. Up, our last full inventory. We're almost there. Oh. I'm almost going to be a little sad when we run out of bones. How am I supposed to dunk 5,000 bones in one session again? I think it was close to 5,700. I didn't actually get the exact count to the T to what we started with. But it was definitely over 5,000. And we just did all of them after the course of 8 hours. We've done every bone in our bank. Worth or not worth? Definitely 100% not worth, but I would definitely do it again. Must hoard all the resources. We are mostly skipping over tier 3 until we get to tier 4, though. Because tier 3 is even worse tier 2. Compared to tier 1. Well, they still need some, but you can normally work around not needing it. Like, as long as you have tier 2 or tier 3, you'll be fine. Still get like some amount of tier 3s, but just not a lot of them. Until we get to the really good tier 4s, particularly all of them except the very first one. Because all the other 3 are going to be for 199s. With that bone spec in particular at 166 being really absurdly good. Is this how we're going to make every weapon upgrade for the rest of the time? I mean, not the rest of the time, but you know. Any time we need a 199, it's going to be that material. Alright, the final 16. I can't even fit a full inventory. Gosh, I can't wait to go look at that nice clean bank. That is the real reward at the end. Looking at that bank, all the stacks, and seeing no unprocessed material is going to be so satisfying. And now we're 2 banks down, 1 to go. Technically 3 if you count the timber bank. Like off stream tonight, I'll probably get 1 of each. So if I don't finish the smithing grind, and if I can finish it off stream, we can see 4 clean banks back to back to back to back. That we finally clean them all. Having at least 1 of every material up to our level range, as well as having no unprocessed material inside of them. Oh, there we go. As soon as we pick this up, that is every single last bone completed. Over 5,000. Alright, now the true moment of truth, though. Deposit all. And let's go take a look at it. Ooh, all processed, all processed, all processed. There it goes. Look at how few there are now. Because there's not like a bunch of junk in between. Ooh. Alright, anyways, let's go do it again. Psst. And of course, Timber Bank is pretty much clean. I don't think I have 1 of everything. I'm not sure if I do. I need to go fix them a little bit later if I don't. But, yeah, we need to make sure we get... Actually, we have a lot of spare ashes. I didn't even realize we have so much spare ash right now. That's actually good. I need those. Those are really important for shields later. Anyways. Alright, now that the bank is nice and clean, time for step 2. That's just part 1. Alright, let's go to the other side now. It's not over yet. That's just a warm-up. No, actually, that's technically way longer than how long this is going to take, though. But we just did a little over 5,000 bones, and now we got to go do 2,500 iron. However many this number says over here. Because this bank is completely clean, except for the AFK activity, though I could just drop that when we're trying to look at the clean bank. As well as just the iron ore. So look at this. Perfect bar, perfect bar, perfect bar. And then it gets ruined. These we could drop to the ground when we want to look at a perfect bank. And then the only thing I got to go do is convert these, and they'll have 3,000 spears for later. That should hold us over for a while. I'm not going to make any product out of them now. But these will hold us over for our 199s or anything else we might need in that level range kind of thing. I think the shields from this can make 199. Yeah, they can. It's only the rapier that I think can't. And the throwable. So if either of those are good in the future, which the rapier already is, we would need the tier 5 iron for. Everything else, I'd probably want to do it at a lower tier or a higher tier if we can help it. But anyways. Alright, well, let's get to it. Round 2! Alright, let me go time this. How much is a full inventory? Let's go get the timer back out. Because it was 2 minutes last time. Let's see how much it is for this. I'll do it based on being at the bank. Alright, start timer. And then timer goes until, I don't have timer up. Let me see. Timer goes until we get back to the bank. With like a full inventory of iron. So after we store them all and then go get our iron. One thing kind of weird here is I think you actually have to move an extra tile, don't you? Whenever you go back here. And then you have to still move a tile to get back. Yeah, it's weird. This has like a triple set, whereas the other ones have a double-double. Or, you know, it goes to like middle, side, middle. This goes to like middle, right, left. Whereas the other two go middle, right, middle. Because they don't have a left. But it's a 3-step instead of a 2-step. Like, they're all 3-step, but it's 3-step with 2 of the same on the other two. Whereas this one throws the extra variable. Obviously, it's pretty much the same thing, though. Alright, what camera angle am I going to be doing for this? I just realized, how am I going to go to the bank? Because I can't one-click bank from this angle. I guess you would do it like this. But then you can't really click the other thing. Wait, how am I supposed to camera angle this? Am I just going to change a camera angle every time? I feel like the answer is yes. Alright, it seems like this is going to be basically the exact same amount of knowledge per hour. It's just we're going to be getting a lot more Smithy XP per hour. It might not look like it because we're post 200. But the amount of XP we're getting from this is substantially better. This is going to be hard to tell because it's post 200. Because this is actually the highest bar we could even do right now. Whereas those were not the highest bones we could be doing. Oh, interesting. This actually takes longer. Wait, this is worse knowledge per hour than the other thing. Yeah, that's interesting. This was about 7 seconds slower per cycle. This is less knowledge per hour than doing bones. And I believe it's because of the extra one step you have to do, as well as the bank being slightly further. Yeah, it's 7 seconds slower per set. So that's not much, but yeah, it's actually slower to do furnace here, and even slower to do the other furnace, even on top of that. But yeah, it's slower to do smithing than bones. Oh no, I only did 5. I thought I did all of them. No! But that's interesting. Yeah, it's about 7 seconds slower per set. Due to the one tile you have to move, as well as every time, 4 times. As well as the, well, technically twice. So it's like 8 extra tiles, I believe. And you also have to walk a extra 2 tiles to the bank. So you walk an extra 8 tiles here and an extra 2 tiles to the bank. In a combination, apparently, that's adding up to almost 7 seconds or so. And that 2 tile to the bank is actually 4 because you have to do it both ways. So that's 12 tiles. So that checks out then. Actually, no, we'd have to be losing time somewhere else too. Because those tiles actually don't add up. There should only be like 4 or 5 seconds then. There shouldn't be 7 second loss. I'm not sure where the other 2 seconds are coming from then. Maybe the animation's just 1 tick slower or something. Or maybe I'm delaying more between actions or something. But, yeah, there's an extra like 2 or 3 seconds not accounted for in there. I guess there's just us being slow between the actions or something. Because the amount of tiles lost compared to the other activity is only about 4 seconds worth. So I'm not sure where the other 3 seconds are coming from then. Because assumably the animation is the same amount of time. If anything, this thing's animation should technically be slightly quicker to make up for the extra tiles. I don't think any of them are, though. So one of the reasons why Stonemason is actually the worst of all 3, I'm pretty sure, is it has the furthest amount of space to bank. Whereas Bone Right has the lowest. See, Bone Right's not all bad. I was like, can we do anything cool with smithing soon? Let's see. Aside from just number go up for better items for the other things. I guess the ice ring's at 220, but I would need the mining level of 223 to go with it. And longsword, I could probably just keep using the previous tier of tier 4. Tier 5, I wouldn't need to upgrade to the next thing quite yet. I'd still be using tier 4 for quite a while. Yeah, there's nothing really good we could do with smithing other than number go up to make slightly higher number gear. There's a lot of these other crafts we're not going to need immediately. Like our current other ice rings will be able to go to 219 off of Carbonies, tier 4 Carbonies. So I wouldn't need tier 5 for a while for that. Like not until at least like 230, 240 smithing. Would that actually be viable to making this instead of the other one? Because we can currently make a 219. Well, not currently, but you know, if we had 219 smithing, we could make a 219. Currently, we can make a 214 out of it. Also, next time we go to the bank, I should probably go do our chef run. Let me double check. How much fish do I have to buy? 10. No, 12. No, more than that. Gosh, how many more eels do we have? Oh, I read the wrong one. Never mind, it's 12. I was right the first time. It means I can't shop for everything in one inventory then. Because all of them need a secondary item. I still can't believe how many things we processed today. By the end of this stream, we would have done over 7,000 in one stream. But hey, that's 7,000 we'll never need to do again. Since they're done. I really need to start processing things as we get them, though, going forward. So we never have to do, like, a mega grind again like this. There is still one category we haven't done it for, though. Good old carpentry! I think I have, like, 4,000 logs banked. Most of them are in useless tier, though. But some of them are actually useful. I'm not sure how we have so many logs there, though. Like, if I go to that bank, I'm pretty sure it's over 2,000 logs. We're not doing that anytime soon, though. Carpentry's in a different category where I will ignore it as hard as possible. I'm not going to ignore the other ones, though. Like, anytime we get some bones from Gather, we're probably going to run them the same stream. It should be less than 1,000 whenever we do. So that's not, like, that bad. Compared to having to do, you know, like 7,000 in one stream. A little bit of a different number. Like, slightly under 1,000 compared to 7,000. I'd rather do the, you know, slightly under 1,000 one. Rather than have a whole stockpile and have to do, like, 10,000 in a day or something. I do have to say, it feels weirder to have to click at 3 spots after doing 2 for like 8 hours straight. It doesn't seem like this should be that much different, but it actually does feel a lot different compared to it. Even though it's basically the exact same thing. I'm just so used to the bones. I almost want more bones now. But we'll get some more tomorrow. Actually, not tomorrow. Actually, I don't know. Are we doing some tomorrow? It depends what how much merchant we do. Because the second we get to 112 gather, I gotta go do gather again. So once we acknowledge that through anything we do plus merchant tomorrow, I would have to go back to gather in order to go do the ram horn into the bone spike. And then at like 120, we can start like acknowledging it like crazy again or something. But from that 112 to 120, we'd have to manually trade. I have to say, this is so relaxing, though. I hope carpentry feels this good when we do carpentry again. I highly doubt it will, though. Something about carpentry just doesn't feel the same as this, even though they're kind of similar. It's kind of weird, because I actually really enjoy leatherworker, but something about carpentry, which is kind of similar, I just cannot get into it. The same way that we can with, like, bone wright or smithing or stonemason or leatherworker. It's kind of like the same category of leatherworker, but I don't know, something about it just isn't quite the same. I just realized that guy's in Christmas colors. We were doing that earlier, too. We kept switching from, like, green to red to white. And now I just kind of went with the leathery brown for now. Because I hate the way that this plate body looks. It still drives me crazy, the way that this plate body currently looks. But we got a 3-star of it, so I'm kind of stuck with it for, like, a while. Like, a while. Like, until, like, 265 when we start killing the wasps a while. Like, we are stuck with this for a very long time. Oh, we actually get to see more of the shimmer, I just realized. We were talking about this earlier, like the weird shimmer effect. Or not weird, it's actually pretty cool looking. That whenever there's a light on the cape, all the little golden things on it end up shimmering some. And the light from the furnace actually is doing it some, oddly enough. One really cool effect that this cape has that I don't think is on many of the other capes, if any at all. Where it kind of like glows in whenever light hits on it. Particularly the gold pan, but I think the final section does it too, and some other parts of it do slightly. It's not as much as the gold pan does, where it's like really glowy whenever the light hits it. You can see whenever he's like moving around. Alright, so based on the time from earlier, is the math the same then, but slightly worse? Let me double check. 24 times the other thing. No, it was 30 times... Wait, do I not have it in my calculator anymore? Oh, no. Because it's 30... Oh, no, it is 24. Because it's 24 times... 30... 720, yeah, that's... Okay, I didn't have it in the thing, but yeah, it's about that. So it's about 700, though I do have to go bank for the other thing, so it's probably closer to like 650-ish, 600. Yeah, I don't think we can make it in time then. Oh, no! Oh, no! Even if I stream the rest of the time we have, I wouldn't be able to make it. We'd still have like 500 left by the end. Because if we do this for, let's say, 3 more hours, we will have... like 400 to 500 iron left, roughly. Well, that's not ideal. Overnight stream? The only problem is YouTube has a weird thing when you go over like 12 hours. So we always end like a little bit beforehand. You be on Twitch with the top players? Yeah, I think almost all of them are streaming these days. Like as far as like the top. Because I think Patricio is these days. I think Yips is too. I can't remember. Unbi is, or at least when he was grinding. I'm not sure if he's still going. I think Ratsplat was. I think those are the main ones from the top 10. Or as far as from the top 20, yeah, it's me. Patricio, I think Yips, definitely Unbi. I think Ratsplat is. I think that's all of them, unless I'm forgetting one. So it's like 6 people from the top 20 are streaming at like any given time, pretty much. Not sure how many of them are right now, though, because I never checked Twitch. But I'm aware that they do it, though. Never have been able to catch any of their streams, though. Does Unbi not stream every single day? I always thought a lot of them did. Oh, maybe not. Because so far, we haven't missed a single day. We've streamed literally every day since launch. Actually, I fixed the playlist earlier today, too. I accidentally misnumbered them over the last week, so I had to go and fix it. But, yeah, they were numbered correctly. About a week ago, I accidentally did 2 episodes that had the number 43 as the day. But it's because if you don't refresh the stream thing on YouTube, it'll show you your past streams. But if you don't click refresh, it won't show you like your most recent one that you did since then. So I accidentally misnumbered one by one, and now the whole week was off by one. I fixed it since then. But now some of them are like, hey, it's episode 44, and it says episode 45. Oh, they start when I log off? Really? What time zone are they then? Because I normally go from noon to midnight my time, basically. Give or take an hour or two. Well, mostly take, because normally it's like 11-ish hours. Is there any gathering thing I can go touch? Yeah, the Tangle Fruit. Let me go do the past action on Tangle Fruit and get a bunch of first action on it. All the ones we skipped. And I think I might even do the snake skill while we're there. Just get a full sweep on every single one we haven't done yet and gather. Not counting passives, of course. Yeah, the only thing I'm missing is 2 Tangle Fruits and a skill. I'll probably do the skill first, just so we don't have to deal with the aggro. Alright, so I'm going to go get a 5% XP pot, take out every last first that we need to go do. And then, I guess we'll do the cooking run on the next one after this one. Because that would also be around where timer is for the next cooking thing if we want to go check it as well. As we go finish the dishes. But for now, let me just grab our 5% pot, get every first time bonus we haven't done and gather up to this point. And just go cash those in real quick. We'll start with the really annoying one first. Well, so I'm almost out of pots here. We only have 5 left after this one. Because I accidentally let like 40-something despawn yesterday. I still can't get over that. It's the second time it's happened. We've killed almost 100 potions from despawns now. Which is why we're not juggling them, by the way. If you wonder why we keep teleporting every single time, that is why. I will not let another potion despawn until they're equipable automatically. Eventually. Oh gosh, this is for strength for Tempest Day? Why did they jip? Why is every potion for yellow so annoying? They really did not want Hammer Mages to have boost potions, did they? Like, every single one is like, nope, hardest possible location. Nope, highest possible price. Alright, where are the other things I came here for? Where's the Tangle Fruit? There they are. Alright, there we go. And since I'm here and boosted, I might as well just do a few. It's around my level range, it's not that bad. Go do some Tangle Fruit Cycle. I'm gonna go do it for the 2 minutes of the duration, though. Another person not doing Tile Perfect. What? Why are you not doing Tile Perfect? Why is everyone not doing Tile Perfect? It always throws me off when a high level player doesn't do it. They're wasting their tiles. Why would you do such a thing? When you're just casually clicking, it makes sense, but and I guess just want to chill a little bit more than do like for like perfect tile everything. I think it's the only one that you have to perfect tile though. These two are a lot more straightforward where you just click them. I think it's the only one that you actually have to move on, so I guess he just figured he wouldn't bother. I believe it is a 2-tile loss, though. I gotta double check. But I'm pretty sure it's a 2-tile loss if you just manual click. This one right here. If you manual click, you'll move there. Like, what will happen is we'll move right here. But what we actually want is to move right here. And it saves 2 tiles because otherwise you'd be here and would have to walk around like that, which would waste 2 tiles every time. Hey, Umbi's here as well. We must be around the same gathering level because we were doing the same gathering activity yesterday as well. Except I've mostly been knowledging through it. Anyways, let's go back to what we're doing. That was mostly just for the first time bonus. Oh, so this room got a lot emptier. We definitely got a different server this time. Everyone who was here earlier is gone. Oh, one of the 200 smithers is here, though. Which makes sense. I assume they're doing the same iron we are. Let's see, KDW. Let's see. I don't think I've actually seen them around, oddly enough. Not sure if they changed their name recently or something. Huh. Okay, that would explain why I haven't really seen them around. They've done a small amount of mining and mostly only smithing. Some of these distributions confuse me greatly. He's a Cryo Knight at least, right? Otherwise I'm even more confused. He's a Hammer Mage? Of course he is. What? Why do people do this? Wait, I'm so confused now. He's a Hammer Mage with 49 Stonemason, but 235 Smithing. I'm so confused. Why? Interesting. I guess somewhat makes sense, because if you're going to get your own drops, it's like, oh, I'll just upgrade what I get as a drop kind of situation. Because that's one way that you can kind of play. I don't think most people are going down that route. But an interesting thing, if you don't mind dealing with RNG, is, let's say you're a Cryo Knight. You could go all in on Stonemason and Bone Rate, and then just use it to upgrade the 3 stars you get from from Blacksmith. Because you're going to automatically get Blacksmith drops while doing combat more often than the other two. The problem with that is you always have to be upgrading your Cryo Knight gear more often. But if you really wanted to, you could technically just do the 2 that are not associated to your class. And then just upgrade whatever you get when you have it. When special attacks come out, that's probably a lot more viable. Right now it's not, because it's better just to upkeep a 3-star than it is to upgrade to a 4-star. But any new players that come around might try doing the inverse strategy. Where if they're like, you know, him, if he's a Hammer Mage, it's actually better for him to do Stonemason and Bone Rate, oddly enough, rather than actually train his Stonemason. As he can get Stonemason drops anytime he wants when he gets a kill. That could definitely be a strategy too when trading comes out. Just to make it a little bit easier to tune your item. It's a strategy, just a little bit weird because you're depending on your main DPS based on pure luck. So you might not always have the component you need to actually upgrade something. Like if I was to do that in chapter 4 right now, the only thing I could make is a mace. Like I would have been forced to have to upgrade my mace rather than making a 2-hand or something else. Oh, so is that final tier? That is. Ooh, that is final tier Cryo Knight armor right there. I need it. Look at how cool that looks. He made it yellow. I wanted this Cryo Knight color though. But that's what tier 6 Cryo Knight armor looks like. So shiny. And that's the good looking set. I'm not sure what the other 2 look like. I don't ever see anyone wearing it because the good looking set is just so much better. But that's tier 6 final tier Cryo Knight armor right there. We'll look like that if we ever get 400 combat in a skill. Watch out, watch person. We'll get you in like 3 months from now. Because right now we're in tier 5. He's in full tier 6. Or we're in the wimpy chainmail right now though. But I got a high tier 1, so it's better than anything I could be wearing. Even though it's visually a downgrade. It's stat-wise an upgrade. By a lot. Maybe he thought he was on his Cryo Knight ult this whole time. That isn't a stat distribution of an ult, though. I don't think anyone has an ult that progressed. Like this guy over here, 329, that could be an ult, or that guy over there, or that guy over there. I don't feel like most people's ults are over 1,000 currently. Actually, maybe that's a good poll question for a given day. Like, if you have an ult, what level is... Like, what would you say is the average level of them? Or even the level of them? Because mine right now, the answer would be like... They're like 250 to 300. So if there was a section that was like the 200 to like 400 range or 500, whatever, I would make it. But, I don't know. I feel like most people's alts aren't above level 500 right now. If you're primarily playing one account and just kind of checking on the other 2, I'd be very surprised if it's above like 400 or 500. Unless you're like really been playing on them. But if you're kind of just checking them for the AFKs, they shouldn't be more than like 200-300 right now. Like the 200s, 300s kind of area. If you're just checking them for their daily and then getting them a knowledge point whenever they need a new one. $475, really? That's actually really, really high for an ult. 212 guard? Wait, have you just had it on guard the whole time? Wait, did he get it base 20s and then got a guard or something? It's actually really high. And a 647 hammer mage? Wow. Are you playing them like evenly or? Yeah, that's actually like really, really, really high. You almost have one at base 50s? Wow. I only just recently got to base 50s on this account. Let alone on the side one. Yeah, I didn't end up making it into alts until like a few days, almost like a weekend. But then it just seemed like, I might as well be getting progress for free. Like, this game has a whole, like, passive activity thing. Might as well be doing it on something. Even if you just have it, like, idling on something in Chapter 1, it's still better than nothing. Doesn't take that long to get at level 20. Especially if you go down the guard route. Getting 20 guard is the quickest 20 you can get if you just wanted to just focus on one. The only other one that isn't negative money in Chapter 1, though, is Forager. Unless you want to go deeper than that with them. But it either have to be guard or Forager. And I went the guard route just because it's quicker to do. I know I'll have them stay in there, though. I currently have them in Mines of Matubin, AFK, and Lost and Found quest. I had them AFK Spider Nest. Then I had them AFK Lost and Found, which they're currently doing. Then I'm going to probably AFK them to 500 Stonemason and Bone Rate. Just so in, like, about 9 months from now, they'll both have 500. Which sounds like a while, but that's pretty good for the fact that you barely have to play them at all. Playing them for, on average, like 5 to 10 minutes a day. We'll have both of them be 500 in their corresponding crafting skill by the end of this year. Or, you know, by end of next year. Like, probably by, like, September. Maybe even slightly earlier. Unless I get, like, some kind of tangent that I need to go do. But by about September of next year, they would both have a 500 production skill. Which sounds like a long period of time, but for how little effort you have to put into them, it's not that much. Like, by the time they even have, like, 30, 40, 50 hours played, they would have a level 500. Like, before the 50-hour mark, they would have a level 500, basically. Just because they're utilizing the AFKs like crazy. Like, the entire time in between. It doesn't take that much to get knowledge. Especially if you want to go down the merchant route and really try hard it. You can just double stack a knowledge point off a merchant. You can get that pretty quickly. It takes like 20 minutes if you want to double stack it. And that lasts you for like an entire week of duration before you would need to do another, you know, get them another 2 knowledge points. So for 20 minutes, you would last for almost 2 weeks or so. Definitely it's like a week and a half. Depends on the level range that you're at a given time or what skill you're doing on. I'm not sure if I'm going to bother tryharding with Merchant on them, though, to do that. The problem is they're not going to have 83 Detective. So they got to do more Merchant with no shortcut. Is the only big issue with it. I guess by level 18, they have all but 2 shortcuts. The problem is at some level ranges, those 2 shortcuts are really, really, really good. It would take forever to get them to 83 Detective. Like, to go tangent to go get them that. Yeah, doing Merchant is roughly 6 knowledge an hour. Give or take a little bit. It depends on a lot of factors. It would be a little bit less on the alts, though, because they would be missing at least 2 shortcuts, though. I'm not sure how much that cuts into XP. It depends on their level range. At the lower level range, you don't need it for much other than soap. But the higher level range, you do use the other 2 shortcuts quite a bit. The one at 51 and the one at 83. Because you get 3 of the 5 by level 18, which is pretty easy to get. They would need base 20 anyways. So that's not even out of the way at all. The problem is if they needed 51 or 83 is so far out of the way. Compared to just not doing it at all. Yeah, we're getting close to our smithing level. So close. It's so far. Ugh. Still can't believe how many of these things we did today. At least we won't need to do this again for a very, very, very long time. At least not to this scale that we did today anyways. We'll still have to be doing it here and there, just not to the scale that we did today. Yeah, about 2,000 more to go. Honestly, I think I'm going to do like 1,000 more stream and just do the other 1,000 later. We're still going to go about another 1,000 though. There's just no way we're finishing that whole stack before the end of tonight. But at least we finished every bone. We finished all 5,600 bones, or however many it was. It was around 5,500 something. Yeah, we're going to be ever so slightly short on the bars. I'll try to do some of them off stream a little bit later, after I grab like dinner and everything. Whatever we still have left. Honestly, I'll probably just do off stream. But I'm hoping that I can finish it before tomorrow's stream, just so I can have a nice clean bank. Because the whole point of this was to have 4 very perfectly clean banks. That would be the ideal goal. If one of them is off, that won't be it. There's still gonna be one single one off. It'll drive me crazy. I do definitely need to finish it in the near future though. But hopefully I'll have it done by tomorrow. We'll definitely get to 215 smithing. That's 100% at this point. Hey, that reminds me. I still need to go do this cooking contract. Should probably go do that before the next reset. Oh no, next reset's actually about to happen. Oh no. Oh no, we'll go head over there now. I'll finish after this inventory. Because I'm trying to think of how much knowledge I'll get for finishing the thing, and it's going to bring us about to double bar from where we are right now. So let's go do our cooking contracts real quick. Hey, Black Santa Hat. Come on, I need red to catch up. We were doing so good on reds, and now they've fallen behind again. Purple elf has taken the lead. Alright, let's go do our cooking run for once. We haven't done one in like 2 weeks. I think it's finally time. No, it's been like a week. Yeah, let's go finally do one. Let me go get all the fish and everything first. Because we got a lot of them. Let me do a head count. It's 7 oyster and 5 eel. That should be everything we need. Then we grab 7 lemon, 5 of the other thing, combine them all together, boom. And don't worry about the other thing on our next load. Should be able to fit it in, right? Because I only need, what, 1 omelet, 3 leek, and that's it. Is Patricio doing cooking? I might see him here then. Not sure if we're gonna get servered with him though. There's a lot of people cooking in here. Nope. I got Mad Hatter though. Hey, I found you. Wait, is this the room that he's doing it in? Because you mentioned it. I got your server though. Oddly enough. I don't know, did you see him here earlier? Yeah, maybe he's gonna be running back then. He's not actually efficient to bank anything here. Unless you're just trying to AFK in this room over and over again. It's actually a waste of time to have to keep grabbing it. Oh, he's here right now? Is he? I don't see him. Unless he's hidden as an anonymous player, but that's not him either. He's behind me? Where? I don't even see him in this little thing, Peticio. I'm confused. I do not see him. Anyways, let's see. Let me go do the eel thingy. Is that the way to do cooking? You do deliveries when you are up every now and then dreading the grind for Brandoff inheritance? Yes, this is definitely how you want to do it, especially in a dead zone. When you don't have good omelets or sandwiches or anything else in your level range. Or particularly stews and sandwiches. If you're in a dead zone, you basically have to do contracts or knowledge through it. Ooh, that hurts. Ow. So when are we getting what level 153 gatherer? I just spent 15 silver on a task that takes that pays me 16.5. Ow, that hurts. Obviously we'll have that in a little bit of time, but gosh, that hurts for now. It's worth it for the XP though. But it's basically gonna break even on money. Yeah, that's the only big issue if you don't do like fishing and what's the other one? Fishing forager and what's the other big one? Fishing forager and gatherer. Feed a lot of cooking supplies. Let me go get the 5% pot real quick. Probably should have grabbed it earlier, but I guess I need the inventory for the fish earlier. Let me grab one of you. One cooking pot, thank you. Okay, let's go to our run. I think I'm going to start it from Little Lucy. And just go into town then. Is it worth just teleporting or walking? If I do Little Lucy first. I think it might be a teleport angle. It's hard to tell. Little Lucy's just so far away from everything. I think this is a teleport angle. I'm pretty sure it's better to teleport from there than to walk to hairdresser from here. And then turn in triple hairdresser into Ella. Oh, but I went to the wrong place. What am I doing? Oh wait, that boat's actually there? I always thought that was a silhouette of a dead boat. I guess it was only the other one that's a dead boat. There's actually a boat there. Are we in endgame? I'm not sure what you would call this right now. We're in very weird category at the moment. We're like in the in-between. There is no like quote-unquote endgame in this game at the moment. Like all endgame content isn't around yet. So we're kind of just grinding for a bunch of various things. Let's see. What am I doing? I'm just double checking what we need here. It's oyster and eel. Alright, now we go to hairdresser, bring everything except for the leek. And we should be good to go. Yeah, we turn the leek to Ella. We should be able to make it in time. Let's see what we won't be able to. But at this point, we've kind of just been grinding for all the things that are going to happen. The main developer of the game has been off for the holidays, so haven't been getting too much new content. Like, none during that time. So we're kind of just grinding what's currently here until more stuff comes out. Yeah, we're good to go. Oh, is it going to be a little shorter cooking level? That's unfortunate. Well, that'd be enough. At least we were able to get all 6 turned in only one go. That's not too bad. Yeah, cooking level. I do it. There we go. And then we hit the dead of dead zone at 89. I'm not sure what I even do then. I might just knowledge it, to be honest. I feel like it's a waste to put into cooking, but it is such a dead zone if you don't have the fishing or forager level to go with it. Or the gatherer level. We'll have the gatherer soon, but the other ones I don't. Alright, let me go get an XP pot real quick. So I don't have to come back for another one. And then I'll go check our current bounty board. Grab on those. Put it into gather. Double check our cooking board because it should be reset by now. Anything good here? Yes. Kind of. Sure. Alright, good enough. Alright, we're out here. Alright, back to the iron ore. The mines beckon. Also, just in case, I'm not gonna let this one potion despawn. I know it's only one, but I still need it to not die because I need to use it. The timer has finally made its return. We haven't seen timer today, have we? I guess we were timing the other two things, but we haven't really used the timer too much today. If we're doing any amount of merchant tomorrow, we're definitely going to be using it a ton, though. Yep, green elf. That was our lowest at one point. Hey, it's still our lowest. By like 5. Or if we could count the other two, is 22 lower than our highest in that category. That's unfortunate. Which won't check compared to our lowest hat. 35 compared to, it's a 23 gap. Oh, it was actually tied lowest earlier. We just got out of tied lowest for orange pudding right now. Your highest is already at 77? Nice. Yeah, merchant must give a ton. If you wanted to min-max how many hats you got during this event, just do merchant the entire time. And you'll have like 1 billion of them. Because my highest is only 58. But if you do merchant and other things that give you quicker knowledge, you'll get way higher. But we'll be doing merchant tomorrow. Merchant, leatherworker, gatherer. Leatherworker when I need a break from merchant. Gather when we hit a level certain when we hit. Gosh, it's getting too late. When we hit a certain level range, we will go to gather, specifically 112, because that's when we can start doing the bones again. And is that our main focus? I think so. It's basically do merchant till 112 gather, then do gather until we hit a wall. Then start putting into bone rate when we hit that wall. Whenever we get like bone locked out. I think we start doing bones again at 102. I'm just not sure how many I'm going to be doing at the other level range. I do want to still get some more though. Like a few hundred at least. And then go and actually do them. I might even do that off stream. You're like a few hundred at current bone that we're at. And then go dunk all of them. If I do that though, I won't be able to finish the iron bars. But it's not too big a deal if we don't finish the iron bars. As long as we finish them at some time very, very soon. Because the main goal was to finish all the bones, and we did that. It doesn't really matter if we do the iron now or later. Our AFK activity doesn't get any better. When we get close to 226, it will matter if we have done all the iron or not. Because we'd want to have them all done by then. But we're like a week from that at this point. So it's not that big a concern. It's mostly the bones that mattered because I needed them done now. So that we can actually do bone rate higher. Because we were, what, 90 bone rate at the start of stream, I think? So we got 9 3/4 of a level doing bone rate today. Which means we're getting about 1 level an hour. We're doing such low tier bone. We still got the full knowledge rate, but our actual levels was 1 an hour. That's insane. But hey, we got a bunch of material for later. I just now realized that. It was slightly higher than 1. It was like a 1 in some decimal, like a 1.2 or something. Or a 1.1 something. But we were getting slightly over 1 level an hour. But we got all the material for later. We'll be needing it for crafting down the line. Alright, timer, you have served your purpose. Thank you. Alright, we're done with you. I just needed that to make sure we got the double point in there and not despawn the potion. I don't think it was going to despawn, but just in case. And if we didn't have any timer, it would have been fine, but you never know. I was cutting it a little close. What's this Nexima guy? I've seen him so much around here. I wonder what his Mind to Matubin rank is. Because I feel like anytime I ever see him, he's just doing a ton of stuff in Mind to Matubin. Wait, I don't know how to read that. But that's weird. He's like evenly distributed. What is it whenever I see him, he's in this area? There's a pretty even spread of everything. Yeah, anytime I ever see him, he's always here. You saw me in game for the first time, dunking bones? Oh yeah, we did 8 hours of dunking bones straight. So yeah, if you went into the gatherer place at all today, and we got like same server, yeah, you would definitely see us there. But yeah, we just got done doing that like an hour ago. Now we moved on to iron. But yeah, 8 hours straight of dunking bones. Now we're trying to do the rest of our iron, or at least some of our iron. I don't think I'll be able to finish the rest today. But I want to get at least down to 1,000. Make it into a triple-digit number instead of a 4-digit plus number. Because that's the main goal. I don't think we'll be able to finish all of them, but I want to get our iron to at least 999 or lower. I'll also get a smithing level along the way. Because we don't have as big of an urgency to use all of our bars as we do our bones. The bones we needed so we can know where our gatherer to bone rate ratio was currently. But I only have to do these before level 226 smithing, so we still got a ways to go. We got like 11 levels of gap, or 10 if you count the level we'll get AFK tonight. We got a solid week before we have to finish all the iron. So it's not really a rush. I just figured it'd work since we're already doing the bones. Might as well do the iron too. But we don't actually have to finish the irons, unlike the bones that we did have to finish today. You're just a little bit extra. So it's pretty much the same thing, just different. Hey, you're a guardian as well? Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, there was actually some person there. Have you seen a 500 Dragon Keep guy? Is he still there? I'm not sure if you're there right now. But is the 500 watch person keep guy still there? Because he was there literally all day with us. Like, I finally stopped after 8 hours, but last I left, he was still there, I'm pretty sure. But the entire time we did the bone rag grind, he was there. You did see him earlier? Okay, maybe he finally stopped as well. Looks like we both finally had it after 8 hours. No, I only stopped because I ran out of bones. Otherwise, I'd still be there. Doing even more bones. Honestly, I almost want to go do that. Because we got 215 smithing. I don't need to finish the rest of this iron right now necessarily. I think we might pivot to go get some of the highest tier bone we could do until we get 100 bone rate. Because I gotta bank some amount anyways. So we might as well go bank like 200 or so. And go get 200 bone rate. I mean 100 bone rate. I wish it was 200 already. That'd make things a lot easier. Yeah, after I finish this inventory, I think we're going to pivot a little. Because this iron we can do whenever. Might as well stick with the bone theme a little bit more. The only problem is we're doing a level 94 bone at this high of a level. But it is the highest bone we need, or that we can get at the moment. And just do it till we have like 200 or so of them. Which is like, what, 8 more trips? We shouldn't take that long. Yeah, let's go ahead over there. Because we got 215 smithing. We got a whole level from it. The rest of the bars we can do later. It's not a super high priority to get these done. Whereas gather and bone rate is a bit higher priority right now. Because I have a whole week to get the smithing grind done. Whereas gather and bone rate are like our main priority right now. So the immediacy of these things are way better than the smithing grind I can do anytime within the next week. Alright, how many are we down to? At least we got it below 2,000. We still made progress. We got it below 2,000. But, yeah, I'll do the rest of those later. Let's go focus on the gathering component thing. Just so we can go get a few. I'm not going to be doing too many of them. Just a couple trips. Where am I going? I guess... I'm not sure which one's even closer. I'm just going to go central. But I only want like 8-9 more inventories. That should be enough for 100 bone rate. As well as enough in the bank where I don't feel like I'll need to get more later. That's out of curiosity. Is Unbeast still over here? It's not what I actually want to go do, but I mostly just want to check if Unbeast's still here. Oh, another green elf. Tappy still is. Or Appy, or however on earth you say that name. Yeah, Umbi's not here anymore, or I got deservered from him. Alright, let me go do the actual bones that we came here for. That means he's moved to apples. Is what that means. He's on apples right now. That or he's in a different server. But the more likely scenario is that it's actually on apple. I'm not gonna go all the way over there though. Gosh, this bank seems like it's close, but it's still a mile away. But how much up-down you have to do. We do want to collect a few. Want to have at least 100 in the bank. Which if we were to do at least a triple-digit number, we have to do, I guess 4 more inventories. I think we already had some in the bank, but want to make sure it's like securely in at least 100. So we'll do 4 trips then. And it should be hopefully enough for 100 bone rate. Maybe a 5th trip just to play it safe. Because you know what's going to happen is we're going to do it or we're going to be like ever so slightly short. Alright, there's that one hidden Cryo Knight. I've seen him a lot. He's level 2,900 something. It's actually absurdly high. I've seen him a lot. Like, I've seen him more than any other high-level player, oddly enough. The hidden Cryo Knight. If he wasn't hidden, not counting the other people that are hidden, he would currently be rank 6. Technically closer to 7 because of Meadow in between there. So he'd be rank 7, counting all unhidden people. I hate how far apart these things are spread. The only reason why these are perfect cycle is because they're 1.5 miles apart. It's probably the worst bone out of any bone. Not to mention, it's only the tier 1 bone as well. Or, not, I shouldn't say tier 1, but, like, of the 4 bones, it is the lowest rarity of the 4. Like, it's the first one in this set. So it's not even a good one. Oh, we're actually going to need a gather level from this as well, which I guess makes sense. We are training gathering after all. But this is a bone that's like 10 levels below our gathering level. I'm only doing it for a little bit of bone right so we can go get 100. And also because I want to have at least 100 of these banked, which means I got to do 4 inventories at least. We can do more than that if we want, but I'm probably stopping at 4. Because I'll make sure we have 100 banked with the ones we did earlier. And that should be enough if we ever need one-off item or something. Alright, 1 down, 3 to go. And then we'll go do a few more to bone dunking. Now it gets to 100 bone rate. And then at that point, honestly, I'm also going to want to go manually train Gatherer. Nah, we might save it for when we do the other thing, though. Do it through Merchant. And by Merchant, I mean do it tomorrow with Merchant. Definitely not today. But it's pretty much tomorrow's game plan. Merchant all the holes between Bone Rite and Gatherer is going to be our main game plan for tomorrow. Because I'm probably going to have to Merchant to 102 Bone Rite as well as 112 Gatherer. And then whatever 112 Gatherer gets us up to 115 Gatherer is the difference of how much I'll need to go do for Bone Rite with Merchant. Which is going to be a lot of levels, because I think we're only going to bank like 1 level. And how many bones we're going to get. And if that is the case, then we're going to have to... how many is that total then? That means tomorrow 2 plus... 9? I forget what the other bone is. Yeah, it looks like we have to do about 11 Bone Rite levels, and... 8 Gatherer levels with just knowledge from Merchant alone. As well as while doing the gathering itself. As well as whatever little bit of dunking we do. Hello, John! Welcome, welcome! Grind the iron ore. We do... Actually, I do plan to get to 215 without doing iron. Because I kind of want to push to stonemason a little bit higher. Even though the iron is a lot of fun, I actually do enjoy doing the iron. The banking forge is so much fun compared to some of the banking for some annoying areas like this one. But, yeah, I think we're going to be doing mostly stonemason for the other ones, because I really need 206 eventually. I'm not in a rush for 206 stonemason. But the closer we are to it, for whenever we do plan to go above it, will be easier. I guess the only slight issue with how much iron I have right now, though, is we only have enough for 3,000 something in the bank. Which sounds like a lot, like 3,000 something iron ore. But when you break it down post 200, that's only going to be like, what, 10-ish? 4-star items? It's not a lot for a stack that should be lasting us for, you know, forever. It could be problematic down the line. That's the only problem with making so much product with it in the past. Just to try to power level to 200. As well as post 200. You got 22 blacksmith right now? Nice, still making progress. Alright, 2 more inventories to go. And then we'll go dunk them all, and it should be 100 bone rate. And then we can go back to smithing the bars. I just want to take a quick sidetrack to go grab these real quick. That way we don't have to worry about this bone later. Ooh, a level 504 that hasn't chosen their class yet. Ooh. Not sure what the highest level I've seen of someone who hasn't chosen their class. I think it's like 1,200 or something. Maybe a bit lower than that, actually. I know for sure I've seen someone over 1,000. It was definitely a 4-digit number. Like, it was a low 4-digit, but it was definitely 4-digit. Still kind of crazy, though, but I guess it makes sense if you really just want to know, like, what special attacks are, the differences between the classes before you choose. The only problem with that is you're locked to free-to-play if you do that, essentially. Even if you have membership. Because you can't get past Chapter 2. So I have to manual click the other one as well, don't I? I think it's a double manual click in a row. Because I think I'm wasting one tile when I go do the other one there. The only problem is the tree is positioned weirdly, where you kind of can't click it that well. You see, like, middle click. Otherwise you'll hit the tree. Oh, these are yew trees over here. I almost forgot about that. Yew trees are pretty underwhelming. They're not good enough to bother doing with co-op. Whereas co-op fishing is actually not that bad. But co-op woodcutting, because the distance and everything just doesn't work out as well. Yeah, one more inventory after this set, and we should be done with gathering for today. Other than knowledging into it. And then we'll go get bone rate to 100 to make it nice and clean. Then we gotta go do mine fighter to 100 though. Not quite yet. Though soonish. Not sure when we're doing the mine fighter grind. I'm trying to think when it fits in. It has to be during one of the gaps of bone rate. Or we're like in a dead zone for bone rate. It has to be a bigger dead zone than the dead zone that we're doing tomorrow. Because that one we're pushing through with merchant. So we get to the higher level range. We'll eventually have a dead zone that we'll probably do mine fighter with to go feed it a little. Rather than doing merchant or something. The reason I want to do merchant is more so for the money. And for the eventual armor maker in chapter 5. It's the only reason I probably will get merchant really, really high, to be honest. It's not even necessarily for the money that it makes. It's just the fact that it's basically the gathering skill to carpentry or leatherworker. It's not a gathering skill in the traditional sense, but if you think about it, it kind of is. In how it gives you like infinitely banked hides. So, to some degree it kind of is, kind of isn't. The weird part though is when trading comes out, you technically don't need merchant ever. You can just buy the hides from someone with a high merchant level. I mean, you can be getting max profit for leatherworker while not having a single merchant level. That's one other thing that's going to be kind of broken with trading. Is one of the best money makers is if you're a merchant that's like level 300, 400, something like that, 500. You can just buy hides for people that have high leatherworker. And you'd be making gosh, how much would that even be? Over 50 gold an hour? 100 gold an hour? Because you can sell them for like double, triple the price, and they would still be profiting more than they would be otherwise. You could probably sell up to like double the price. Because I forget what the margin is on the final hide. But you could basically do it to the point where they're still making like double, triple, quadruple. And they would also be able to get it instantly. So they're also paying for the time of having to walk. So that they don't have to do it that way. So they can keep going back to the leather place, which is less tiles than the other pathing as well. But, yeah, that'd be a lot. If you were just buying high-tier hides over and over again. Like the basic ones that aren't processed yet, and then selling them to people who are going to do it. That don't have the merchant level. I'm not sure how many you can bank per hour doing that. But it should be a lot, because the storage rift is pretty close. I'm pretty sure storage rift is actually closer, oddly enough, than doing it through the other thing. Which is kind of funny. But the quickest way to mass bank hides, same as bones, is actually the storage rift. Because you would use the storage rift over here. So you'd buy it here, do it there, go back and forth. Like, this might look a little bit closer, but you gotta walk all the way around a little edge over there. So I'm pretty sure using storage rift is closer. Not sure exactly. I would need to double check it later, though. But I'm not sure how much money per hour that would end up ultimately being. It'd be a lot, though. Because obviously it's way, way, way quicker to bank 24 of them than it is to go do the whole process. You'd be getting no XP while doing it. But the money per hour would be insane. As let's say a hide costs you 5 silver. You're selling it for like 20 to the player. Actually, what would it be? Let me go see. Let's just say hypothetically the highest tier hide. The highest margin you can have. I'm curious what this comes out to. What does number be? If you were to go do leather worker. No, not leather worker cape, just leather. Why is that the first thing that comes up? I want to see something. So let's say hypothetically you had 490 merchant. And you were to buy this hide for... Is that the price discounted? Where's the discounted price? What are all these numbers? I know what some of these numbers are. Why is it missing the other number then? Let me do the hide. Yeah, it costs... Wait, is that the merchant sell? Wait, that's not the merchant discount though, right? 26.4. Yeah, it's 6.6 with discount. I assume that's what this number is. Let me double check. Is that the discount number? I'm pretty sure that's the discount number. No, that's the profit per item. Wait, does it not have the cost and everything on it? Wait, why is it only showing profits here? I just want to know what the number is. Let's see. But yeah, you buy it for 26.4. And it produces to an item that sells for... Wait, that can't be right. I don't think that's applying the merchant discount. Yeah, that's pre-merchanted. How do you check the merchant discount then? Is the merchant discount just 3? Is that? I'm pretty sure they just buy for what the sell price is, aren't they? Let me go check. Merchant. So you're gonna have to go multiple layers deep. Let's see. Just go check this thing's price. Yeah, there it is. Okay, yeah, it's just what the sell price is. So they'd be able to... So you can buy it for 3.5. And they sell it for... Alright, so what's the margin then? That's like 5 times. 6 times? 5, 6... You're buying it for 3. Let me just do the calculator. 33 divided by 3.5. They make 9 times the profit. So you can meet midway and do 4.5 times. Which means you'd be able to bank each one for 3.5 times at least 4.5. So what is the number I'm looking at right now? 3.5 times that. That's the wait, what am I even calculating right here? 3.5. The 9.4 is what? I'm already losing track of where we're at right now. That's the number per. Oh yeah, that's the number per. So times this by 24. So every inventory you bank is 1/3 of a gold. I think it takes, what, 30 seconds to bank? So times this by 60? I mean, by 120, I mean. It'd be about 45 gold an hour. Higher or lower, depending on how much you can bank. But that would be at the highest range, though. But in that exact example, it'd be 45 an hour. 45 gold at that merchant level. I guess that's not too good, then. Never mind. That's not, like, insane. Like, that number sounds high, but if you're already at 500 merchant, that's, like, almost nothing. Because you need 490 merchant to do that. But it would be about 45 gold an hour. Just by buying leather and selling it to other people. And that's if you do a midway. You could charge more than that. You could charge more than that. That's assuming you both make the same amount of profit. Whereas the person who's buying the hides might try to make even more. In which case that would be even more than 45 gold an hour. The highest you would ever be able to get is like 80 though. Because you wouldn't be able to charge too much beyond that. But you could get it to like anywhere from like 60 to 80 an hour. It really depends if there's a market there for it. Like someone who has like really high leather worker but doesn't have any merchant at all. Like someone who just really does not want to do merchant but still wants to buy the hides to go get 500 leather worker for armor maker. But yeah, it's anywhere from about 40 to 80 gold an hour. It really just depends where the market is on them. But it requires 490 merchant, as well as a buyer who has 490 leather worker. But obviously there's other hides other than just that one. That would just be the one with the highest margin, most likely. And the crazy part is, the person who's buying those hides are still making money. Like, they're still making over a gold or 2 or 3 per hour. And they don't even need to keep going and banking the long way. They can take the quicker bank. Like, everyone wins at the end. Oh yeah, I forgot. I did this in a weird cycle because I started it the other way around. I'm just gonna wait. I want to get the other way around. I don't want to go counterclockwise. There we go. But it is kind of crazy to think about, especially when you compare it to old school RuneScape. Because I can't think of a single shop that you can mass buy from in that game that makes more than like a few mil an hour. And that's like the end game of end game shops. And even those would barely even do it because it would eventually get botted like crazy. But it's basically equivalent of making 45 mil an hour from a shop in that game. Which is crazy to think about. But you can actually do that in Brighter Shores. It's like 40 to 80 gold an hour. Though you get 0 XP and 0 knowledge the entire duration, though. And of course it requires 4090 merchant. Which at that point you're kind of already loaded on gold. Alright, I believe this is the final inventory we need. And then we'll go back to dunking the bars. Actually, no, we need to go and dunk the bones. And then we can go do the bars again. Hey, got healed for 69, nice. You know, even though you can see the hit splats of enemy, I really wish you could see the HP bars. It feels weird seeing damage splats, but no HP bars above them. Should be all the bones, unless I miscounted. Let's go dunk them. And I'll guess 100 bone rate, and technically 105 gatherer. And I will go back to doing the bars again. And the rest of the grind with these we'll go do tomorrow then. Oh, so this is the highest tier bone we can currently dunk, by the way. And the next one's at 102 bone rate. And 112 gather. So the XP rate for this is actually good. Unlike everything else we were doing earlier. Hey, CBD is here. There we go, 1,500. Hey, the bar is actually moving this time. You can visually see it move. It's not just going like a single pixel every time. Oh, so this place feels familiar. It's like we were here for 8 hours today at some point. Taking out a full-time job dunking bones. I still can't believe we did this today. Luckily we won't ever need to do this many in one session ever again. This is kind of like a one-off thing. We'll still have to do this, obviously, the activity of this, just not 8 hours straight again. That's for carpentry later. And that'll be 12 hours straight. Oh no, you can cancel. I hate that. It looks like it's visually done, but it's not actually done. Because I keep not paying attention to bar, but I keep looking at the vat. You gotta wait till the bar finishes, even if the vat looks like it's done. Oh, so that'd be funny if this somehow is not 100 bone rate. It should be? I don't see why it wouldn't be. Oh, it would be funny. Oh, so we're gonna need the XP pot soon. I forgot we're so close to the level. It's gonna be a problem. Because I'm going to have to grab the XP pot and come all the way back here for like 24 bones or something. Let's not use the knowledge point on an AFK activity. I think I have any that need to be unlocked at the moment, though. There's none for combat. There's none for... Yeah, there's none I can unlock. Even if I wanted to put a point in something. Unless I want to start getting merchant up. Not quite yet. I am considering the 211 though. But I would likely be getting it through merchant, not through a different skill. I'd be getting the merchant AFK while doing merchant to feed it. I got 3 points into it for the quest, but we would need 39 at some point, so I need 36 more knowledge in it at one point. But we'd easily do that during a merchant grind. Ironically, training merchant so we don't have to train merchant. No, the only reason I would use the passes if we have a really dead area for EXP. There's a couple of them. 211 to 216 is a little dead until you get to 216. What other areas like super dead? Not sure what the biggest dead zones are. Because I'm not sure how good or bad some of these tasks are. It's mostly based on the distance between them. I feel like there's a little bit of a dead area over here. Between 272 and 300 seems like a bit of a dead area. So you gotta go like 28 between that gap. But I don't know, it's just like an average item though, that late in the game. Because after this is 317. Well, I guess it's a bit of a bigger gap than normal. It's a 28. And is there a bigger gap other than 28 at any point? Hey, 100 stonemason. I mean, 100 bone right. Yeah, that area is definitely dead. Just not sure where the other dead areas are. But it looks like the first really big dead area after the early game one. The only reason why this is a dead area is just because the XP rate is not scaled post 200 fully until 216. Like, we're still doing a 196 at 216. Or, you know, at 211. So that kind of skips past that a little. Then you can skip past the 28 level range a little bit. You're stuck at 272 rate all the way until 300. And then what's the other big dead area? I think there's at least one more. Let's see. Trying to see if I can find it. Not seeing a second one. There should be though. I'm not sure what the second dead area is then. I'm not seeing anything that's too big of a gap. I don't know. I could have sworn there was like a third one somewhere. I thought I saw it earlier. Yeah, that's a 16. Old Rag buys from Unicorn Form. That's why it's dead. You do it once for the first time and that's it. Well, the main reason why you have to hit these milestones is to give you more XP. They scale based on when you get them to the next item. It's not necessarily the item being dead, but more so getting to the next XP threshold. But I guess the item being dead is kind of disappointing. Like a post 200 item being dead. But I mean, mostly the... Oops, I didn't mean to do that. I meant mostly the difference between each category. Because it scales up your XP once you get to the next item. So, like, until I get to 216, I'm stuck at 196 XP rate. And then from there, I'm stuck at 216 to 233, so on and so forth. So that areas are mostly the areas that are, like, super long distance between items. Because even if the item is bad, it's not too big a deal. As long as you're getting, like, the big buff from it. You just ignore the item. Obviously, it's kind of annoying when it constantly keeps popping up, though. Alright, is this the final set? Just getting a new item that synergizes with that route keeps it from being dead. Are a lot of those higher items all good? Beyond just the EXP rate that they buff for everything? Like, are they actually high value turn-in kind of things? Or are some of them actually just low? Alright, back to the bars. 2 more sets. And we can go back to smithing. Second tier vase is less XP than the first vase you unlocked? That's kind of funny. Wait, the first vase was already pretty bad, though. How easy is the turn-in for that thing? Because the tier 1 of the vase is already horrible. It turns in for less than average. Hard to imagine one being even lower. It's into gallery? Oh, that's why. Yeah, galleries are very free turn-in. Because anytime you telly back, it's just, you know, slightly off to the side. That's why it's worth so little. Because, yeah, that's pretty free at the end of a run. Alright, there we go. Look at that. A nice clean bone bank once again. I do kind of almost want to go fix these two, though. The ones that have, like, 0 in tier 1. But I think these are our true tier 1, so we don't really need to worry about it. Those other two being low don't matter, because look at our other tier 1s right now. This is why we did all these, by the way, earlier. Look at our tier 1 stack when we need to go make level 19s or level 0s later. We got 1,583 for shield and 889 for weapon. If we need to go a little higher, we also have the material for it as well. Because these two numbers don't matter as much. I should actually pretty much just keep dropping these on the ground. Just get like a few hundred and just leave them like that. Because these two don't matter as much. The main two we need to go be doing is Femur and Spike. Particularly Spike. Alright, let me go grab the potion. And then we'll tally back to the other place. Is it time to go check our cooking contracts? It will be in 1 minute. Let's go get them. By the time I get into the room, it should be time. And then we'll go back to smithing. Hey, Mad Hatter's over here. We found him in the cooking place, now we found him in the alchemy place. Alright, what am I looking for? One of these. I'm actually about to run out to this stream. Because we despawned like 40-something the other stream. I'm actually about to run out. We've been doing it so much. I'll need to buy some more tomorrow. I think 3 will be enough for the rest of the stream, though. Probably more than enough. Alright. I gotta wait 20 more seconds. Keep that pretty good timing, though. Feels like a merchant run right now with how close the timer is. You know what? I'm going to take these. 6 omelets is pretty free. I'm not sure why I didn't take that earlier. It's a high amount of omelets, but omelets are really easy to do. Oh, Cohen's a really annoying turn-in. That's why. That's fine, though. These are all awful. Why? Well, at least I grabbed the omelet, I guess. Anyways, we're out here. Wait, there's another hidden high-level cryonite? Wait, who's who? We saw level 2,900 something, and now that we got 2,006 something as well. So many of them. Alright, anyways, let me go grab our stuff, drink this. Alright, back we go. $105 gather. Technically at 107 we could do the apple, but I'm probably just gonna knowledge through it because we're just dropping the apples anyways. Maybe it'd be worth it for like a level or two, but I might just skip them. Problem is no tool bonus is the apple. It's a big issue Forager has as well. There's just some things that you gather that just do not have any tool bonus at all. I hope they fix that a little bit for Chapter 5's Gatherer. I hope nearly everything has a tool that can boost it. Because there are so many things in both Forager and Gatherer that are not tool boosted at all. Rake only applies to bones, and the sickle only applies to like 3 items. I believe it's the dock leaf, the sage, and the periwinkle or whatever it's called, the thistle. Those are the only 3 it gets any bonus to. And I think they all only show up 9 times total? I think 6, because we're 2 different potion sets. Some of them are really relevant to us, though. One of them makes 7% XP pots, the other one makes 10% XP pots, and then the other one makes plus 80 cryo. As well as plus 60 cryo. But plus 80 is the, I believe, highest in the game. Isn't that as high as it goes? Pretty sure that's as high as it goes. Where are they? For some reason all this mess. Where even are they? Yeah, there they are. Plus 80 cryo. Yeah, that's as high as they go. And that's the main reason why we really need it. As we're going to need a lot of those. They're best in slot DPS for Cryonite. And you get them through Gatherer. And they're basically double the effective compared to a plus 40. Which is a lot of extra benefit. Especially at the low level range. Even just in general. Particularly when bossing comes out and everything. Because it lasts for 1 entire fight, which is quite a long duration when you're doing a boss. I wonder if they're ever going to add potions that last for a duration for combat rather than just 1 fight, though. If we ever get Alchemy Part 2 in, like, Chapter 6. Because honestly, I think they're going to. I think they're going to release a second Alchemy skill. Maybe not directly in Chapter 6. But I do feel like we're going to get a second part for Alchemy. Otherwise, Alchemy is going to be so overly concentrated with content. I feel like it wouldn't be in Chapter 6, though. They're probably going to put it in, like, Chapter 7 or 8. But I do feel like we're going to get a second Alchemy at some point. The Apothecist. The Apothecary. Something. Whatever they end up doing for it. I mean, there's still quite a few potion types we don't have in the game. We don't have an aggro potion to keep it so enemies will keep attacking you. Basically the opposite of a fear. But it makes it so you can AFK and not have to keep checking it so often. They don't have combat potions that last for X duration rather than 1 battle. And what other really important types do I not have? We don't have a regeneration potion, but I feel like that's what cooking will do over time at some point. It seems like more of a cooking thing than a potion thing. But there's currently no regen. Regen doesn't go above 3 currently. Even if you're level 500, your cap regen is still 3 right now. I feel like that's a problem that cooking will solve, though. Whenever cooking gets buffed. To actually do something at all. I'm trying to think, what other, like, really common potion types are there not in this game? I'm trying to think back to some other games. I guess overhealing? But also, that seems like a cooking thing you would do. Overhealing and regen seems like it will be attached to cooking whenever it gets to become relevant. Is that way you can overheal before a fight or have like an hourly buff for regen or something else, however it works. But yeah, now that I say that, I kind of really hope they add that mechanic now. Overhealing for cooking. It's going to be so good when you do bossing. In case you need it for something. It also just allows you to get a head start on any one-to-one fight. Because of how the units work. So there's a lot of quest bosses you'd be able to kill a lot quicker if you could overheal at the start of a fight. Or, you know, already be pre-overhealed, I mean. But you would get the overheal when you go eat, like, the chef meal at the chef place or something. That would also make it so you'd have to keep going back to Hubtown as well. Aside from those old potions we keep grabbing, which will eventually be on our belt. That'll be another reason to go back that isn't just the potion storage. Especially when the potion storage won't matter as much when you can just have them all on your belt. It'll be a different mechanic that will keep bringing you back to the Hubtown. Or just like a food buff that you would need to keep getting there. For either like one fight. It definitely wouldn't be for only one fight though. But if you were to overheal, it technically would be only one fight. And this is like an overheal per fight that you do for an entire hour. Actually, that would be actually pretty cool. If it overhealed you for every fight you engage for an entire hour. Like let's say 10% overheal or 15% overheal. You wouldn't be able to heal up to that number, but you'd be able to start the fight with that much extra health. That would actually be really useful. Because I was mentioning earlier, cooking might have like a regen buff. Because currently it's so bad right now, regen in this game. Where it might have like a regen buff for 1 hour where you get like, you know, 6 regen per every single time it goes up. Or 9 or 10 or 20 or, you know, something higher than the current 3. But that'd actually be really cool too. A whole hour buff where you get extra overheal. Like it might be only 5% for an hour or 10% for an hour, 15%, so on and so forth. You wouldn't be able to heal up to that after you lose that HP, but it'd basically be free extra HP that you would start every fight with. Which would give you that extra advantage, so you might not need a heal pot necessarily for a fight. And of course all of them would require fish to actually give a purpose to fishing. And obviously the chef skill. But it would also have to have a fish tie-in so that, you know, fishing isn't a completely dead content as well. Not completely dead content, but you know. They have a weird synergistic, non-synergistic synergy. In that, they're both kind of useless. Like, because cooking is useless, fishing is useless kind of situation. Where it's not necessarily that fishing is useless on its own. It's just the lack of use case for cooking is making fishing kind of pointless. Because if cooking was good, fishing would also be good. It's because cooking is bad that fishing is also bad. The problem is cooking more so than anything. But obviously anything that's like really good for cooking has to have a tie into fishing so it's still relevant. Rather than just buying it from the shop. Of course you could still buy fish from the shop, but it'd be so expensive that you'd basically have to fish for it. Almost like what Deathstone is. We need like a Deathstone but for fish. Where it's used for something like so insanely good that you would need to have it. But you wouldn't want to buy it from a shop because it's so expensive compared to just doing it yourself. Gathering it. But yeah, that would like solve cooking into fishing. Aside from like the hourly buff things, but make it so they require like a Deathstone equivalent. For what like what mining has. Where it's so expensive you basically can't even buy it from the shop. But you still could if you wanted to, but it's definitely not worth it. Compared to gathering it. So I keep wanting to check the smithing thing to see if there's anything good coming up. But the weird thing about smithing, stonemason, and bone rate is whenever you unlock a new item, it means almost nothing. But for one, the first time bonus is so bad, which you can see if we go check these. Like there's so many that we haven't ever bothered crafting. Like look at all those gaps. Imagine this for any other skill, where you skip like 30 to 50 levels before you do an item. But it's just because of how the things work, where you only really craft like the good ones. But whenever you unlock a new item, it's kind of weirder for these production skills. There's a lot of them you just never need to touch, ever. And even once you unlock them, that just means that you can then do the other one up to that range. Like this 221, we wouldn't need to do immediately, because we can make a 219. So we wouldn't need to do this 220 until like 250 at the earliest, or maybe 240 at the absolute earliest. Because we could just keep doing the 219 one that we can make out of the other material. And there's just a lot of situations like that. Like this longsword, I'm not going to need to make this 267 longsword. I just make a 266 and that'll last us to at least like level 300 of that longsword. So that longsword is technically unlocked at 300. Not at 267, even though it's technically 267. But you wouldn't craft it until about 300. If you were to use it. Unless you just really want the visual upgrade. Because I feel like that might be the reason I make a rapier. Even though I'm not a fan of like the golden thing, there are a few of them that it doesn't look as bad on. And rapier and the throwing twin blades, I would say, are two of them. Or I actually don't mind the goldenness of it. The rest of them I'm not as big a fan for. Maybe the javelin could be okay too, but that requires absurdly high carpentry. I think that's a carpentry one. I always keep thinking it is. I actually don't think it does now that I think about it. It's weird because it seems like it should, but I don't believe it actually does. Require a carpentry component. Throwing knives definitely does though. But ooh, the perfect longsword too. Oh no, I'm not as big a fan of the gold aesthetic at max level. Not sure if they're gonna change that with skins or transmogs or different loot in the future. But oh no, it looks good on some, but not on others is the problem. There's a couple where it looks really nice, but in others where it's like, yeah, it could definitely be a different design. This feels weird because the armor doesn't get golden, but all your weapons become absurdly gold at max tier. And I think that's the case for like every single category too. Let me go check Guardian. What? It doesn't have the Guardian. That's interesting. Well, is this just a uniquely cryonite problem? Oh no. Wait, this actually is a uniquely cryonite problem. But that's not ideal. I didn't notice that. It's only a cryonite problem. Every other class doesn't have that problem at all. Their weapons look normal. Every cryonite weapon at max looks like it's made of pure gold. Oh, did they change color on Hammer Mage's wall? I know they changed slightly. It seemed mostly like the visual design, though. That's the other thing that's kind of weird, too. You currently can't recolor your weapons at the moment. You can do it to all your armor pieces, but not your weapons. Which is kind of funny because you can currently make weapons, but not armor, well, other than shield. Yeah, the grayed out icons don't really show it particularly well. I think you can somewhat see it at the book. A little bit better. Unless you use like a third-party resource like the wiki. I think the book shows it pretty well. You don't need to have it unlocked. What's weird though is it's showing me what I can currently make from my material though. Or no, it's not. Wait, why is these different then? Oh, because they're shields. They don't have like a golden tint, I see. Ooh, I actually do kind of like these designs a little bit more, though. No dragon designs, though. That's the main thing I'm disappointed with Cryonite shields. Yeah, look at this. Gold, 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 gold. I do have to say, longsword actually looks pretty clean in gold. The longsword, the bow. Luckily, both of these are meta anyways. The longsword, bow, throwing rings, throwing twin blades. And I think that's it. And rapier are the ones I'd be fine with in gold. Every other one looks a little weird to me. Particularly the mace. Because I've actually seen this mace out in the open. I'm not a fan of it. Luckily, you don't really need it in the current state of the game unless the special attack is like really good. But at least all the really meta ones right now seem to be kind of good. Like rapier, longsword, metal bow. Or rapier, longsword, throwing ring. Or rapier, longsword, throwing twin blade. Like all the really meta ones, at least at this exact moment in time, do actually look good in gold. But I don't know, we'll see when it comes down the line. They'll probably grow on me once we have to be forced to wear them for hundreds of hours of gameplay. But at least all the really meta ones actually do look pretty good in gold. I just feel like some of the bulkier weapons don't look as good. Like the broadsword, the battle axe, what was the other one there? Like the axes that you hold. I'm trying to think of the other one. What was the other really big weapon he has? Oh yeah, the mace was the one I was thinking of. But any of like the tinier weapons, or I'm not sure tinier is the right term, but I don't know, any of the more compact weapons I feel like look better in gold. Any of like the really, really bulky ones I don't feel like look as good in gold. Do you think the high tier cryo mace visuals work better? Honestly, I have seen the mace, I believe, for the one hand for tier 6 for hammer mage. And yeah, now that I think about it, it does actually look a little bit better on Cryonite, doesn't it? They're both a yellow weapon, so it makes sense. But because you know they're both a Tempest Day weapon. But yeah, we can kind of see it right here if we go to Stonemason. Where's the one-handed clobbering thing? Yeah, right there, Stone Mace. Yeah, the main reason for that is it looks more metallic. As if it would, like, conduct electricity when you do a special attack. Like, honestly, I feel like the one-handed special attack for the mace will look cooler than the Hammer Mage's one-handed special. Just because it fits the visual of the mace a little bit better. Because it looks like it will actually conduct electricity compared to stone. You see me in the room that you were in? Nice, John. Wait, where were you, John? I think I see you in here. Are you Squire? That guy's name is Spooky Fishy. That's funny. Oh, that's you? Nice. How's the grind been going? Wait, how much more iron do we have? Oh gosh, it's still a lot. I think we're still sticking with the goal we mentioned earlier. Get it to a triple-digit number away from a quad number. Which means we gotta go for about another hour. And then we'll call it there. I feel like that would be a nice in-between. I'll try to see if I can finish the rest off stream if I can. But I think our main goal right now is to get it below 1,000. So 999 or lower. And that'll be our endpoint then. We were mentioning it earlier as our endpoint. I think that's still our endpoint. Because we won't have enough time to do them all, even if we did it for the rest of the night. It'd be past midnight by the time we'd get it. Which I do not have that much time at the moment. But we'll go for another hour. Or basically until it says 999 or lower. Which is about another hour. After level 26 on Blacksmith? Nice. Yeah, when I did the 20 grind on my alts, I actually literally dropped everything on the ground. I didn't actually keep any of it. I was just spam dropping everything. Because I just need to get them to 20 as quick as possible so I can start doing the 20 AFK on them. Anytime I say that thing shimmer, I keep thinking it's like a gold coin instead of like a gold pan. One thing that's going to be kind of funny as well is I might actually max out mining without ever getting the gold pan. I might just never upgrade it beyond tier 1. Because if I'm not using it anyways, there's no reason really to. I don't know, I guess we might just do it just for the sake of it one day. Because if I never plan to do the AFK, that's like 2 gold being used for like nothing. No, we've wasted more gold on less. But all we would do is change this icon to a gold pan. Rather than a really wimpy pan. We don't actually plan to use it at all. I guess maybe for the first time bonus, but even then there's like barely anything. I do wish they could give you a little bit more first time bonus post 200. Or even just post 20. I feel like first time bonus pre 20 is really good. And then beyond that is like the most pointless thing ever. Yeah, 226 is when we can start doing the AFK for it too. It's the whole reason of when we need to go finish these. Like, we have plenty of time. But every last iron ore in our bank needs to be finished by by 226 smithing. Just so we can invest it into getting that AFK quicker. And now we did the mining pivot. Honestly, you know what I'm considering doing with mining? Just keep doing iron to 215. Then go do all the ore that we get from that. Just to rush to 216 higher on that. So I can start getting the AFK on that, then the AFK on that. Because iron's going to be way better XP than doing basalt flint. Well, maybe not way, but enough so that it would be more worthwhile to do the iron. Yeah, they could change the discovery bonus to like 50% knowledge point or something. Oh, that'd be kind of cool. I feel like on alt accounts you'd be able to stockpile them in a weird way though. You'd be able to get a lot very quickly. Because I think one of the reasons the knowledge system is set up like the way it is, or you know, with how it's slow it is, that you can only get like 3 to 6 an hour or so, is mostly to make it so you have to actually actively play for some amount of time. Because if they ever made it like that, all you'd have to do is just queue up a bunch of actions and just do 2 of them, and then boom, you'd have 100% knowledge. Because the way that they have knowledge set up right now, it's mostly for retention more so than anything. So whenever you are doing like the super AFKs, it's like, oh, you still gotta go play for a little bit amount of time. It is a bit of a mobile-esque feature, that's for sure. It's a really useful one for just playing through the whole game. But it's one of those things that'd be really good for retention data for when it releases on mobile. Because you'd be forced to, even if you're logging in every single day, to eventually, you know, actively play for some amount of time in order to hit that next threshold for knowledge. Because the quickest way you can currently get knowledge right now takes like 10-ish to 12 minutes, which is doing merchant. Merchant is about 1 knowledge every 10 to 12 minutes or so, especially if you're starting from nothing and have to teleport all the way to the tower. It's about 10 to 12 minutes per knowledge. And that's the quickest way. Most methods in the game take about 20 minutes per knowledge. Like 15 to 20. But whatever they do with it, I do feel like they should be more than what they are, though. How exactly they rescale it, I'm not too sure in that regard. Because I don't think they would want to add knowledge to it. I think it would still be a flat XP amount. But it should be an XP amount that's like way more scaled to the level range. Like if I make this metal bow at 189, I should get like 25% of my level in knowledge. I mean, not knowledge, I mean in XP. Like, I should be going from 189 to, like, 189 and a fourth for, like, the first time build. And then the same amount of XP is how much you would get regardless of where you're at. So it'd be way worse if I did it at, like, you know, 219, 213, 2 whatever. Because, not for that exact activity, but, you know, if we were to make the 84 axe at level 215, I'd still be getting the XP of how much it would have been at the other range. It'd basically just be, like, a static one-time XP, which is what it is now. But it needs to be based on like 10% to 25% of what a level would be at that level range to make it really worthwhile actually switching to each thing. Because right now they are way lower than that. Post 200, they're not even 1%. And obviously they'd have to be a little bit weaker post 200. They'd have to be close to like 5%, but they're not even 1% right now. Like pre-200, they should be like 20%, and then post-200, they should be 5% or something of whatever your current level is. Or, you know, not your current level, but the current level of where you unlock it. So if I was to do a 220 at 220, it should give us like 5% XP towards that level. Whereas if I did the 213 at 220, it would be 5% of what it was at 213, not at 220. Which is kind of how they work now, but right now they're like less than 1%. They're like a decimal of a percent. At least at the higher level range. Like, I can pretty much tell you right now, even just with the smithing that we have, I'm gonna go check the mace. Let's pretend at that level range, it's whatever the XP we have right now is how much XP we need. I currently need, let's say, about 2 million if we break it down there. So 2 million. This is about how much you would need at the other level range too. So we need 2 million XP. And how much do you get for the first time superior flanked mace? Let's see. Does it actually tell us here? Does it say the first time bonus here? First time bonus. If we go to smithing page, it doesn't currently show the first time bonus. Unless I want to go make it real quick. But this one's a pretty annoying one to go make. Let's see. No, just blacksmith. Why did it autofill like so much more? Blacksmith. Did it show first time bonus here? Let's see. No, it doesn't. Unfortunate. Wait, why does it for like every item around it? Wait, is that other number first time bonus? Wait, what's this other number right here? XP per ore, XP per hour. No, it doesn't show any of the first time bonus there. It's so irrelevant, the wiki doesn't even want to mention it. That's how little XP it gives. Hey, another hat. Nice. Yeah, we still got a lot to go. 555 to go. Technically 556, but, you know, once we get into our inventory, it'll bring it down. Yeah, we'll keep going. It's a little under an hour. But pretty much an hour. And I'll still have about 1,000 to go do later then. But that's a different hour-and-a-half issue for a different day. As long as we get it done before 226 smithing. And that reminds me, where are we on smithing? 23rd, we're getting there. We are getting there. Top 20 is 221. Also, Smell has not gained a single smithing level today. That's weird. Maybe he's doing his AFK activity right now. He doesn't process till he logs back in or something. Because we checked that at the beginning of the stream. Maybe not all the way at the beginning. At some point, like, you know, first few hours. And he was at 222. And he's currently also now at 222. We gained a level. Well, a level. Level and a half, technically, if you count the AFK thing. But a manual level.
But yeah, we're actually on pace to go get it then. It's not that competitive, obviously, but hey, I need it. Or Cryonite. We're gonna need it for our weapon upgrades at some point. Only problem is I'm gonna have to spend a week doing mining AFK though, which is gonna be a whole week we can't do smithing AFK. It's giving us the material we need for it, so we don't have to spend the money on it. But also because I need to go through that dead zone. Otherwise, we're stuck doing iron all the way to 223. And I think we've done enough iron at this point, and still have to go do some more if we want to get to 215 to begin with. But from 215 to 223, we're exclusively doing those 8 levels with the AFK activity. And then any excess from that we can go buy for smithing. Which I think is actually going to be a lot. Because let's say hypothetically that gets us 8 levels. I don't even think it will do that many. But let's say it does do 8 levels. And that gets us from 226 to 234. That is still 13 levels short of where we need to be for the next one. And that's assuming it gives us 8. It could be less than 8. Because just because it gets us 8 mining levels doesn't necessarily mean it gets us 8 smithing levels. It might, but it also might not. Because they're different level ranges, so they need different amount of EXPs and everything. It'll probably do at least 7 smithing levels at least. Definitely for sure 6. Probably 7. Nintendo. All right, 500 more to go. Oh, so I'm going to over encumber my knowledge. No! Oh, well. Yeah, I just realized we had level 2,200 with that last level up earlier. Nice. Monday's goal is definitely going to be 2277. We're not going to hit it tomorrow just because the way that we're going to be leveling is going to be a lot of post 200 again. Alright, let me go put these away, go grab a potion real quick. We'll be back. Wrong teleport. Wrong teleport again. I double misclicked the same teleport. And the bad thing about that is it doesn't actually cancel it. Ooh, a new player. Fresh off of tutorial guard? That's what you call it. There's no tutorial island, so what do you even call that? Tutorial apprenticeship. Alright, so I'm running really low on pots, I just realized. Well, not just realized, but you know. We're getting like exceptionally low. Tutorial prison! Now, tutorial prison is when you go through a game for like 10 hours and you're still in a tutorial. Though the extended tutorial for this game does go to level 20 all. Like any skill like prior to 20 is basically tutorial. You know, you're not going through an actual tutorial, but it's like tutorialing you on how on earth to do this skill. It kind of shows you a little bit of everything. How's our gold pouch? Oh, we're on a hefty 1.6 gold. We are loaded right now. Hey, what's the poll at right now? So we have 60 votes in. What is the highest gold amount you have ever had at one time in Brighter Shores? Yeah, 50% is 0 to 5. At, the other one got up a lot. At 6 to 25 gold is 40%. At 26 to 100 is only 3%. And 101 plus is at 7%. Alright, that's about where I thought it would be then. But I am surprised by how many people are in the 6 to 25. Well, maybe not surprised. If that lower number was higher, I guess. It was like 20 to 25, I guess. I don't know. I guess that makes sense. Actually, now that I think about it, why is the 6 to 25 not higher? Well, I don't know. It took me a while before I got over a few gold as well. Road to 1 platinum? I know, right? Gosh. I know, with how much gold we have. Look, we're basically there. Just pretend it's a platinum symbol and we're already there. We're at 1 platinum and 679 silver right now. Just gotta go Photoshop that in later. Actually, we can Photoshop it in right now. Hold up. Wait. It's not even Photoshop. It's just using the thing. Wait. Hold. Let's see. Let's see. Wait. Hold. Give me a second. I can give herself 1 platinum right now. Let's see. Might take me a moment though. Might take a moment. Let's see. Yeah, I'll get this. Give me a second. I will get this. Alright. Oh, let's see. Put that over there. Let's see. Have this come up. Alright, let's see. Let's see. 1 second. I'm almost there. Let's see. That should be it. Oh, I just realized that's like an X icon over top of this thing. Let's see. Okay, wait. 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 Oh, this is hard to do because I can't see it with how this thing is. I can't like zoom. That's about as good as it's gonna get. Without photoshopping it out and everything. Let's see. There we go. We got 1 platinum. There we go. See, we got 1 platinum already. We're doing okay on gold for now. We're at 1 platinum at the moment. And 679 silver. I'm gonna leave that there for a while. See if anyone coming into stream later just notices. Just randomly that it has a different symbol there. How do I have a platinum, sir? Hello, Alex. Welcome. But no, we need to actually get someone with it later, though. Imposter. But no, we eventually will hit 1 platinum in this game. If we can ever stop spending our gold every, like, 20 gold. But I'm trying to think how many people even have a platinum right now. I want to say like 5 to 10 people probably in the game. It's mostly people who either have 500 merchant and are going into leatherworker and are still printing money, as well as anyone who went like a 500 combat. Those are the main people that have potential to be platinum. Especially if you're only just hoarding it all rather than spending on anything. Yeah, platinum is such a big currency in this game. I don't think the economy of this game will ever deal in platinum. We'd have to have some extreme economy power creep for platinum to ever be a thing that you would ever trade for any reason. That or you're dueling it and staking at the duel arena. Or whatever PvP is going to be. But aside from that, there is never going to be any time you would ever use a platinum. Because there's not a single item even remotely close to it. Unless you're buying an absurdly gigantic stack of items. But even then. 1 to 500 into a skill might cost a platinum. Oh no, would it? Even Armor Maker, which is going to be one of the more expensive skills in the entire game. To go get to 500. I don't even think that would be a platinum, would it? I don't feel like it would be. Like, you're going to be burning a lot making stuff if you're buying, like, everything, but you shouldn't be burning an entire platinum to 500. Especially if you're offsetting with the AFK activities, which will also burn money, most likely, but, to a degree that won't be, like, as bad. Oh, hello, Unique! Welcome, welcome! Our mining level's decent. 213. I've been meaning to get it to 215 so we can do the AFK activity to get it higher. Some people are already at 500, so it's still kind of low. But the biggest issue right now is we're kind of in a bottleneck before we can get to anything good. Like 215 AFK, but then we don't get to another good, like, actual ore until, like, 262. Which is kind of unfortunate. Because Carbonice is in such an annoying location that you can never really bank properly. Well, I've spent way less than 500 gold so far. I think the most I've spent on this account total is like under 200. If you count literally everything ever. And like half of that were on tools. If not more than half. Actually, now that I think about it, what is the total breakdown that we've done on tools? Because it's actually kind of high. Like, not like super, super high, but it is about 100 gold, isn't it? Because counting all those upgrades is 20 gold right there. 20 gold right there. 20 gold right there. So that's 60 already. About 64, 65. Let's say 65 because all the other tools that you need to go get. I forget how much this was. Let's say 28. So 93. Wait. 65. Yeah, 93. Then another 18. Yeah, it's more than half the gold I've ever spent has been on only tools. 93, because then this is all this together about another 20. So about 118. So yeah, we've spent about 115 to 118 gold on tools alone. And then probably like another 80 to 100 gold on just miscellaneous stuff like potions and such. Hey, let's go remove the funny platinum symbol. There we go. Looks like a CD, which is what it looks like. Let me go make it larger. That's what the symbol looks like. That's what a platinum looks like. I'm not sure why it has an X. I really don't know why it has an X at all. Out of like all the symbols you could have done is like, oh, let's put a big X in the middle. As an X as in do not gamble this. Kind of like how you have to mark money just to make sure it's not used for drugs. It's like, oh, let's mark this so it doesn't get used for gambling. I think we only have a few hundred left to go. So close yet so far. But hey, we came this far. We've already dunked like 7,000. I think we could do a couple hundred more. Between the bones and the ore, we're over 7,000 done today. We'll eventually hit a day where we do 10,000. No time soon. Maybe that's when we do carpentry for 12 hours. Ah, no. Honestly, I don't think carpentry is as bad as I make it out to be, though. I feel like we're going to have a lot of fun when we go do a 12-hour carpentry stream. Road to 2222 total level. Yeah, we're going to hit 2222 tomorrow, and then Monday, since it's going to be a smaller stream, we're going to be trying to hit 2277. Yeah, I know, carpentry is really bad. I'm just trying to find a way to motivate myself. But we are legitimately doing a stream like this for carpentry at some point, where we go for like 10 to 12 hours of nothing but carpentry. No time soon. I say that. It might be a couple weeks from now. That's somewhat soonish. Because I got to do it when we do the 170 carpentry grind and or 200 carpentry grind. Because whenever I do the 200 woodcutting grind, we got to go and obviously process that. And that's the 12-hour carpentry stream gonna come in. Because that's the only way I'll do it, is if I force myself to do a 12-hour stream dedicated only to it. Otherwise, it will never get done, and I will put it off for the rest of time. I'm hoping cubable actions are at least in the game by then, and that they actually work on carpentry. Yeah, although people in the top ranks have also been putting off doing carpentry. It's actually kind of funny. Let's see. Has Patricio done carpentry? Okay, Patricio has, but in all fairness, he's done, like, everything. Let's go a little bit lower than that. Like, let's say, oh no, Zan. Has D done carpentry? Nope, 49. He is, basically 600 levels higher than us and has basically not touched carpentry. Let's see. Let's go do... Oh, no. Let's check Miles ES. I'm almost guaranteed they haven't done carpentry, though. Yeah, 51. They did the exact requirement for the Lost and Found quest. Because that's where you get to after Lost and Found. Let's see. Put that away. That means they didn't fix their ugly level that they have afterwards. Because you get to, like, 51 and a half. I had to do that half just so I wouldn't have to look at 51 and a half. Alright, let's see. Check another one. Who else from top leaderboard hasn't done carpentry? Let's see. Let's go like a little bit in between. Let's go like Vorpal. Vorpal has not touched carpentry. It's basically just a quest requirement. Yeah, a lot of people in top rank are still avoiding carpentry as much as we are. Let's see. Let's go check another one. How about, Unbi? Let's check Unbi. Has he done carpentry? Nope. Hasn't touched carpentry pretty much. Like a little bit, but not much. Because I never really paid much attention to it, but it's almost like a little mini blast furnace. Compared to how he used to do ore in his other game. Compared to how he also did ore in his other game. He basically added an inventory where you could do all your ore at once. He brought it into a big machine and had a bunch of little like gadgets everywhere. I just realized it's kind of like a mini version of it. Except you do 6 at a time and you gotta do each part manually yourself. It's kind of like an in-between of that. Where it's not as annoying as doing one at a time, but not as broken as doing an entire inventory in like 10 seconds. Ooh, Black Santa hat. It's actually catching up to be number 1. It's currently in tied 3rd with Blue Elf. 2nd place, Red Santa. 1st place, still Purple Elf, unfortunately. We got a little bit unlucky on it. Has retaken the lead over Red Santa. But at this point, Black Santa might take the lead now. This needs 3 more. I hope Red Santa wins by the end. It's really unlikely, though. Right, we're almost there. How many more inventories is that? 10, 11, 12 more inventories, and we are below the 1,000 threshold, which is what our final goal was. We did all the bones, and we did the iron down to a triple-digit number. I would do all of them, but we don't have enough time in a day. There's physically not enough hours in this day to go and finish it. But as long as we get it done before 226 smithing, it doesn't matter when we do it. I just figured it thematically works with the stream we're doing. And then we don't need to go dunk or do the bones for quite a while, or just ores or anything. We'll still have to do it occasionally, but I'll try to pace it. Like, we'll probably get like 1,000 bones tomorrow, we'll dunk 1,000, and then no more. Stop. Like, stuff like that. Because I do want to start processing stuff as we get it. Just so we don't have to do what we did today. And spend an entire day doing nothing but processing them. Just to catch up to where we were. Because we've done literally nothing but this. I guess gathering for like maybe 30 minutes. But beyond that, it has just been dunking bones and smithing bars. Just to catch us up with getting our banks cleared. Though there is one left that I haven't done that for, though. Carpentry. We gotta keep ignoring it, though. If we ignore it, it'll go away. I think how people are mentioning that as if I just got the level. We've been stuck at 2.2k for so long right now. Though once we hit the double knowledge, I will hit 2201. It's gonna be painful, though. Maybe I keep it like this. I'd have to put it into the AFK activities, though. Time to start putting into merchant. Otherwise, we gotta ruin the precious 2200. But we'll get 22 tomorrow, and then 2,277 on Monday. And then that'll be every milestone number until like I don't know, like 2,500 pretty much. Yeah, I'm not sure what we're going to do to offset the carpentry grind. I'm considering doing that on the day where we finish leagues for Old School RuneScape. We did 6 streams for it, and I kind of want to do a 7th to like fully finish that at some point when we're near Dragon Rank. So that we can get our last 1,000 while doing on stream or something. But I might do that with the carpentry grind in a couple weeks. I think the event ends in like the 22nd of next month. So we're going to need something to offset how bad carpentry is, and that might be it. What's also great about it is it's semi-AFK, so it actually works out perfectly for it, too. Because that's going to be the only way to make it bearable. Is if we're physically playing another game simultaneously. Who's it gonna win top 1 league? I'm not sure. I never pay attention to it. I think you have to pick really specific regions to even be able to. No, I don't think Solo Mission has ever won top place, I don't think. He puts in like every thumbnail. I don't think he ever has, though, by the end. Because you have to pick really specific regions. He normally tries to rush top, but he never maintains it, I don't think. He also generally doesn't pick regions that give maximum score, or rather points quickly. So that he can claim rank 1 for some amount of time, but not actually keep it. Because every single league, there's always a region combination that gives you the maximum amount of points. It might take slower to get the points, but it would give more than other region combos because not all of them are equal. Like, I think Varlamore was actually pretty low for points, but it has a lot of really free points that you can get quickly. And the main reason it's so low is because Varlamore Part 3 hasn't come out, only Part 1 and 2. So I had to leave some wiggle room for when, you know, it adds more content. Which they're doing early next year. And I think that was when the Regency picked too, was actually Varlamore. But I think it's the lowest point region in the entire league, this league. So if you're trying for top place, it would be the worst place to pick. Oh, the Gillenor games? Oh yeah, the Gillenor games is a pretty fun series. Honestly, that's probably one of the only private servers I would actually play on. If they had like a mini Gillenor games server. That would actually be pretty fun. Yeah, I kind of wish every game had a series like Gillenor games. Like, just like the definitive series, I feel like, for a game. Or like, if you play the game at all, you'd want to watch the series. Kind of thing. I don't feel like a lot of other games have like an equivalence of that. It's kind of insane how much production time he puts into it, though. Because he's already probably recording. Oh, no, not yet. Never mind. Wait, actually, yeah, he's probably already recorded some stuff for, Haven't they already started doing it for, like, the 2025 one already? Because I believe he gets footage for it, like, as early as, like, 9 months in advance. And it's still editing them every single week by week. Because how much backlogged footage there is. Like, I'm pretty sure every single series was at least like 500 to 1,000 hours, if not more. Between recording, editing, and everything else. Despite the final product for each one being like, well, under 10 hours, I believe. You know what? We actually probably would gain another smithing level if we did the rest of the bars. I'll find out if I do them later. Yeah, I might try doing them later tonight. We'll see. Probably just gonna be resting mostly tonight though, after the stream. I think we dunked enough today. After 11.5 hours straight. It's definitely not gonna be my first thought after I grab dinner. It's like, I should go dunk another 1,000. We do need to at some point though. It's probably not today. But we'll get it below the 1,000 threshold. Get it to that 999. The triple digit number instead of the quad. Ooh, gold dragon. And he left. Oh, and he came back. He doesn't know what he's doing. Doing something here, though. Another hat for the pile. So do I have any cooking contract right now? I do. I'll go get some more then. I need to do that before I do my merchant run tomorrow. Catch you later, John. Have a good night. Thanks for stopping by. Yeah, I'll be calling it soon as well. We're almost at the end. After this set, let me go and grab our potion, grab our cooking contract, and then this next set should be the final set. We shouldn't need to go bank again. Let's see, where are we at as far as the number right now? We are at 141. So that's what, 6 more inventory? 7? Somewhere around there. Yeah, we shouldn't need to go rebank after this one. All right, let me go bank right now. This should be the last time we need it. Grab one potion. And go grab any cooking contracts we have. Oh, so is this my last potion, or do I have 2 left? We're running like really, really low. Obviously, we can just buy more whenever, but yep, I have 2 left. This will be the last one we need to stream. Hey, are any of these any good? The omelets are pretty easy to do, but they require a lot of inventory space. And they're both a little loosey. I guess I could do that when I'm doing a brand off run and just do the other 3 separately. That's probably the play. But as for later. But yeah, I could do an omelet only run because they all turn in pretty well together. I just do colon into double little Lucy. And the other one is then a hooked hand into Enchantress into South Walls, and we're good to go. So yeah, let's do that as a double set later. That's for a later issue. Oh yeah, we'll leave that for now. That should get us like a third of a level or so. The problem is at 89, we hit the Ultra Dead Zone. Because we don't have any tasks that are good, pretty much. We don't have Omelet anymore. And we don't get another like easy one until Tasty Sandwich at 94. It's almost worth just knowledging through. Because this is one like the deadest of dead zones, where every single thing you have is, you have no Omelet, you have no Sandwich, and you have no Stew. Like the three very free ones, you don't have access to any of them. 3 of them require fishing. Sorry, 4 of them will require fishing. And the one that doesn't requires Gatherer to be like level 150 something. Or sorry, 3 of them require fishing. 1 of them would require Forager. You see, yeah, it'd be 3 fishing, 1 Forager, 1 Gatherer. All of which we don't have the level for. And all of which costs a lot. So it's basically a dead zone all the way from 89 all the way till 94 then. It's so dead that it's almost worth throwing knowledge into it just to get it over the edge. Just because of how dead that area is going to be. Because every contract we get is just awful unless it's like 1 to 3. We'd lose money on everything if it's like 4 or higher, 5 or higher. There we go, 106 gather. One more and we could technically do the apple grind until we get to the bone grind, Because the only thing that's going to be kind of awkward about our grind tomorrow, if we do focus a little bit more on merchant, is I'm only going to need to do it for like 6 levels. Or, you know, 6 gatherer levels. I guess a little bit of bone right as well. Because I do need to get to 102 bone rate as well. For that one bone that we get at 112, I believe. So I need to get only 6 gatherer levels and 2 bone rate levels with merchant tomorrow. Not technically with anything, but we're probably doing it with merchant just to get it done a bit quicker. And then we can start training gatherer and bone rate again properly. Thank you, Unique. Greatly appreciated. Hope you're having a wonderful, wonderful week. And hey, it's finally the weekend. Gosh, this day has just felt like one big thing, but I can't believe it's already the weekend now, too. Gosh, this day has been just this whole cycle over and over again, but we're getting there. We're almost done. After doing over 7,000 bones and bars, we're nearly there. What is this? 5 more inventories and we'll be done. Of course, they would taunt us by going down to 1,001, so we got to do a whole extra one. But 5 more inventories and we're there. Also, as far as the final poll, by the way, after 66 votes, what is the highest gold amount you have ever had at one time in Brighter Shores? At 0 to 5, we have 52%. At 6 to 25, we have 38%. At 26 to 100 gold, we have 3%. And at 101 plus is surprisingly 8% of people. Nice, unique gaming. Thank you, thank you. Hope all you guys been doing well. Hope you guys had a wonderful holiday as well. For good old Christmas and everything. We are going to be ending pretty soon, though. Because the grind that we're doing right now, I think is only like 10 minutes long. We've been going for 11 hours straight at this point. Which is almost midnight my time as well. Another half an hour. We normally try to end a little bit before midnight. Just so we can get to bed at a somewhat half reasonable hour. But I think we're going to try for the 205 merchant push tomorrow when we go get all of our knowledge. I think that's pretty doable. What this allows us to do is get the 205 superior hide, or discount for this, which will make it way easier to buy. And with that, we can make the profit pretty nice when we go do 190 to 196. You can technically do it all the way to 200. I feel like a lot of people do. Because otherwise you got to get 222 merchant to do the next one, which is quite a jump compared to only 205. I still haven't decided yet if I will or won't. If I do, I think I'm going to bank them instead of sell them. If I do the 190 hide all the way from 190 to 200 and do it for those other levels, I think I'm going to bank a lot of them to make up for the fact that I'm not doing the best one we can. That, or we just got to go do the merchant grind like crazy. Which honestly is probably going to be the way we do it. Just power grind. No, tomorrow. That would take forever. But I think our goal is like 205 merchant, at least 115 gather, probably even higher than that because we'll keep going and getting it up. And however high we can get bone ray, I have no clue. Whatever number it needs to be at. I'm probably going to have to go back to merchant twice tomorrow. Once initially to go get the levels we need. The 112 gather and the 102 bone rate. But then again, after we go get all of our bones at this level range, I need to go dunk all the ones from 112 to 115. And then after that, dump XP until we can do the bone spike. Because I believe the bone spike is like 112. We're only going to be at like 102. And even after those bones, we're going to be at like 103 at best. So we still got like 9 levels to go knowledge. But that's where we're going to do merchant. Because we can get about like 5-6 knowledge an hour. Even if we're being a little inefficient at it. Should be fine. It's basically a level per hour in any skill we want and some. Almost like a level and a half. The only big issue with doing merchant is it's so annoying juggling a potion. I'm not sure if I'm going to bother doing it while I do it. It's both worth it and not worth it. Because sometimes you could do it with 0 time if you're just waiting on the board or something. But a lot of times it just really does not seem worth it at all. And you can't really keep it in your inventory until they make them, you know, like tool belt. So you can just auto-equip them. Because using a whole inventory space on something that is very limited on inventory space is just not worth it. It's very specifically designed to have, you know, how much inventory is there. Yet a potion just kind of completely ruins it, unfortunately. Alright, final stretch. We're almost there. We're so close. Let's see, where are we at? I'm gonna try finishing at least that level tonight, though, if nothing else. Or not during the stream, I mean like tonight later. Yep, 3 more inventories to go. He's gonna tease us by being just ever so slightly short there. Yeah, 3 more to go. 12 more dunks. I'm not sure what you'd really call this. I keep calling it dunking because that's what we keep doing for the other thing. When we did the bones earlier. The 5,000 something bones. Deep fry them bones. But this is definitely smelting. Not quite dunking. I guess you're dunking into the flame thing. Kind of dunking. I don't know, it's a ball-shaped object. You're kind of dunking into it. No, that's a pretty easy dunk with how short of a distance is. So I guess that's technically all dunks, if you think about it, are from a pretty short distance. Like how far you have to jump is a far distance, but when you're actually like going from hand to hole, it's generally a pretty short distance when you're dunking. So I guess that's technically dunking. I just realized I haven't gone to the bathroom this entire time. It actually took literally 0 breaks this time. I even have a snack that I brought here earlier in case I got hungry. I still haven't even ate it. Just will eat it now, just a nibble. A little late though, I'm about to go make dinner in like half an hour. Actually, I don't even need to make anything. I forgot, we still got leftovers. That's gonna be nice. Because that's not gonna take any time at all to go heat up then. Yeah, what a marathon of a grind. At least it's over now. Well, almost over. And another tree for the pile. There we go, 1003, one more inventory. So close, yet so far. Alright, there we go. Also, after this, I think I'll just do a set of 6 to end it off with. We'll try to do a little bit more tonight, though, later. Off stream. Just gotta grab some dinner, though. After munching on that, it's like, I just remembered. It's like, oh yeah, I haven't ate today at all. Should probably do that before it turns over to the next day. But you can easily go days without food, though, as long as you're staying well hydrated and everything. I've only gone through 1 water today, though. Alright, the next dunk after this one. And that is mission complete for now. Just because we don't have enough time to go to the other 1,000. But this was our other goal then, just to get it to below 1,000. Or, you know, to 999. Triple digit number. So that means in total, let's see. Since I started at 2,500 there, that means we did about 6,000. Oh, so we actually didn't do it 7,000. I guess I would by the time I go do the other ones later. But that means we did about, what, 6,500 something? I think today, somewhere around there. Oh, no. It would still be, yeah, it would still be slightly under then. Grab 6 for the auto. But there it is. It's finally under. This will be the last set then. And that is mission complete for the most part. That would have been around 6,500 something then. Of which about, oh no, wait, it is still 7,000. What am I saying? Because we did around 1,500 iron ore. And we did around 5,500 bones. So yeah, never mind. Yeah, this is slightly over 7,000 then. Where about 5,500 something were bones, and 1,500 something was ore. For 7,000 something total. I know no clue what the exact number is, but somewhere's around there. If we check the numbers at the beginning of the stream, we could probably figure it out. But there we go. And then the only other thing unprocessed is, of course, the all the ore that we still got to go finish. But that's for a later issue. Technically this as well, but that's what we're going to go do right now. Let's go to the AFK activity. So I can go grab some dinner here. But anyways, any last minute questions? Any last minute anythings, anyone? Otherwise, we're going to be calling it here. We'll be back tomorrow to go run it back. Though we'll be doing probably a combination of Merchant, Gatherer, and Bone Rate. No worries, we're not going to dunk another 5,000 something bones. We'll probably dunk some though, but not nearly as much as we did today. But yeah, that'll be the game plan. Merchant, if we need a break from Merchant, probably a little bit of Leatherworker. Gatherer and Bone Rate could be our main focus then. Trying to Merchant so we can go do Bone Rate properly. Leatherworker mostly for breaks from Merchant. And that's pretty much our game plan then. Let's just get this guy to his AFK activity and we will call it there for now. And eventually, once we finish that 200 Gather grind and do all the bones, we're going to need to pivot definitely to the Mind Fighter. So we can just do directly into Bone Rate. And then afterwards, I'm not sure if we do the Woodcutting Carpentry or focus more on Alchemy. I still haven't decided yet, but that's still a little ways away. Also, this room is really popping right now. Why is there so many people here? Oh, there we go. Anyways, guys, I hope you all have a wonderful, wonderful weekend. Night. Thank you, Kel. Good night. I think it's good night. How do you do the abbreviation for good night? Oh, well, he knows what I mean. Anyways, guys, good night, everyone. Hope you guys have a wonderful weekend. Hope you guys had a wonderful holiday and an upcoming New Year's if I don't see you by then. And I will catch you guys later. Goodbye, everyone. And thanks for watching. We'll start around noon again tomorrow, Eastern Standard Time, as we always do. And, yeah, keep grinding it out. And hopefully I'll add some more content in about a week when he's finally back from the double vacation between the ski trip and the holiday. But anyways, guys, I'll catch you guys later. Goodbye, everyone. Thanks for watching.